Okay, we may as well start a minute early since I'm totally fucked and and not at all prepared in any way, shape, or form. Let's get that phone call started. Skype call. Skype call. All right, got to remind myself which medium I'm using. That would help, wouldn't it? And of course, oh my god, I can't believe how nearsighted I'm getting. It's like it's oh, it strained my eyes just too much.
Hey,
There we are. All right, so bring everybody on. I'm totally unprepared. I'm counting on you to hold the stage, and there you go.
gotcha. Uh,
Yes.
folks, I am, geesh.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah. I get
yeah,
it. I'm there. I'm
yeah,
with you.
yeah.
Yes. So we're
Holy shit. Well, there you have it.
yes, we're all
You're
fucked
saying,
up. Yes, neither one of us is
geesh.
fit for duty. Okay, we're totally
I,
derelict. We've got. I just came home. You can imagine. I'd much rather not be here, but back where I was, and going back there as soon as transmission is over. I assure you. Oh my fucking god! I think I'm gonna puke.
all right. Well, look, I can totally understand you for wanting to be there and not here. Oh,
Oh, here we
holy
are.
shit. I mean, geesh.
Oh.
I am just adding anyone who has a green light, to their,
Add the ones who
and
don't have a green light so they can see
yeah,
me
I
call.
am going to keep doing that. Yeah, good point.
Oh,
Good
get
man.
that Jim Forsyth guy. Get the Amanda Ute, Penny
We
Bradley.
have we have James Forsyth, which is good.
Good, good. Thank God. Okay, he's got like an expensive mic and everything these days. He's like loaded for bear. Fuck, he could produce the show. Yeah. Okay. Anyone else but Sammy? Is anybody else here? Pack one, Sammy.
I am adding all of them, all of the above, my friend, all
All
of the
right.
above. I am moving as fast as I can.
Fine.
I've
Yeah. Don't forget
I
to add a friendly note to our Islamo chaplain. See if he wants to come on. Just say you can come on if you want. Just send him a note asking that, of course.
All
Oh
right,
my
yeah.
god.
I'm just gonna add the plus button and just click it and see what happens because why the hell not?
Well, don't ever do that with what's her name, Crystal River. Don't ever. I shouldn't. Oh God, she'll kill me for that. Don't ever do that with Crystal River. Always just send her a message. Yeah, with in her case, because she works on the Skype. That's her profession. She's got to do people's fortunes through that or whatever she does. Psychic reading.
Okay, gotcha. All
Psychic
right,
friends
so
network. Oh my God. Okay. So
let me see if there's anyone I am completely forgetting.
well, I not that I could think of, but one thing, good thing is that James Bradley, he can go, just keep him going and he'll go. And aside from that, Brandon Young maybe, Brandon Young.
Did I try that?
Okay, yeah.
All right. So
Oh
so far
God.
it's James Forsyth,
Oh yeah.
and I'm also giving Penny Bradley a call.
Okay, good. And hopefully with that, and try Amanda, of course. If she didn't answer, then try again. And for God's sakes, don't send me confusing texts on the phone. I always think you're going to cancel at the last minute, or that
No,
you're in the
no,
rehab
no,
or
no,
something when
that
you.
wasn't that wasn't for that. Oh shit, I'm typing on the wrong computer. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that doesn't help. I'm
How did you get Jim on when you're typing on the wrong computer? How did is that because he's extra
no no
dimensional
no
and
no no.
shit?
I was typing on the right computer when I did that. It's
Oh, okay.
just like it's I I as long as I've been doing this, I've always confused myself. As we get older, it seems that it becomes harder to learn new things.
Yeah, no shit. Yeah, well, yeah, that's don't even bother to belabor the obvious. Okay, well, Jim's Forsyth is learning something. He's learning like He had how to return the mic so he could get a new one when they sent him something where, I don't know, the woofer was fucked or something. I guess that's more like the stereos. Whatever he's got going there, he's got something fancier than what I got. He's got like the radar on it and shit. So anyhow, love you both dearly. Say hello, Jim, so we can test your.
Good evening, Douglas Guy. I didn't.
Okay. Didn't what?
It's not that great. It does have a mute button, and you can hear me a little better. I couldn't do your show. But I couldn't do your show humbly.
What? You're doing it now. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you said I'd be able to produce it. I mean,
right. Got it. Yeah, don't worry about that.
You do an incredible job.
You're very, very kind. You're way too gracious. So we're hearing me. So there's something on with you got your computer on or something. Turn it off. Something's on where we're hearing me, which we don't want.
Okay.
Because that confuses us. And so while he's searching for
you just have to mute him in the background. You just have to mute the YouTube video.
You mean him? You mean him, not me. I guess nothing I can do about him. What do you?
Yeah. I mean him. I mean you, James. Yes.
Right. So.
Okay, so it is.
Wait. I think you're confusing him. Like, if you're telling him to like silence that, then he'll think that he can't come out at all or something.
No. He's not muted. So I think he knows that it just meant to mute the YouTube stream.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah. That way it doesn't produce that echo.
There we are. Thank you. So you understand, you get the concept, right, James? Jim? Forsyth?
Yes, and I hope this is better.
Excellent. No, it's not. I'm still hearing myself. To a degree. It's not as bad as before, but make certain it's completely off. Whatever, you just don't turn it on until you're off with us. So long as you're on with us, you don't need that on. And then when you come off from us, then you can turn it back on. It sounds like he did that. Either that or he went mute. But at any rate,
yeah. So great. What I can do is, in the meantime, I would wish Marcus Grix a happy birthday, since today is his birthday.
Holy shit!
And hoping all went well with that.
Oh God, Marcus Grix, happy birthday! How did you even know of this?
It popped up on Facebook, and so I sent him a happy birthday.
I didn't even know he's on Facebook. I mean, Jesus. So happy birthday, Marcus Grix.
And a shout out to Selena Khan for giving me this interesting article about how the Africans had, colonized California way before Christopher Columbus even got there, which is good to know. And it's a very interesting article, which I'll go over some other time.
Cool. Wonderful.
Maybe when I need to break you, a little later.
Yeah.
Shout out to Maria Gregoric, who seems to be back on more active on Facebook, and I am glad to see her.
Yes.
And a shout out to Pakwan, who
is he with us?
I had an interesting conversation with, sharing like some spooky shit, which is quite interesting. And a shout out to, of course, Solomon Sheikh, who I will be, bumping into on Saturday. So
cool.
That will be interesting.
That definitely, most definitely, and
he can teach me how to, speak to women, and probably help,
Yeah, sure. I mean, sure. That's moving right along. In terms of who's with us, we've got James Forsyth, and we've got Jameson Reese, and Douglas Dietrich is going to go mute, and he's going to be dropping out for about a quarter of an hour at least. Well, somebody turned their camera on there for a second. I think that was James Forsyth. Definitely be careful about that, James, because that kills the bandwidth and knocks us all off. But at any rate, just want everybody to know I just got back. And JR, Jameson Reese, and Clarice. Clarice! Oh, bring Clarice on. Do you have Clarice's number? If not, I have to give it to you. Did you try her? Is that why she's showing up? Holy shit. Okay, what is this? Okay, what the fuck? Okay, what happened here? Okay, can anybody hear me? Okay, is anybody able to hear me right now? That's an important question to answer. Need a response on that? Can you hear me? Holy shit. Okay, well, what I'll do is restart the call. Let's try that. Okay. Now. Okay. Now, what do we do? There we are. And the funny thing is, everybody can hear me because it's on stream.
He's calling. All right.
Okay, so everybody who's on the last call, hang up and get on this call, whatever happened, because it has to run on my call so that I can produce the show after everybody else drops off.
All right. So let me add Claudette.
Yes.
Because she was there.
Excellent.
And we'll also add James Forsyth. Since
yes. Yes.
Because I don't know what happened. I think what happened was I had gotten in.
There we are, Clarice, honey. Yeah, you don't need to explain. Yeah, honey. Oh, God. Mwah, I love you. Oh, how are you doing, honey?
I'm doing okay. So listen, I just have a few minutes, to try to jump on. In my car trying to talk to you. I've been wanting to call in. I just had a lot of stuff going on, and
Go on.
The thing is, Douglas, I know that you always are speaking about topics that vacillate in between the political and warfare and also spiritual. Yeah. And people don't really realize, these things are so intertwined with all the things that you're talking about, all the things that are like laid out in how it plays out in our lives physically, individually. And this situation with Ukraine and Russia,
yeah,
all these things really in a lot of ways are ancient, but I have really seen things play out in the last 20 years. So this is not just current events. This is a spiritual warfare.
Yeah. And by the way, James, if you could go mute, James, for now. Thank you. Go on, honey. James, if you can hear us, Mr. Forsyth, I presume that's you. Oh, God, if he can hear us. So keep going, honey. Yeah, keep talking while you're with us. Darling? Yeah, you can hear us, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank God. Yes. So
okay. Yeah. Okay. So I just want to use your favorite term. I love you dearly.
Yes.
And one thing that I wanted to say about my connection with you, Douglas.
Yes.
Is, I'm from Louisiana, and in New Orleans, there's a lot of different things about spirituality.
Yeah.
And, lots of times when you talking to Peter, he brings up different things about like your connection with the vampires and things like that.
Yeah.
And what I want to say is these are things that deal with ancient bloodlines and lost knowledge and a remembrance of not only historical events, but very, very in-depth spirituality.
Yes.
Because people think about race just as like the color of your skin, but race is also dealing with different types of human forms, ancient forms that were on the earth, ancient spiritual forces, okay? Yes. And, you hold,
right.
In a way, access to those dimensional realms, because just like an animal, okay? Yeah. They can perceive different sounds. They can perceive different access to other realms. And I'm like just saying, I think sometimes that gets lost in translation. Yeah. Because even in Louisiana, we have this theme about, it's called the Rougarou. Okay. And, you know, you have spoken sometimes about like Sasquatches or like other forms, you know, in the deserts and all those things. So anyway, I just basically want to have people to understand all of these different forms that work with the blood, work on things in a dimensional level. So when we have access to Douglas, we have access to these things not only in a bloodline, but in a lost way of access and information that people in the West are not really understanding, that this is something that's dying, you know, right. Like and so Douglas holds the capacity of a memory to instill that within this and continue that race. And this is why he has been attacked. You know, you're talking about you were canceled. I was thinking if I start to talk about some of the things I feel, y'all might cancel me too.
No, really,
no,
honey. Yeah, go on.
But what I'm saying is when he calls himself like the Artilect, the disseminator of these ancient things, he's literally not joking, you know, and y'all and his audience needs to really kind of understand the in-depth level of how far this goes, how deep it goes as far as
But by the way, Jameson, if you could send Forsyth a message like in text telling him to mute. Thank you. Go on, honey. Yeah, by all means. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm saying lots of times y'all will talk about in reference different things pertaining to Louisiana, and I'm just telling you that these are also ancient connections to realms of the soul, but realms of the soul force and accessing different interdimensional things.
Yes.
And I mean, as to the situations that's going on today,
yeah.
I mean, I really don't feel like they have that term, like, it's not what it seems. Nothing is what it seems. This is, I don't know. I guess I just have a little bit different take on some of these things, Douglas, because, you know, I was in Israel. I was excavating in a lot of these different places, and lots of times Peter will talk about different things about Kabbalah and go into some of the different aspects, like, of these different things. But just because things are presented in one way, it doesn't mean that there's not a negative aspect, because the power is the same. People are trying to like harness that power, and maybe you can give us more information in the spiritual perspective about what's going on in Russia and Ukraine. Sure. I just feel like I listened to that speech today, and of course I'm totally horrified about what's happening in Ukraine.
Yes, honey.
But to me, there's more to it. That relate, you know, it does relate to oil. It relates to self-sovereignty. It relates to, you know, I mean, I'm actually concerned about the destruction of America, that this does in turn have to do with oil. And why is he saying he's only 45? He's stopping the timeline today. And I mean, are they trying to access portals? What in the world is going on over there that they are willing to sacrifice their people and have this like mass migration? I just think like there's more that meets the eye to this, because even through the historical account, they've been having these mass migrations for thousands of years. So this, for me, goes back to all the stuff that y'all talking about, the gods and the anti-gods. It's like these are still active forces that people see it as on the surface as one thing, but it's not, and the connection that I feel lots of times with Douglas that he can have is it is lost knowledge in the fact that it's like when we talk about these things, it's libraries. We may say something, but it's windows into perception on a lot of these different even words and terms that are used, that they all have like a double meaning, a double speak. And I just feel like there's some other meaning behind the situation that that's going on right now.
Absolutely.
And it also has to do with energy harvesting and sacrifice. Okay. Yeah. And I'm saying that in a real sense, I have seen how these things have played out in my life, and this is on a bigger scale. Yeah. Okay. So I know that these energies are real. It's not just from some occult science. And like, even in all the things that you have gone through with the military, that the military has been harnessing this power, using these other gods. And I feel like this is the same thing that's going on. And if you think about it, look, oil is power. Oil is the life force, the life blood of the world, yes. The countries. So why are they trying to cut off that life force and redirect it in an electrical perspective? Okay. It's like they are trying to shift it unnaturally.
Well, honey, I certainly appreciate what you're saying with that, and I'll certainly be covering that in the days to come, if not tonight. It depends on how much I can squeeze in tonight with, everything that there is to talk about. And also, I feel the need to kind of give the listeners a break from the Ukraine war to an extent, just to an extent, and not dwell on it so intensively as I was doing the past few days. But who knows? I might go just as intensively right back into it. When you speak of by the way, there's a dog barking upstairs, and that, of course, belongs to those wonderful people who moved in upstairs and now kind of keep me company, in the sense that the house is no longer empty, as large as it is, but it gives me a reminder of The Exorcist, the opening scene with the barking dogs and Pazuzu, because you bring that to mind because of your excavation work that you did in the Holy Land, or the unholy land, as we might term it, in terms of how one's perspective on Israel is. And you can share with us as much of that as you want as well to qualify what you say. You're coming in so loud and clear, it doesn't sound like you're driving. I guess you parked over on the side of the road, perhaps?
No, yeah, I'm on the side of the road, and I brought my computer in my car just to talk to you for a second.
Oh, wonderful. Well, and let people know. I do want
all
people.
Those things.
Go on. Oh, I was just going to say.
Things,
yeah. Oh, go on. Just go on with all those things. Yes, honey, continue.
We can really get into later in another, like, more spiritual conversation, those things. But what I can say about those things, because, Peter was talking about Ron Wyatt and all of those things. Well, I was actually in a lot of these places and had special permission from a lot of the guys who knew him, knew his organization. So I got special permission to go and excavate in a lot of these places. And what I can say is, dealing in excavating, like in some of those places where the Ark of the Covenant would have been, it's a resonant field, okay? It's an electromagnetic resonant field. So yes, maybe there was a box. That's not the only one, but I can say that when I was in that place, I know that I went out of time because there was residual energy left there. Almost like you would say, if you have a magnet still has those poles. If you have static electricity, you feel the static electricity. Okay. So I knew that there was some kind of, energetic force. Okay. I forgot what the question you asked me was.
I was talking about letting people know about your qualifications as an archaeologist in the Holy Land, which is what brought to mind.
I mean, the thing is, I'm a gemologist, and I only went to the Holy Land and studied archaeology because I was interested in studying jewelry and some of these artifacts and understanding what they did, understanding the temple and the body, and how that related to health, okay? Health in the physical form. Anyway, basically what I was saying about that is it still goes into the energetic potential of how that energetic potential can be captured, used in a negative and positive sense. And you know that from some of the different things that you've been through with the military, you know, and it can be called on through a lot of different forces, or it can be called on through a resonant field. And I'm saying that to say that even in times of war, that Ark of the Covenant was used as warfare. It was used as a weapon.
Yes.
You know, it could be used as a healing device, but it could be used as a weapon. And if nothing is new under the sun, I mean, I don't know. I just feel like they are still trying to harness some of these potentials.
Oh, absolutely. And though we can go into that another time, I feel it's important for our listeners to get to know you a little bit, even when you're visiting us for a fairly short period of time, because what you have to share is so important. One of the reasons why Clarice Claudette feels that what she says may be sensitive is because, honestly, she's seen the worst that can happen when... By the way, I apologize for all the sound of the cell phone in the back. That's Amanda Ute calling me, and she's texting me messages as to what's going on and why she's delayed, and you know, she may not be able to come on tonight. She may be able to come on, but I'm just letting people know what that noise is, and I have to keep it on for right now as kind of a connection with her. And in terms of Clarice Claudette, one of the things that she's seen is how horrible the Christ figure has been abused, and whether one takes Christ as a cosmic metaphor or a historical person, she's seen so much negativity come from people exploiting the phenomenon that she just feels we need to move beyond Christ and many of these prophets. And I think that's a very advanced state of mind. I personally am not ready for it, but it's certainly the reason why human evolution allows us to conceive of such possibilities is because there are those among us who need to conceive of such possibilities, and it helps the species as a whole move forward. So there may be entire groups of people who follow that lead, and I think in the end that it's certainly a balance to all of the people who have done so many negative things with the messiahs and the prophets, and so am I doing justice to?
Well, what I'm saying is we need to come into an era of discernment, because the Christ and the Antichrist are presented in a way parallel. Like if you look at this speech today, he had a cross on his army green t-shirt.
Yeah.
Constantine had a cross on his uniform. And I'm saying, why are we still locked into a time of the past where we are weaponizing spirituality?
Right.
You know, I am tired of retail Jesus. I'm tired of war Jesus. And if you really want to understand any of the teachings that he was saying, then let's go into an advanced level, like not be stuck 2,000 or 3,000 years. Let's go into understanding more about things about the crystalline body, the plasma body, but it's actually all about self-actualization. But also approach that with a sense of discernment. Don't think that you're going to go into this and start to access spiritual realms and it's all wonderful and peaceful, because there's wars in the heavens. You know, you have to like go beyond that and, you know, get to a point where we have sight. We see things for how they are, because you know, even from your experiences, you know, Douglas, these anti-gods are using God as a weapon. Okay. Even Yahweh said, kill all men, women, and children, you know, like do it my way, weapons of warfare. You know, we have to move beyond this polarization of having black or white, right or wrong, like, and move through a middle ground. Of course, we have to acknowledge it, but I'm saying spiritually, I have encountered, when I only went through the text, and then I went through the lands and studied throughout the lands, felt the energy of the lands. Then I started to understand more things about the metaphysical approach, that I was actually hijacked and captured through spiritual beings. And these are things that you can talk more about, okay? And that these spiritual beings use warfare, like in your own life, in order to harness your own spiritual energy. Not not that this whole conversation has to be so. In the spiritual sense, and this is why I'm drawn to you, Douglas, because you actually are willing to expose those things.
Oh, bless you. Thank you so much. By the way, you're speaking very eloquently on your own, and I'm so glad you're handling it. And by the way, just I beg of you on bended knee to go on as long as you can hold it till the top of the hour, really, because what I'm doing now, if people have heard all these horrible noises, is I didn't mute the mic because I felt I might need to talk or respond, but I'm feeling it's better to just let Clary speak, and ultimately let Jameson and Jim Forsyth interact with her right now, and hoping, honey, that in the near future you can come back on, when maybe even tonight, but more realistically in the.
I don't know if I can come back on tonight. Okay, maybe next Wednesday, because there are lots of things that I'm doing, that I'm working on, Douglas. Right. That even though this conversation is heavy, it's really just opening the door that people need to see what's really going on, so like we can all move past this as a species, like in human evolution. Mm-hmm. And that's why, like, the things that I sent you, you see, alchemy is important. Yeah. All of those things I sent you were things that pertain to specific things, to send you love and activate different things in your body to show you that this is how it's done. It's done on an individual level for us to not have fear and the fight or flight consciousness, and for us to just love each other individually, and how those things spread out.
Yeah. Yes, honey. And
but also to be aware of the spiritual forces at hand, because if they see you light, I mean, they are attracted to you like candy, and then you'll get caught up in their net, start having health problems. I mean, all kind of different things.
Oh, it's true. Oh my God, you're right. I mean, that's what happened to, Andrew Bartzi's. I mean, he has health problems because, of course, he offers people light work, and, they leech him until he's dead.
No, but it's not only that, Douglas. It's when some people obtain spiritual power, instead of being humble, they use it as like a weapon to harness more energy and power for themselves. Okay, because I got an email. He's charging on sale $400 for 30 minutes, $800 for an hour to have a session for you to read whatever your past life information is. Well, let me tell y'all people out there, Douglas is talking to you for 12 hours, 10 to 12 hours. Okay, I mean, do you know how much money it would take, or time and energy, for somebody to work and save up $400 to just go and give it to somebody like that? I mean, I don't know. For me, this is spiritual exploitation. Yes. This is exactly what happened with Almeen, okay, where those beings are using like their students as an audience in order to harness power and empower them, when all you need to do is go inside. And that is what the teachings of so-called Jesus was talking about, was for you to go inside and see your own light. You don't need to pay anybody $400 to do something like that. If like I'm a health worker. If I'm going to see clients, I'm not seeing clients right now, and I'm going to charge them $400, they are going to get a service where they can self-actualize and go into their own altered states of consciousness and pick up the information that they need, because all time is simultaneous.
Right.
You know, you can clear the past, but those things leave an imprint on your template, and it leaves a spiritual imprint that it's a trauma. It's a spiritual trauma base. And that's why a lot of people do this in the spiritual realms. They do it in the astral plane. You know, I mean, you know, when you're advanced and you move past those levels, you know, but you're constantly under attack but it's spiritual hygiene.
Yes.
You know, and he talks about a lot of those things. He gives a lot of good information, but my God, this is spiritual rape to me. Yeah. You know, yes. I lost so much money on all of that and harnessing all my money for things that you can access yourself. Yes. You know, and that's why I'm saying whenever you share your knowledge, when you share your information, Douglas, you know, those ceremonies, those things that you went through in the Army, that's what needs to be taught is spiritual mechanics of self-empowerment, discernment. Yes. Discernment, you know?
That's right.
Just because you say it's God, what God? They all have an energetic potential. You know, the power is an electrical force.
Yes.
You know, it's not externalized, but it is. Yeah. You know?
Yes.
So you have to recognize what these external forces are, and if that is draining you or if it's helping you activate and empower you. And there's so many people that are sick and in recovery from spiritual abuse. You know, so that's part of my mission, is to help people that have dealt with spiritual abuse. You know, also so much more in the realms of health, but
no, that's so important. I do want to put some of this into perspective. Clarice is giving us such a gift, and I really appreciate beyond words your helping to put what I do into context and bringing it to people's attention, what I give to them for free. And so Peggy Wood Amalal is saying, yes, truth is spiritual surgery. And that's certainly one way of looking at it. And what I want to say is that when Clarice is talking about, of course, the rape, she's speaking more along the lines of, I'll just go ahead and say it, you know, kind of like what Andrew Bartzies is doing, which is basically...
I'm talking about both. I am talking about when you have a spiritual light, you will be attacked on multiple levels, spiritually and physically. But yes, I mean, I do mean metaphorically with Andrew, you know, and I liked him for a long time, okay? But then, you know...
Well, he's no enemy of mine, but I hear what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, it's outrageous. And
any true shaman, any true person who has accessed those spiritual realms, they have love in their heart, and they want to give the knowledge that they have and help people to obtain their own spiritual knowledge. And this is what Douglas does every time he comes on the show. Although he might talk to you in the real world, this is the war that's going on. This is a situation that's going on, okay? But there is always the underlying current that vacillates between he's giving you the spiritual knowledge that it's up to you to put it into force, okay? Because these things that he's talking about, it's not things that necessarily are written in a book. This is real time. We are alive right now. Our soul is alive right now. So these are things that we can access in the now moment and bring it forth culturally. You know, we don't need to live only in the writings of a cultural past, because we are here now, you know. And the thing is, I mean, it's even getting back to this bloodline that Douglas was seriously attacked to alter his flow of ancient information.
Yes.
Okay. And when he says that he's like, the son of Hitler or whatever, for me, this is the same thing about the Christ and the Antichrist. He is bringing forth the opposite side of that information. Okay. He fought the battle. He fought the battle, and most people don't even make it through. Okay. I made it through. He made it through. I don't know anybody else that can be able to tell you things from an ancient race in an interdimensional level, and
you're so kind, honey. Very generous.
He's like, out of the love of his heart, he is literally coming on here, giving us this information for free, valuable information, and he is not even trying to spiritually exploit us. And this is information that cannot be found in any text.
Yes, honey. Oh, God bless you. Honestly.
Okay, I'm mad about it. Okay, people need to support him, and I would be supporting you more, but I had a bunch of stuff happen to me.
I understand.
But anyway, I am working on other projects.
Oh, no worries.
It's like most people are equipped innately. They are in this search. To understand who they are, who and why they are, why did they come here, and they are seeking information from the past, and it's just that lots of times, the first layer that they encounter is going to be something that looks like light, it blinds you with the light, and then it captures you,
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's right.
So
it's this spiritual parasitism that draws people into a snare and exploits them mercilessly, relentlessly, and takes everything that they have.
Right, and if you have back pain, this has happened to you. Okay, you talked about like the enemas and colon hydrotherapy. Okay?
Peter Moon does, but go on.
Okay, no, but what I'm telling you is I'm actually a licensed colon hydrotherapist.
Oh, wow.
And the reason I went to get my license is because this is something anciently that they were doing. They were doing it in the Mayan culture, they were doing it in the Egyptian culture, but the thing is, it's because it would clear gateways. He talked about the sphinx, the sphincter muscle, the coccyx. Yes, okay? But if you are clearing these ancient gateways, digestion, okay? The gastrointestinal system, gateway to the stars. So know where you're going. Take this with a sense of discernment. The first layer you're going to hit is the astral plane. So if you are clearing yourself out and doing spiritual hygiene, don't get caught in that secondary trap. Okay, go within. These are things that people need to be more educated about, because even on this stuff with the occult books, yes, they can take you to those realms. Yes, they can draw the sigils. Yes, they can draw the charts. Yes, they can draw the diagrams. Yes, they can draw the metaphysical anatomy. But is that really because it's being controlled? Okay? Hebrew. He brewed it up. Like witches brew. So right. I don't know. I'm just saying you have to get to the point of understanding the metaphysical body and not get caught in this trap, because you wrote about the anti-gods and the gods of Edom.
Yes.
This is really prevalent in our anatomy in the now moment.
Yes.
As an energetic force.
Yeah. Yes. That's right, honey. And so I'm so glad you went into that. And oh my God, you're using all the etymological kind of plays on verbiage that Peter Moon uses, and it's effective. It's certainly. Oh, go on, honey.
That is true. Okay, in one aspect, because the method is the same. The map is the same, okay? But the thing is, when you follow the map, do you get to understand the treasure? as far as like teachings, okay? Or do you follow the map where it's a point where it's like the Wizard of Oz? Okay, do you follow the yellow brick road and you get to the Wizard of Oz God? Or do you follow the yellow brick road and you realize, oh, well, all is self, like these things are within me? And it's not to say that I'm not spiritual. I'm very spiritually in tune, but it's just my interaction with these different gods and these different forces have made me to be more spiritually mature, because I realize that these are things that are affecting the human race today.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
And it affects the money, it affects the monetary system. And this is my whole take on even what's going on with the war, is that those things are in a way to hurt the vital life force of the people who rely on oil and territory. I mean, all these wars, aren't we finished with the territorial wars by now? You know, this has been going on for like thousands of years. Aren't we going to be finished? You know, I mean, what about even the formation of a lot of these religions? You had millions and millions and millions of people die during these witch trials.
Yes.
And what was that? It was people who knew plant knowledge. It was people who knew earth knowledge. It was, you know, anybody who had any spiritual abilities. Not to say that some of them weren't using them in a negative force, in just what we spoke about, okay? But those are things that it's lost knowledge for a generation. We need to like remember those things. You know, remember that a lot of wars are fought because of that. You know, and you know, we can go into lighter subjects and all later.
Yeah, sure. I mean,
but you know, I mean, I don't know. I just think that these are in these ancient lands. I sent you something on Ukraine that they even had like swastikas too.
Yes.
You know, like this is all they had the knowledge of the spiritual force. And if you even think about during the times where Moses left, it's written in the book of Exodus. Hello, they had mass exodus of people then. Mass exodus of people crossing the border right now. Mass exodus of people shifting to, you know, all these countries. What is this really about? You know, what is this really about? All this like mass movement going on. I mean, you would be able to tell us more about that, Douglas.
Yes, and
you know,
I thank
about
you for
like those different energies at play.
Right. And I thank you so much for your faith in me and my ability to do that. It's deeply appreciated. And just to kind of, you know, put some things in perspective, as you say, there is a war in the heavens as there is on earth below. And what's happening here is very reflective of that and simply acting it out on earth. So there's a continuity of the struggle there, and probably the most positive way to see, because it is understandable that you are an advanced spirit and you're ready to move on, and you're ready to move beyond a lot of these, shall we say, millennia-old tropes and shall we say, patterns of behavior. These patterns to you seem as a rut, and very likely are for someone like yourself. So when it comes to people like you, the reason you're here, the reason you're incarnate on this earth is to help people who are ready for that leap, ready for that advancement, ready for that stage of evolution, to join you and to learn from you. In my case, I'm very much, and I'm very open about this, very much still stuck in the geopolitical, which is why I try to teach people a bit about the geomorphological, which is the shape of the earth itself, the landscape, and why geography is destiny in a far more intensive manner than they'll ever learn from their bland geography teacher who knows nothing about the real aspects of what motivates these kinds of struggles. But when somebody like Volodymyr Zelensky, to give him the benefit of the doubt, because I'm disappointed in him as well for other things, specifically that he's been caving in a bit to the Russian demands, and that this is probably because he's got both the Americans and the Israelis pressuring him. He is ethnically Jewish. He's been trying to maintain contact with Israel, but Israel is very much on the side of the Russians. And Israel is like the House of Saud. The House of Saud is even considering the yuan to replace the U.S. dollar. You're speaking about all of these gyrations on the market, these all of these attempts to move from the black blood of the earth towards a new form of energy, a new form of sustenance for industrial, or rather at this point in history, hopefully post-industrial society. This is all part of that process, and it's painful. It is very painful, and it can seem unnatural. But the beauty of it is we need this to happen. We do need to break free from using the blood of the earth as voraciously as we have. Shout out there to Seth, who sent me a wonderful message on Facebook asking me about some people talking about speculation and why the price of oil is so outrageous. And the reality is that we have all of the fuel out there that we need, but the supply lines have all been severed. So we just can't get it. It's out there, but we can't get it where we need it to access it. This is why everybody's the speculation's running rampant and everything is going through the roof in terms of price. Until we can get that settled, that'll take a little while at least. Hopefully not too long, but long enough where it's going to impact all of us, no doubt. Hopefully it'll be just months instead of half a year. But the other thing that's going on aside that is that Volodymyr Zelensky is, trying to deal with stopping the war. But the Israelis are definitely trying to tell him, surrender to the Russians. Tell them you're never going to join NATO. And this was extraordinarily disappointing to me to hear him start to mutter like that. Hopefully what will happen, because Ukraine is, after all, part of the very bloody borderlands of history and geography. Hopefully his generals or somebody will threaten to kill him if he keeps that up. And then he'll stop saying that. This is the peril of being in power. He's caught between a cock and a hard case, as they say in prison, or the devil in the deep blue sea. And so he's just going to have to really walk that fine line. Maybe that's what he's trying to do. Better luck to him on that. But when he wears those crucifixes, when he's calling on this kind of spiritual mobilization, just as the Russians are, you just understand that this is really my world. I mean, that's what I'm comfortable with. I'm comfortable with holy war. I'm comfortable with the crusades and the jihads. That's my world. That's the world of history. I'm far more a creature of history than I am of humanity. So when that sort of thing is going down, I resonate with that. So I just want people to know that Clarice Claudette is far more of an advanced soul than I am. So in that sense, she's far more evolved. And so we bring her on to bring some of that light into this realm.
Well, we all have our roles to play. I don't feel more advanced. I feel like you are just coming to shed some light into the military aspect, because, I mean, it's not only that you're a survivor, but you are an encounterer to know how the light and the power has been wielded. Yes. So you do have advanced knowledge on the truth, that how that power is used, and can educate us on that. And I guess the difference is I just have advanced knowledge on how it's wielded and used from the spiritual perspective of seekers, to access their own soul light. almost everybody on the planet is born seeking some type of higher power, and so we just have parallel knowledge in different sectors. That's all.
That's right, honey.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, I want people to appreciate what you have to offer. Your struggles, your survivorship has left you terribly scarred in every way imaginable. I want people to understand that you can relate to their scars, that you have your own, and as I have mine, and but that scarification is also important to qualify oneself with. It's something that is how would we say it? It's one of those things that really validates what you say. And when it comes to what we'll speak about tonight, you've certainly lit the fire in a very good direction. We'll see where the wind blows it. Obviously, in a few minutes, Peter and Jojo will be joining us, and pretty much at that point we'll be pretty involved with them. But you're welcome along with Jim's Forsyth, who over the next few episodes will get more used to working his magical machine there, and Jameson to take us to the top of the hour. How about if the three of you just kind of speak about what we've been going over and take us to the top of the hour with that, and then of course Jameson bring Peter on along with Jojo Mikolajczyk when you're ready. At the top of the hour. What is it? 8 p.m. your time, I believe they come on. 9 p.m. something like that. 9 p.m. I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
9.
Glad to see you're still there. I mean, both James and both Jim and you were silent, but you were both well behaved there, letting the lady speak, and that's so important because, like she said, she didn't have that much time to spare with us. Honey, what else do you think we should be bringing our attention to?
Yeah, I mean, at some point I can get into dialogues with Jameson about
or myself. I mean, I'm not trying to fob you off, but.
Yeah, I mean, there's many topics that I want to talk to you about, Douglas.
Absolutely.
I mean, one of them is dealing with Acadians and land and about the spiritual forces behind that. Yeah. But I just wanted to make this other just comment about the oil. Yeah. Now, when they had the BP oil spill a few years ago, I don't know if this is true or not, but they stated they had a missile that went underwater and hit that oil rig. And during that time, it was an opportunity that a lot of the American oil rigs, they were trying to make it where they didn't renew the leases, and they were only going to allow Chinese and British oil producers to extract the oil off the Gulf of Mexico. Now, when they had September 11th, the first thing that Bush did was come to Louisiana to look at the strategic oil reserves. And then the first thing when this president did was he cut off the pipeline. Now, I understand that we need to have a transition, but what I am saying is just like in Sudan and lots of other places, how they are exploiting people in order to extract these minerals or whatever it is. Let's just not, or make sure that we are aware that we aren't replacing some of this with something that's going to have human violations. Yeah. So I'm saying it's not all wonderful. Yes, it's needed. For us to transition, as long as it's not causing harm in another factor.
Believe me, I hear you. I thank you for bringing that up, and rest assured, we're going to be dependent on oil for some time yet to come. It's going to take a while to get off oil. Everything we have is made of oil, whether it's the Vaseline that we put on our chapped baby's bottoms, or the lip balm that we put on our own lips, or that's all petroleum jelly right there. Go on. Yeah.
I'm not saying I'm totally petroleum. What I am is for people to just analyze the systems that they have have around them, and to try to self-awaken. But on the other hand, if America is supporting all of these countries, we cannot destroy the infrastructure, because if we can't take care of ourselves, then we can't take care of anybody else. And it just seems like we are going into this implosion state, with all the money that we're giving to all these different countries, Egypt, Colombia, just all these different countries, on and on and on, giving all these people money. And
I hear you.
Are they giving something back? Are we working all together?
I hear you, honey. I mean, for generations, this expenditure of money has been going hemorrhaging. It's been hemorrhaging in the wrong direction and going to all the wrong people. It's only
I can see this has had a direct impact just on me. So I know it's had on other people, okay? During the COVID situation, I deal in agriculture, okay? So this affected all of my agriculture crops. Of course, I didn't get anything from any of that COVID money. Then I was in Hurricane Ida. My house got destroyed. I didn't get anything from the Hurricane Ida money. So that doesn't matter. But what I'm saying is, if we cannot help our own people first, and the people that are homeless here, I mean, this is really unbelievable. It's not to say that we can't help other countries, but I know that we have enough resources to help us too.
Yeah, absolutely. And believe me,
with the foreclosures that happened, in 2007 to 2014, I don't see them giving anybody a bailout for all the foreclosures.
No, not at all. And it's we're in, these are part of the nightmare scenarios that we're dealing with, and I don't think that we're going to see the kind of government that we have in place right now is not going to be able to cope with that. It's this is why we're going to see some radical changes in our societal structure, and that's a lot of it will have to do with the fact that our infrastructure is no longer working and nobody's really able to fix it. So the one thing that I can say to just give us all some hope is that as bad as it is, it's still better here than in many other places on Earth. It's even Germany, as advanced as it is very, very fragile in terms of its dependence. This is why Germany had to fight 2 world wars. It's because it's trapped, surrounded by a bunch of other nations, and has no immediate resources of its own. And so people call them aggressive. With the Russians, it's very different. What makes them true villains is they have all of those resources. As a matter of fact, they're the motherfuckers who have been selling it to all of us. They're one of the richest fucking nations on Earth. But what do they do with it? Well, it just all sits with the upper elite, and everybody else goes begging. That's, that's what happens when the Russian people are passive enough to tolerate assholes at the top. So, in a sense, people get the governments they deserve. Right now, America has kind of gotten the government it deserves. So we've got to do better. And so, we'll talk a bit more about that, of course, if not this evening, but in episodes to come. We'll see what happens. Certainly, I'll be trying to cover a lot of history tonight because it's a historically important day. But with that, I think we're around the top of the hour. Am I right on that, Jameson?
Yes, you are, and I have arrived.
Oh, so let's introduce Clarice Claudette. Clarice Claudette, this is Peter Moon, and Peter, this is Clarice Claudette. Hopefully Jojo Mikolejic is with us, and I could introduce the both of you.
If she's not, and nice to meet you, Clarice.
Yeah.
Nice to
Hi, Peter. Nice to meet you too. I enjoy y'all conversations.
Wonderful. Yes, and I
Good
think
evening, Clarice.
There we are. There's JoJo. So JoJo,
nice to meet you.
Glad to have you with us. And everybody, by all means, and now that Peter and JoJo are here, we're going to kind of have them take over the stage. And I appreciate Jim's Forsyth's patience, because he's got this brand spanking new mic that's actually far more fancier than mine, and we want to give him the chance to use it. But it, that'll happen with time, and he might be checking in later on tonight after midnight on the Eastern Coast, when JoJo and Peter have kind of tucked themselves in, if indeed they have at that point. We'll see what happens. And JoJo, of course, usually goes to bed quite early. She stays up quite late when she's with us on nights like this. I don't know how she does it. But, well, Clarice, you can hang out with us as long as you want, and just kind of...
Well, no, I'll let you go another time. We can maybe do a spiritual library series and run some things off of each other.
Sure.
But I just wanted, to touch base and tell you that I'm listening to y'all, and I really appreciate, everybody who is putting their input in and enlightening the world. That's what we do. And we give them love and knowledge and enlighten the world, freely sharing it.
Oh, bless you, honey. I love you dearly. Thank you
so much.
Yeah.
Okay. Good night, then.
Yes. Good night, darling.
Good night.
Blessed be thy dreams, and sweet be thy slumber. With that, we turn over to JoJo and Peter. And so the both of you, welcome aboard. And of course, Jim Forsyth, if you will, say hi. Just say hi to everyone. Check in, let them know you're here. Let's see if he can do that. Want him to practice using his mic and get used to it. The thing's got, like I said.
He's very excited about his new mic.
He is. Yes.
That just tells me that if I dream of a microphone, it's going to be Mike, the archangel.
Ooh.
I like that. Yes.
Indeed. That's because I dream of the mics. But
okay.
Yeah, I will. If Jim, if you want to say hello, I think you're not able to vociferate. Otherwise, you would. But
right.
I want to start off by piggybacking off of what Clarice was just talking about.
Wonderful.
Or what Douglas was. Yeah. Well, yes. We hear a uttering there.
No, I was just saying wonderful. So go on, please. I'll go.
But it was what you were saying about the fat cats in the Soviet Union who are holding on to all the resources.
Yeah.
There is a similar problem in Romania with the upper echelon that inherited the wealth from the Communist Party, and it doesn't trickle down. In fact, it's downright cruel in some cases, in many cases. The poverty that is engendered by the elites who do not actively take responsibility for the rabble, for lack of a better word. And I hate to call them rabble, but that's how they think of them.
Yeah.
And that's why they are rabble, because they don't respect life. And with regard to this, it's all about distribution. It's the same in America. America is a generally better place than most other places in some respects. It's got a lot of dangers.
Well, materially, there's a lot more to be had here materially, but go on.
Yeah, well, food wise, it can be pretty sinister here.
Yeah.
Really bad. Really bad.
So somebody just reported ordering a steak dinner for $1,000. So with beef going that cosmic, I think it's gonna get a little slimmer here now for a bit.
That's 20 years ago you could buy dinners for $800 in Manhattan, yeah. But if you went to the right place. But this is not, they're not selling $1,000 at Sizzler. But they're simply not. But in any case, this idea of distribution, John D. Rockefeller, at one point in his, I think it was John D. Rockefeller II, he would be out on the street, I believe it was in Florida, but wherever it was, and he was handing out dimes. He was handing out dimes to people.
By the way, they're so fucking patronizing.
Yeah, handing out dimes. Now, a dime was worth a hell of a lot more. You could buy 10 bags of candy in those days, big bags. Yeah. So, he could have been handing out candy, but it's a little too cumbersome. But the idea of this distribution bottleneck, and see, and this is what I learned from Hubbard in operations. He says, whenever you have a bottleneck in an organization or administration, he says the bottleneck is always jammed at the top. So you have some issue with the executive director or commanding officer of an organization who's not letting energy flow down. So, you have all these arbitraries surrounding it and nothing happens. This is the same principle that occurs with the food chain, with the whole economic chain, where it gets very interesting. It comes down to the macrocosmic aspect of messianic energy, the distribution of truth, the distribution of the deliverer of the original source, the original wave, call it the original timeline. We can call it the Garden of Eden. We can call it grace and the fall from grace. There is a lack of distribution of this rarefied. It's only rarefied because it's not abundant here. This is the land of desolation that we live in, the trail of tears, the samsara of sorrow, and all of this stuff. It all comes down to a distributor cap. The distributor cap, to use a mechanic analogy from mechanic as of days gone by, take off the distributor cap and the car doesn't work. So this is what we have. We have a lack of distribution of the truth. Just like, and it comes down to the microcosmic aspect of the human body. You want to have chi flowing through the body. The chi has to flow. It has to distribute itself through all the different channels of the body. And that comes to a healthy body. It's not that it's inaccessible. It's not that it's can't be accessed. The challenge is you have to have special access. Now, this is what they call in government circles, Radu mentions it, as unacknowledged special access projects, USAP. These are, and you will hear this terminology with people in that realm.
Black projects.
They don't call it black projects. They call it, unacknowledged special access projects. And that's the lingo. The black project is really the same thing. But it's like, okay, this is stuff we can't talk about. I was just doing an interview before this show and commenting that the characters, according to Radu's books, in the inner earth, they have an abundant presence above the earth, but you don't see them. You don't know who they are. So they're walking around, but they're not going to nudge, nudge, wink, wink you. You might see them, but you're not going to know who they are. And I would venture to guess by the general examples of humanity I see walking around, whether it be in offices, stores, I'm pretty sure those people I see are not of that ilk. It's not hard to tell. I don't frequent enough areas, nor do I frequent areas where this would be such.
If that's the case, Peter, I mean, would you agree that there's entities or beings of lower density walking around among us as well, and in government and in different institutions?
Almost certainly.
Well,
that's right.
When you say lower density, that's what they all are. They're all lower density. I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, I can attest to that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you mean, that belong to secret enclaves or something.
Actually, first thing I thought of when she said that was ghouls, really. Yeah. And as I mentioned in the past, who also have their way of monitoring the surface world, so to speak, using human beings who are basically so deformed that they simply hide among the homeless for the rest of their lives, with no one even daring to look at them.
This is a good point. This is a good point because many of the things you talked about, I forget the word you used for the hominids, the Bigfoot, you had a word for them.
Oh, I just coined a phrase, primatoids, but go on.
I love that, primatoids. Yeah. But with all of these phantasmagorical characters, for lack of a better word, they live in the phantasm world because they're not reducible to the lowest common denominator, and they're not consumable by media, and to the degree they are consumable, they remain enigmatic. So it's all of these stuff. This is all ruled by Neptune in astrology, and the bad news about Neptune is it's deception, illusion, Maya. The good news about Neptune is it's the higher octave of Venus and high spirituality. So, in other words, to get to the high, you've got to go through the high. It's a little disjointed, it's like passing through the guardian of the portal. It's, so when you get involved in this phantasm world, it can really bite you hard, because that's when the Aquino types are going to prey. They're going to prey on people, and any uncertainty, any lack of courage, any lack of fortitude, any lack of common sense, as Von Helsing in the book Dracula goes bananas because the maid takes the garlic off of Lucy, and the vampire can get to her after he tells her so many times not to do it, not to do it. Do you understand not to do it? Yeah. Oh, but she was complaining so I took it off. Yeah, okay, here comes the bite. And it's like, yeah, because people become vulnerable when they move into this realm. So, and this is all about distribution of, you could call it chi, you could call it abundant life. It's stingy. Just like there is help in the world, there are medical facilities, but many medical facilities are too busy to help people in need. So we don't have a distribution of food, we don't have a distribution of wealth, and distribution is the major issue of this earth, not only economically, but also spiritually. And then even in the whole history of the church, if you take it at face value and says it's distributing the Holy Spirit, which we don't have to agree with, it's all controlled by a bunch of priests who are in control of the Holy Spirit, and they tell you what is what and what is not. This is the paradigm of the world that we live in. So the lack of distribution in the Soviet Union is, I think I called it the Soviet Union, I meant to say Russia. It was even worse in Soviet Union times. It was horrible what happened there.
Yeah.
Just insanity.
It's funny that you say that. It was and it wasn't, but your point is well taken.
Well, the collectivization ruined the farms and starved the people. The famine I'm talking about.
Oh, no, horrific. Yes, you're right. I mean, to the point of just mass murderous, obviously.
And Mao did the same thing.
Yes.
He went in and collectivized, and it just, killed
everybody.
It was, and I don't know that he intended to do that. Certainly the demons operating him did intend to do that.
Thank you. Yes. These men are under the influence of just very base elemental spirits and worse, and it's just as of course we brought up with Jojo, MEMqədAY, In the case of Fidel Castro, it was simply much easier for the Afro-Caribbean culture to understand what was happening to him. With everyone else, people tended to lack the lexicon to or the terminology to cope with what their leaders were doing to them. But when it came to what Peter Moon is discussing, yes, it was far worse in the Soviet Union in times like that. Bizarrely enough, by probably around the 80s or so, when Gorbachev was in charge and just trying to do his best to catch up with the West so desperately to the point where he just realized it was hopeless. Some of the distribution at that point was better. That's what I was thinking of than what Vladimir Putin's got going now, which is almost no distribution at all.
Correct me if I'm not, because I don't know that much about Gorby, but Gorbachev was, he was trying to make things work, was he not?
He was trying, yeah. And the biggest problem was that he really believed all that Marxist-Leninist ideological crap. And that was when he had some of the people working with him. They would say that when they left him alone, they would hear him talking to himself. And it wasn't because he was crazy. It was just he was like, he had been raised in that culture of ideological doctrine. And so he kept, trying to literally tell himself, this is going to work. This is going to work. Like,
well, let me ask you something. I haven't studied Marx. I've studied about Marx. Yeah. But it seems to me that what he says with regards to, capitalism being the lower echelon, communism being the higher, that it would evolve into socialism and communism, seems to me that would be a rational assumption if you were dealing with a rational situation. If you were dealing with a rational situation where you would have sort of like Star Trek, everything is all kind of taken care of. Nobody's starving. There is currency, but they're not playing capitalistic games.
Actually, I hear what you're saying, believe me. And in Star Trek, just so people know, Star Trek is there's a lot of people out there who hate Star Trek, and they hate Gene Roddenberry, and they feel that Gene Roddenberry was not so much a humanist as he was a communist. But really in Star Trek, in the series, the humanity, they have no money. They actually
the good guys. They are the good guys in Star Trek.
Yes. They effectively, not even effectively. They make a point of saying we have no money. There's several points where they bring that up, that we've gone beyond currency, quote unquote. Like not even digital. Like theoretically, they don't even have units of exchange, is what they're claiming. It's impossible for me personally to imagine that. But
they kind of allude to it, I think, when they get Kirk in his chambers in some of the movies, or McCoy, and they're talking about drinks or stuff they acquired. Right. There is some form of barter going on, but they don't really get into it. The only bartering goes on with those Ferengi characters, who I don't really understand too much about. Right. They're like miserly. It's like somebody didn't like Jews and created an archetypal Ferengi.
I want to jump in real quick and just to layer on the neurosis that is occurring because of the craving of power, or to be separate or special. I get these messages on Instagram all the time. This came in today from a Mr. Gene Connolly. Mm-hmm. His profile picture is in full Freemasonry, gold, whatever they wear around their waist, something around his neck, and a couple others stand around him. Wow. This is what they send me. Hello, beloved. Greetings from the Illuminati Temple of Light. When you open to the spiritual, it becomes open to you. Such positive energy you emit. I, on behalf of the Illuminati Society, would like to guide you towards your enlightenment. Mm. So I, on behalf of the society, would like to recruit you. Namaste.
Oh, you're so lucky. Oh, you're so privileged.
But this is
Jojo.
Of course, it's fake, Jameson.
Yes.
Of course, it's fake. But this is what I'm saying is that people have this disillusioned, grandiose identity that they need to project to, whether it's to try to get my Cash App number or generate an income. Right? It's created by some kid in Africa. But why are these people posing as these
spiritual beings?
Question, Jojo. Is he on your? I'm looking on your Instagram now. Is he anywhere on there?
Yeah, he would be.
I'm looking at the top.
On my followers, if you go to followers of my Ascension.
Go to followers.
Yeah.
And I see.
You search Gene Connolly, Gene.
Well, I don't know.
I've heard of this guy. I've heard of that guy before. I don't remember where, but the feeling I get, the kind of visceral gut feeling I get is like, Lieutenant Colonel, retired a colonel like Aquino did. What was his name again? Chapman or something? James James Channon of the 1st Earth Battalion. I get that kind of feeling.
Well, if someone with the authority to even recruit someone, would they even be dropping the words Illuminati, Temple of Light, enlightenment and namaste in the same thing? Like, do these tag words even go together? Like, I pick it apart psychologically, and these words that he's dropping don't even go with a persona that would address me to recruit me.
Yeah.
Now, Jojo, I have a question. How can I do a search on followers? I'm in your followers.
So on the top, there should be a bar, and you would just...
There is no bar.
Oh.
It's, in fact, I go to your... I'm going Ascension Together. Yeah. I go... It says you have 58 followers, or maybe following I have to hit. Oh, here it is. Yeah. Well, maybe.
You would see...
Could you send me a picture and put it on my...
Yeah. On Ascension Together, you would see 1563 followers. And when you tap that, there's a search bar. But that's from my app. On the website, it might look different to you.
Could you just copy the picture and send it to me?
Yeah, no problem.
Because I want to see this.
Yeah,
that's part of, is it boredom? Is it people needing to feel special? Like they can't digest who they are and just be themselves, so they have to create these avatar identities.
Well, aren't they just scammers?
Scammers, right?
Yeah, I'd hope so. I'd hate to think of somebody who's that deluded and having nothing to do with themselves. And of course, like Jameson says, they're also fishing for data, with the pH, so there's that, and then they I
don't even respond. It's like the text message from Shasta last week. I don't even respond.
Good. And and by the way, I want to thank you for turning the conversation in this direction, because I really didn't want to go into the direction of why the Star Trek universe has no fucking currency and shit, because that's boring as hell.
Well, that was only a comment, but this character, I don't want to interrupt you, Douglas.
Oh no, go on, please.
But yeah, Gene Connolly, I wonder if this is just a thing sent out to everybody, or if it was specifically directed at you. I mean, I don't know. Yeah. I that would be my first question. Did it go to you personally? It's not of course they can even address it to you. It says 3,000 followers, 11 posts. Jameson says it's everyone. He's probably right. So I realized it was directed at you, but yeah, that's just
actually it's kind of both. It's kind of both, because basically it's directed at certain people who they feel would be a primary target victim group.
Yeah, but it's got to be an algorithm or something. It's not
absolutely. But
it's like fishing.
Yeah.
For people to follow them, and maybe they can create a QAnon out of it.
Yeah. That, or just fishing for just ripping them off. Is that somebody got their mic on aside from mine, and That was
James. It could be James.
It'd have to be Jim. Yeah. So yeah, just be careful when you do that, Jim, because if you're going to say something, by all means, go ahead and say something. But when you just, oh, okay. So Jameson says not him. It's probably our NSA agent, the guy who's on the it rides the call. It's the stalker. Yeah, that's Jameson says. By the way, it's for anybody who thinks I'm indulging some paranoid fantasy. Everybody who's been with me for a long time on Team Dietrich knows this is true. We've heard the guy's voice, or they might work in shifts, maybe it's different people, but we heard a gay as hell voice. It sounded black and gay to me. I thought it was Jussie Smollett, who one time was going sounded like RuPaul, but just kind of like Jim Forsyth sounds like Burl Ives when he breaks in and says "Black Ops" or whatever it was he said, and all I could think of was "Thank you, Mr. Ives." Yes, when he's not singing the Christmas songs. Yes, Jim has that kind of tone. At any rate, so both of you, continue by all means. Now that we've kind of fished out one of the fishers, I take it that obviously both of you were here tonight for other things to discuss as well. And you know me, I just got home before everything was supposed to start. One of my many book piles, and I don't know if Jojo has ever seen any of the photographs, but Peter Moon sure has. One of the book piles beside my bed collapsed, and I was buried in books trying to dig my way out, right down to the moment where I had to start I'm still dealing with the repercussions of that stacking right now, which is, I should be ready soon enough in a more comfortable position. But in the meanwhile, both of you, by all means, take charge.
Well, Douglas, my favorite thing about going to people's houses is looking through their library.
Oh, well, you'd have an endless.
I look forward to that in a couple weeks.
Oh my God! Oh no, you don't. This is not like a healthy book environment where it's fun. If I'll send you the photograph in the message box later. If not during transmission.
You're gonna send a photograph of the ship. She doesn't know that your apartment is like a ship.
Yeah, the back half, which nobody sees, is... But by the way, just so you know about this, Jojo, what happened was during the gold rush in San Francisco, many people simply crashed their ships against the rocks to just crawl up on shore and scrabble into the gold rush because there was no place to anchor the ships because the port was full. And because this was going to block the port and prevent other people from coming in, the authorities would just take the ships and bring them on shore, where all of the people coming onto ashore, they would turn those into houses. So for many years, maybe bordering on a century, there were many inverted ship hulls that were basically serving as houses in San Francisco. And and many of these, of course, as their windows, simply had the holes punctured through them when they crashed into the rocks. And those served as basically the outlets for air, or sunroofs, if you will, for these homes. And so one of those was brought all the way up to Russian Hill. There may have been many more along this route. As a matter of fact, when I went out to put the food bin out so that Meals on Wheels can drop their home delivered meals while I'm away, as soon as I'm finished transmission, and come back and pick it up the next day or so, because the food bin keeps it well like that. Basically, I went out there to put that out today, and I heard one of those tourist little buggies going by, and like they always do when they go by, they talk about, and here on Russian Hill, basically, my address area, there's a Russian cemetery that all these homes are built over. So this was definitely Barbary Coast territory. And so the photograph, I'll find it and I'll send it to you within the next...
It's a classic photograph. Please send it to me when you send it to her, because I don't know, I'm looking for it now. It just shows this an inverted ship hull, which looks like the bow of the ship, and this is like his apartment.
Yeah, it's in the back. That's in the back. They've covered it over with the outer structure because obviously they couldn't leave it like that. But it's one of those things where outside you wouldn't notice it, but nobody sees the outside because it's in the back. but that's towards the back of the home is basically like that's the extension is that ship hull, and that's effectively the room that I have spent a great deal of my life in, and so it's just surrounded by books, and the bed itself is appropriately enough looks like a coffin, and it pretty much is, honestly, because like my mother said, I was going
to say it's fit for a vampire.
Of course, and the stench of mildew, which is nothing that I want. It's not like I want that. It's simply San Francisco's damp as hell. Francisco's damp as hell, and there's no real way to preserve anything in here. There's other areas that are dry and cold, but it's one of those things where my 3D graphics modeler always bitches about that when he meets me, is that you smell like you're flat. But then again, nobody else really complains. It's not because they're sensitive to my feelings or anything. It's just he's very hypersensitive with his ability to smell. But in terms of hopefully, we'll see what happens. If you smell the mildew, you let me know when I come meet you. When we all rendezvous.
Even my brother's place in Sunnyside, I don't know if you're familiar with Sunnyside neighborhood, but it's the bottom floor has that damp smell, and it's not, no matter what they do, it's just like this smell that is permeating San Francisco.
Thank you. It's the salty air, the sea air, plus the the dampness. It's horrible. As far as I'm concerned, San Francisco is uninhabitable in all too many ways. But yeah,
really, and the best climate, one of the best climates in the world, cited in back in the 60s, and probably still is, was San Diego and Oakland. Oakland right across the bay.
Yeah.
Nice, much more mild climate than San Francisco.
Just a horrible place to live. Yeah.
Yeah, talking about the climate.
Yeah, I got it. No, I hear you. I remember I was there. But bizarrely enough, however, sadly, it was probably just the place where I worked. But then again, where I worked, the Acorn Projects was the heart of Oakland. That was just within walking distance of the fucking federal building. So that was the nicest part of Oakland. And the horror was the stench, the chemical stench. An acrid chemical stench permeated the air, especially in the morning. It was so thick you could cut it, and God knows what it was. Just some industrial effluvia, for whatever reason, clung to everything in Oakland. And I remember going to work once on the bus. We used to take those Greyhound buses across the bay. I wouldn't even know how to get there now. But when we still had those buses, I don't even think they have those bus terminals open anymore. But they were so weird because, they were policed by the California State Police, which at that time were different from the CHP. These were guys who never got onto the highways. They were just state police who hung out at bus terminals. And yet we're never there when the homeless people were harassing me. So it was, but the strange ecosystem of modern urban life. But when one time I was on the bus going towards Oakland, and a factory exploded, and this is like we're talking like what, 5 a.m. or something. So 6 had to be around 5 a.m. But then it was like a miniature mushroom cloud, except really thin and tall. And so God knows, probably somebody went in there. Probably somebody was after hours mass producing meth. No doubt something like that was going down. And in San Francisco, by the way, all my life, just whenever I was young in here, and then now that I'm older in here, at night you hear explosions throughout the night, and there's never been any explanation for them. Sometimes when I've been in certain automotive rides at night, we'll pass by night construction, but that doesn't, maybe that explains some of the explosions. But otherwise, at night you'll hear like really loud bangs. I mean, bangs loud enough to vibrate the window screens. And that's been going on all my life, and nobody's ever reported it in the news. Nobody ever.
And that's not shock waves or like earthquake type things?
God knows. It doesn't strike me that it would be that it sounds more industrial in nature, like it's like God knows what it is. I have no idea, and nobody's ever explained it. Nobody ever talks about it. It's not like anybody holds it like some kind of secret, like we must never speak of that. It's just like nobody, when you speak to other people about it, they'll acknowledge it. But it's like, it's like nobody ever pursues it. So who knows what's going on? But at any rate, Jameson sent a suggestion. I didn't have a chance to look at it yet. Just about ready to, what I'm going to do, I'm hoping that both of you will hold the stage. And Jim Forsyth and James are here to kind of provide some back talk to you if you need it. I'll be back in about 5-10 minutes. I just have to kind of turn mute and put my cushions up so I can sit on them and then more comfortably host throughout the night. In other words, I've got to get the computer screen in front of me. Right now, it's in back of me. Not looking over my shoulder to see anything that might be going down. So I got to reposition myself, basically. And I don't want everybody to hear that. Everybody was hearing it while I was messing with everything while Clarice Claudette was on. But as it is, I'm sure you two can handle it. I mean, you're both so good at this. And so please, take over the stage. I'll be right back, okay?
Okay, Jojo, what direction would you like to go in or have me go in? It's up to you.
I'd love for you to talk a bit about the plans coming together a little bit more on our Romania trip in Choclovino.
Okay. Well, yes, I did get things ascertained that the people who contributed for the antenna project are, I invited them to come to Choclovina trip with me, and they can come to Atlanticron if they want. I just need to, clear them. There are 3 people. One of the contributors has suffered a great tragedy in his family. He's not going to be able to come. Very big tragedy. And Jojo is going to come, but I'm so unhappy that you can't make Atlanticron, because as I said to you in my message, you would shine there. You would shine there.
Thank you.
Things you've never shined before. Not because of it, but because of you and it. You would be loved and adored by the kids. You're already loved and adored by people, but they, I know they love Joan. Oh boy, they love Joan. It's great. The people I bring there, they always like. And so I'm sorry you can't make that. Perhaps another time. Perhaps the future will enable you to have more freedom from your business. But it's great that you can even come to Choclovina. So Atlanticron this year, it'll be the first time I've been there since 2019. That's 3 years. And it will be different because there will be new people, new kids. I'll have to reinvent myself. There will be, of course, old people that I know. And of course, the excitement is going to the cave. And there's going to be a lot of challenges. They're overcomable challenges because I have to figure out the logistics. I got to start cracking the whip on getting the area scouted so that the antenna can be put up. And even then I was told today, well, I'll give you the money so you can give it to so-and-so. I said, what are you going to give me the money for? What am I going to do with it? I can't give it to him. He's in Romania. So anyway, we'll figure all that out. But yeah, so I have a lot of logistical hurdles to even make that happen. That's completely separate from the trip. So I have to see who's going to go to just for your sake, Jojo, I have to see who's coming. Nobody's answered me so far except for you. And then do they want to come? And if they do they want to go to Atlanticron? And if not, I have to arrange a place for us all to meet and also arrange transportation for us to get up there, which could either be in a van, which is going to require some, dealing transactions with, or it's what is the other thing? Or cars. If I have, a couple of cars or whatnot, depends who wants to go, who can go, so on and so forth. So these are things. We might have 2 cars. We might have 1. Who the hell knows? But these are things I have to figure out, and I'm very good at figuring out. And of course, things don't happen until they happen. It's hard to get people to commit 4 months ahead of time. But that's basically it, Jojo. And what we will do, did you look at the video I sent you of Dy-EVEDAY? The video I sent to everybody. Did you see that video?
No, I didn't get to that yet today.
I sent you a video. I said, there's 2 ways basically to get to Transylvania from Bucharest. One is straight through the Carpathians. I think that's kind of the quicker way. You go up the mountains and you just go straight through them, and then you hit the beautiful Germanic town of Sibiu, and then it's, a couple hours or a little more to up into the valley where Sarmasijutuza and Shakhlabin are. The other way, arguably more scenic, is you go up from Bucharest up to about 2 hours to Sinaia, which is known as the gateway to Transylvania. But Sinaia is where you go through the town of Sinaia. That's where I was taken to spend my first night, but they sold out the hotel. It's a mountain retreat, a pretty big town. Sinaia is like Sinai. And you have to wonder if they name Sinai after Sinaia or Sinai after Sinai. Modern history would tell you they named Sinaia after Sinai, but it might be the other way around. In any case, if you go to Pele's Castle, that will take you on a road that will take you about 45 minutes the back way to the Sphinx. If you go up the road to Bushteni, which is the town that Radu names as B, period. It's the entrance to the complex alpha base is near B, period. It's obviously Bushteni, which is also a mountain village, smaller, and that's where you can take cable cars to the Sphinx. And you go north of there to Brashov. Brashov is where the Castle Dracula is. It's not really Castle Dracula, but and the only reason they put it there, well, the castle was already there. They called it Dracula's Castle because it's right across the border in Transylvania. So they say it's in Transylvania. That gives them a justification for marketing Transylvania with Dracula and vice versa.
But you've been to the true castle.
There is no true castle. He didn't have a castle.
Okay.
He had a fortress.
Right.
And in my dream state, I went to the fortress. By my dream state, it looked like the fortress, which is in the top of the mountains to stop people from coming over the mountains to Transylvania. He guarded the border. The castle he was imprisoned, is Hunadora Castle. That's in Transylvania. That's where he was imprisoned. It was not. He was born there, I think, too. That's why the legend of him being born in Transylvania, the dirt where he was born. But he's really not a Transylvanian. He's from Wallachia, the outside province. Nevertheless, Brashov, right near Brashov, when you go through Brashov and into Transylvania, tucked away is this beautiful grove called Dy-EVEDAY. And Dy-EVEDAY is a grove, and the videos don't do it justice. It's sort of a walkway. You're walking up this grove with these trees and this water coming down, and at the bottom there are caves, and the caves are blocked off. You can go into them a little bit, and there's a lot of religious bric-a-brac stores there in the caves there, and so you can definitely see that there's a vast underground there, but you're not allowed to go in it. It's blocked off. And then at the top of the hill is this big monastery, and as big as the monastery is, I think there's bathrooms. I finally found some bathrooms there. They can be quite a problem, but I did find some bathrooms at the end of the monastery. It's a big place, and as much as they've superimposed religion there, they didn't ruin the beauty of it. So you can get water there from the brook. It's just so exotic. It's so beautiful. It's like if you're going up that way, you can, if we go up that way, I don't know that we will. We can, spend 45 minutes there and enjoy ourselves. It's where the ancient Dacians would go when they were traveling from Sarmisegetusa in Transylvania down to the Bucegi Mountains where the Sphinx is. They would stop there because it's just an invigorating place to stop. And I don't know how they traveled, whether it was by horse or by foot. There was a lot of foot travel in those days. But and then from that area, you drive west to Sibiu. You're back in Sibiu. You're just north of the Carpathians, and then you go into, eventually make your way into the valley of the Golden Thrones, where Shaklavina is. And I have to make specific arrangements and have to make these things happen with the people. They have to wake up and say, yeah, I'll be there. Oh, yeah, do this, do that. Okay, I'm not going to be there. You can go here, whatever. We have to figure out food and all those things. And somehow I have to make it all happen like a genie, because usually I don't do a lot of work. I mean, it's not that I'm unwilling to work. I just orchestrate, like wave the wand. But I have to be very attentive. And I think in the past, it's basically been making specific travel arrangements. I've done that. Like say, okay, we're all going to stay at this hotel. Here, I put my credit card, and then I collect, $40 from everybody or whatever it is. That's been done in the past, or whatever it is. So I have to do all, as I call myself, the traveling secretary. And as they say, this is not a tour where I'm taking people. I am taking people on a tour, but it's not for profit.
Like you said last week, right? Genie, the word genius comes from genie. And I think when you go, you're in the zone of genius on a neurological and energetic frequency. And that's why the genie appears, the gates open, things fall into place and are in alignment, because you are holding the zone of genius.
Well, yes, but as they say, there can be challenges. And in the past, challenges have emerged with people.
Yes.
And
who were not holding the zone of genius.
Well, whatever. And it's like, what was it? One year, it was Marta, my friend Marta, who had paid for me to go. She says, I said to my friend Nicole, I'm not going this year, 2011. I said, we really don't have the funds. Of course, I could always go, but it just didn't seem prudent. And she gave me a sad face, and I say one of your Christian prayers for me. And she said her Christian prayer, and within 24 hours, I had a phone call from Marta saying, you want to go? I want you to take me to see the Sphinx. I'll pay your way. I'll pay your way. I want you to lead me on a tour. Because I would like to do a bigger tour later with other people, but I want you to take me to see it first. And I said, that's fine. But I said, we need a Romanian guide. We got to take my friend Nicole. She says, okay. She says, I'll pay for her transport, which wasn't airplane. You just pay for the food for all of us. I said, that's fine. So I brought her to Atlanticron. But first we went to this. And that was, I had warned the whole group. I said, well, I'd said there's going to be what did I say? I don't know, a casualty, but I said, there's going to be some misfortune here. I don't remember what word I used. So one of the Bulgarians, Elena, she didn't go when we went to the Sphinx, because we actually I didn't know we took a van there. One of the Romanian girls hired a van, and we all chipped in about $30 or 30 lei. I don't know. I thought it was probably $30. And we got there, all got there to the Sphinx. It was great. We didn't have to take the cable car, which is very beautiful to see, but it takes a long time. You got to wait in line for 2 hours to get on it.
So in Romania?
Oh yeah, the Sphinx is the most visited area, and so if you're in Bușteni, you've got to wait in line. If you get it starts at 9 o'clock, so if you want to get there on the first thing, you have to get there at 7 o'clock in the morning. That way, you wait for 2 hours. If you get there at 9 o'clock, you're going to have to wait until 11 o'clock because it's so crowded, and it's a huge thing, and there's only one cable car. It's huge. It's huge. But it can only fit so many people in, and they got one going and one coming back. So, it's just incredibly beautiful when you're going up these mountains. So, then what happened with? I said there's going to be, I don't know what the word casualty or what the word I used, but I just said this is going to be something happening here. Right. So Elena didn't go; she stayed home because she, was shy, and then. Marta, I had told her she was the fallout because we went up there and she couldn't really walk. She kind of got lost. It was horrible. Whatever happened to her, I don't know, because she got separated and we all went down to a cave, Dy-EVEDAY Cave, which is just an incredible cave. We won't have time, I don't think, to see the Sphinx or this cave. It just won't be on our agenda. But it's this cave, and we've kind of figured it out. My Bulgarian friends were looking westward, and they go, we need to go down there. Okay, so we went and we found this cave, and I almost didn't make it back because Nicole and I were the last ones we were dragging, and we were having to run up the hill. We barely made on the last cable car. We would have been, sleeping in the Pestero Hotel if we didn't make it, and nobody would have known where the hell we were.
Oh my God.
We would have called. That was a close call. And so anyway, we made it back in time. But then I think it was the next night. I don't know. I told Marta, I said, do not go. She wanted to go to Bran Castle, which is the Dracula. I said, don't go. Don't go. I told Nicole not to go. So the Bulgarians and we all drove off to Hasidu Castle. Hasidu. This is an incredible home that was built by a Freemason. He was dictated on how to build the home by his deceased daughter. I think you call Hastio, I think it's Hausedeu or HAS, I don't know, Hasidu. And it's online, but it's this like spirit. His daughter from the spirit world told him what to build. And you go in there and it's just it's not a huge house, but it's filled with this energy. And I know in the lobby they had a statue of Jesus, a life size. It was big and repulsive.
Why was he crucified?
No. Okay. No, but it was repulsive. To me, it was repulsive.
Understood. No, I get it. These things can be really repulsive.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. It's demonic. So, but anyway, it was. I don't remember if it was in the ground or if it was suspended up in the rotunda. And the story sort of, Nicole told the story to me with a sort of a gleam in her eye that I think they moved it because it had been vandalized. But then it fell, and I don't know, it did all this damage. It was like the demons had possessed it.
Yeah.
And it was this story of some tragedy, and it had been vandalized, so they put it high, and it was weird. But it was an experience. So we had my 3 Bulgarian friends and I. Four Bulgarian friends. And I think we all, on that day, then we came back, and then Marta and Nicole came back from Bran Castle. And boy, they were both so discombobulated energetically. And I remember doing extensive Qigong on Nicole in the lobby. She felt much better. And Marta was having a hard time with the office. They didn't treat her with any respect. I don't know why. I didn't have any problem with them. And she was getting her stuff robbed, and she had been to Bosnia. She wanted to bring me to Bosnia.
Holy shit!
I didn't want to go to Bosnia. This is to see the pyramids there. You know, the work of
Understood.
I forget his name.
What year was that, though?
This was 2011.
Oh, okay. So it was after the war, essentially.
Oh yeah. It was the pyramids. You know, people like to go to the pyramids. They do volunteer work there to excavate the pyramids. And in any case, you know, she was getting her lost. You know, her computer was stolen there, and she was like, it was a lot of negative energy. And I advise people don't go to Brandkessel. Jeanette Crowley, when she did her tour with me in 2012, asked me to come along with the Esoteric Guide. Where should we go? And I immediately had her strike Brandkessel off the list. You're doing a guide. You don't need to go to this castle. It's just there to
snare the unwary.
Pardon?
Snare the unwary is what I said.
Well, yeah, and Stuart once mentioned, before I got involved in any of this, he back when I knew Stuart, you know, he said that they do rituals in the bottom of that castle. And I don't doubt that a bit. Stuart knew strange things. He might have learned it from those phone calls he got in the middle of the night, which I believe were Aquino or related to Aquino.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but I'm saying, yeah, you know, Stuart, you know, often knew what he was talking about when he's talking about this stuff. So I didn't doubt that a bit. And it's just like, stay away. And I would also tell you that there was I guess you call it a Festivus miracle from the Seinfeld show. They had, when I went with Jeanette that year in 2012, we had got to the Cotizo, where I stay routinely. And I'm very friendly with the family, but especially with Christina, the beautiful daughter, who now has a wonderful little baby. I made friends with her immediately. But that when we got to the Cotizo, we were what was it? Her brother, Christina's brother, Alex, was driving, and he picks up this girl hitchhiking or sees her, and she says, I'm going to I want to see Peter Moon. Mm-hmm. And he goes, oh, he knew my name. So he says, yeah, I was on some sort of bill or something list, and she came and he drove her right to the very place I was staying. But she was also friends with Jeanette from long ago, from some other trip. Right. So it was like this Vicky girl showed up, and she was like, wow, you know, how did she know? What were the chances of her running into this guy? And he takes her to, I mean, we're kind of out in the middle of nowhere here.
Right.
And she's about an hour, 45 minutes away. She's hitchhiking on the road, and he just happens to pick her up. Now, Vicky, I run into a couple years later when I'm on what I call my quote unquote honeymoon with Paula. And Vicky, I don't know if she contacted me by email or how she found out I was there, but she came down and visited us. But I had already found out, I don't know the sequence here. I think I had found out the year after that she had this horrible accident where she was almost decapitated.
Ooh.
And I think I met her after the recovery. And I remember my mother-in-law did a lot of healing work on her. Uh-huh. And it was after that, I think she talked about the dinosaur. She said, when she works on somebody, she says, oh, I have the dinosaur. The dinosaur is the energies in the person that is like, so I was doing Qigong on her, made her feel real good. Not on Vicky, but on my mother-in-law. Mm-hmm. She was dealing with Vicky. But she told me, I said, where do you live? And she points up to these mountains. She lived a hell of a long way. I didn't know her father was an Orthodox priest. And the Orthodox priest she was the opposite. She was like a metaphysical person and a very nice lady. I really liked her. And then I found out she was involved in rituals up on that mountain. She knew all about that mountain. I used to look up at that mountain and say, what the hell's on that mountain? It's way far away. And you might not notice it unless you were noticing it. It was far in the distance. It wasn't standing out like Mount Fuji or Mount Hood or Rainier or something like that. It was just kind of, and I said, well, what's up on that mountain? It turned out she was up on that mountain. And apparently she was doing rituals with people. She thought they were good people, apparently, but they were not. I think my mother-in-law implied or said directly, I don't remember, that it was like satanic. Wow. And that's why she almost lost her head. But she didn't. And that it was like, it made me aware there's a lot of negative stuff that can go down there. And of course, I have not been too associated with it or too resonant with it. And don't know what happened to Vicky, but these are, I guess, the perils of any sacred journey. But of course, that was not a peril to me. It was something that was made apparent to me, and she had come into my life on sort of a big coincidence. And it's like it really takes me back to this time. When I was there, and the sacredness of the area. And it can be a real mixed bag. It can be a mixed bag because that's something, Jojo, we can talk about another time. But where it gets in on a personal level. But I think the greatest moments by far that I've had there in terms of being with nature is at Choclavina at the camp. It's just such a beautiful energy there. I've liked the other areas, but to me, that's just, it's like home. Whereas it's just beautiful. And to me, it might be the most sacred of all the areas. That's just my personal feeling. It's less trafficked than the other areas. It's not untrafficked, but it's less trafficked because it's kind of a pain in the butt to get there. Well, okay. All of it, Summers Edge too is a pain in the butt to get to because you have to go up. Sometimes you have to walk. There's a dirt road. I've walked as many as 2 miles to get there if the roads aren't open. Sometimes you can drive right up to it. It depends on the circumstances. So, and the gates open and the gates close. And when I say gates, I'm referring to gates in quotes. The last time I think I was there, Tamarinda, my mother-in-law, said that she would make sure it was open for us. She said that she made connections to make sure we were able to go. It was open for us because it had been closed. I don't know. All I know is that we got to go. And that was that was a blessing. Another thing is, and my in-laws do not like this. They do not like this at all when I say this. But it was told to me by one of my Romanian friends. She says, Romanians, they never go anywhere without a bottle of Trica and toilet paper. Trica is, of course, the plum wine. And she's making a joke. Yeah. But she says, I swear it's true. She says, I swear it's true. They don't like it when I say this, because it's always good to have toilet paper. As one of my friends from Sweden said, toilet paper, do not leave home without it. It's very important to have that at all times in Romania. So pack some TP.
Yeah.
And of course the plum wine you will have sooner or later. It's quite strong and quite medicinal if you're in need for it. But that's that was just a little side story about the fact that you never want to discount negativity and whatnot. But as they say, you'll do good. You'll do good.
Yes,
I know.
Yes, she will. Of course, JoJo is going to be fine. Yeah.
Thank you. No wine for me though, Peter. You don't want to see me drink wine.
Okay, but I will tell you this, and you have to be on guard.
Okay.
There are certain situations there where is if you don't drink the wine, they feel you are insulting them.
Right, that's right. It's certainly that's the Balkan attitude. When I was in Serbia, it's basically you're drinking. It's just it's mandatory.
I would also say, I had really, it only happened twice. It was on my first trip when we had gone to this. We're walking back through the town of Oresteia on the way to the monastery where we were staying. We got a ride back to Oresteia, and then we were looking to eat, and we couldn't eat. There was no place open. So, the girls had brought some tomatoes and eggs and bread, and we ate that. Mm-hmm. And then so we're walking back. We found a kiosk in a garage where we could buy some popcorn and for the next day, because we're going back on the train. We're going in different directions. And then we get to the house before the monastery, the last house, and the man's outside, and he's pointing out to the stars, and he says, the Pleiades are coming out tonight. The Pleiades, I think it's August 12th or August 11th. And then, he looks at me and somehow.
And that,
just
of course,
a second.
is
I'll be here. I mean, just this will take a second.
Oh, take your time. And
Douglas, I'm wondering if maybe it's like, well, if you're out of the country, maybe it doesn't count what you do with the wine.
Well, don't take it too seriously when I say that. I mean, it's, certainly in those Balkan cultures, they're like that, where it's like, if you don't drink, but, if you tell them you have a health problem with it, you can tell them something like that.
It's like what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
Yeah.
I think,
I'm just kidding. I will say I have an allergic reaction and I break out in handcuffs.
Yeah.
That's a good excuse. And but I was going to say is we're walking back and see this man, and he's talking about the Pleiades, and I make this comment that goes through a translator because he doesn't speak English. I tell him how beautiful it is here and how beautiful his whole area is. Mm-hmm. And when I say that, he invites us to his house. He invites us into his garden, and he starts serving us plum wine and different wine. And I say, he really took the compliment, wanted to know where I was from. I said, New York. Yeah, he knows where New York is. And so they start drinking, and it gets more and more friendly. And then they start bringing in, he shows us his organic garden. His wife comes out, and then they start feeding us, cakes and food. I mean, it starts coming out, and it's like, it's really good because we just ate, but we ate sparse. Now we're getting fed like a banquet.
Right.
And basically, Christina, this girl, she's like kicking me under the table saying, you got to drink the wine. You got to drink the wine. And finally, what I did is I started I'd put it to my lips and then I'd kind of give it to her, pour it in her glass, and she drank it up.
Jesus.
Because I said, I can't do it, and then so we have to be prepared for that.
Yeah.
And we have to be prepared for that but see that's the only time. And of course, in Atlanticon, they will try to ply you with wine. But when I got to the man who had seen the flame outside Choklavina Cave, mm-hmm. His father is, probably the oldest resident of the area, and he's a contractor that does a lot of work in Spain. And he was there, and he was so friendly, but he insisted I drink the wine. And once I drank the wine, he started talking to me, mm-hmm. not in English, but through my translator friend.
Right.
So that was it's a touchy subject.
It is.
And so we have to be prepared for that. And I will ask Paula how we can best negotiate that. Now, you said you have an allergy?
No, it's a joke. That my allergy is I break out in handcuffs.
Yes.
In other words, you get wild.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, it's like Judith Hager. She's on AA, and I've often thought whether that would simply work, to be honest with people, and just say that I'm in recovery. But I don't think people in the Balkans understand that.
Right.
I don't think they got that as a concept. So
Maybe
nobody
they're
recovers.
all in recovery. They're all in recovery.
Yeah, I was gonna say, nobody recovers in the Balkans because they're all in recovery, but nobody can recover in that situation. But in terms of the way to handle it is just tell them you have health issues. You just say that I have a medical condition where I cannot tolerate alcohol. That's probably that people can accept.
That is true.
Yeah.
That is true.
There you go. And so it's not like you're lying. By the way, I do want people to know, in case they didn't know, that Jameson Reese has had to retire for a bit. He may be back with us later, but for now he's down for the count. And so there was a lot going on tonight, and it's a very historically important night. I'm going to just go over a very brief kind of introduction to why it's historically important, so everybody gets an idea. But there's several things going on, quite the convergence. We have, of course, yesterday was obviously the Ides of March. And for those of you who don't know, even though that's not a holiday, and in the old days, school students would all know about this, but this was the day, yesterday, was the day that Julius Caesar was assassinated. Now, normally that wouldn't necessarily be as important historically or relevant in the immediate sense as it is for me today, but I'll explain why. And in terms of the other day that comes to mind, of course, today is unfortunately the Memorial Day for the My Lai massacre, which of course was a nadir of American atrocity overseas in Vietnam. And tomorrow is, of course, St. Patrick's Day. So I had the fortune of course, being able to go to the estate, my son's husband's properties, and work with the young lady who is serving as my professional escort for this holiday, who my son was able to select for her green eyes in a sense, but there's a lot more to it than that. For those of you who were able to read my promotional banner for tonight, and this is why I always insist that everybody do join Facebook for no other reason than for my promotional banners, because they're very educational and they have a lot of text and links, and they will help you understand a lot of what I try to aim to cover to a degree on my programs, or at least tell people the context of where my programs are coming from in the, shall we say, the thematic, the spirit of the program or the transmission for the night. And aside from the art of the promotional banners, the very fact that they can inform you about things that you never dreamt or knew about, that's probably the most important aspect of it. Well, the photograph of the young lady in question is someone who we're helping to escape China and come into the United States. And so she is naturally blonde and green-eyed, which is very common for the people from her village, which was settled by Roman mercenary soldiers 2,000 years ago. And the biggest problem is a kind of cultural genocide that they've suffered from both the Chinese, the Communist Party rather, and the Western world. And I have absolutely, how would I say it? There's several reasons for the dynamic behind this. But it really comes down to a form of cultural insanity in the West, where the West somehow feels that a entire army, or the survivors of an army large enough to form an army of their own, of white Romans settling in with the Chinese and hybridizing, is for some reason, in the insane racist madness of the West, this is somehow thought of as degrading of their romantic image of the Roman Empire. And so the West has pulled out all the plugs in trying to deny that these people exist. The Communist Party, on the other hand, vacillated between first trying to exploit them and say that this is a Roman settlement, and therefore tried to open up some hotels and some tourist areas. But then the trade wars happened. And when the trade wars came in, then the Communist Chinese Party said, we want to eliminate everything to do with the West. And then they said that these people don't exist and their culture never existed. And so they're even worse off than the Uyghur people. But these are the descendants of Rome who live in China in a little village town called Lichuan. And that is a vestige of the Roman Empire that has been extant in China for 2,000 years.
How did they end up in China from Rome?
It was the Roman war with Parthia, and this was in Julius Caesar's day, and it was one of the greatest defeats the Romans had ever suffered from. It was there they encountered what is termed the Parthian shot, which they never forgot nor forgave. For those of you who have ever heard that term, Parthian shot, this is a tactic whereby the Iranians, one of the first superpowers on Earth, the Iranians would basically pretend to retreat, and they had trained all of their cavalrymen in retreat to turn around and use their bows to fling arrows with high accuracy at the enemy that was pursuing them, because the enemy would normally naturally pursue in their retreat, and this would wipe out an entire vanguard of advancing pursuers. So this wiped out a great deal of the Roman forces, this tactic of the Parthian shot. This was something that you'll deal with a lot. They use that term when it comes to conversations. When you deal with somebody who has a pathological need to just throw out an insult or a final kind of jab when they close a conversation, that's also called a Parthian shot, but that's where that term comes from. That comes from that ancient tactic that was considered just as perfidious. So what happened was that an entire army was lost to the Iranians. The survivors who surrendered, it was the largest surrender of a Roman force in history after the catastrophic defeat in the field. So the survivors were told they would be allowed to live if they served the Iranian forces on their frontier against the Chinese. And so what happened was that the Roman soldiers basically, as soon as they got the opportunity, effectively deserted to the Chinese. And so the Romans wound up in this very far-flung garrison state of Han China, the Second Dynasty, at the time of 2,000 years ago, around the time that Julius Caesar was about to be assassinated and Christ was coming into this world. So at that time they settled, and they stood their ground against attacks from the Iranians on behalf of the Chinese, and they bred with the locals. And so 2/3 of all the people in that village's population, which is 2,000 meters above sea level in the edge of the Gobi Desert, 2/3 of them are blonde-haired and green-eyed. When it comes to the DNA test proved that they were Romans. Not only did that prove that 2/3 of them were of Caucasian origin and of Roman descent, but also the ancient records speak of the mysterious soldiers from the West, and basically said that they were from Daqian, which is the Chinese word for the Roman Empire, which basically means they named it after themselves, meaning that they respected the Romans so greatly that they thought the Romans were of equal stature to their first dynasty, the Empire of Qin, from whence the very name China is derived. So these are the Roma-racial Chinese. And as you can see, that photograph shows this young lady who provides an excellent specimen of one. Her parents want her out of the country.
Excuse me, Douglas?
Yeah.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
This is fascinating, and I want to say some more on it. I want to hear you finish, but I just want to interrupt for a minute.
Sure.
Because Paula just came in, and I want her to address with JoJo, because...
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. So I have Paula for a few minutes. She's just going to be here for a couple minutes.
Wonderful.
And say, because Jojo, we're talking about alcohol, and she's, knows the traditions of these people, and so we're going to be in situations where there's sensitive people that are going to want me to drink the Trika so they can talk to me, and I will be more acceptable to them, and I will drink it. I won't drink too much of it, and because it's very strong. Yeah. So I was going to ask Paula if she could talk to you, just mention what's the best way to negotiate so that you can get away with taking a sip or not drinking at all. So Paula, could you please, this is my wife, Paula.
Yes. Hi, Jojo, and hi, Doug. It is very true that, in our country, it's kind of mandatory, or not necessarily mandatory, but our hospitality is, something that you would not encounter here in the United States. And yes, the first thing that host would offer to you as a guest would definitely be this Tsuika or Palinka, which is probably, Peter already explained that it's an alcoholic drink made out of plums. And I think that this represents them inviting you in their own home and basically telling you, please drink because I want to introduce you to my spirit. Our alcohol made out of plums is related like a spirit in our culture and tradition, and we don't do it so we can get drunk. We do it so we can get closer to each other, and this is how you enter the space of your host, and this is how you say thank you for receiving me into your home and into your land.
Paula, I want to ask, thank you so much. That was helpful understanding the reasoning behind it. Are there other ways that they will connect with spirit to spirit, heart to heart, on top of, in addition to the wine? Are there other traditions or practices?
Peter is making some...
Should I say it?
No,
Okay.
no, don't say it.
Say it, Peter!
Obscene.
It wasn't obscene. It wasn't obscene.
No, it was a little bit. But anyway, other ways, I guess dancing, very traditional for us.
Dance.
Yes, so we are very much into that. Drinking wine, drinking the tsuika, smoking from a pipe, which is spirit as well, and dancing. This is how you would enter the land of your host and the land of Romania.
So then, if we're there and I would take the Trika and she will dance.
Oh yeah, that would be a.
So she will offer. I will
nice
take the Trika and I will offer her as a dance. You dance,
They also offer a lot of food, so. If you're going into anybody's house, they will put everything they have
after you drink the drink.
After you say hello to the spirit, they will offer everything that they have better in their fridge.
Well, that act gives me a deeper understanding, Paula. It gives me a much deeper understanding because I learned it the hard way. You're explaining to me the essence of it, and this is very helpful to me that you are connecting to the spirit. And this is what happened to me at Choclavina with this man. Mm-hmm. And then he began to tell me the stories of the bolts of light. And this was very good. So I thank you so much for explaining this. It's beautiful. Thank you so much, Paula.
Thank you, Paula.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, Paula.
Blessed night.
That was great. I learned from that. And
yeah.
So,
and that, of course, is, the pervasive throughout the Balkans. The Balkans are essentially the ghetto of Europe, and they're much more visceral with their...
But this really isn't the Balkans. It's really not the Balkans. Mm-hmm. It really isn't.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yes. The Balkans are, south of the Danube.
Yes. No, understood.
And so north of the Danube is Hyperborea. Yes. And Transylvania, and of course all the Balkans culture come from that.
Yes.
And in my own experience from my relatives who were my father's uncle, I just thought when when I was a kid, and they would, go down to San Pedro, and they would bring out these platters of tuna fish. It was like they were heaping tuna fish on this platter.
You're talking about the Croatians? You're talking about the Kravatsky, the Croatians in your family?
Yeah, he was Croatian, I guess. Yeah. And he would, and they bring this stuff out, and then sometimes if there was ever a sandwich, it would be so full of tuna fish, there was more tuna fish than bread. And I found it so repulsive. And it's like, I am not a fan of tuna fish, period. I would eat it. I still can eat it. But it's like not when it's served like that. And then maybe they hand me a candy. I mean, I didn't want to eat. I was like, no, thank you. I must have appeared. But they were so aggressive with their hospitality.
Yes, it's almost passive aggressive. It's almost offensive in and of itself. It's like, eat.
I don't find Italians that way, though. The Italians will make a beautiful meal, and you'll be glad to eat it, and they won't be pushing it on. Yeah, come on, have it, and they'll make enough for you, but they won't have a big deal if you don't eat it,
Well, you'll notice the young lady in the photograph and the food that she's making, that is the food that they make in Lijian. And that is, look, notice how Mediterranean it is. It's basically this kind of these little bread biscuits that are very hard kind of baked bread that and you can see the bowl with the kind of olive oil and the various other oils that make the dipping sauce for it. So that's what she prepared for me, and it's and you can see the garlic right there on the spatula. So
well, she kind of has down what I was showing Paula. I was gonna say, Jojo, you could, if you don't want to take the alcohol, you can show them your breasts. Is what I was gonna say.
There we go.
And that might work. Yeah, we want to be intimate. You want to be friendly, but Paula was, she's a little.
Dancing is way better than seeing a set of breasts.
It's kind of like for most of the guys, it's kind of like the same thing. That they just want to see it shake, just the body parts. I mean, most of the guys.
But in any case, that was just a joke.
Yeah.
So, which I was crossing the lines of
no lines crossed.
Her comfortable boundaries.
JoJo's well, not JoJo, and she's seen it all.
Paula didn't want you to say that.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
But I did say it, so it's okay. But anyway, I was really appreciated what she said. It was really good. It was really good for her to share her culture in that way, and it enlightened me on why they came so open.
Yeah.
And it was, maybe I should go back with a bottle of Trika in my hand and give it to them and say, here, that would probably be appreciated. And so on and so forth, because they're very warm. They're very warm people.
Yeah.
And, but I get back to this.
I was about to say, none of that, JoJo, makes up for the fact that they put ketchup on their pizza. That's just unforgivable.
No.
Okay, I can't stand
put ketchup on anything.
There you go.
They put ketchup on everything.
Oh God. Oh God.
It's
my dad
it's
did
hard
that.
to fathom, but it's who and what they are, and they're acclimated to a different type of diet. Paula was here for a couple of years before I took her out for an American breakfast, which was at a diner, so she could have the experience of eggs, hash browns. Hash browns they don't really have on the East Coast. It's more of a West Coast thing, but they did have them at this diner. Toast and sausage or bacon. And so she actually liked it. She really liked it. She took her family out for that. She likes to go periodically for that. Whereas the Romanian breakfast might be tomatoes, cucumbers, and a block of not feta cheese, but it's like feta cheese. I would prefer feta cheese than that. But it's very thick, and it's not. It doesn't. The
That's
texture.
not the halva, is it? Halva?
Pardon?
Halva.
Pardon? No, it's not
H-A-L-V-A-H.
Halva's Jewish candy. Halva is Jewish candy. This is not that.
Halva
Halva would be.
Yeah. Halva can be viewed like Jewish candy, but, just so people understand, halva was actually what the Mongols marched with and they had that as kind of like a sustenance kind of comfort food it was really thick, heavy in calories. The Jews turned it into a candy. But
okay, I didn't know that.
Oh yeah. Well, the way all of those. Let's take a look. Reconnection of the OBS is successful. So we do need feedback from our listeners to let us know that they're hearing us. You didn't miss anything. I was talking about
candy.
Yeah, talking about bizarre ass candy. I mean, which it's not candy, but yeah, you get what we were saying. Just just stuff to stuff yourself with. But in any way, where we're at now is, of course, I was kind of bringing up this aspect.
I interrupted you, and you were talking about very interesting stuff about China and Rome and Julius Caesar, and the technique, the what was it, the Parthian?
Oh, the Parthian shot. Yeah, the tactic of the Parthian shot. So I do want people to appreciate a few things. One is that at the time that Julius Caesar was assassinated, it changed the entire world. I'll go more into depth in this tonight, hopefully. We'll see if I can get my head together. But basically, Julius Caesar was an incredibly accomplished soldier and general, obviously, to the point where he was considered literally a god. That this man was deified as the god of war. Now, his apotheosis, his ascension into godhood, really took place after his assassination, of course. But while he was alive, he was already pretty close to having that mystical reputation. Now, he was getting older, and he had some health problems. And the great Cicero, who's remembered as one of the philosophers of Rome, a soldier philosopher, he was convinced that, well, just to put it in context, Julius Caesar basically had two objectives, and that was to carry on the war with Iran and the war with Romania, which was Dacia at the time. And so had he lived, he would have taken on those two nations. And his objective was to basically avenge a lot of losses that the Romans had suffered at the hands of those two nation states, Iran and Romania. And this is just remarkable. When you think of how far apart those two nations are, you get an idea of how big Rome really was. And so he was going to take on the Iranians first. And the Romanians would be more like his objective was to secure a frontier. By the way, Romania was the Australia of the Roman Empire, and ultimately got its name from essentially all of the exiles from Rome who were resettled there. And also people running away to escape from Rome would settle in Romania, what ultimately became Romania. Of course, at that time it was Dacia. And
I have something to say about this.
Please.
Again.
Yeah. Oh.
Well, first off, there is during this time, yes, of Julius Caesar, and I didn't really. I've written this in one of my newsletters, but I kind of forgot about it. I didn't know about his, being defeated in Persia.
Oh, it was a different general who was defeated. So he was going to avenge Rome, not.
Well, yeah, but it was under Caesar's reign. Now, but actually, the great Dacian chieftain, Burebista. Yeah. There's two people that stand out in Dacian or Romanian history. Burebista, reigning from approximately 82 or 61 BC to 44 BC. Now, 44 BC is the time of the death of Caesar. And of course, then there's Decebal. Decebal is from 87 AD to 106 AD. Now, Burebista made Rome a client state and exacted tribute during the time of Julius Caesar. And Caesar was planning a war against Burebista at the time of his assassination.
Yes.
Burebista, ironically, was assassinated around the same time, by the tribal aristocracy who feared losing power to a centralized state. So you had a lot of tribes around Dacia that didn't want a leader, just like the astrology must have been similar because Caesar was getting too powerful and so was Burebista. But the reason Burebista was successful at all is because he had a priest. I hope I can pronounce this halfway decently, Decianus. Decianus. And Decianus was a high priest who understood the common spiritual denominator between the tribes and was also able to teach them advanced skills such as writing, building, and other pragmatic refinements of civilization, defensive measures. He taught ethics, philosophy, and sciences, including physics and astronomy. Now, Decianus lived beyond Burebista, who died in 44 BC. And in between that and 87 AD, when Decebal came to the front, Decianus, he was a key figure during this mysterious time period. They don't know the history much about this history. It's a very mysterious history. So Decianus was this high priest who he taught something called the Bellagines laws or Belliganes. I don't know what that word's Bella, Gines. If Paula was here, she could pronounce it. And these are something they studied and Paula studied in school. These are ancient laws, which were the basis of wisdom and also traced back into the antediluvian times to the point that one can guess, this is my guess, that they are tied to the beings who created the complex beneath the Sphinx, as well as the golden thrones in Transylvania. So Decebal, when he begins his reign in 87 AD, he irritates the Romans by leaning too hard for the tribute. Emperor Trajan is how it's said, suffered huge losses to defeat Decebal, but finally accomplished his task, taking perhaps 200 tons of gold from the Sarmisegetusa area, barely scratching the surface, by the way, 200 tons and barely scratching the surface. Rather than be captured, Decebal committed suicide. And but what becomes very interesting in my story is that the characters of that time period in the area just disappear. Thousands of people disappear. And this is during the same time period when the Christians were using the fish symbol. The fish symbol represents the Vesica Pisces, the interlocking of spheres, which represents another world. And the Christians are all saying, you know how they used to say during the Bolshevik Revolution, things are very good in Russia. Things are very good in Russia. Well, what the Christians were saying, things are very good in the other world. They're very good in the other world. Now, the other world could be surmised as another dimension, the inner earth, but there was a direct allusion in this idea of Christianity. Like this world, like I was saying earlier, there's no distribution in this world. You're screwed. You're in purgatory. Go to the other world. And of course, this got so badly distorted that it was used as an excuse to not bathe, to not have sex, to not enjoy yourself, and to make yourself generally miserable in the namehood of being a saint. Perhaps reaching its apex wearing a hair shirt, where you'd have a shirt made of hair, then you'd have lice and all these things biting at your body, and you'd be suffering. But you'd be a hero and a saint for enduring the suffering.
Self-flagellation and self-torment, yes. Self-chastisement. Go on.
Yes. So this mysterious time period is right that where these people disappear, where this time reactor, according to David Anderson, happened in the first century, around the first century, 2,000 years ago. So this goes hand in hand with Phil Dick's book Valis, which refers to the abdication of King Felix. Now there is a historical King Felix, but he's alluding to something else. King Felix escapes to another world as Titus raises the second temple of Jerusalem. Titus was the Roman emperor who went in and laid waste. He did did the Masada, he just destroyed the Jewish empire, including razing the temple. So, which was forecast, I guess, by Christ on the Mount of Olives. The Vesica Pisces is not only the astrological symbol for Pisces, it is also the symbol for the Christian era, the two fishes representing the interlocking spheres, which represent two worlds. So this is huge disappearance of people there, supposedly, allegedly, and Caesar. I want to ask you this historically, because if you start to read history, it's like if you start to read history about Christ, they'll be throwing the New Testament in there as if it's just history instead of an article of faith, which could or could not be history. But they'll quote directly from the New Testament and use it as a historical reference, whereas Christian scholars will not necessarily do that. They will say this is this is that. But in the case of Caesar, when you start to read about Caesar, much of what you'll read historically is right out of William Shakespeare.
Yes.
So
that's right.
I'm going to ask you, did Caesar really die on March 15th? And was there really a soothsayer who said, beware the Ides of March? And was there, obviously Caesar was stabbed, but how much of this really did occur on the Ides of March, the first day of spring to them, more or less?
Right.
Do you know historically?
Well, there you go. Now, there's a question that demands a fairly complicated answer. It might be something that I'll go into later tonight in more depth, but just so people understand the general context, understand that the Julian calendar was a bit of a mess. Basically, there was apparently a soothsayer. And everything that Peter says is true. There is far too much reliance on William Shakespeare. As a matter of fact, basically all of Western civilization in terms of moral ethos and whatever kind of concept they have of a paradigm of identity basically is resting on a foundation of a three-legged stool that comprises basically all of the ancient Hellenic, Grecian, pantheistic mythology, the Bible, and of course the Christian lore that contextualizes it, as well as William Shakespeare. So those three elements tend to comprise what we think of as the West, and whatever concept we have of some kind of Western identity. So when it comes to Shakespeare, yes, his influence has been far too far-reaching, almost catastrophically so in a sense. But he was remarkable what he did. He basically invented the English language, as Peter Moon will explain. So what he did, however, was base much of what he did in history, and he put it to poetry, so to speak. And since he was able to balladeer it, essentially create a ballad, and it was able to be accepted basically as history. Now, this, of course, is part of the problem. It's kind of, as Peter says, you can take the Bible as history too, but only to a degree, simply because there's so much in there that is so much, well, crap. And so, but basically the line, beware the Ides of March, in William Shakespeare's play titled Julius Caesar, has immortalized that date as one of the most famous in history. But that's because the titular statesman, the most powerful man in the Roman Republic, and therefore one of the most powerful men in the world, he did not heed that soothsayer's prophetic warning or the pleas of his wife not to go to the Senate. But basically, how do we put it in terms of this day, on yesterday rather, on the Roman calendar of the time, was the Ides of March, but a lot of people have always asked me what that means. Well, up until the year before Caesar's death, the Roman calendar was a bit of a disaster, at least if you were trying to use it for things like, what season is it? When do I plant my wheat? Or when should the pigs be suckled? These examples are obviously rustic, but it's important to remember that the Roman Republic was pre-industrial and at its core an agrarian society. When soldiers retired, they were given farmland to work. So Cincinnatus, a legendary elder statesman and a hero of the Republic, would serve as needed in times of military warfare and plebeian uprisings, but would always return to his farm, inspiring George Washington and other Revolutionary War figures to idealize an agrarian United States, based on black slave labor. Just as Rome was based on slave labor. Now, the origins and underlying logic of the Roman calendar itself are a bit murky. The legend is that Romulus, the founder of Rome, created a lunar calendar based on observation of the moon's phases, and a later innovation imposed a 9-day week, where the last day of the week was also the first day of the next week, because Romans loved counting things inclusively. And 10 months of 30 or 31 days each. So, from what I can see, winter was just ignored, which may seem baffling to us, but it was a Mediterranean culture. They didn't really have it. And their primary functions were farming and later military campaigns. So maybe it made sense at the time and in context. So the latter calendar was retroactively attributed to Romulus. But by the time that Julius Caesar, and by the way, the correct pronunciation in the Latin is Caesar, just so people know, and it is from where we get...
In Latin, it's Caesar?
Yes, in Latin it is Caesar. Hail Caesar, and of course it's spelled SPQR, and the SPQR, you would look at that and think it says speaker, but that's not how it's read.
S can be pronounced with a hard C.
Yeah, it's pronounced with
hard C.
Yeah,
but it's also.
Yeah.
My father taught me early on that's where they got Kaiser and Tsar.
Yes, both Kaiser and Tsar were taken from Khazar, and obviously it has a far more etymological resonance when you say it that way, because you can easily see how Kaiser and Tsar evolved from that. And of course, this is how the Slavs and the Teutons, the Germans and the Russians, began to fight each other throughout history for who was heir of the Roman Empire. The war between the Kaiser and the Tsar, which has led to the Teuto-Slavonic conflict throughout history. So, at any rate, by the time Julius Caesar had begun his political career, the calendar had undergone enough changes that it begins to resemble our own. About 12 months of either 31 or 29 days on a 4-year cycle, with a month added in years 2 and 4, and February being either 28, 23, or 24 days. This is obviously really fucked up, and you lose all track of when anything happened. But it was this calendar that controlled the economic, religious, and civic life of the Republic. And each day had a status attached to it, whether it was permissible or prohibited to bring cases to court or conduct government business. Now, one consistency in the calendars was how days were counted. 3 landmark days were present in each month. The calends, that's spelled Kalends, the calends. We like the end of the calendar, calends, that's actually the first. The nuns, Nones, as in none, well, that's the 9th day of the month, inclusive, which was really the 5th or 7th day, depending on whether you had 29 or 31 days in that month. And the Ides, the 15th or the 13th day, inclusive. So these were believed to have been based on the original lunar calendar. So if anyone was truly familiar with the sloppiness, the overall complexity, or the catastrophic nature of the Roman calendar, it was Julius Caesar. And as the high priest, Pontifex Maximus of Rome, since 63 years before Christ was delivered into this vale of tears, he was well acquainted with the hodgepodge of a calendar based on the sun and the moon, a luni-solar calendrical system, which is exactly what the Chinese calendrical system is, a luni-solar system. Albeit it's a bit less messy, I would argue. But then again, I'm biased in that regard. But it requires the Roman calendar, as a lunisolar calendar, requires the intercalation of days and months. It's called intercalation, to get it back in line every few years, which means that they've got to add a leap day or some shit. So he also knew full well, Caesar did, that the religious life of the Republic required that any major reforms not disrupt the schedules of festivals and sacrifices, because religion and state were in design and practice the same entity. Interfering with rituals and or displeasing the gods would bring nothing but disfavor to the people of Roma. So having won the recent civil war against Pompey, and seemingly unchallenged, Caesar made the needed changes. To avoid the wrath of the gods and get the new calendar to sync up with the seasons, he extended the year 46 to 445 days, which became known as the last year of confusion. So on January 1st of 45 years, before the Christian calendrical era, the Julian calendar became the standard for the Republic, the Empire, and basically the totality of the West, until Pope Gregory's tweaking of leap years in 1562. Now, while it's commonly believed that the date of Caesar's assassination was one chosen based on expediency and proximity, he would be leaving 3 days later for a potentially extended military campaign against Parthia, Iran, the superpower, the world's first superpower. And the Senate would meet on the Ides, thus putting Caesar within reach of the conspirators. Now, as I said, Cicero was convinced Caesar was never going to return to Roma, not because he felt that Caesar would fail or die in battle. He was convinced he would be triumphant, that if anyone could defeat Iran and conquer what amounted to the known world up to the beginning of that other half of the world that everyone knew of, but barely knew except for the travelers who brought back all of the information that they had on the land where silk originated from. Everybody knew about China, and China knew about Roma. But the thing in between them that prevented the trade they both needed was Iran. So what Cicero knew was that if Caesar conquered Iran, as he believed he would, Caesar would find himself able to communicate with the Chinese. And at that point, Cicero felt he would never want to return. Just as Caesar had married an Egyptian woman, which had outraged the Roman people. And they hated Cleopatra. And they hated his hybrid son, a half-breed, who would be destined to become the emperor of Egypt had Caesar lived and Cleopatra not been forced to make do with Antony. It was determined that Caesar simply had a thing for foreign women. And because Caesar liked the exotic, it was assumed by Cicero that he would probably marry the Empress of China and move to live there because his medical conditions were such that it was known that only the Chinese medical arts could temper his symptoms. So he would maintain himself there for his health and then bring the Romans the one thing everybody had known about, but had only seen in action in terms of distant Chinese dragon ships that were firing onto shores that resisted them. This element known as fulminatum, which was gunpowder. So if Julius Caesar had not been assassinated and conquered Iran, moved into China, married the Empress, and gave the Romans gunpowder, there would have been an industrial revolution and Rome would still be around today. This is why his assassination destroyed all hopes for the Western world. This was why his assassination was viewed as worse than that of the killing of Christ by the time of the man who wrote Dante's Inferno. When Dante wrote that book, he portrayed Satan as a three-headed Ghidorah in the pit of Cocytus, immersed in ice and eternally gnawing on three god-killers within each one of his heads. In one mouth was Judas, who had betrayed the Christ, and in his other two mouths were two of the assassins of Julius Caesar. So this was how the Italians realized that Caesar's death was the end of all hope for the West, as it would have been. Eternal empire of enlightenment, literally married by royal union to the East.
Excuse me, Douglas. I think Ralph Ellis's book, one of his books, might be King Jesus. I think he goes into a similarity of bloodlines between Christ and Caesar. And he connects a lot of things. He connects the Jews with the Egyptians, but he connects the Caesar bloodline in there too, if I'm not mistaken. His stuff is so voluminous.
Some of these things, they're just, you really wonder if they're worth pursuing. Well, it's commonly believed that the date of Caesar's assassination, to go back to your original question, was one chosen based on expediency and proximity, because he would be leaving 3 days later for this extended military campaign against the world's first superpower. There is the argument that the date was also one that held symbolic meaning for Brutus, Cassius, and the other assassins. Both Brutus and Cassius each winding up in one of the heads of Satan at the bottom of Cocytus to be gnawed on for eternity. And the other assassins, all of them, well, that calendar reform apparently was the last straw for them, because it symbolized the rejection of the sacred traditions of Roma. The mors maiorum, not unlike if, there's no real comparison to it in the postmodern world, but it would be like seeing the U.S. president sit throughout the national anthem or something, but infinitely worse by orders of magnitude. So the first day of civil year in the old Roman calendar was, yes, the Ides of March. And the Julian reform of the calendar didn't just make Roman officials' lives difficult in 46 years before Christ because of that 445-day year, but it also curtailed the power of the Rex Sacrorum, which is a lifetime official who was responsible for keeping track of festivals, making sacrifices, and announcing when the next month would begin. So it was more ceremonial than anything, but held prestige among the patricians who were eligible to hold it. However, with the dates of months and festivals now fixed, the role of that office was much reduced. So
let me ask you a question. Yeah. And this has to do with sacrifice. Sacrifice, of course, sacrifice in and of itself is a normal aspect of life. You might, you can take the game of baseball or football where somebody sacrifices, like in baseball, you sacrifice an out to get a hit or a run, or to get a man across to score a run or get a base. Sacrifice is performed in different aspects. It's a natural function. To sacrifice actually means to make sacred. That's what the word means, to make sacred.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But when we go back into the history of mankind, the massive sacrifices that took place with the Aztecs, the Dacians sacrificed people to, the Picts, the Druids. This is a commonality, and of course there was a lot of animal sacrifice as well. And it's this idea of making sacred. Of course, there is a problem. There's a natural function to sacrifice. There's also a problem when it gets out of hand and when it becomes a feeding frenzy for demons rather than a furtherance of life force. It becomes a negative experience for everybody involved in it. So when you have, these cultures, say Rome, any of them, that sacrifice was a function of life. And you live in different paradigms. Like, say, right now, we have a paradigm where people get a lot of entertainment and information from television. This is a staple of our culture. It wasn't this way thousands of years ago. It's sort of like a religious altar. Instead of going to the church and getting higher learning or to a school that was actually teaching wisdom or knowledge, now we have TV and YouTube, which is a very different version. Without judging it, it's just a very different version.
Oh, God, we can judge it. Don't be afraid to judge it.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying, well, I may have to get into the judgment. It's just very different. So we've gone through periods where, you go to grocery stores. It's a different experience than tilling the soil and getting your own crops. Everything's very different. And there was a time when sacrifice was done to get in good with nature. It was an interaction with nature. Now our interaction in nature is through the supermarket or through the television. And of course, as I see, when I was in Transylvania last, I'm looking at how divorced from nature life was back home.
Yeah.
And I'm just astounded at how divorced it is. And I'm thinking, well, I've been talking to the cave. I'm still talking to the cave because that's nature. I'm very divorced from it here. And even having Paula here in front of my computer, she does not like to go on the air and talk at all. She was very hesitant to until I started to say, so if you don't want to do it. Then she came over. I told her what it was about to help JoJo.
Yeah.
And she was very moved to talk about it. It was very good because that's, when I was on one of my sacred journeys, I was doing a meditation and then I had a dream where her face was superimposed on nature. It was really beautiful. It was kind of weird, like the green man, only she was like the green woman.
Right.
So it's like connecting back to the nature of who she is very good. But when we get into the sacrifice, it gets ugly, and it gets there's a certain point when you're not communicating with nature, you're communicating with a demonic entity or entities. And that I was going to kind of ask you about that, because you're talking about the keeper of the sacrifices of Rome. And of course, Rome, as they knew it then, went down the tubes as they knew it then. It's been convoluted into a different format. It's still there, but it's not the same old Roman Empire. But I was going to ask you about the nature of sacrifice in regards to what I just said. I made my statement, but do you have anything to add to that?
No, not at all. Other than, of course, that in this case, certainly I could go to town on sacrifice at some other time when we're in the mood to talk about Mesoamerican mass sacrifice or something of that nature, or the War of the Flowery Way for the Aztecs, and what that meant as a sacrificial form of warfare. But other than that, the most I can say in this case would be that, of course, murder maketh trouble, it does not cure it, which is what Brutus learned the hard way.
Yes, and Brutus and Judas are such complementary characters. Yeah. I never even thought about that. Judas and Brutus go hand in hand because of the treachery.
Yes, the treachery and the sheer stupidity, the audacity that, and what's so funny is that people take what they said and they've turned it into a positive, and it shows you the insanity of the Americans not understanding history or learning from it. But basically, there was a coin minted for Brutus, one of the main conspirators, of course, that commemorates the assassination with 2 daggers and a cap of liberty. And the words "Ide Mar," E-I-D, and then a space, M-A-R, the Ides of March are printed on.
What emperor, authorized that coin?
Nobody did. He did it himself. He produced the coin, had it minted just by kind of. He had influence. He was not without influence.
For the time when he was the short time he was in charge, I guess.
Yes, that is correct. No other Roman coin before or after that issue actually celebrated the date of a murder. The legend Ide Mar stood not merely as a memorial of the crime, but also by referring to the erstwhile beginning of the Roman civil year. The conspirators hoped for restoration of the former republican ways. This is the Republic. And you see in Star Wars, it's the Empire is presented as the evil, and the Republic is presented as the good, the light. But it's shown through history, it is the Empire is the way of light, and the Republic is the way of darkness. So Brutus's role in the conspiracy is hailed by radicalized American rightists as an operation against an authoritarian dictator reaching for monarchy. But Brutus's ancestor, which is always, again, a perversity hailed by Americans, is that one needs a pedigree. Like, if you have a military family or some shit like that, you're considered a better human being than someone who doesn't. So, at least in legend, Brutus's ancestor was Lucius Junius Brutus, who had expelled the last king of Rome, Tarquinius Superbus, after the rape of Lucretia, and he went on to found the Roman Republic. This is why Brutus thought he was predestined. Another ancestor, Gaius Servilius Ahala, killed Spurius Maelius, who was thought to be plotting an uprising in order to become king in 439 BC. But when Cicero wrote to Brutus about the conspiracy in its aftermath, it was obviously too late. So there we have it. It's simply, if there was a sacrifice that was made in this sense, the killing of the king, so to speak, you get that feeling as well with John Fitzgerald Kennedy and his assassination. It's that same kind of feeling of conspiracy and assassination of someone for what good? It was no good ever came of that, you might argue. I mean, certainly the argument can be made as far as I'm concerned. But when it comes to what happened in Caesar's case, it was truly more far-reaching than anything else I can think of, other than, of course, the murder of Alexander the Great, who obviously didn't die of a fucking fever. He was poisoned. And then, of course, the generals all turned on each other after that, which is like the jackals that they were. That was another thing that changed the course of the world, because Alexander the Great had already, before his death, performed the largest marriage in history. He married his entire army, each one to an Asian woman, and declared it the marriage between East and West. He had converted to Buddhism. He wanted a world empire based on Buddhism. He would have Buddhocratized the West. And the West would be a Buddhist civilization, or an actual civilization, you might argue, today, if Alexander had not been assassinated. These men truly were gods in human form. They could have guided us to enlightenment. And everyone hates them, just as they hated my biological father, Adolf Hitler. None of these men were nice men. All of these men were genocidal. Nice men get nothing done. That's simply the way of the world. And had they been allowed their way upon the surface world, our surface world would be a much better place to live today. But no. Stupid murderers shouting "Sic semper tyrannis," death to tyrants. This is what America bases its heroes on.
Well, you know, there's something very interesting here that Caesar, what the Brutus character, or there's two Brutuses. There's Decimus Junius Brutus Albinus and Marcus Junius Brutus. They're all part of the assassination committee. But Decimus is a mint. He's in charge of the mint.
There.
And it's like there's this, here again, it's like Judas was in charge of the treasury. Now, there are astrologers who will mostly not agree with this, what I'm about to say. But Judas was assigned, because the apostles were all related to different signs of the zodiac. They were patterned after. But one of the renditions of Judas is tied to Scorpio, the sting, like the stinger of the scorpion. And he is the sting that stings the Christ. But Scorpio is in charge of money, other people's money. Judas was the treasurer.
There you have it.
Instead of Matthew, who was the tax collector. He would also fit into that too. But yeah.
By the way, Martin Bormann fits that role, right? And he escaped from the executions at Nuremberg.
Yeah. It's like that
the money man.
Other people's money. Scorpio is it's interesting.
There you have it. And the
what
parallels.
What is the relationship and see Caesar. It's like, okay, what is the financial? What is going on here? The manipulation behind the scenes. It also says that Decimus was to receive the inheritance of Caesar if Octavian died. Caesar's principal heir, his nephew Octavian. It says Caesar's property would have gone to Decimus. This means Decimus Brutus. Yes. If Caesar's principal heir, his nephew Octavian, predeceased him. Now, I did not know this. And they made a big deal of reading Caesar's will in Shakespeare. Mark Antony reads the will, and he gives $25 to every Roman citizen. Yay! Because he's so generous. Which is, I don't know how much. I said $25. But if it was $100, it was the equivalent thereof. I mean, that's very nice.
It was probably the equivalent of the kind of COVID checks we got. Maybe the two of them put together. It was probably the equivalent of something like that.
Maybe not that much. Maybe it would have, got them, 10 admissions to the Circus Maximus,
Did they give that shit for free? I think they allowed everybody in that for free, didn't they? That was like to keep...
I don't know.
Yeah, I think they did. That was to keep everybody placated. By the way, something to bring up.
Keep them placated. It keeps them crazy.
Yeah, hey, both. It's a perverse balance there. It keeps their bloodlust up.
Let me just say, if I preempted all the NFL games with qigong, okay, you're going to breathe now for the next 3 hours. You're not going to watch any commercials. You're not going to watch anybody banging heads in football. We're going to do qigong. We're going to breathe deeply, and we're going to show you techniques for handling your your agita, your arthritis, your rheumatism. Oh, it's not going to go over very well, but it's going to help.
No, nobody wants that. No, they want to.
It's like you can imagine the anger.
I can't imagine the anger. You'd have riots that would. So it'd be like that scene in The Kingsman where they all start punching each other at the stadium and shit. Yeah. That's what comes to mind. So I do want people to know I just finished this Coke. I have to rinse my teeth because otherwise it feels like this Coca-Cola is malted battery acid eating away at the porcelain. So I've got to do that. I'll be back in a few minutes. But Jojo and Peter will handle this. I do want to bring one thing to your attention before I go. So the lovely young lady, of course, who matters so much to me, I honestly, we're doing our best to basically make certain that basically, my Tong brothers and myself are working with Sugar Daddy, who is, of course, the son of my husband, to make certain she stays here. We can't work through normal circles because the conditions with communist China at this point and their denial that the Roma Chinese exist, the Roman Chinese. I'm sorry?
That was a mistake. Go ahead. Keep talking.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the fact that this is a genocidal situation, if the State Department has anything to do with her being brought into the United States, the intelligence networks will grab her. They will simply interrogate her and juice her dry before they sell her back to the communist Chinese, who will just put her...
Let me clarify here. I understand what's going. You're saying that your son?
Well, my son's husband.
Your son's husband, Sugar Daddy.
Yeah.
You're saying, what are they going to do to Sugar Daddy?
Nothing to him. I'm saying that he's helping my Tong brothers to make certain this young lady is basically established in the United States with no help from the State Department.
Which young lady? Just some lady we don't know of?
The escort that I'm having both throughout yesterday and for St. Patrick's Day. The Roman Chinese girl.
Blonde hair, emerald green eyes.
Blonde hair, emerald green.
Oh, the one. Maybe I missed the first part of the show. The one on the picture.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know the background on this. I didn't hear anything about it. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
So how does she get in without state involved?
Well, we can't talk about that, of course.
Right.
But the point is, if the State Department is involved, they're just going to turn her over to the intelligence agencies. And all they're going to do is bleed her, or really, they're going to interrogate her, and then they'll literally sell her back to the communist Chinese, who are going to put her in basically a re-education camp. That would be what they'll say they're going to do, like they've done with all the Uyghurs. They're really just going to use her as a sex slave. She's just going to wind up somewhere in the Communist Party's human trafficking system. So we can't allow that to happen. As a matter of fact, though, you notice just by her culture, what I'd bring to people's attention, nobody seems to notice this, is just the fact that when my son took a picture of her, you'll notice she instinctively picked up the knife. So that's something that nobody seems to notice in the photograph, is she's holding a knife and she's holding it guardedly. And she just did that instinctively because that's how just tense her entire life is with what's going on back in China. So this is something that needs to be remembered. The only reason that we released her photograph was because, first off, there's the identity system of these assholes is completely porous. They have no way to really nail her through that. But the fact is that we want people to understand what these people look like. These are the Roman Chinese. So, but certainly, Peter, you must have understood that when I brought the subject up at first. I
was actually talking to Paula during that time.
I see. Okay.
So that's what I missed, and I was okay. So I see.
She is one of the Li Chuan Ren, which means the
very unique looking, and she does look very Roman Chinese. Now that I look at her, and so he's going to try and save her.
Yes. Well, yes, we'll make certain she gets reestablished here. Yes.
Yeah, I think he has a lot of ability to help in that regard.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And by the way, Jojo, you'll notice that Peter did bring up, hey, you can do what that chick's doing in the picture, show your breasts in Romania to avoid drinking all that wine. So Peter noticed that. He got that sank in through the optic
I only
nerve.
noticed that after the fact. It was my suggestion, but it was just a joke.
Understood.
Peter knows JoJo has different ways anyway.
Understood, darling. Yes, that's right. That's right. But we wouldn't mind if you used. Wouldn't mind if you used those. Yeah.
Of course, because you're of the male species.
There we are. And so at any rate, so I do I will count on both of you to hold the stage because Jameson dropped dead. I mean, he's okay. Well, not really, but he'll get over it.
Take your time.
Yeah, he's drugged out.
He needs his sleep.
I roll my eyes. Yeah. Well, when you take bottles worth of cough syrup, yeah, then you need your sleep. Yeah. I mean, look, I'm no one to judge, right? I mean, I drug out all the time, but it's kind of like, I see how fragile the baseline human species is, and I just kind of like, it's hard not to develop a sense of haughty arrogance or something. So, at any rate, I'll be back in about 5 minutes or so. Love you both. I'm sure you can both handle it for me and, let you know when I return.
Okay. Jojo, what direction should we go in?
Yeah, well, I actually, a friend had brought up something interesting to me this week, and I told him I would try to flesh it out on here with you guys since you're so knowledgeable. And there really wasn't context to slide it in, but now that we have a gap. So are you familiar with element 115?
Absolutely not.
Okay. So this was an element that supposedly was discovered in 2003 in Russia at a nuclear reaction laboratory. It wasn't put on the periodic table till 2018, but there was a man, Bob Lazar.
Oh, yes, I've seen him talk about this.
Who was talking about it in 1989, and everyone denied that it existed. And then here we go, 2025.
Yeah. Well, let me say this about this. It will help clarify. Douglas could say much more on it because he's much more familiar with Bob Lazar. I got into watching a little bit of Bob Lazar, who definitely was involved with, government, stuff, and he was very compartmentalized. But what Douglas explained, and this is not a secret, is that he went through a brain scan with patented devices, a brain scan to where his short-term memory was erased in certain parts. This happens with all of these people.
Sure.
When they go in and they're working on stuff and they're compartmentalized what they're studying. Their study is very compartmentalized. And Douglas has explained that he's not studying alien craft. He's led to believe that. He's studying craft that come from the New Schwabenland, the German projects in Antarctica. This is what he's actually studying, but he doesn't know that. Right. So Douglas, he's studying real stuff, and there's just a big.
So this was out in 1989 when he disclosed it, but then it's said to be discovered in Russia, not America, in 2003. That's why it's named Moscovium, because of Moscow. And
excellent misdirection.
Right. And then it's not even put on the table till 2018. So this was like, let's see how many generations can pass before we slide this quietly on the periodic table, and no one noticed. Anyway.
This is the world. Yeah, it's a good point. This is the world we live in today, where history, is much more complex academia is much more complex. So you could have people studying in one university on the West Coast and East Coast that nobody has any idea of what's going on. Universities are not so universal anymore. They're much more compartmentalized and segmented than they have ever been before. And of course, European universities are different than American universities. And there are some commonalities, but I think there's more differences now than there ever have been in terms of structure. And, you might have different variations of the periodic table, for all I know. It's not something I follow, but yes, it's this is the complexity of the world we live in today. That is complexity even without conspiracy. It's complex. So, but you can take so many instances like that and prove a case. But once you prove a case, what do you have? A case that not too many people are going to listen to, unless you have a pulpit like a news channel, and then it's just a different world we live in today, where everybody agrees on, or the majority of people agree on something. So yeah, the Bob Lazar story I was looking into for a while, and of course Douglas has talked about that and pretty much can give a much more detailed explanation than what I just said. He's been through a brain scanner, and he would probably be very willing to admit to that.
So most likely this element was created in Germany, brought here for investigation.
Well, I wouldn't say it was created in Germany. It could have been. I might say it was created in New Schwabenland or down under somewhere, south of the border, south of the equator, either in the German laboratories of Antarctica, but I don't know, Antarctica, South America, I don't know. But that's the whole idea, is that he's not, and could be Japanese involvement in some of their inventions too. That's Douglas's forte, not mine. But that would be the immediate guess or estimate.
So, you look at something where they're creating these elements in nuclear science now that we may never know, or the access to it will be in 40, 50 years like this.
Well, yeah, there's a big lag. David Anderson has said there's a lag, might be 20 years lag, but it's even more than that in this case. Right. It's like, a lag. See, David was doing time travel with people in 2010 rather. Maybe we'll hear about it in 2030.
Right.
Maybe it'll come out. I'd be suspect.
Jameson says 50-year lag.
Oh, he's back. Jameson, I'm so proud of you.
Did I wake you up, Jameson?
Well, the truth is I'm unable to sleep. 48 ounces of hard liquor plus all these cough medicine pills. It's not. I'm not sleeping on this.
I'm so sorry. I really mean that, and anyhow, you sound good, considering.
Oddly enough, yeah, it seems like the brain, the neuroplasticity gets better and better each time, which betrays the entire getting off this stuff process, which makes things worse.
Jameson, I can make you a sleep audio recording.
Sure, that would be great.
I will do that for you.
Much obliged.
Okay. We'll see how your sleep reprogramming goes. It could be like a experiment.
It's got to be better than the sleep I've been getting, where all I'm dreaming about is throwing temper tantrums at people.
Yes, I love this. I will get that to you in the next couple days.
Much thanks.
Yeah. So Douglas, do you have anything to put about Bob Lazar and this element 115?
The element 115 sounds more of that red mercury / black goo stuff. I don't know. I haven't looked into that. But I do want to mention to you that Holly Caditis Kiefer says JoJo is awesome with 3 exclamation marks and a big red heart. So,
thank you, Holly.
yes.
Thank you.
Yes. And yeah, and let's see. Just checking into the live stream here. No, but you can tell me what this is about, honey. What is with
Right.
what's Bob
So-
Lazar saying?
Mm-hmm. So in 1989, he came out and said that there was an element 115 in moscovium.
Mhm.
That was the name given to it in 2013 because it was said it was discovered in Russia at a nuclear science lab. But in 1989, Bob Lazar said that they were working with element 115 at Area 51 in regards to UFO, aliens, other related phenomena. But we don't see it slide into the periodic table till 2016.
Mm-hmm.
And we're just talking about the huge lag in technology and information, because when Bob Lazar spoke about this in 1989, it was denied across the board.
Mm-hmm.
So it takes 30 years to even be disclosed that a new element was discovered, and then it takes another 15 years to get onto the periodic table very quietly. It wasn't like, oh, we have a new element, after how many years all of a sudden, right? It was a very quiet slide in.
Yeah. Well, honestly, honey, certainly nothing here surprises you, right? I mean, it's all pretty much along the lines of the sort of bullshit that we've come to expect. Bob Lazar, he's been exploited and he's been abused, and poor dude, he's like, he is what he is. So it's just something else that seems to really verify or validate his background, and he needs all the, verification and validation he can get. Not because he's a, discreditable individual, but just simply because he's been so attacked in terms of his character. And of course they handled him. They paired him up with the man who attacked myself. The idiot, Lear. What was his full name? Jim Lear, was it? John Lear? His dad was John Lear. But was he also John Lear Jr.? Something of that nature, I think. If anyone remembers, you go ahead and share it with me. I've pretty much forgotten. Jameson just says, yeah, that doesn't confirm what his name was, but yeah, okay, this is the beauty of drugs. And so we say things like that, because we think people understand somehow our telepathic thoughts. Yeah, I told you in my mind. Can't you read it? See the thought bubble, like in the comic books. Okay.
It's John Lear.
John Lear. Okay, so he was John Lear Jr.
Shit. I mean, given they say he appears on the UFO files and shit. Yeah, he was a junior, but he never went by that for some reason. He ditched the junior. I guess he said he was better than his father because he's on all this alien shit.
Because he was on the moon and shit. Yeah.
Was he really on the moon? I don't think he was ever on the moon.
No, he wasn't on the moon. He claims he was on the moon. He says Yeah.
Well, he says his grandkids are being met with these insectoid aliens, which he shows drawings of. It's clear that the grandkids are like indulging his like sort of flights of fancy, and he's just running with it like it's completely real. That was the last I ever bothered to look at that piece of shit, just out of morbid curiosity.
Yes, he's sad.
He was on the
what was it? Yeah, he was really sad. By the way, Chris Collins says it is John, so thank you. all of us. So James Forsyth says that Lazar was probably heavily debriefed. Well, there's a number of things that happened with Lazar, but in terms of, I do want to thank everybody in the chat room. They've all been wonderful. So shout out to all the ladies, of course, Sarah Thomas, CK, mwah, hugs to all of you. HD says, Israel, Russia, and China are all in on the McKinder World Island concept. Very astute. That's quite true. Daniel Arola is bringing up his usual observations. And let's take a look if there was anyone else who was in the chat room. Again, Marcus Grix apparently was there earlier. So happy birthday. Vicky Johnson, hey honey, and Eli Wallach. Welcome aboard, sir. Hugs. And everybody was saying we were loud and clear. DJ was saying we can hear you. God bless you. Survival and Empathy was saying hi, Douglas and friends. And so I never did get to talking about the kind of moral implications or overall strategic implications that Survival and Empathy was asking about earlier about the mercenaries going to serve in Ukraine. But, you know, can get back to that at some point soon. I mean, this war will be around for a while unless that idiot Zelensky disappoints us all and surrenders, because that fucker is surrendering to an extent, and as I mentioned earlier, and that disturbs me.
Well, if the thing is, even if he does, it's just going to embolden China, and so by emboldening China, we're going to have to go to war with them anyway. It's inescapable. The world war is inescapable anyway at this point due to how much global markets have suffered.
Yeah, I mean, believe me, you're preaching to the converted here. As a matter of fact, Russian intelligence leaks have already said that China was planning a Taiwan invasion in the fall, though they put that on the back burner with what's been done to Russia. So this war might start because of, it'll widen. The chances are high. The chances are high that it'll widen. One of the factors might be the nuclear facilities that are just in terrible hands right now, and they might go into meltdown. So you know, we can go into this later tonight. You know, like I said, I might give the audience a break and kind of go into more subtle aspects of geomorphology, but definitely, while we are gifted with the company of both Jojo and Peter, we don't want to waste time on geopolitics. Rather, we can speak about things that have meaning in a deeper sense. And Jojo, I don't know if of course you did. You heard what Peter said about your book, and honestly, it's just an incredible piece of work. I'm going to try and give it the respect it deserves with far more than a scan. But honestly, it's Sammy Romero, of course, who you might hear on our program. I hope you've heard him speak so highly of you, which he's done on Bandwidth. Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
And Douglas, if you do give it a more thorough look over,
yeah,
I would be honored if you wanted to write a review or recommendation to put in the book.
Oh, good idea. Yes, let me aim for that. And so I'll give it a more thorough scan, and with that in mind.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, of course, honey. The least I could do. Aside from that, I really appreciate your helping Jameson. Honestly, I thank you on his behalf, even though he's thanked you himself.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's I do audio recordings every day. That's like what I do. So for me to do that for him, who does so much for you and all of us, that's, a given.
Now, here's something you may or may not have heard. Like Peter Moon said, both of you heard a bit of Clarice Claudette before you came on. So you might have heard her talk about how, we did go there. We talked a bit about Andrew Bartzies, who I consider a friend. I mean, well, an acquaintance. I don't really know him, but he's no enemy of mine. Of course, after he heard what we had to say, he might become one. I hope not, but anyhow, like she was bringing up, and I knew his prices were what I would consider, outrageous, but you know, he's putting a lot of energy. I mean, he's bleeding himself when he does these, like, I forget what he calls them, but basically, you know, bleeds energy into helping people with whatever he's doing, and he does what he does. But like she was saying, you know, I basically give out what I give for free. Of course, it's a very different type of thing, and people derive a different kind of comfort from it or whatnot. But in terms of yourself, tell us a bit about how people can reach you for help and just what it is that, what it is that.
I mean,
yeah.
my rates are very reasonable, especially I was the first RTT therapist on Cape Cod, so I'm offering a modality that did not exist here.
Wow.
It is a licensed training that I had to pay and put myself through. So that discovery call is free. When you are interested and you want to have a chat about addressing an issue, you would just go to ascensiontogether.org and you can click on discovery call scheduling. From there, I have a pricing page because I'm very transparent. There's nothing hidden. You can look right away and see if it's within your budget. The one-time RTT session with your personal customized audio recording for reprogramming and a follow-up call is only $350. If you want to coach with me an additional 4 weeks for accountability, for the numerous other tools in my toolbox that I give you, it's $555 for a month. So if you're looking at normal, you know, traditional therapy on a weekly basis, it's about $105 a week. I make it that way because I still work with a lot of people in the recovery community, and I don't want to be exclusive. I want everyone to have access to this modality because it is very powerful and it is life-changing. So I don't see myself increasing rates. I like what I do. I don't forget where I come from, and I think it's very fair.
Thank you. That's beautiful. And I agree. Yes. I mean, honestly, again, your prices really are quite reasonable. Honestly, I'm impressed. So that's wonderful. And I'm glad that you've let people know where to find you. I
highly recommend her.
Great.
Thank you, Peter.
Yeah. And you've had some experiences, Peter?
Well, JoJo's like my friend.
Yes.
You know, so I haven't done the formal stuff with her, but she's good at everything she does. And it's just, she's amazing. So I highly, and I don't recommend her lightly. She knows what she's talking about. And if you need help of the type that she has to offer, certainly. Yeah.
But I do have I was putting up the testimonies in the beginning a lot when I opened a year ago, and there's a testimonial page with many different issues, different genders, different variety. I haven't been so on my website to update new testimonies, but I've in less than a year, I have over 100 RTT sessions, case files under my belt.
Mm-hmm.
I've done several group RTT sessions, which is fun if you're, looking for corporate group reprogramming, maybe for money management or sober living. I love my sober living ladies, and we'll do groups on confidence or boundaries or self-care, right? So this is applied to really anything you want to better or transform.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
That was wonderful. Yeah. And by the way, Chris Collins says that John Lear's father was William Lear. There we are. That was the inventor of the Learjet. And so thank you, Chris. And always there's a lot of people who help me in the chat room with this sort of thing. And how was it, Jojo, that you got even interested in what it was that Bob Lazar was talking about? What brought that to your attention?
Right. So a friend of mine who I put on to you was wondering, yeah, of course, was wondering if I could find a way to bring it up tonight to get your insight. And there really wasn't. I mean, we talked about Russia. You brought up the element of gunpowder.
Yes.
And that kind of reminded me of the element 115.
Right.
So, I try to connect dots and associate things, but if it really doesn't make sense to bring up in context, then I won't. And then we had that gap of time that Peter and I had the stage for a minute, and
so
and
we're
so
done. Yeah. And,
Yeah.
and by the way, don't ever be afraid if something's out of context. I mean, oh my God. All you need to do is say, it's kind of like dealing with the alcohol issue in Romania, where you just say, I have a medical condition and it would literally kill me. Something like that. You just say, this is totally out of context, but I don't want to forget it. So you
Sure,
bring it up.
thank you.
Yeah. Like that. Yes. Oh my God. And by the way, just so everybody knows, because I had some people writing me about this, when it comes to my promotional banner for tonight, and I put up links for people to access about Sino-Roman relations, or the ancient Roman imperial communications with the Han Dynasty of China. That is not a Wikipedia page. This is something run by a Mr. McGill in California. I'm not going to give any more information about him, but it's what's called a Wikispedia, meaning that it's in a kind of format that is what people are familiar with through Wikipedia, but all the bullshit is taken out that is otherwise put in by all the Aquino cultists. I don't know if you're aware of this, Jojo, but just so you do know, you probably know this, but maybe you don't. I actually don't see any reason why you would know it, but in school, no matter what your grade is, Wikipedia is not allowed as a source for anything. They don't allow Wikipedia because Wikipedia is the bathroom wall of information intercourse. People can go in.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
I was never even tempted to cite a Wikipedia in my grad studies or anything.
So what was your degree in?
So my first degree was in pre-law, and that was a lot of LexisNexis searching, which is a legal software or search that you would use like Google if you're a student in academia in a legal studies or pre-law concentration. You have access to it as a student, but if not, you would pay a subscription as an attorney or a paralegal. And then my bachelor's was concentrating in philosophy and political science, because if I wasn't going to defend my friends behind the walls, I was going to change the law for them.
Wow.
And then I got into advocacy and activism for a while, mostly in environmental stuff in the food transparency movement. And then eventually it made more sense to do my master's in social work, because then I could help in a lot of different forums, whether it was teaching or therapy. Or I have a lot more flexibility with an MSW.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
That's incredible. I mean, by the way, just so people know, I have no upper degrees in the terms of beyond the baccalaureate. I have the
You are a doctorate teacher.
You're very sweet.
Yeah.
I have, just so people understand, I have the credit equivalent of 2 master's degrees that I never bothered turning in the master's theses for, though I did write one. The other I didn't bother. The other one was library science, so I mean, what the fuck kind of thesis can you write for library science anyway? I never bothered to try. I never went for the degree once I knew that I wasn't going to have a career in the Department of Defense anyway. I just gave up. But in terms of the that's another insanity you'll see with the my primary stalker, which is Stephen Outrim, the multimillionaire, is that in his infinite colon column, where he speaks of me ceaselessly and endlessly, he raves, of course, that typical straw man argument. Just so people know, I was getting my degree through the University of San Jose, which was the only place in California that, at least at that time, was offering a degree in library science. There's almost no university that offers that. And they probably eliminated the course at this point in history because they probably think librarians are redundant. But when it comes to that, he tried to claim that I was saying I got it from someplace else. I mean, this is the kind of insanity you deal with these people. Yeah, like Jameson says, it's just like talking about a cancer. You don't even want to bother after a while. It's just concentrating on the negative. Like Derek Talley did while he was with us before he left for line dancing as a career with his dad in weird, Masonic cult environments or something. And all of that being said, had to just vent and cathart there for a minute. Oh yes. Oh God, before you both leave.
So when?
Yeah.
But Douglas, when do they clear out our student loans, or when do the hackers go in and delete that for us?
Oh God, thank you. Yeah, isn't that a valid question? Oh my.
What in the fuck?
Yeah, thank you. By the way, I got my student loan forgiven because I got on SSDI. So I actually got the forgiveness, which, almost nobody else on planet Earth ever.
Thank God.
Yeah. Yes,
seriously.
Yes, thank you.
It's like another mortgage.
Yeah. Oh, it's awful. No, it's criminal. This is criminal.
It is.
Yes. This is.
So let's punish the people, the citizens of the country who want to better the country and invest in their education so that we can be better citizens of the country. Let's punish them with the highest interest rates and, just strap them down to the boards by all limbs.
Yes. I mean, honestly, you're preaching to the converted here. And so, granted, this is gross populism, but I don't mind. Yes, this is what we need to have happen. There are so many things so seriously wrong with this country, and of course, we can't just keep falling back on as bad as it is. At least you're not starving like in Ethiopia, or are under sanctions in Russia or something like that. Every time I hear something like that, it's crazy making.
It's just so exploitive of what we're trying to do. Like the people who want to make a difference and who want to change things and not live in these like archaic institutions and see progress. There's so many things that people go to school for in the fields of just social services and helping people, not even technology and all that other stuff is great. We need that. But it's so exploitive of us and then we get out and our payments they do not make sense for what a traditional social worker would make coming out of college.
Yeah.
Like it's like teacher salary.
That's right. No, this is just believe me, I stand with you, shoulder to shoulder. There's nothing I can say to improve on that. So, before you both go, I need to vent and bitch and cathart on one other thing. In your company, because it's just so much better that way. I'm sorry, but I'm exploitive like that. But oh my fucking God, I'll be giving shout outs later tonight. And, of course, wonderful people like Roy Sanchez, who contributed $50 United States dollars. The Boopa for her illustrations. She truly has talent. I could see that when she sat down to really concentrate on drawing what I flatter is myself, that she, when I flatter myself, is supposed to be myself. A number of the illustrations, I think, contain that because they do allude to vampires and the like. But when she sits down and really concentrates, I mean, she really has the talent. You can see it developing, and it's wonderful. So thank her again for me for those wonderful illustrations. Okay.
I sure.
Yes. And and as you know, I'll go more into the shout outs later tonight, but there's definitely, and I'll probably go maybe more into debt tonight or next episode into the first time I've ever done this. I've never done this before, but instead of a shout out, gonna do a suck out to a person I hate most on this earth, PG&E, because corporations are people too, right? Except they have more rights than you. But PG&E, oh my fucking God. So I got on what's called a care program with PG&E because I'm on SSDI, which means you get this substantial discount that cuts your bills in half. And anyhow, the PG&E Care Program, what is that stupid acronym for? Let's see if I can find it. It's low income, whatever the acronym is for. Anyhow. So then I calculated as best as I could what to keep in the bank, because one of the requirements to get on the care program, in fact, they were the first person I ever did this with, was automatic withdrawal. So with the automatic withdrawal, oh, look at this, reduce your energy bill through the care program, and they show a family. There's two parents and their kid, and they're blowing bubbles. Yeah, that's fitting. And I can't even find what the acronym stands for here. But it's just, anyhow, you get the point of what it's supposed to be about. And so I had a manageable bill, and then I was banking on it, like accounting for it, and then my bank got overdrawn. Well, I took care of that thanks to people who contributed money. God bless you all. And I was able to get that out of the PayPal and put it into the bank. But it turned out that PG&E doubled my bill. This happened apparently in February, and I didn't notice it because there was enough money in the account last month, but not enough this month. So they overdrew it by about fucking $30, which was the doubling of my bill there. And because normally it's around $30, which of course must sound like nothing to the rest of you out there, but for someone like me, basically I'm borderline homeless because I'm like living in a uninhabitable tomb anyway, a crypt with no heat and no and the water's completely not potable. So it's just untenable, and I'm gonna have to move out of here as soon as I can. But eventually, right now it's like it's like a storage space. So it's like I'm living in a storage space, really, effectively. But when it comes to the situation, when I called them and spoke to these nice young ladies, and of course maintained my temper, and I even remember the name of the first one that answered because it was outstandingly cute, Becca. And so they're like telling me, okay, well, we sent you all these letters that that you recertify for the program. And by the way, for those of you who don't know, because corporations are individuals, PG&E is a felon. PG&E copped as guilty to killing 100 people. This sounds absurd. This sounds like, oh, Douglas Dietrich and all those drugs, right? No! The California fires were started by PG&E lines that were not maintained. And so they were basically judged as responsible for the death of about 200 people. And so they said, okay, and they copped to it. So they're a felon. They're a mass murderer. That was nice. And so, I've got this mass murderer that has like stolen money out of my bank. I mean, these are These are like, corporations who want to be treated as just people too, and then they, now that, what is it that they said about their murders and shit? They said that they're off of the parole now. There we are. This is true commodification of humanity. It's like, it was like, oh God, what did they say here? Oh yeah. They've emerged from 5 years of criminal probation, despite the worries that the nation's largest utility. They're our nation's largest utility. I didn't even know that. They're too dangerous to trust after years of devastation from wildfires ignited by their unmaintained equipment. So that probation expired at midnight on Tuesday in the last day of January. And so the first thing that they did when they got off of probation was they said, let's double Douglas Dietrich's bill. Let's take him off the CARE program. And so then when I call them up there, they say, oh, we sent you 3 recertification letters. I said, I haven't gotten any of these letters. All I get is a stupid PG&E report card that keeps giving me a C. And I said, there's nobody in San Francisco that could get an A except somebody who's not living in one of these fucking homes, because none of them are designed to be energy efficient. And they laugh at that. And I'm like, oh God. So there you have it. Anyhow, so I just had to get that out there while you were all still with me before we hit midnight. So, I like this, the fact that you've got all of these, they're guilty for hundreds of counts of involuntary manslaughter. And then they came off probation. And the first thing that happened was my bills doubled. And they told me, they sent me like recertification notes. And then when I told them, can you get me back on the program? Because it's not like I, miraculously recovered, and they're like, well, once you're off, you're off. So I have to go through this whole process of reset. This is criminal. And by the way, do either of you have any suggestions? Just had to get that out there while you were both here. I mean, aside from trying to call him again and ask to speak to a supervisor, I mean, yeah.
This is the parts of the system that is so frustrating to everyone, because they're not given a liaison to work on your behalf.
Yeah. There we are.
This is the problem. Yeah. So what everyone should have is a social work liaison that helps them navigate the shithole of making it as hard as possible for people to just get adequate resources.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
But by the way, I hope you find it as morbidly funny as I do that you've got a felonious corporation that's essentially robbed me. It's like, yeah. And you, Peter, any witticisms in that regard?
Well, it's like when you have situations like this, all you can do is communicate and, reach out and try and talk to somebody. It's the only thing that's going to possibly solve it with as much politeness as possible.
Yes.
It's, and you either you can or you can't.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can't. And the funny thing I notice about like frustrations that sometimes you'll have when you're studying something or you're looking for something, you go back a week, 2 weeks, a month later, and you can find the answer. Like, say you could do, okay, how can I resolve my PSEG bill or whatever it is, PE&G, and look at up online and you won't get anything. You can come back 2 weeks later and do another search, think the same search you did, and all of a sudden you'll find something. It's like you don't give up, you keep trying at it. And sometimes it's just with research. Like, for example, today, in the past, I wanted to get some Tai Chi flags that they have flags and it says, mountain, earth, lake, whatever, the stations of Bagua. And I couldn't find them today. I found them I couldn't find them today. For the life of me, I couldn't find them.
Well,
I might go back next week and be able to find them. It's weird like that. Sometimes you don't put the right word in, you don't put the right thing in. And it's the same with trying, like you could, be frustrated trying to talk to the IRS today when you need them and you need them right now. It doesn't work. You call back 2 weeks later and you get right through. You might have to be a little patient. That's, you have to be patient and as not irritated as possible to deal with these things. That's my only suggestion.
Okay. Yeah, no, thank you. It's deeply appreciated. And by the way, just for your morbid entertainment, because this is hideously funny, PG&E is listed as a destructive force, as if they were a permanent hurricane or something. Since 2017, the utility has been blamed for more than 100 wildfires that wiped out more than 50,000 homes and killed around 200 people. I mean, they were supposed to rehabilitate after their 2016 conviction for 6 felony crimes from a 2010 gas pipe explosion triggered by its natural gas pipelines that blew up in a San Bruno neighborhood and killed 8 people. How come they're guilty for only 6 felony crimes when they killed 8 people? Did 2 of those people count as 1? Like, what the fuck? 2 pairs of them?
I will, wait, before I go, I will relay a story that somebody said to me. It was a customer of mine, really nice guy, and he said, when he was dealing with a utility company in the Southern California Riverside area, and he had a legitimate gripe against what they were doing on his property, and he went in to talk to them, and the attorney just laughed. He says, you can't sue us. It's impossible. That's how much, power they had as a utility.
Wow.
And it's just like, the utility men can come onto your property to service the utility poles. They can walk right on, which they have the right to do that.
Yeah.
So this is, utility companies are kind of like God. You can complain, but sometimes you can work out. They can be cooperative. If you get to the billing office, they might be able to help you.
Right. No. I mean, obviously you're right. And though I do appreciate, of course, what our lovely JoJo said as well, what our society truly needs, of course, is a liaison for the people. Truly, we need a lot more social workers. I can't believe I'm saying that. Of course, there was a time when I dealt with social workers, and oh my God, it was just awful because there was, oh God. One of these days, JoJo, I'll share the horror story with you.
I know, and not everyone, everyone is at a different labor of love or a different reasoning to go into social work or different, even how healed are they themselves as just human beings? Well, so
social workers come into the fold when life has failed.
Yeah.
When life has failed, and you don't even have to blame anybody. It's, the family doesn't have money, the person doesn't have a home, and the social worker is responding to failure of the system and or individual. And that's,
but I will tell you, in social work graduate school, you are trained to see the best, to find solutions and the strength.
Well, you should. Yes, you have to.
That is what we're trained to do. Now, if someone isn't of that capacity just innately, their personality is pessimistic, or, they have a less than go get them attitude. Now you're dealing with a social worker who has their own, I love what Claudette said, dense entities, right?
Yeah.
Their own density, now processing your dense entities, and their auric field collapses.
Yeah.
Right? So there has to be of a certain fortitude, a certain resilience and grit within the social worker themselves to be able to sustain the job and not burn out.
Yeah.
And to do you a service.
Yeah. No, definitely. It's not a job for everybody, and you're exposed to the real ugliness of life. You'll see the worst The absolute worst. Did you have some experience with this as an intern or something of that nature?
I did. I mean, my internships were clinical in inpatient addiction mental health treatment center.
Interesting. You know, my sponsor, Ben Estenius, who I read the commercials out for, he's how would I describe her? Kind of like his ex-wife's daughter, and she's living in his home now while he lives with his ex-wife. And so of course she's out in the middle of nowhere because he built a home in Arizona on top of an abandoned mine, and he's got a grave out in back where he buried a homeless person. So why she would want to even live there is, he did that legally, by the way. He got permission from the state of Arizona to do that by claiming the homeless person as essentially a relation. But there's something vaguely fetishistic about that. And but yeah, so she's sleeping up there now, but she calls him every once in a while when she gets scared, like she hears noises. You know, I mean, I wouldn't stay there at all. But so my point is that
let me say good night, Douglas. I'm going to fade off here.
I don't blame you. So sorry about that. It was just entertainment, morbid entertainment.
Good night, everybody.
And share our love with Paula. Blessed night, and look forward to speaking with you soon. And that is of course, I'm trying to remember his name, Peter Moon. Yes.
Well, don't forget mine, because I'm gonna say goodnight too, Douglas.
Understood, Jojo. Love you dearly.
Right.
Yes. Oh,
Love
my
you.
point about his daughter was, yes.
Oh, yeah.
She was a drug addict for many years, and then she became a drug counselor. So
yeah, that's great. Good for her. You know, when you go through it and you can alchemize that, you're a damn good counselor.
Yes, and my gang brother Beaver, his girlfriend is also a drug counselor. So there seems to be a running theme in my life here. Somebody's trying to tell me something. Yes,
the beings are conspiring.
Yes. Well, love you dearly, and you.
I love you.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Talk soon.
Yes, look forward to it. Share my love with all your own. Okay, bye. And that was Jojo Mikolajek, and both her and Peter Moon. It's midnight, and it's past their bedtime, and they had to get the rest. Now, our man Jameson is back, yes?
Yeah, Douglas, I can't help but say that the whole fact that there's all these drug counselors seems more like a morbid joke.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my God,
it's
not a funny one.
Yeah. No, I hear you. Yes, it is.
Oh man. So who's this person who buried a homeless person in the backyard?
It's our sponsor, Ben Estenius.
Holy crap!
Wow.
Yeah,
what happened was there was this homeless guy who used to see all the time when he was going to work and driving back and forth between his the various contracts that he had with landscaping. And he would go usually past a well-traveled freeway where this homeless guy was begging, and the homeless guy was murdered in the most atrocious fashion by some MS-13. I mean, it's Arizona, so they're right on the border. So it was an MS-13 kind of initiation ritual. So their initiation ritual was to have one of the newbies burn a man alive. So, you know, he was burned alive. That's how he died, this homeless person. So when that happened, then Ben Estenius decided that he was going to take the man in, and he just told the state that, you know, since nobody claimed the homeless guy, by the way, the state will allow this. It's not like Ben was lying, you know.
That was actually quite kind of him, though.
Yeah, he said, I'll take him in to bury him, and he had the property on which to do it. So the state allowed it. You know, they'll allow anyone to basically claim these homeless guys. You know, if there's no family or somebody to come and claim the person, then, you know, they just kind of give it to whoever shows up. In many states, it's different laws, different states. But fuck, Arizona.
So my question is this, and this is just for morbid curiosity, but is it possible to, I don't know, not pay for a cremation and claim, unclaimed people so you can get their cremated remains?
I never thought that far ahead. I'm gonna have to wrap my brain around that one. I have no idea. It's like everything else. If can't hurt to try, right?
Yeah. And bone ash has its uses. I kid you not.
Oh, right. No doubt. Yes. That. I understand the occult nature of that sort of.
It's pretty hard to come by.
Right. So
you don't want to go on freaking eBay and say anyone's selling human bones. You don't know what the hell you're gonna get.
Yes, understood. By the way, you weren't awake, I take it, at the time that I was talking to both Jojo and Peter about my escort. You were probably asleep and missed all that, or?
No, I actually heard it. Oh,
okay. Did you hear Peter when he was saying, "Who are you talking about?"
Yeah. It's it's one of Peter's nuances that I noticed whenever we go into something that involves, some kind of something involving, sex or interacting with the opposite gender. It sort of slips away.
Yeah, that was. Then he said, "Hey, yeah, she looks both Roman and Chinese," and I was like, I didn't even know what to say to that. Really? Yeah. How did you notice that? Yes, that was cute, actually. But anyhow, so do me a favor. I've got something stuck in my tooth and I have to floss it out because it's driving me mad. So I'll be back in a few seconds. Can you hold the stage?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I can kind of go into my, sort of, I guess, occult workings and stuff.
Sure. Everybody loves that. I'll be back in a few minutes, people. Please don't let him discourage you. Stay right here.
Yeah, I think I might actually be able to pull in an audience with this.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, things are going well. I'm slowly but surely, creeping through the Citra Achara while having other things that need to be done as well on behalf of other people.
Right. Oh, by the way, if you take a look into the chat room, we have, by the way, Clarice Claudette, love you, honey, says dense entities, the densities also try. Okay, so that's what we were talking about earlier. So S-Shock KK 1999, you may as well.
Got him.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah,
it's obvious what they're doing there, and it's quite obvious who they are.
I don't know if it's obvious who they are. Yeah, but yeah, they're just they keep retracting their messages. So I think what they're trying to do is just irritate people.
Yeah. They seem to be trying to question you, if anything, and I find that kind of astounding.
Yeah, it's just well, that's the very name, right? Two S's and two K's, right? With a shock with two S's and two K's. There you go. I mean, it's he should have made it three K's, two S's and three K's, and then it would have made more sense, right?
Yes, it would have made a hell of a lot more sense.
Yeah, but no, he doesn't have that level of imagination, or maybe that was already taken, right? That's why you had to add the 1999. There we are. If that's when he was born, well, then effectively he was born yesterday, as far as I'm concerned. So, shit.
Well, you can only expect that level of maturity from someone born in the 90s and later. Okay, this is going to sound so ageist, but it's just... When you consider how many of those younger people are going conservative because, oh, yes, we're not woke, we're conservative. And I'm seeing black people and Asian people in there. I'm like, are you fucking shitting me? You guys are fucking lost.
I will cover that tonight. You've reminded me that's my responsibility. See if you can try and reach Sammy Romero. If you can't, that's fine. But do your thing. And
also, if James, if you can get back, if you can also drop in and let us know how you're doing as well.
Sounds good. Yeah, Jim, for just a little bit. Use your microphone. Come on, let's use your microphone for a few minutes, and then I'll come back and monologue. But definitely. a little transition won't hurt, and you know, and
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. I
so,
mean, you
so let me
gotta,
go mute.
you gotta.
Yeah.
All right.
I love you dearly. Thank you, Jameson.
Okay. So, for those of you out there, I've been looking at a lot of. Hey, Sammy, what's
Hey, how
up,
you doing,
man?
man? How's the background noise? Is it terrible?
It's mild.
Okay, hold on. How you doing?
Hanging in there. You know, just isolating from everyone and trying
Okay.
to create all types of weird thought forms and stuff. Nothing out
Hey,
of the
what?
ordinary.
Okay, what's up with Peter Moon talking about telling JoJo to show her breasts? I thought that was hilarious.
Oh no, that was Douglas. You know, it's you know, it was.
Yeah, his attempt to like joke it's kind of weird hearing him trying to joke that way.
That was Peter joking like that.
Well, I guess because of the wine. I guess the plum wine or something. Oh,
I didn't hear that part. Honestly,
okay.
because
Well,
I was just coming back on. Honestly speaking.
Oh, I see. Well, I guess in the Romanian culture, is that better?
Yeah, that's way better.
Okay, sorry, I have you on Bluetooth. I guess in the Romanian culture, Peter's wife was talking about how they offer food and I guess also dancing. It's part of their tradition and the food and the drink. I guess in particular the plum wine. So I guess JoJo, she can't drink or anything. So for some reason,
Yeah.
I guess Peter was joking. He said, "Oh well, hey, you can show me your breast." And I just found it kind of it was a little hilarious because you don't really hear Peter joke like that.
Yeah, I get you. Well, I'm not going to look too much into it.
Yeah, no, don't worry about it. It was just funny because it was like a little awkward. But anyways, I guess I was just attempt to humor. Hey, so how's everything going as far as you?
Oh, it sucks. Well, it is what it is. I am not advancing as far in some areas as I would like. As far as socializing and becoming less of a recluse. So, yeah. It's all fun making weird thought forms and making strange things happen and whatnot.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's to go every day of the week. Sort of in the basement or keeping to yourself, it doesn't quite work too much when we're a social species.
Have you tried to like I told you, try to make the first move at least? Wave, smile.
No, I can't tell if there's even an interest in me because that's the thing. I'm not willing to go forward unless there seems to be some kind of reciprocation there. And
Okay,
I don't know how to read whether there is any reciprocation.
I'm gonna send you a couple. You ever heard? You like comedy, right? What comedians do you like? You ever listen to comedians?
Not really.
Okay, comedians are the ultimate bullshitters. Okay, there's this comedian called Joey Diaz. He's a Cuban guy, but he's a fat Cuban guy. This guy. Well, have you ever seen the movie Basketball?
Nope.
Basketball? Okay. Well, how about Spider-Man 2? You remember Spider-Man 2?
No, I haven't seen that one either.
Okay. Well, he's a comedian, okay? He's when he was a lot younger, he was very repulsive. He was a coke addict. He's a coke addict, okay? So as a coke addict, coke addicts are very, especially him. He was a very good salesman, a good con guy. Just can talk his way out of anything, okay? And he talks about, just not giving a shit when it comes to women. Just approach them. But anyways, obviously we're going in a path that it's kind of annoying for you. I can probably.
Yeah.
I don't want to annoy you. I don't want to annoy you too much.
Well, how are things going with you?
Well, that's very, very interesting. What's going on with me really is I've been noticing that the more I progress in my relationship, the more when it comes to my relationship, especially with my family,
Yeah.
I have to be more forward with them, even more now. Especially with a lot of my older siblings. Are you the oldest in your family?
Yeah, I'm the oldest
Okay.
sibling.
Okay. Well, I'm the youngest. Okay. The oldest is probably older than Doug. Maybe she's 55 already. I don't know, around there. So the older people get, they act more like kids. At least in my family.
That's generally true.
Yeah. So I have to be more direct to them. I can't really, you're busy, you have stuff going on, sometimes you don't have time to explain certain things because you just run out of time. So I've had to avoid conflicts because I have a huge family. Okay. So the way I avoid conflicts is I have to go out of my way and explain to them, hey, X, Y, and Z. And I don't like doing that, but it's just part of what I've learned now. It's especially with even with my relationship with my girl, I have to extra communicate because, women want reassurance. And this is just coming out of me, okay? So I'm kind of letting you into my little world.
All right.
They want reassurance. It's like, hey, babe, I want this done. I want you to take me here, so on and so forth. So, it's one of those things where even with family, which I don't want to do because it's family, it's part of that relationship where I have to even be more aggressive to just not be World War III again, because it's just endless when it comes to that. With family, it's endless. So we can't.
Yeah.
So I just try to politic like that,
Yeah,
do you ever do stuff for your siblings that you don't want to do but you have to do?
No, I don't find myself in that anymore. No. That's those because everyone seems to have taken on like a life of their own. As family, we're like actually we're more disconnected than your average family, which has worked in some ways, but in other ways it doesn't work. So it's one of those things, where we're all in our little worlds, even if we're in the same room, like everyone's doing their own thing. So it's like no one really, from time to time, my mother will talk to my father and whatnot, because they're like in the same room all the time. But like, yeah, it's just like we just pass by each other most of the time. It's always been that way, I think. I mean, it was, yeah.
Do you have sisters?
I have one sister, one brother.
How old is your sister?
She's like 2 years younger than me. I got 34, I think.
When's the last time you took her out to lunch with her? When's the last time you went out to lunch with her?
I don't even remember. Probably when we were still teenage kids.
And with all due respect, Jameson, take her out to lunch, man. Take her out to lunch. Take her out to lunch where there's a hot dog, a bag of chips. Take her out to lunch. Feel her out. Because I think this could be a good way of and I'm not trying, I'm not trying to act your daddy. I'm not trying to act like your best friend. I consider you a friend, but someone that I actually do care about you, Jameson, as far as a dude, okay? Not, no homo stuff, right?
Yeah,
Just
I appreciate it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I respect you as a dude, okay? I've tried that with my sisters and it works a lot because sometimes I need feminine energy and I don't want to be around my girl. As hard as that sounds. It's a different it's a different type of feminine energy with a sister, and you can just kind of vibe off of that because it's a vibe, okay? And you'll be surprised, okay? Just a little, just a word of advice. It's as far as that's helped me because it's just
it's something I'll definitely consider.
Yeah, it's me putting myself out there because it can get with that little bit of female energy, it can get a little bit monotonous, kind of lame. But hey, give me about 10 minutes, and then I'll hop back on. Okay? I'm gonna go on mute.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Thank you, Sammy.
Yeah. So
I'm eating watermelon, and I'm trying to rehydrate myself with this. So Jameson will still talk while I chew watermelon.
Oh yeah.
Which
also you could try the Pedialyte. But I don't know how expensive that would be where you are though.
I tried it. It sucks ass. I think it tastes like shit. No,
it does. No, it tastes like shit, but it works.
yeah. I could do without the taste. By the way, just so people understand, when your body needs something, it tastes good. So I don't need it. Put this into some perspective for people that came out with terrible English. To put this in some perspective for people, there were these two old biddies that I knew who were emigres from Europe, and they had survived the American bombing raids of World War II, the American and British bombing raids, the Allied firestorms. And so they had reached a point in their lives where they had an irresistible craving for cod liver oil during the war. So during World War II, they had gotten to the point where cod liver oil tasted so good to them that they would smear it on bread like it was honey. And it tasted good. This disappeared after the war when they were no longer malnourished. So their malnourished condition made cod liver oil taste like honey. So someone like a extreme leukemiac, blood would taste good. Now, again, not to confuse genetic vampirism with some kind of medical condition.
Yeah.
Blood tastes good to me because that's the kind of species that I am, and that's what I really need to keep myself nourished. So I've been indulging in that, of course, as we prepared for St. Patrick's Day and engaged in it as well. And by the way, you have no idea how disconcerting it is when not that I'm complaining, but when like I said, it's actually kind of cute in its own way. But like when Peter is on with us, and then when I'm talking about something, and then he'll just fall back, and he doesn't remember, like he doesn't understand like what I've been talking about. It's because I keep thinking it's like I keep thinking, is it my drugs? Is it me?
No, it could just be a...
I know it's not me because you confirmed that. It's not me. It's not me and my drugs. It's yeah.
No, because Sammy Ramiro brought it up too.
What did he say? What did he say?
He sort of found that joke that Peter Moon made with JoJo about the Romanians and the exposing of the breasts a little odd, to say the least. It seemed out of sorts to him.
Anyhow, Daniel Rolla says, I thought Daniel, reading from the chat here, Daniel says, I thought JoJo was implying that she'd turn into a swinging cougar after a few drinks. I noticed it in her grin and giggle. Yeah, I kind of thought that as well. I mean, yeah, I didn't think it was like, I thought, I thought it was funny that, of course, he brought up showing the breasts like the girl in the photograph, and he noticed that, but then he didn't remember who the girl was. And then, there's kind of a disconnect there. You get what I'm saying? I mean, how does that work?
Yeah. That's what I was bringing up. Like when he's talking about, when we start talking about women, it's like, oh yeah, what's her name again?
I had that moment with him there for a minute, but then again, is it just the way it works? So, all right. What we're going to do is, Sammy should be back in a few minutes, but I'm going to try and finish this watermelon and then get started. And then I'll do the solicitation and all that good shit and just pretty much try and take over the night. But, I think you guys can hold it for a little bit while I get my head out my ass. In the meantime, we take it away.
All right, so I've been watching a lot of paranormal videos, Slapped Ham, and other sources, and it's always interesting when sometimes they freeze frame to show the ghost, how distorted the faces look like they're not even human, but they're trying to mimic humans. And so I kind of had a theory about that, and I kind of got the feeling that whatever thing it is, I started to think that, okay, James, yeah, it seems like you're off mute now.
Yes, can you hear me well? Is my volume okay?
Yes, your volume's okay, and you are audible.
I'm going to have to get headphones in the future. I didn't realize that, but I have everything set up now where I think it won't interfere.
All right. Yeah, you sound great. How have things been going with you? Because we didn't get a chance to, speak to you earlier on.
No, I make every day enjoyable. I'm like Douglas. I have so many illnesses. There's no advocacy out here for us, and there's no social workers or anything. And I have to spend. Yesterday, I spent over 6 hours on the phone. 4 of that was just to get my medical assistance turned back on. So I spend a lot of time doing this, and you really have to put yourself in a state of patience and be willing to go through being sent through this phone to this phone to jumping through these hoops. But I have everything set up here where I can fax. I do everything with my computers, so I've learned to adapt, and with my life now that I don't have the conflicts in this, it's a very peaceful life, and so I'm not coming into this when I'm ready to speak to these people fragmented from my life, which is pretty rare in this society. So I understand what he's talking about, and you can get. I used Equibank. I think it is an app that helps you rebuild your credit. And anything that I disputed on that app, they would check it out and they would remove it. So it might be some help to him to look into those apps even. But Douglas is in California. Is that correct?
Yes, San Francisco.
Yeah, call your attorney general. Reach out to the state. That's another big one. The attorney general will be they'll be very quick to help.
Yeah, well, I guess his issue is dealing with a mega corporation like PG&E, which is the largest energy provider in the United States, essentially a monopoly that has the status of an individual, because 10 years ago or so, they decided to afford corporations the rights as individual people.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
So now they can be, so now you have to treat them like individuals, but they don't have to pay the prices that individuals have to pay for the crimes they commit, which is completely absurd. In other words, it just extends power to them that exponentially. So that
I'm not even sure you can sue corporations anymore.
Well, they used to have it so that they had a lot of money in case they had a lot of money put on the side for legal expenses anyway, so that, I don't know, maybe they'd have like $500 million, just because of all the people who have legal issues, and they would just be like, yeah, just settle it, and it'd be like nothing to them due to the amount that they make. So it's like probably less than 1% of the money that they allocate towards things like that.
Well, but Douglas mentioned that they doubled his amount. I had that happen. I got it taken care of though. But there's many of these corporations that are doubling, tripling what people owe and not notifying them and just doing it out of spite.
Yeah, they are, and they can get and what's messed up is they can get away with it. And one of the things that was supposed to happen was, this sort of ties into what Jojo was talking about earlier with the student loan forgiveness and whatnot, is that, Biden had run on that promise, and that's not being done. And I don't foresee it ever being done.
No, I don't believe politicians when they speak.
No, I don't either. I've reached the point where the only thing I listen to is how they interact with other nations, because that's the only time politics are interesting, geopolitics, which, Douglas specializes in. Because when it comes to what's going on here at home, it's all just lies and bullshit all the time.
Yeah. Well, China owns us.
Well, that's going to change. That's slowly changing because of the fact that, they want to annex Taiwan. And if they take and we can't, and America's definitely not going to let them do that, due to the fact that if they take Taiwan, they would ultimately have a run over the semiconductor industry, because Taiwan manufactures semiconductors for everyone. Everyone's computing. And to make matters worse, Ukraine, which Russia had invaded, that's one of the only places to get neon, which is needed to create semiconductors. So there's a sort of strange alliance going on there.
Well, Biden said that they're going to start producing them here, so we'll see what happens. But we're going to be in a tough situation any way you look at it coming up.
That much.
I mean, there's this whole agenda of these revelations for the millennium and lowering populations and getting rid of resources, and just like they chortled the supplies intentionally, and this is all to lower populations and get rid of the infirm, and they're doing it.
There's something. Well, the strange thing about that is when one considers the small amount of land that we actually occupy as human beings, which is just like what is it again, like a 36% or so. You come to realize that the population isn't that large at all.
90% are on the coasts.
Yeah, 90% is on the coast, and the rest of it is just empty space, even within most of the countries in this world. So that is, when you look at it, we could probably hit 10 billion easy if we were to start exploring unexplored areas in areas that the other primatoids live in. But no government wants to do that. They've sort of decided to just stay where they are. And this is the absurdity of the sort of human machine, and it's something that makes it very easy to become very cynical.
Yeah, so I find that the way to go. The more simple, the more efficient, it seems to me.
Yeah, well, that might be the case, but the thing is, if the human race doesn't try to challenge itself to push into further unexplored areas, we're never going to evolve past this point. We're not going to make any progress. We're going to stagnate, and that's what we're experiencing right now. The human race is in a mass stagnation.
We're being pushed to the brink, especially with energy.
Yeah, we are. And the thing is, technology is advancing, but socially we're regressing. If you're regressing socially for technological advance, it's bound to collapse.
Well, I hope Stephen Greer is right, which I know people question him, but he's saying all this might be bringing out some free energy devices, or maybe some alternative technologies for energy.
I don't think so.
I didn't put much weight into it either, but it's.
I mean, the thing about
it would be nice. It's about time. It's time.
Oh, I agree with you. And the thing is that this technology, we've been sitting on it since the days of Nikola Tesla. I mean, this stuff is old stuff. It's just that the industry is the runaway global capitalism is what it is. And this isn't suggesting that communism or some bartering system or anything else is a better way to go. It's just that with no restraints on what we have, those powers that be are going to keep juicing and making it so that everything manufactured continues to require oil for the next 100 years or so.
Well, governments, they're communism, democracy on paper, they work beautifully. The thing is, human greed, whatever negative aspect of man you want to choose has, corrupted every system there is.
Yes. And there is no such thing as a system under man's control that is incorruptible. And, that's one of the sort of gripes to navigate being here trapped
Well,
in
they're presented
human
to us
form.
as corrupted. They begin as corrupted.
Oh, that's a better point. They probably do. I mean, they most of the times they're never what the people who authored them intended, or the people who authored them probably intended something completely different, or they were corrupted and were doing it out of a place of corruption to begin with. So it's human nature. I would say that's just what it is at this point. It's nothing that I could really look at as good or evil. It's just,
Well, I heard it said once, as long as we have governments, we're a sick society. Until man can learn to live on his own and treat his fellow man as his brother and as himself, and treat the earth as its mother planet that's breathing and living and tending to. I mean, we're just so twisted in every manner. And the way things look, man has 20, 30 years before extinction if we continue on this pace.
yeah, I was kind of betting on 10 even, but yeah, you're right. And the thing is, I don't believe humans are social creatures, so I don't believe, and we're also extremely hierarchical creatures. Hierarchical, is how we sort of organize information. So the idea of humankind without, any type of governing bodies, it's just not possible. It'll never be possible.
No,
And
they're removing any of our ability to learn about self, to learn to function, to live in a prosperous way. It's they're just dumbing down everybody and taking any resources away that somebody can use to raise their consciousness, to make themselves a better person, to make themselves a better person for the world, for the people around them.
yes, and part of this is because the sickness is capital. Sickness is sickness, disease, disorder. It's capital. It's money.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's a win-lose. When I win, you lose situation.
I mean, yeah, you have to create.
There needs to be, win-win situations where basically we're living on this earth. If we came to another planet and saw what they were doing, I mean, we wouldn't believe it. And it's just mind-blowing. And the people that even working towards unifying are being, oppressed and beaten. And so,
Yeah, I mean, I grasp what you're saying. The thing is, my sincere belief is that this is the best humankind can do. I don't believe we can do any better. And this is also, what I wanted to say about what Clarice Claudette was saying was that, what I don't believe the human race is beyond this. We're not designed that way. Biologically, we are behaving in a manner that is completely congruent with the way we're designed. In other words, even the corruption that we experience, even the unnecessary suffering, that's part of the way we are wired on a biological level. We can't help it, basically, I guess what I'm saying to a degree.
Okay. So how are we doing
I
here?
mean, honestly, this I think is the best we can do. And when you start to look closely at we sort of move in waves. There's these ebb and flow patterns where we're doing really good and then everything falls to shit and we're doing good and falls to shit. And this is this is the sort of cyclical nature of the.
Well, we have no vision. There's no long vision. It's all immediate.
Yes.
And there's nothing other than the individual concerning himself, and it's I mean, look at the personalities of today. Everybody has such big personalities when there's no substance to them.
Mhm.
That's correct. That's actually nurtured, sadly enough, by the media, which
Okay.
is,
What are we talking about? Just trying to catch up.
oh yeah, you were just pondering the philosophical ramifications of what the human being is. This odd creature that, you know, I'm sure you can agree is a honestly, I think this is the best we can do.
Well,
I think this is one example that I think contradicts that, because you're getting together different people with different belief systems.
Mhm.
It's being kind to each other.
Mhm.
It's sharing. And
Mhm.
we were all coming from different places here. And there's not too much, commonality by what I'm hearing. We're all living these different lives, and we have all these different opinions, and we're doing it, aren't we? We're doing it on Douglas's show, aren't we?
Yes, we are.
So when
But
was left in the tribes in this, they man lives naturally with the earth. We were taught to war. We were coerced to war.
I mean,
You know?
again,
well, the thing is, even tribes have their hierarchy, though. There's always a chief.
can you both hear me?
Yes.
Just so you understand, where I don't feel it's constructive to take the show in an anti-war direction, because I do feel that war is one of the things
necessary.
Well, it's one of the things that defines humanity. It's as we've gone into before. Of course, when Clarice Claudette was speaking, I brought up the fact that actually, I'm in many ways just more of the same when it comes to what she was complaining about. But when it comes to one time, I had a conversation with somebody who was of some European descent. I believe he was probably Russian, but he wasn't some kind of hostile individual. He was just Russian descent, but he was beyond that. He was an immigrant, and he still had quite the accent. He didn't take to what I was saying, but another white American guy with him did. It's just that when we brought up the subject of war, and they were doing the usual male thing, talking about weapons and everything else, I brought up the fact that war is one of the major things that defines us as human. And he was like, interesting in the most negative sense. He used that term, interesting as a negative. Your definition of a human is one's desire to kill another human. It's not necessarily like that, but in a sense, it is like that. It's
Well, yes.
Yeah. It's
There's a reason. There's a reason why all goddesses of love and fertility were also goddesses of war. It's human. It is.
Yeah.
It is. And the fact of the matter is, violence is what defines life. Without some sort of violence, some sort of combat to keep things in this sort of balanced homeostasis. Homeostasis is a battle of two forces just being locked in a certain place. That's how the human body works on a cellular level. So I mean, there's this entire universe. One can say that the nature of God is war.
Thank you. And obviously the Christian God is very much like that, something that Clarice Claudette was saying she was very tired of.
Yahweh is the great dragon that on the lower sphere, and so we're made up of all these aspects, but there is a way to balance that energy even.
Okay.
I agree that could be done, but what I've seen, and I'm only going to go on patterns, is that these things can only be achieved on a sort of smaller level, on a microcosmic level. They can't be done on a macrocosmic scale to the sense where the entire human race would be that way. You can have small clusters of people that interact and exchange ideas. This is always the case. It's like the 20-80 rule or something. 20% of the people will always be sort of, beyond this sort of stuff. And, the sort of moving beyond war, moving beyond this greed and all this stuff, I consider that transhumanism rather than because you're trying to go above what human beings really are.
I can accept that we're in a state of perpetual war. I remove my statement, and I agree. So.
Oh, thank you. I mean, you don't have to do that for my sake, but I was just saying that I felt it's so easy.
The point's the point, so.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so easy, of course, for people to take up that anti-war banner because it seems like the thing to do, right? It seems like a decent thing to do. It's
I'm a child of the 60s.
There you are. And, make love, not war. Yes, all the rest of that. I mean, were you tell me how active you were in the 60s with the hippie trip, and did you get laid a lot of free love, or were you lucky that way?
I was growing up in the 60s as a kid. I was 10 years old by 69, so I mean, I remember Kennedy getting shot, and Martin Luther King, and Bobby, and the Vietnam War, and my sister's boyfriends going and watching the war on TV, and Nixon. Yeah, I mean, through all that, by 71, I was a little hippie.
Okay. Yeah.
So, and I worked for the NAACP when they were valid, and I did a lot of work for saving the trees, and.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that. I
stood in front of the White House. I did my protesting. I've, gone up against the police, all that kind of stuff. Anti-Klan rallies and things like this,
Well, I wish we had more Americans who are like you in mindset, honestly speaking. I mean, because we seem to be going the opposite direction here in the States, unfortunately, now.
Yeah,
and that's intentional.
Okay, and intentional. I mean, oh yes, I noticed that. Again, Clarice Claudette was suspecting that there was something intentional with, all the gouging of people or something like that. It's but that implies that there's some kind of plan behind it. That it gives people credit that really doesn't belong there.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. The human race doesn't have the level of foresight to be able to plan and manipulate these things. It's one of those things where when we do things that seem like that, it's by accident, and it's to the advantage of the elite for us to give them all this magical credit where they're doing all this stuff when in reality they're just incompetent dopes with a lot of money.
Yes.
Who have a lot of people doing stuff for them and some badass public relations people working for them to make them look more nefarious than they really are.
Yeah. And there you have it. Like Putin is an excellent example of that. Made a legend by just a media machine. And by the way,
legend is hopefully collapsing, and hopefully there will be some karmic retribution to assholes like, I don't know, who's that guy, Sean Hannity or whatever the fuck.
The guy Carlson, Sean Hannity, Carlson. All of them. Yeah,
those assholes that Peter always goes on about. Those guys literally need to just go on a train, and the train needs to lead directly off a cliff.
Yeah, yes. Like in the movie Horror Express, by the way. That's what happened in the movie Horror Express. It was a good movie, and of course took place in Russia, so very fitting. Different Russia.
Is that one of your recommended watches?
It is actually. Yes, I would recommend Horror Express. That's it has two Peter Cushing and who's the other guy who's in all those movies? He played, what was it, the opposite of Gandalf? What was his name? I forget his name now. Played Dracula. Christopher Lee. That's it. Christopher Lee and Peter Cushing are both in that film, as well as Telly Savalas. Actually, it's got a star-studded cast. So it was quite the work. So do catch it, and
Definitely.
look forward to your review. Oh, by the way, tell people about the young lady who read Trigger Warning. Tell us what you thought of that.
Oh, that was hilarious. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I recommend folks listen to it because it's just, you will laugh your ass off about the language that this guy uses. I couldn't get over the fact that this guy wrote so many books. Who the fuck is publishing this shit? And he makes emphasis to keep emphasizing how big the guy is. It's like his massive sausage fingers gripped the back of her back and said, "Oh, you're safe with, you're not one of those fluffy bunny things." He always uses these terminologies like fluffy and stupid these stupid what do you call it, reactionary disses.
yeah reactionary terms for reactionary insults for normal people, right? Snowflakes and shit, and safe space terms like that.
Cream puff, yeah.
Yes, that's right. Oh my fucking god.
Alpha males.
Yes, there we are, and he's so so it's really funny to hear her read that and just emphasize this person's fetishes for bigness and shit in particular. So it's obviously you keep thinking of the guy's dick, but okay then.
Well, it sounds like the author is describing himself, like
right. Oh, his fantasy of himself. I hear echoes. Yes, you've got the computer on, Jim. Right? Jim? You there?
It's not, the echoes aren't coming from me. Maybe,
I didn't say James.
I wasn't muted. I'm muting now.
Okay. All right. So, well, people did hear them, right? Did you hear them, or was that in my head?
No. I heard the echoes as well.
Okay,
I
good.
thought it was the NSA person trying to just like interlope or something.
Yeah, that's possible as well. I'm not going to argue with that. That's
because they like to do that. They like to loop whenever someone's talking and try to play it back from a few seconds just to create this sort of word salad effect.
Mm.
They've done this numerous times.
Yes, yeah, that's right. So it's how do I say it? Just one of the challenges we have to deal with. So, Jim, you can come back on. You can unmute. And
I was unmuted the whole time, so it must have been something other than my mic, I think.
Okay.
It was. Okay. That was our running NSA agent.
Maybe. I mean, I noticed that when Jim does come back on, I seem to hear a little bit of the echo, or it might be a computer on in the background or something. It's just the thing to do, Jim, is whenever you're bound with us, make certain that everything else is off. Yeah.
Well, what I have to do is buy a headset.
A headset, that would help. Yes, or earbuds, whatever fits in there. I mean, I
gotta wait till the beginning of the month.
Understood. Well, earbuds are like a few bucks. I mean, not that I'm pushing you. Take your time. I mean, don't break yourself. Always consider yourself and make certain that you've got what you need before you invest in something like that.
Yes, of course. Thank you.
Yeah, and so was Sammy supposed to come back, or did he contact us to let us know something changed his plans on that regard?
Something probably changed his plans because it seemed like he was typing something and then like he just went off. So it's possible he might have had to do something.
Okay.
But I wanted to run something by you though.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
All right. So as I was like telling the audience earlier, like I sort of binge like slapped ham videos, and I love watching like these sort of freaky apparitions just pop up out of the blue. I noticed how most of the humanoid things look kind of distorted, and I was wondering if this might also be a result of these I guess it might be the result of these things sort of going through a sort of fearful symmetry when they translate into our realm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That might be responsible for this sort of distortion of the image. But it's quite amusing because I was able to take the most disturbing aspects of some of these weird humanoid-looking entities that don't look quite human, and I was able to create my own thought form out of it. And I just drew a picture of it. I didn't even get to doing any of the magic stuff or whatnot. And so I'm going to sleep, and I have this dream where all of a sudden I'm being terrorized by something. And then I wake up, and I finally pull myself out of it, and I see the thing floating up above me, and I'm like, okay, so it succeeded. It did work. This was just incredible stuff, man. So there seems to be something symmetrical. There seems to be something oddly symmetrical that I guess anyone can tap into with these, sort of disturbing entities that you see in like these ghost videos and whatnot. Where if you draw the right features and the right combination, you might be able to tap the thing.
Okay. Thank you. Of course, your average person would wonder why you would want to even do such a thing, but
well, actually, there was an idea behind it, which was creating a thought form that would cause night terrors. So, for anyone who wants to use it, the name of the entity is Night Terrors, and you can use it to, if someone's bullying you or harassing you, just sick night terrors on them, and they'll have a good time.
There we are. And so, Jim, you've got some insight into this.
I'm just listening. It's kind of intrusive.
Right. But aside from listening, you're welcome to say, if you had any night terrors or your any.
I have after going through the surgery and having everything taken from me and my daughter, and being put in somewhere I was unfamiliar. Yeah,
tell us a bit about this. What are you willing to share? I mean, after your surgeries, everything was taken from you. Your wife did this?
Well, in 2001, after I had an experience that my family was visited, my wife tried to take my daughter from me. She actually took her from me. Mm-hmm. I had to move to Pittsburgh, lived in somebody's attic, got a job, lived in somebody's basement, got an apartment in 4 months, this kind of stuff. I represented myself in court, got the rights to my daughter. That was after my surgery. Worked 2 years, had the surgery, went to Michigan, represented myself in court against the DA to get the rights to my daughter back, which I did. Got him overruled 3 times and won my case. I represented myself in court in Michigan to get my guardianship that my family took from me, because my mom's brother is when he was in Michigan, he was the Detroit Dawn. He was mafia. Oh, sorry. And he had the judges in his pockets, and my mom said, I want this thing put away. He's not my son. My real son died on the operating table. They took me out of the hospital and drove me to Detroit, and they had the police come get me, and the police were like wondering what's going on. And when I explained who my uncle was and that my mom didn't want to take care of me, they gingerly took me to jail, and I had to go up against a camera with the judge, and he wouldn't let me speak, and they took my guardianship and threw me in a psych ward.
Oh my God! Oh.
After a week, of them trying to make me violent, do this kind of stuff, going to meetings while I'm trying to heal from a brain surgery. This was 6 months after a surgery. The psychiatrist calls me in his office and said, hey, there's nothing wrong with you. He says, you're highly intelligent, and I'm getting you out of here. Mm-hmm. And then he got me out, and then they took all my money. So then they threw me in a group home.
They took all your money. What the fuck? They emptied your bank account? They put me in a group
home for 6 months or something with mentally challenged individuals. My roommate was shitting in the closet.
Oh my God.
I find after about 6-7 months, a nurse talks to me, and she's talking to me, and they goes, what the hell are you doing here? And I explained everything to her, and she called the state, and the state came in and, made my family get me out. Well, actually, they talked to my family, and my family's trying to tell them how I'm crazy and violent in this, and he's telling them, he said, I'm tired of hearing this shit. You either get him out of here You're paying for his, you're going to pay for his apartment. So they got me out and they put me in an apartment, the town away from them. It was getting like $800 a month for my disability starting off, and they put me in a apartment that was $600 a month without utilities. Mm-hmm. And I made it there for 6 months and was getting food from the church and however I could do things. And then I found out on the steps, and the blind commission put me in the senior home. So then after 2 years there, Buddy had come up to Michigan to see me. He said, "My God, Jimmy," he said, "what are they doing?" He said, what's your family doing? I told him. He said, "They're killing you." He says, "I'm going to come back and bring a truck." And about a few months later, he came back with a truck and brought me back to Pittsburgh. And then I got reestablished. I'm living on the south side, and I've done work with the Steelers again. I've done my photography. I got a nice apartment. Like I said, I know the judges. The judge is helping me help get the information with that car accident, and the DA knows me, and everybody knows me in Pittsburgh, and it's without people interfering with my life, I've always had a very peaceful inner life, but they really put me through the ropes, and what encountered then was horrible dreams of my daughter being taken from me. Mm-hmm. Horrible dreams of just the post-traumatic stress alone of waking up in the middle of life, and I can't describe the trauma, and having to go outside and I'd sit out in the cold, like I'd find a little doorway out there and just let the cool air cool me down. And by morning, I'd come and get in bed and be able to go to sleep. It was horrendous. Absolutely horrendous what they did. My God, I've worked years and years on raising my consciousness and centering my brain and all this. And then they traumatized me this way. Not only myself, but my daughter also. And, I'm now to the point, I've done a lot of work mentally, and I knew how to work on myself, but I had a block. And then the gentleman online I know worked with me, and he got through that block. And then I've been a lot better since, and the post-traumatic stress attacks have stopped, And I worked on a lot of forgiveness, internal forgiveness, and, just a lot of hard work and a lot of, my God, my mother in 88, she did the same thing my dad and pushed him to suicide. Mm-hmm. And I think they thought that I would commit suicide. Mm-hmm. But, after having those UFO experiences in 91 that woke me up and I started, doing my internal work, I knew how to take care of myself, Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. As psychiatrist I know, and other people in the field, they were pretty amazed with how quick I got myself together, Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No.
So, but we all come into this world, and we're given the lessons we need to learn. And I was listening to the gentleman earlier talking about his family, and we get caught up in these compulsive relationships. Mm-hmm. And, we're addicted to them. Mm-hmm. And if you have somebody with a cruel family like mine that takes it from you and hopes it hurts you, you either commit suicide, go crazy, or you handle it, you deal with it. Mm-hmm. and get yourself centered and get yourself grounded and, get your identity back. Because when you lose all that, you lose your identity. You absolutely lose who you are. Yeah. If that makes any sense. You have nothing around you that's familiar, nobody around you that's familiar, yeah. So that's that. No, and I haven't heard from my family since.
Oh, well, you aren't missing anything, apparently.
Oh, no, I couldn't, I couldn't trust to be around them.
Oh, my God.
So I have a question. You also said that your daughter was having difficulties as well. What are you willing to share about what she might have experienced?
Oh, just with her mother taking it from me was one thing. Doing the way she did it. When I represented myself in court, and I was in Michigan, and my daughter came up there to see me. Okay, this is the opportunity my mother used to throw me in jail in the psych ward. And a couple days before she did this, my nieces and nephews are in my mother's house, and they're running around, and my mother's playing with them, picking them up and swinging them. And came to my daughter's turn. She looked at her and turned her back and walked away from her, sat down and drank her coffee. The other kids are running around. They run downstairs, and my daughter just, turns her head and runs down the steps, I said, what did you do that to my daughter for? I said, you saw her stand there waiting for your affections. And God damn it, she looked at me and said, I don't want to get attached to her and miss her when she's gone. Because earlier in the day, I started talking to my uncle in the garage. And here, the next day I got up and I came down to be with my daughter. I said, where's Bianca? Well, Debbie came to get her to go play with the kids. I said, well, I want to spend my time with my daughter. I haven't seen her in 6 months. So my mom was charging me $20 for every meal she made me, $20 to go get food from the bank. Just
your mother charging you this?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Yes. Mm-hmm. And that morning, when I took my daughter, I went in to go get my meal, and I tried to come out, and she jumps in front of me, and she's like 5'2", and I was like 320 pounds after my operation from little steroids and stuff. I could have crushed her, and she's hopping in front of me and won't let me leave the kitchen, so I'm hobbling around the other side and can't see. Didn't even know how to use my vision yet. I'm trying to get out to sit down and eat my cereal. She's jumping in front of me and won't let me pass. Well, I put 2 fingers up on her shoulder, and I just flick it and laugh, and I go, what are you doing? Well, she ran out with her phone, and I guess then she called my Uncle Ray, and he called the police, and then, I just sat there and waited. And they came in, and where's James Forsyth with their guns drawn? And I said, me, and they did a double take at me, and they said, you? Because they had my skin all wrapped from ear to ear on top of my head, and my whole head was taken apart and cut ear to ear.
Ah!
And
Oh my God! Oh, that's just...
yeah. And they said, you? And I said, yeah. I said, my Uncle Ray.
What did you look like?
I said,
do you have
my
photographs?
mother's his sister, and I said, she don't want to take care of me. I mean, like, oh God! So they carried me upstairs, helped me get some clothes on, carried me down the steps. I said, I had a surgery. I said, you have to put handcuffs on me. I'm scared of falling. If I hit my head, it can really cause some bad stuff. They said, don't worry about it. We'll get you out to the car, and we'll put the handcuffs on up front really loose. They said, but we have to do it by law, but we're not going to constrict you. And they carried me out, and then my uncle came, my mom's brother, Uncle Tino. And that's Raymond's older brother, and he was a good guy. Mm-hmm. And he ran to the door of the police car, and he said, just be strong, son. Do what they say. You'll be okay. And then he told me when he and his wife, my Aunt Margie, walked up in my mother's kitchen, she didn't see them. And he told me, we're standing there, and she didn't see us, and your mother's proceeding to lay down the lamps very gently, and we're standing there wondering what she's doing. Then she came out around the kitchen the other way and saw us and said, oh, God. And then was putting on this act and told us how you knocked her around the room and knocked the lamps over, and she had to have the police come and arrest you. When they saw her laying the lamps down, he used to come visit me at those home stuff and bring me food, and he'd put his hand in his head, going, my God, I can't believe my sister did this, And, so that's that.
Thank you for sharing that.
Now I'm here with you.
Yeah. It's not quite sure we're that much of an improvement, but in terms of, at least we're not actively conspiring to fuck you over for what seems to be gratuitous sadism. What did you look like? Are there any photographs? I mean, you said the police were shocked when they said you, because you obviously must have looked helpless, right? And but your face, the way you describe it, it's basically your head is what visually informed them that you were not a competent serial killer like PG&E.
Well, I'm there with a white tap cane and a regular support cane.
Mm-hmm.
You know, she wouldn't let me use my wheelchair.
Uh-huh. Why wouldn't she let you use your wheelchair again? I mean, aside from gratuitous sadism, which apparently is like her thing, was there some kind of rationalization here? Or?
Yeah, I don't like those devices on my rugs.
Okay. Oh my God. Is she still alive? I'm hearing an echo, by the way. Did anybody else hear that echo? When I said, is she still alive, there was kind of an echo there. It may be simply...
Yeah, it could be coming from here. I apologize.
Yeah. Your headset will take care of that. You know, take your time, get the headset. I mean, it's not that bad. So,
is this better?
Yeah, seems to be. Yeah. Like I said, always get close. And I'm sorry. Is your mother still alive? And photos. Do you have photos of what you look like then? I am curious. I'm sure Jameson is curious.
I don't know if they took photos or what.
Yes, very much so.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't tell you, when I was in intensive care, I came on the operation and in intensive care.
Mm-hmm.
They forged my name and signed all my rights and properties over to my ex-wife.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, what?
When I was in intensive care,
yeah,
they forged my name.
Uh-huh.
On a paper that
and
gave
turned
all
the property over to your wife?
My ex-wife.
Yeah, who forged your name? Your mom and your...
My sister and my mom were there. My two sisters and my mom.
Why did they hate you so much?
I don't know. They were like that with me ever since I was little.
Was it because of your encounters with these other dimensional beings?
What's that?
Was it because of your encounters with these other dimensional beings?
No, I don't think. My mother had two daughters, and my dad wanted a son. I don't think she wanted another child. Mm-hmm. You know, I mean, she was kind of cruel to me my whole life.
Okay. I'm so sorry to hear that. By the way, I'm not fully committed attention-wise to you because obviously I'm trying to pull my head out of my ass and get ready to speak later in monologue. So, bear with me on that. As a matter of fact, Jameson, you can take over and, questioning this man, so to speak.
Yeah.
And you hear the echo. You hear the echo, right, when I'm talking?
Yes, I hear the echo.
Yeah, okay.
I do thank you for your time and your kindness and...
Oh, no worries. It's no problem. And understand that there's elements of your story that are hopefully an inspiration to people who are listening. I mean, obviously, someone like myself gets morbid entertainment out of this because I'm not quite sure what lessons are to be applied here, other than, of course, your resilience and the fact that you seem to have a good attitude for everything that's happened to you. That's inspirational. But
it gave me strength that I didn't think I had.
Well, you'd have to have the strength, and yeah, there you go. You'd have to dig that up from somewhere. Well, when you say that, it's kind of like I don't know how that applies because it's almost that would apply more like to someone who had a life that was acceptable and then went through something horrible. Then they could say, oh, this gave me strength that I didn't know I had. But you, it sounds like your whole life was fucked up from the moment you dropped out of the womb. So I'm not quite sure that applies.
Yeah.
So how does that work?
From the beginning.
Yeah, what you mean to say is that, all you can really say is I'm resilient.
I'm a survivor,
Yeah.
But I think I did learn some lessons for that, whether I can verbalize it or not. But,
okay.
One thing was recognizing, compulsive love from true love, for one thing.
Compulsive love from true love. Well, have you ever encountered true love after that?
Well, that's a good question.
I mean, it's a legitimate question. I mean, you don't have to answer it. I mean, you
I've
can
not been
say
in a
no. I mean,
relationship
it's no
since-
shame.
I've not been in a relationship since my wife.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. That's
You have yet to experience true love then, and I hope you find that. honestly, with all the shit you've gone through, you more than likely, you definitely probably deserve it.
Well, my daughter loves me, but as true love as far as amorous, I don't think I have.
Right. Yeah. I'm sorry. It's,
yeah, my tarot
Wait,
card, my birth card tarot is my karmic card is the Lovers, I think.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that doesn't advertise well, does it, for the tarot?
Is it reversed, or is it like no, there's relevance here, because if it's reversed, that means obviously shit's gonna go awry.
I don't know. You figure that out by just your birth date and that. So it's, you get your karmic number and your birth number and your life path number, and so
I almost don't want to know any of that stuff. I'll be perfectly honest with you. I would be perfectly happy not knowing any of that.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't help to know how much shit you're going to go through in life ahead of time.
Well, I was very good with tarot and reading tarot and using different decks and using, very good with that. And I would get very, very, very intuitive with it. And I even got the message once telling me I was going to become, face a very bad illness, So.
So
yeah,
well, that's more than a bad illness. That's okay.
Life-threatening. It was said life-threatening illness was what the I don't know if it was the I Ching or the tarot.
Yeah, what you'd call a catastrophic medical breakdown or something. Yeah. So at any rate,
yeah, that is definitely one of the reasons why I stopped using the tarot, because it was too accurate. And
yeah, I did too since then.
Yeah, and
yeah,
yeah. Go on. I'm sorry. Keep talking,
yeah.
both of you. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I was saying it's like one thing to get sort of like what patterns are going to happen if you're going to make the time to cast a spell to prevent whatever probability you're seeing, but most of the times, even if because that was what I was originally using the tarot for, as a means of being able to control every situation. And I learned the hard way, of course, that life just doesn't work that way. That, or I just really wasn't good at spell casting back then. So it's just like that sort of defeated the point of having one.
Well, you can get an image of the situation and some energies, but you can't capture all the dynamics and know where they're coming from.
Yeah,
or going to come from.
And that's sort of the problem, is that it's sort of like, if you don't know what exact situation to prepare for based on this pattern, what exactly it's only on hindsight that you can say, oh, yes, that tarot reading was right. I did get fucked over by somebody. Holy shit. But you couldn't tell who it was going to be, It's like, so what? It doesn't, there's almost something sort of counterproductive about it. But I would say that, I don't know.
It helped me a lot of ways. I've been thinking about getting back into it, but...
It would definitely, well, if you find it helps, I mean, I would definitely recommend it. You might even be able to make some bucks on the side, doing readings for people and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. I used to do readings just to help people.
Did you really?
Yeah, I used to. Yeah, I would get online with people, and they would just say, "I would need a psychic," and the guy would go, "Well, what do I want?" So I'd lay out my cards, and I'd go, well, you're good. You have a court case coming? Yes. Well, there's a guy is there a black individual black guy? Yeah, that's my buddy. I said, well, this is somebody who can help you. Well, I don't know if he will. And I was able to hit people like that.
Wow. So how come you don't do it anymore?
Like, who stole a car? I asked the girl, asked me who stole a car. Gave her a reading. And then I didn't tell her who, but it gave her the situation. And then as I got done, later, and then things start hitting you. And then we're working. I'm going, wait a minute. you know this guy?
Mm-hmm.
And she goes, yeah. And, so, I mean, I was very good at, getting the downloads or whatever you want to call them, or, the images would hit my subconscious very well.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Well, Douglas, I noticed you were going to ask why he doesn't still do it, and I would sort of have to counter that question by saying, by pointing out the obvious, which is no good deed goes unpunished.
Is that the case? I mean, I certainly hear what you're saying. It sounds probably...
No. This is dude. This is I've noticed this. This is sort of like the design of the universe. It tends more towards evil than to darkness than to light, which is the reason why I prefer to do evil things so that good things can happen to me, which actually works. You do fucked up things for some reason, and good things happen to you. You do bad things. You do good things for people, and fucked up things happen to you. That's just how it works. There is that
way, but I also found I can bring good things into my life by visualization, by emotion and visualization. I've done it. You can do it. You can counter that. There's always a counter.
I don't believe that's possible without doing a ritual. I'm sorry. I mean, don't get me wrong. I've heard, Jojo has said this. Peter Moon has said this. There's a lot of people who say this. I don't buy it. I've never experienced it. I've done visualizations after visualizations and all this other stuff, and it's always turned out the complete opposite.
Sometimes you have to be pushed to a further point that kind of, I think, activates it, or it becomes a mode of survival almost.
I'm starting to come to the conclusion that there might be two types of people in this world. A sort of type of person where this sort of works for them, and I would call them the positive archetype. And then there are people like me who are the negative archetype, where this stuff doesn't work and you have to do a ritual or some kind of sacrifice for it.
I more than once have gone out when I actually wasn't going to make it through the month. Now, I don't want to sound ridiculous here or anything, but I'm telling you a true story. And I put my consciousness out and go, okay, I'm going to find some money. And I go out and I ride around in alleys up and down the street. I found the one day $100 just laying right on the road by a car that I was coming down. And I was having these, like, how am I going to make? Okay, want the universe to give me the abundance. I desire this abundance. Okay,
cool.
$100.
All right.
And then another time I'm going and I find I'm having trouble with money, and this is like months or a year later, and I look down, there's a 20. There's people walking on the street. I look down, there's a 20. I go up further, there's two other 20s, a 10. I ended up with $60-some. And other people were walking there. Just last summer, I was out, and my chiropractic friend was across the street giving free manipulations to people to get business in there. And I'm out there talking to him. And he's like, what are you going to do? I'm like, I don't know. I don't have money. I just got to wait till the end of the month. And I left his place. I went down half a block, came back and showed him the $200 I just found laying on the sidewalk.
Wow.
And I've done this with other ways, with putting thoughts out there, and things come into my life. Not at the time that I want it, but eventually.
But here's the thing, though. You paid a massive price to get that ability. Think about it. I mean, you went through the surgery.
Some people pay those prices and don't get anything.
Yes, that's for sure. That's right. Yeah.
Yes,
good answer.
Well, yeah, that is a good answer. It's just that what I'm trying to get across is the fact that, the sort of ability to do this stuff, it's not something that's inherent in everyone. You have to suffer immensely for it. And the whole point of practicing magic is so that you don't have to suffer immensely for it. You just have to suffer maybe moderately for it.
Yeah. Well, I don't consider it magic. I visualize it. I feel it as a connection to the all, to everything.
I can't even conceive of what that must be like. That's beyond my
Well, you know,
comprehension.
I've been called crazy.
Oh, no. I'm not calling you crazy, because I've encountered other
I'm
people
joking.
who have said this stuff, and there was a time I was actually envious of humans for this, because it just didn't make sense to me. But I now realize that I'm not meant to take the same path, and that's the only reason why I can't do all that stuff. So I guess everything balances out in a way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes. So thank you. That's good. Both of you
Yeah.
can continue along these. Is there anyone else who wants to join us? Just curious.
Just one other thing, Douglas.
Of
I
course,
was
take your time.
last year talking about I was reading my horoscope, and I don't read horoscopes, but it said that I should come into some money this year. So I was putting that thought out there.
Great.
Well, last September I get called. I'm getting I won a $12,000 award for the filter they put in me. I'm getting $6,000 in July.
Because the filter's a piece of crap, or what? And they're paying you back.
Yeah, they put it in me permanently, and it can perforate my organs and my heart.
Ooh.
They travel, and it's already migrated, and they can't find it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Holy shit! So they're giving you this money as just compensation. I mean, that's just awful.
Personal injury. Yeah, and then we'll see what happens with this car case, and then I'm going to donate you. If I get that amount, if I get the I'm going to give you at least 500. If I can pull it out 1,000, I'll do that.
Just make certain that you're covered, okay? I mean, certainly that's appreciated, and it's the thought that counts. But just make certain you're covered first, of course.
Well, this is I've always operated this way. If I have an abundance, I believe it should be shared.
But that's deeply
for those who
appreciated.
need it.
Yeah.
I just do it because I feel it's the thing to do, and I believe it. I don't do it for it to create anything, but I do it, just because people have helped me in my life.
Yes.
I had like a psychologist friend of mine gave me the $500 to try to take my wife to court to get my daughter, but then that lawyer stole that money. But
oh my God, I'm so sorry, and it sounds so fucking typical. Go on.
I was going to say I grasp your altruism, but how do you know you're not paying a steep price for that? I mean, for being kind to others, for being nice to others. Maybe that's why you're suffering.
I don't suffer.
No. I mean, I'm
not suffering.
God. Yes, he's not. Yeah, please, Jameson. That's so sick.
No. Hear me out, because again, I've noticed.
Look, I know. Yeah, I know.
People do cruel things to people, and for some reason, good things happen to them. This is just what I've seen.
Look, I know what you said it. You said it. We don't need to dwell on that. Let's not overdwell on that.
I've seen it too, and
you know what? You know why we shouldn't overdwell on that? Because it reinforces that. You reinforce that when you dwell on it. So let's not reinforce that. Yeah. And believe me, I could go that way too. I could go that direction too. But
is JoJo, is anybody here online or anything that could has experienced anything of this similar, of the same?
The only thing I've experienced is the entities and the sort of alien-like beings who I don't believe are really alien. And part of me suspects that they're part of a trickster archetype, which has been driving humankind batshit crazy since we left the bicameral days behind.
Who said this? Is that somebody in the chat room?
No. This is Jameson speaking.
Oh, okay. But by the way, there's someone in the chat room who says most humans are disgusted by the concept of war. They go by the name of Jehovah1. Ask the people fleeing Ukraine. War is the failure of the thinking man, a primordial, archaic thing that we should aspire to evolve past. And
again, that's
goes the whole way. But
again, that's.
But by the way, I don't want to dump on this person, but
no.
Yeah, perfection's not coming to the world. I mean, we can only attempt it. That's all in this realm.
Yeah. It's like.
Well, There's a reason why I say it can only work microcosmically. It can't work on a macrocosmic scale because it's just not what we are.
Well,
yeah.
we are the micro, and we can work with the macro. That's part of theurgy. I mean, you have thaumaturgic magic of working outwardly with the elements, and you have the theurgy, which is internal, raising consciousness, and you raise. As you raise your consciousness, you raise these lower beings around you also.
Like I understand that, but what I'm getting at is that a majority of people in the world aren't meant to do this. This is something that only a minority of people can do. It's just like the whole war thing. I'm just throwing out a sort of oh my
I
gosh.
can only speak from my paradigm. These are my experiences. These beings have shown me this. People have bad experiences with these mantises. I had one experience when I was a kid. In my later life, he would hold me from my right arm and show me, and very gently show me around and teach me things. And
could you give us an example of what he taught you? And are you sure of the gender? Do you know it was a male or a female, or that just kind of... Okay.
No genders.
Okay.
The only thing I thought was a gender is when I saw the big bird being. He had a big, huge chest and a face with like a pinched face, and he wore red wool, which I later found out was symbolizes giving up the material world.
Interesting. Okay. Yes. So.
Well, my question has been though.
But how did that make him male? He's just so fucking ugly. You couldn't accept that.
I could feel. I mean, it was the only time I felt a masculine energy from a being.
Got it. Okay, he just felt masculine. Okay.
Yes.
Masculine.
I mean, it was just his outer.
By the way, I'm not making fun of you. When I was thinking of masculine, I was thinking of the girl and the way she was reading trigger warning, like being.
Oh, yeah.
That's just what came into my mind. He's big, anyhow, you'd have to see the video to get where we're coming from with that. So aside from that, I'm sorry. Go on, both of you. Go on.
Yeah. All right. I was going to say this. I've experienced these entities. I've experienced demons, angels, whatever. The entire spectrum of things, and they're playing the whole thing back.
Yeah, you can hear it. You can hear the echo. Yes.
Yeah. They're deliberately looping me, but what I'm going to say is, I for one cannot be certain of what these things are 100%. I don't know that what I experienced is necessarily what I experienced, or rather what I'd say is, how do I know that this isn't some kind of extra dimensional force that's trying to deceive me in some way by making me feel like, I had this experience with the extra dimensional being or alien or whatnot. I mean, how does any of us as humankind know? And I only bring this question up because a lot of people who listen to us, might have been familiar with the sort of UFO contactee and the experiencer phenomenon. And, I've come to notice that there are common tropes to all of them. And I've started to question things in the same sort of sense that John Keel started to question these things. And I suppose this is why he sort of came to a sort of conclusion that, these things weren't from another planet. They were from more or less another dimension. And that, these things were sort of hooked into a sort of greater archetype that seemed to be quite deceptive in what it was doing to people.
I think we can tell by the effects and whatever has been shown or learned, what is brought into the life, and it's how it's affected other people. I think you can tell by those results, kind of where that energy is standing. Does that make sense?
It does. It does to a degree, but for those who have a good experience with a certain type of being, for example, why is it other people have horrific experiences with these things? You see what I'm saying?
Well, I heard a story once, to answer that question, I heard a story once of a lady who worked in the hospital, and she was an experiencer. and she had a hard day one day and got frustrated, and she hurt a patient by pulling his bad leg and hurting him. And at some later date, she had an experience with a mantis who pulled her leg and hurt her.
Ooh.
So you see what I'm saying? There's these things, like for example, just like we human beings, all right, one can argue that these were individuals, much like, we are, but when it comes down to it, there's like a collective human unconscious that sort of guides mostly all of us on the planet more than we like to believe. And so to a degree, all the ills and ill fallings of humankind, that's a sort of collective intelligence behind that. So what I'm basically trying to get at is that these things, I'm pretty sure they have a collective intelligence behind them. And that, yeah, sure, you have humans who could do good things. They're the exception, not the rule. But for the most part, these species is a piece of shit. I mean, well, maybe I'm being a bit too harsh there.
About to say, I mean, the bitterness overwhelms the message. That's a little bit of a tip.
Yeah, I think anytime you group take one whole group of different species and then say they're all. I think
I'm not saying I'm not saying that they're all, but I'm saying that there are the good people are the exception, not the rule. You get what I mean?
I do.
Yeah, I mean, I feel that way myself, but yeah, there you go with that.
And I'm only looking at this from a larger pattern. I'm only looking at this from the scope of,
Well,
everything.
I've dealt with a lot of negative people. I've dealt a lot of negative people, but I focus on what I was taught to focus on: healing, consciousness. I mean, It's obviously had some effect. I can't explain how I'm here living. Nobody has hurt me with what they've taken from me because I was not that connected to material things. I've bettered my life. I put myself in a better situation where I'm in control of my life now and how I live and who I deal with. I've had incredible healings. Everything is reading normal. They can't explain how my kidneys are even working. My IQ is high. I should be brain damaged or even not even living. I've met some beautiful people like yourself. All these opportunities, all these things that happened have brought me here. I would not have met you if this wouldn't have happened.
Right.
Now, tell me what I've given to them. That's what they've taken from
these
me.
Negative forces. There you have it. So I think that's a sufficient answer, Jameson. Let's satisfy ourselves with that. And
I guess I could satisfy myself with that because it definitely sounds like you've learned some pretty interesting things about consciousness, and I'd be interested to know what kind of things you might have learned that are different from what we're taught. I mean, because it sounds you definitely know incredibly large amount about it to be able to have gone through what you've gone through and still be, to be what you are now.
Can you what was your question there?
My question is basically about what you've learned about consciousness. Like, what is it? Where does it come from?
I've learned thought is energy.
All right.
And that's pretty, if we're dealing with energies and thought is energies, then maybe, we need to be working on probably more of a positive route, productive, constructive, creative, giving to the all,
Well,
the all giving us what we need. I don't know.
I see. I could sort of grasp.
I had two choices. I could have focused on what everybody did to me and everything that was taken from me.
Right.
And all the things that how horrible these fucking dark-hearted souls are.
Yes.
And what they deserve. Or I can look at the lessons it taught me, how it's changed my beingness, the energies that I implied into this without letting them trigger me or by their actions permit me to blame them for my own actions on doing things or maybe attacking them, whatever you want to say. But I mean, this is what I've been taught by all my experiences. This is how I function. This is why, you know, I wasn't offering Douglas any money for any particular reason other than sharing because he's in need. And if anybody else is, I would share with you too. So these are honest answers. These are heart-centered, very heart-centered answers. And I've been attacked. I've been belittled and attacked for my answers and called, you know, not realistic and, you know, every name you want to, you can call somebody. So, but I stand by it. And
no, that's,
you know, your actions,
remarkable.
regardless of what you do to me, is not going to invoke me to do the same.
Right. No, that's incredible. Very, very, very exceptional. I mean, I'm profoundly impressed. In the interim,
Likewise.
I say this humbly. I'm not trying to put on or sound like anything great or anything. I'm no better than anybody else. You know.
Well, you're a better man than I am in many ways, but yes. Oh my God.
You're pretty incredible.
Well, thank you. You're very gracious. What about when you first looked at your face in the mirror after they split it open?
Well, I could only see one little portion of it.
Okay.
I can't see one side of my face.
Oh.
Unless I scan it in the mirror.
Okay. Scan
so
it in a mirror. You mean like with a cell phone or something?
I'm sorry?
You mean like take a picture of it with a cell phone?
Or looking in the mirror.
Or looking in the mirror.
And scanning it, or taking a picture, yeah.
I mean, do you do that? I mean, you're technologically comfortable enough where you can casually take a photograph with your cell phone, or something like that. I mean, I
function. People don't necessarily think I have vision problems the way I function.
Okay.
I use heavy magnifiers and I've adapted. I mean, I think adaptation's the key to survival, but there's the people they send in to help you. They're all unhireable in any other job, and
yes, they're unemployable dolts. Yes, that's right. You're talking about these care providers that you get through the county health system, right? The Department of Human Services, right?
No, it's just a service. And these are just services to milk money from all the different agencies, and there's no advocacy between the clients and these agencies, and you're left to fend for yourself.
Yeah. Oh my God. So there you have that.
Yeah.
And so with that in mind, take it from there, Jameson. I'm tired of hearing myself echo.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you definitely have my profound respect, as you're a much better person than I myself. I would say that I'm still learning about the heart center and what it can do. It's one of the aspects of I guess this human experience that is the most frightening to myself, the sort of heart, because of the amount of pain you can get back as after reciprocal. It's there's something taken from you from accessing it. I'm not willing to reach that, to cross that boundary. It's terrifying, beyond terrifying. I don't know. Maybe it's just I'm focusing too much on shit that I need to just let go of. And not how do we say it? Not try to reinforce this shit. I mean, granted, but looking around at the world, it's like almost impossible not to feel some degree of despair. I mean, because it's it's like Douglas says, every day that you don't look outside and see, raping and looting and killing, you should count it as a good day.
Yes.
What I had to do was shrink my world. I had to do things like when I got put in the psych ward. Oh, this bed's comfortable. Okay, good. I could sleep. I'll get some rest here. Make it in the morning. Enjoy the meal that I got. Enjoy speaking to other people when they would do these group sessions. You have to look for it's where you focus your attention. I could focus on all the negativity of what's happened to these people and how bad the workers were there and how they dehumanized these people or I can look on what is positive here. How can I help these other people? And I did help other people by what I've gone through, because I had that ability. And consciousness is, where are you putting it? Where do you want to put it? And then that's what you're going to get back. If you're going to put it into despair, you're going to get despair. If you put it into hope or love or knowing your inner self, and I told my family when I was hearing them talking about, I said, put me in front of any psychologist. I said, my consciousness is strong. I said, I don't, but, afterwards somebody mentioned to them, well, Rosie, you said Jimmy's crazy. These psychiatrists let him go and stuff. What do you say? Her response was, well, see, Jimmy's like his dad. He's so smart. He's crossed that line into crazy, and he can fool the psychiatrists.
That's pretty good.
So how would you like to be from her? How would you like to be standing in her point of view?
Oh my God.
That's a good point.
What a poor soul. What a poor soul. And what could have happened to her? That's how I have to look at her.
Yeah.
How long did they have?
Forgive her.
Yeah.
She's just going to ask how.
Because what she learned taught her that.
In other words, I mean, there are no words for that. It's basically her whole life is disgusting. I mean, her perspective is there's no positivity. See, that's what happens when somebody has a completely negative perspective. There you go.
And if she saw any of you, she would look you up and down with her nose, and she's no better. She can't hold a candle to your character. But by God, you're lesser than she is.
Oh my God.
As soon as she sees you. Now, if you want to take that on, take that perspective. But I didn't let that affect me. I mean, she's throwing hot shirts over my head and burning my face with the buttons and telling me she's checking to see how blind I am.
Oh my God. This is horrible.
What, am I going to get up and choke her and, kill her for doing these things to me? Or do I just bide my time till I get re-empowered?
Mm-hmm.
Or have the opportunity to re-empower myself?
It does seem like, that's a good point. There is a reward for being patient.
Yeah, and that's what I saw that my dad didn't have.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes, you don't speak much of your father. What was his story again? And he wasn't one of those bullies bullying you, was he?
No, you would have loved my dad. He was a very kind man, very gentle with people. He liked to show people magic tricks and kids tricks, and good guy. He sold insurance. He wanted to be a teacher, but he got married to my mom, and ended up digging ditches and odd jobs, and then ended up becoming an insurance salesman. And everybody said, your dad doesn't sell insurance, he teaches it. He wouldn't sell people bad things to take the money. And my mother was so hell-bent on when Reagan was in office, they took his pension, and he was losing things, and he could have survived, he could have endured and made that and much more back. But he was so influenced by the mirror that my mother gave him of himself that he ended up stepping on a chair and stepping off of it.
No, I'm sad. Sorry to hear that.
Oh my God. Yeah, so
no prejudice. He was no prejudice in this man. I mean, a good man. Good man. He was 58 and a half when he died.
Oh my God. No.
And my mom called me and said, "You have to come home and cut your dad down. He hung himself."
Oh God. Oh, that was what you meant. Yes. Oh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. If you put your finger and your thumb together, the points to make that little circle, that's about how thick his neck was with the rope choking it.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah. It was quite a scene. Later, after his buddy who played ball with him was the mortician, and I called him, and he came and we cut him down, and he put him in the bag and took him and stuff. So I had to go pick out his casket and everything, which was I did with honor.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, it was definitely better that you did that instead of your mother, who doesn't seem like she really how do I put it, loved him.
I don't think there was. I know my dad loved her,
but she did not love him. Yeah, I see that a lot. I see that a lot. That most couples are one-sided in that regard. Yeah, I can relate. Yes. Oh, well, there you go. Right, well, aside from all of that, continue for a little while. I mean, your story is important. It needs to be heard. And our man George Knight dropped in for a little bit and then dropped out.
Yeah. I had asked if he wanted to come on, but he said he couldn't at the moment.
Understood. And Sammy disappeared. So, but he's welcome to come back on if he's listening. But other than that, Jim is holding himself well, and so by all means, Jim, go ahead and go on with anything else you feel is
one thing I wanted to say to Jameson: you're valid in how you think.
Yeah.
Maybe what I told you will give you a little food for thought.
Yeah.
But, just keep an open mind and let life lead you and see, just there are good people out there. They're few and far between, but there are good people, and there are some good things going on that aren't earthbound. And the majority probably isn't.
Yeah, I believe you there. I definitely agree.
Yeah, that didn't even need to be said. So go on.
Well, yeah, I mean, Douglas, I mean, you're a pretty good person, and to a degree.
There you go. Thank you. No, I appreciate both the compliment and the qualifier. Yes, it's would be kind of just silly without the qualifier.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree, and everybody I've met in this town that's been kind to me has shown me, a smile, kindness, has become my family now, and I now consider you guys my family.
Oh, that's so wonderful.
If I am welcome in the family, because I was not with my mother.
Yes. Oh my God. Oh my God. It just that's so horrible, and it reminds me so much of Brendan Zoget.
Because Brendan, he had a lot going on, man.
Yeah, I'll explain his story one of these days. I'll probably, just cut loose and just tell his whole story. But
my mother, Douglas, my mother asked me one time, I would use my cards around them, like I would just use them for to soothe myself because, they were just so negative. Read my cards. I don't want to read your cards. I don't want to read your cards. I said, this is special to me, and I'm not going to ridicule it with you or anything. No, I really want to know what's going on. I want to know. I sat down and read her cards, and I said, you know, you act like you don't have any money or anything. I said, but you got some saved up. Well, she put her head up in the air and turned it like she does, and put her hand under her chin. And then I did a reading, and it was showing that she was going to lose her job. And then I did a reading on the time. I said, well, it's showing here. I said, are they talking to you at work about losing your job? Well, they say they might move it to Texas or Mexico or something. I don't think that's going to happen. Well, yeah, I think you better be prepared. Like in 6 months, I think your job's not going to be there anymore. You know, this kind of stuff. Well, 6 months later, she loses her job with my sisters and some other, like her sister and that. Well, it's Jimmy. He caused this because he's in touch with Satan. So, yeah. I mean, so right there shows you it's important where you put your consciousness, you know? And some people like her, I don't think she had a choice. She didn't have the means or the help or you know, it just wasn't there, unfortunately. And I don't know why that is for some people.
Yeah. Yeah, just sad. By the way, just so everybody knows, I'm making a few corrections to the text of the promotional banner as we speak, just so that there's some more information on there for people. So I do ask people to return to it later, and they can learn from that. And I'll be speaking as much about this to the while I'm talking about the subject. But what I've been trying to do is get my thoughts in order, kind of that way I can present this to people, and should be starting soon enough, midnight my time at the latest. Right now it's 11 p.m. my time, and that would give us about 5 hours to talk. But in the meantime, these two gentlemen are holding well. Why don't you two gentlemen continue while I go mute for a few minutes? I'll be back in about 5-10 minutes. It's just that I cannot, write while, into the promotional banner. It takes too much focus for me to do that while listening. So, because Mr. Forsyth's story is so compelling, it really does take all of one's attention. It deserves all of one's attention. So, with that, both of you continue. I'll be back soon enough. Okay. All right.
Yes. Well, I wanted to ask, did you ever get the impression that you were ever in some kind of program or something, or that anyone in your family was in some kind of program, and that, perhaps that might have been why you've experienced a whole lot of things?
I don't know. I've been told, well, this stuff runs in families. I remember my dad, when I was a child, showing me mantises and how fascinating these little creatures are, and telling me about them. And I was told that was a screen memory. It was a real memory to me. Like I said, when I saw that ASAC clinician in Athens, Ohio, he had mentioned about the Montauk Project, just flippantly. And other people have mentioned it to me. So I don't know. And I was curious about that also with maybe Peter and whoever else knows about Montauk, if there's, how do you find out if you don't know?
Yeah, he does have, you could find his book on Skybooks USA, the Montauk Project. But what they were doing was they were using RF radio signals. They were using what do you call it? These old World War II, I think. Oh my gosh, radar dishes and whatnot. That's and they were trying to see if they could, manipulate swaths of the population using certain frequencies and whatnot. And they had started to do this experiment with what was it? They were sending certain things. They were sending certain things high up in the air to sort of do these tests with what do you call it? Oh my gosh. It sort of has to do with what William Wright came up with, the orgone. Yes, they were trying to see if they could use like negative orgone to influence populations to behave in certain manners and whatnot. Um, and they were also like there was also some guy they were using to sort of I'm not sure what they were using him for. I mean, there are people who claim that they were working with these sort of alien-like beings and whatnot. I don't know how much stock I'm willing to put into that, but I will say that it definitely does seem like they were trying to use what they had initially gotten from the Philadelphia experiment to sort of see how much they could control the population around Montauk, off Long Island, New York. So I mean, there was a lot. There was a lot going on. There was a Air Force, I think it was Air Force military base that was out there where they were doing all this from.
Yeah, I've read some of that stuff. I don't know. There are some things. When I was working, before my wife left me, I was working at Hampton Inn front desk. And one gentleman there, he developed something at NASA one time, and I was talking to him, and I ended up asking him one time about aliens, and he got up and walked away from me. But I remember getting visited, and I've heard people in these programs get visited like this, where I was there, and this guy comes in, and I'm picking up that energy where I know to shield myself. Tall, red hair, got on the suit, I guess, the glasses, checks in. I greet him, I tell him what's there, and, he goes up, and then he comes down later, and there's, it's in the evening, and, hey, you want to come out and have a cigarette with me? I said, yeah, sure. And he started asking me questions about, so what do you think about these, like things that I research at home?
Oh,
and I was like, well, just this, and he's like, and he mentioned something about the government, and I said, well, the government's dealing with a lot of things, and they do what they have to do, for our safety. And he's like, well, I see you changed your mind, and so there was something there, but I don't know.
So it's almost like he was implying that he had
some. No, he definitely was letting me know that he was aware of my work and researches, and then also, at one point he spouted out to me, what the government has would look like magic to you today, or what they have now would look like magic to you, and and I just, I finished the conversation, and I just, just didn't let him trigger me, and, but,
yeah, that's a very interesting encounter. Were there others?
I read some stuff where on the psychological stuff they do to people, where they will present themselves that the other person doesn't like them, and they'll give them this spiel, and it's, I got put in the brig once in Japan, and I'm in there talking to some officer, and he's asking me questions, and he goes, you don't like me, do you? I don't know you. I said, I have no reason not to like you. I said, you seem like a fine gentleman, and you don't like me. Well, I do. And he just kept doing this to me. And I eventually said, okay. I said, okay, I don't. And later I read in this stuff that this is kind of the question, kind of what they do to people, It was just a section, and it was, so little things like that have made connections. So I don't know. I mean,
that's very interesting. And
right now, I've become an invited member of Ethics of the Cosmos, and also I've been working with Carol Rosin, who was Werner von Braun's spokesperson on helping her try to keep weapons out of space, and I helped her write a treaty between Russia and China. So, I mean, there's connections that, you know, I got to, you know, graduate high school with a D average, you know.
Yeah.
Where'd this all come from?
Yeah, that's very interesting. Did anyone ever come up to your? Oh wait, did anyone ever come to your school?
Yeah, I mentioned that in the last show. When in third grade, we had a teacher that very stern, very control over class, and I remember somebody coming in and whispering to her, and she left the room. And then they walked back in with this tall gentleman who had a briefcase, and you know, he was having us listen to things and then telling us, describe me what you heard. Asking us meanings of stuff. You know, things like this went on for about 20 minutes or so, and then he just left, and the teacher looked disturbed, and then she just continued with the class. And I heard about this in this stuff also, in this field also, of how they, you know, target people or decide who is the proper person for whatever they want.
What sounds were they playing?
I was third grade. I remember it always stuck with me. I don't know if it was like describing scenes and situations, and then describe this. Tell me what you remember. Things like that. Giving us situations and asking us to describe it or figure, or, you know, what does this mean? What, you know, I don't know. It was kind of odd. I don't remember the exact questions or anything.
That sounds very. I only asked because I don't know. It's. I'm trying to sort of sift through my own memories, but
I don't know, because the experiences with these beings have been since as long as I can remember.
Since childhood, right?
Excuse me?
Since you were a kid.
As long as I can remember.
Yeah.
I can remember lying in my mom's bed as a kid with her next to me and seeing the shadow guy with the hat.
Ah, yes, the shadow guy. I'm curious if you've ever had missing time.
Yes, one time. I had compressed time. I've had a lot of compressed time.
What is compressed time?
Compressed time is where you might have an experience, but they take you from point A. You spend so much time with them, and they put you back at point A. So there's no time missing. And mantises do control time.
Interesting. And
they can slow it down. They can speed it up.
All right. That's, yeah. When you have had missing time, do you recall like the sort of the amount of period that was missing?
I thought it was 2 hours. I was driving, delivering food, and I had to be somewhere at a certain time, and I made a straight trip there. And when I got back, it was 2 hours late. 2 hours later than what I can figure out.
I see.
And I wasn't quite sure, but you know. But I mean, when I was having this, I was having very severe experiences. I mean, talking to somebody in UFO, telling somebody about UFOs, and they show up in front of us, or they just all kind of, they were coming around a lot. I was having very heavy experiences at this point, and I was even feeling the trees whispering to me, you know, not actually hearing sounds, but I mean, they seemed alive. You know, I actually saw I came out of my house one day, and there's a big, I think it was a maple tree in front of the neighbor's house, and I used to love in the shade, and then one day I came out, and it's this white aura shooting out from about a foot or foot and a half. And I just looked at it like, wow, look at that. The next day they cut it down. So those are the kind of altered states I was in.
Wow.
You know, I'd be sitting at the table with my friends, at a picnic table, and there'd be a hummingbird on the ground, a flower, and they'd say, "Look, a hummingbird." Okay, I said, "Okay, be quiet." And I look at it, and I send it love, and send it thoughts of commonality, and just the kindest thoughts. And it came up and flew right up into my face and looked in my eye. Shuddered. I made sure not to blink because didn't know if it would try to go in my eyeball, the pupil to try to get like a flower. But then it went to each person at the table and went in front of their face for a couple seconds. Then went to the next person and the next person. So I've had a lot of magical things like that happen.
Oh, that's actually extremely incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
Dogs respond to me real well. Like I'll get dogs that'll jump up on my chair and I'll pet him and I'll ask him, "Does he usually do that?" "Oh, he never does that." So I've always seemed to have a relationship with nature. Flowers, I love taking pictures of flowers. Just that they grow through cement. They grow just so delicate, but have such strength. And and I see the essence of the spirit, the contestants, the spirit of God, if you want to call it the spirit of God, and all this stuff that animates everything. I was literally seeing this stuff.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I mean, that's beyond incredible. Especially, I mean, I've noted the sort of same sort of. I mean, I've noted a good being on a good rapport with animals myself as well.
Yeah.
Especially cats. Dogs,
Yeah,
things
birds
like that.
respond to me real well. I'd sit under a tree and close my eyes and mentally call the birds down to me, and I'd open my eyes and there'd be all kind of birds around me.
Yeah. I mean, it sounds like you definitely have something good about your energy that they're able to, gravitate towards.
Yeah, and I've done healing work with people successfully, and so it just seems to be, in my essence, it seems to be something I awakened. I don't know if it's an atavic self. I think we can awaken atavic selves, which are ancient parts of ourself. And
yeah, that's the awakening of like the ancient parts. Yeah, that's definitely something I'm interested in, like being able to pull out those sort of atavistic traits, those sort of primal.
I think that, I know that's what happened when I found a book, and I was looking for the PADDY'S, and I was looking for a book, and it wasn't what I wanted, but I liked the cover because it had a rose on it, and I took it home, and it's the PADDY'S. And it's a book I was working, and it was like I was remembering it. And my friend said, "Jimmy," he said, "most people can't even understand that stuff." And you're like, it's like, I told him, I said, "It's like I'm remembering this." So I don't know.
Yeah, that's very interesting. It's almost like you've been here before, almost. Perhaps.
At time, I don't know. I know the government is creating a lot of rifts in time and stuff like that. But I've felt one time that the mantis has put me back in time, like to redo something. Don't know if the validity, the veracity of that, but I did feel that like that.
That's actually kind of scary. That's actually very scary. The idea of going back and having to do this again.
Well, that's one thing that shocked the asset clinician when I was with him. He says, I see that you don't, your fear quotient is very, very low. And then anytime I would interact with these beings, I always maintained a very low, calm, and it was always transparent and telepathic and no conflict and,
Oh, yeah. Well, I find, oftentimes the beings are a lot more pleasant to interact with than even humans sometimes.
Well, I haven't, I mean, if you want to say the mantis getting in my face at 12 years old was a negative experience, you can, but it didn't do anything to me.
No, it does. That actually doesn't sound like a negative experience.
And he was scanning my mind. He was like, I think he was scanning my experiences.
Because the memory I have of like the mantis-like beings, I was surrounded by other types of beings as well, and it just seemed like it was showing me something, and I was out of my body or something. It was definitely out of my. It was definitely out of body.
They do. Well, by my experience, they do teach you whatever. I don't know if it's the same for each person. I'm sure it isn't.
Yeah, it's probably.
I mean, that's why some of these experiences say they go to school. You know. I mean,
yeah,
I've been with hybrids and different beings, but like with the big bird being. I'm sitting what seems like a UFO, like I'm against the wall and I'm sitting, but I don't remember anything that you could sit on. And it was all curved. There were no like corners, and then this being coming out. And I went up to him and I shook his hand like, and he like just imitated me, like just because I was doing it was like imitation. And I gave him a hug and I felt the wool, which I noticed. And then I let go of him and he like hugged me, like there wasn't anything behind it. It was like he was just imitating me.
That's
and
interesting.
then when I let him go, he looked at me and, he had these big, like squinty eyes. And face with that little beak looked pinched, and he like telepathed to me, okay, let's get to work now. And I don't remember anything from that point on.
Interesting. Yeah, that's actually extremely interesting. I remember being told I have to open some kind of gate, and that's it. And after experiencing being shown this sort of circular gate with these sort of glyphs or runes on it, and I can't recall what any of that stuff looks like now, but they were
well,
just
when
like,
they showed me the flame letters, I mean, it got me. I looked into when I've heard that they called the Aramaic flame letters. I mean, I realized what they were trying to show me, and then that opened up a lot of doors for me. And I did go through some gates or portholes or like spheres or whatever. So maybe you can examine that more and maybe find out what mode of learning they're trying to show you.
all I know is after being told to open the gate, there became a time where I could never leave my body anymore. And so apparently...
Well, you do have a lot of fear. So, I mean, has any of these beings done anything to you to hurt you?
Oh, there have been negative experiences, yes. There have been very negative experiences. Things that range from being possessed to being put in this place where it was just pitch black. And it felt like I was being compressed, or someone put me in a garbage compactor, and it was very cold, very, very painful. There was this sort of missing time experience I had as a teenager when I was 15.
Yeah, they might have been healing you or something. I'm sure they just weren't torturing you. It might have been doing something you're not aware of.
There were some that seemed like they were nice. There were some that seemed like they were just malicious for no reason whatsoever. It was like a whole spectrum. It's almost like to the point where, when people say that a certain group of beings are good, I tend to think that you're going to have individuals who are bad. You're going to have individuals who are good, as with human beings.
Yeah.
So
well, the mantises, I noticed that they're not cold or anything, but they're just task oriented. So that can come off as indifferent and, like you can't connect with I could see some people seeing just the interaction's negative because it's not human interaction.
Yeah. Well,
but I'm not negating that some people have negative experiences, but that has to do with your subconscious and, some things you might have to work out or something, I'm sure, or
Well, I've never had
But
it
we
with
got
the
to, we're looking
mantises.
at our consciousness. This is our potential to become higher beings and greater beings if we can activate more synapses, more connections, or even, using more parts of the brain at one time, I mean, just 20 more percent would seem like magicians.
Yeah. Well, with the
10%.
yeah, the mantises I didn't have a bad experience with. The reptilian-like beings I didn't have a bad experience with. The tall grays, well, that was just a weird experience. But
When you
the ones
when you saw the other beings with these beings, were any of them human?
humanoid maybe, but not human.
No military uniforms?
No, there was never any military. In fact, I came to the conclusion that these beings were spirits that I was working with, because I never saw, when I had these experiences, I never saw any craft. I never saw any UFOs. I was never taken aboard any craft. I was always somewhere that seemed like it was another dimension. I was always somewhere that seemed like it was a natural place, but it always seemed like it was astral or something. Or the colors of the place would be completely different than what we experience here. It's almost very difficult to explain.
I understand, because when the Manises would take me and work on my chakras as a kid, where you're laying prone, but you're not on a table. You're just kind of like in a prone position. And the ones that your head and two in your feet, people become conscious and they get horrified because they're not human looking. They don't know what's going on and they're scared to death. I never was, because I would call them, because I would get traumatized with the experiences I had as a child with the fighting, and I would call them, please come get me. Just, I don't want to be here. Come get me. And I would fall asleep and wake up with laying in that position with the one at my head and two little ones at my sides or feet by my hip or feet. And then they would slow things down. And when they do a certain function with me, they would make time go fast. So I wouldn't notice it. But I noticed it with one part of this, they were recentering my chakras and de-traumatizing me so I could deal with the world better. So
I did. Well, you did bring to memory. There was one experience I had where I was actually a sort of small gray, and I think half of me was ripped apart, and there seemed to be this blue thing that seemed to be working on me with something, or he was taking something out. And the blue thing was like a sort of reptilian looking head with like it was in a gray suit, and looking outside, I guess there was a porthole and it was in space. But I just figured it was just a weird dream, because it's like, okay, I'm definitely not a small gray thing, so I don't know what that was. I just know that I wasn't human.
maybe they were letting you experience what it's like to be alien.
That could be. I mean, that's possible if these things really are alien. That is, I tend to get the feeling that these things are more that they belong to the Earth in some way. Well, that was always the
Well,
impression I
everything's
got.
connected. There is no separation in the universe and in the and just in the whole, the whole shebang.
Yeah. It's just I never got the impression when dealing with these things that they were from another planet. They never showed me another planet. They never showed me any stars. There was always the understanding was that they were of Earth, or that they were from here, but just like a different density or something, a different
Yeah,
frequency.
I remember
maybe.
looking out and seeing the Earth once, but the only time I thought I was on a ship was with that bird being. When I'm mantises, it was all in my bedroom, or in, like, I used to think as a kid, well, they took me sideways, which kind of, I guess, would be a dimensional space. But as a child, you think simply, well, they took me sideways. It was like, that's the best way I was able to describe it. So But yeah, I mean, in that dimensional space with this kind of translucent, is that a right term?
Yeah, yeah,
With diffused light, right?
yeah, yeah. And there's also this other place that sort of had like a sort of grid pattern on the ground. And for some reason, when I was had the interaction with the mantis beings, we were just floating in air. But you could look down and you can see a land sort of multicolored landscape with this sort of weird grid pattern. I remember seeing a lot of reds and blues for some reason.
The one concept is we are layered beings, and these are one layer of our consciousness that interacts with us. So maybe on one layer, I think in one layer, I might be a mantis, and you might be that being. On another level, something else, because we definitely come from less density into density. So
Yeah,
we're very, very layered beings. And, consciousness is all there is. So other than saying they're connected to the earth, because I have no proof they're connected to anything.
That's a good
other than my
point.
consciousness.
Well, there we are. And so both of you are doing wonderful. And a shout out to Shari Berry Charbet. Hey, honey. Always glad to see you with us in the chat room. And, well, there we have it. And let's take a look at how many people we've managed to retain with the numbers. And we're doing well, considering. And, yeah, after all. And a lot of upvotes from all you wonderful people supporting us. Definitely appreciate it. And with, of course, both of you handling this so well. As I said, I'll be on at midnight at the latest. You have no idea how many corrections I made to that promotional banner text just to make certain that I got the linguistics right. I want people to understand that the town from which these wonderful people come from is actually a transliteration in the Chinese of the Italian or the Roman term legio, which is legion, which of course in the Chinese is Lijian. That's the name of the town, so their very name is Legion, which you could take as demonic, or you can take, of course, as the literal legions of Rome. So I'll probably cover that just a little bit when I go over this. But honestly, I think the biggest challenge was just dealing with the oh my god, just a lot of the linguistics here. First off, of course, I learned about all of this from my mother years ago, and but there's been some scientists who have been studying this since the 40s or the 50s, obviously since before I was born. And the biggest enemies that they have are from the West and from the East. Probably the most enthusiastic supporters, aside from the people themselves of Lijian, are Italians who were coming to visit. But now with the trade wars and China getting isolated, that's been part of the problem that the young lady in question has been dealing with. I hope everybody understands that I have obviously deep feelings for this young lady, and she's far too, how should I say it, tense in many ways for me to develop a romantic relationship with, but I certainly want to see her settled in the United States. And it's just
Yes.
okay. Oh, I'm making sense. I'm coherent there.
Yeah, you're making a lot of sense. I mean, again, you are a good person on a lot of levels, even though you have that killer in you, you really are a sincerely good soul.
Oh, thank you.
And I'm not just trying to butter you up or anything.
I understand. Well, after all, I'm one of those few people who might not even take that as a compliment, but
No, well, I could say you're one of the few people who can endure me. So I mean, shit, you gotta be.
True enough. Yes, you do take some patience at times, and by the way, Mr. Forsyth has been patient with some of your challenges to him, and that's great. I'll let you guys get back to talking for a few more minutes. I'll refresh myself, polish up a bit more of what I want to share with people, and just crossing all my references here from my own notes, writing down what I remember from what my mother said, compared with what some other researchers over the years have said. And with that, okay, I'll go mute again for a few more minutes here. So thank you, everyone, for your patience. Continue listening to these minutes. Hopefully you're all learning something from them, because they have much to share. And certainly Jameson, with his questioning, is dragging information out of a man who has suffered much and has learned much from his suffering. By the way, just as a horrible, morbidly entertaining share here, to share something, some of the funny things I watch on YouTube that keep me entertained are movie reviews, and there's all kinds of people who have taken to producing these movie reviews. So basically they're really a gift, because you don't need to watch 2 hours worth of film that would otherwise waste your life. And, but sometimes you want to see the film, so this helps you realize you want to see it. Now, I'm a person who's never been bothered by spoilers. Spoilers are not an issue to me. So to me, the joy of watching a film is that it's closed in a loop, right? I mean, it's like, how can there be spoilers when, but then again, I think rather cosmically as opposed to most people. And but when it comes to one horrible film that was just reviewed by one of these guys who, they make their own clever comments, or sometimes they make these really funny, but this was rather deadpan. Some of them are rather deadpan, and this was this Asian Indian film. It goes without saying, and this horrible Asian Indian film. Nothing horrible about it in the sense it's like a slasher film or something like that. It's just this office guy, and he's got a crush on a girl in the office, and then she's her family's going to marry her off like they do in India, and so he says, well, we can get married, and so he finds an apartment that's in this place that, like many of these buildings in China or Asia, they build these places and then the investors leave or something. And even though they got the plumbing in and shit, at least to a degree, and these buildings are just left half-ass, they got security guards guarding them, but then there's nobody in them. And so he winds up fucking everything up. So he gets stuck in this apartment that he has got arranged, that he is going to try and get her to live with him in, and loses the cell phone, everything dies off, and he's trapped in this apartment for months or something. It's just awful, eating rats and roaches and shit. It's just this horrible film. And so then finally he basically escapes somehow in such a manner that, he basically jumps out a window or something, and fire escapes collapse and shit, and he finally escapes, and security guards this old man who's been playing a video game in the lobby, all this time, for months, goes to work, plays his video game, comes back, never heard the guy screaming for help because the acoustics or such. And then of course, when the guy's, finally falls to the floor, he goes to the hospital, right? I mean, he winds up in the hospital and they're rehydrating him and shit. And then the girl comes to visit him. She's already married, so he can't touch her. And that's it. I mean, he fucked up and lost the girl, and she wound up marrying somebody she didn't really want to marry. They happens
that
in India.
Actually sounds quite amusing.
Oh, it's hideous. It's hideous.
Fucked up it is.
Yeah. Oh god, it's fucked. And
what is the movie called?
I'll find it for you. I'll find you the review. Then you'll have the title and everything to find the film. But at the end of the review, the guy just he deadpans it, but it's not even really a deadpan. He's just nothing else he could say. He just says, and the moral of the story is, I give up. He couldn't find a moral to the story. There was no moral to the story. It's just, wow, that was fucked. And it's, but so Asian Indian, right? That sounds so fucking typically, it's what you would expect, right?
Man, it doesn't get any more nihilistic than that.
Yeah,
man.
It's just total, I mean, there's nothing. Yeah, there's no point.
I don't even know why I find it so amusing, but it just sounds morbidly amusing.
Yeah. Oh, it's horrible. Horrible. I mean, I couldn't watch it. I had to fast forward through several scenes. Couldn't bear watching him talk to rats he trapped and shit as his only companions, when he's not eating them and shit. I mean, that's, all that. It's just horrible. So, yeah, sure, decided to share that. So, fucked up as, our man Jim Forsyth's story is, this.
Hey, I resemble that remark.
What was that?
I said, hey, I resemble that remark.
Oh, yeah, we. That's cute. That's cute. Hope you didn't mind my saying that you sounded like Burl Ives. You notice nobody got that when I said that earlier. I said, that was Burl Ives, and I don't think either JoJo or Peter knew who that was. Huh?
I heard it, and I'm very honored for you to compare me to Burl.
There we are. Yes.
Wait, who is that?
Well, fuck, tell him. I mean, it's like you used to watch the Frosty the Snowman. Frosty the Snowman. Burl Ives was the singing snowman in Frosty the Snowman.
With the white mustache.
Yeah.
There was a snowman in I don't even remember Frosty the Snowman.
There was a snowman besides Frosty that was singing. It was Burl Ives was like, and he was this old Western singer, right? Isn't that what he was?
I don't know about Western, but just I think I'm not really sure, but just old songs.
Okay, yeah, there we are. Old songs.
Okay. Yeah, I see it on. What do you call it? I pulled it up.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It makes sense.
Yeah, and so and neither one of them seemed to know what the fuck I was talking about. I always hate it when it falls flat like that.
One thing I've learned, Douglas, is to laugh at myself.
Well, there you go. And
especially with others.
Yes. So, okay. All of that being said, I'll go mute again for a few more minutes. And thank you both of you for being here. Love you both. Okay.
All right.
Keep at it.
All right. So, well, I did have a very traumatic experience when I was a very, very young kid. Some of my earliest memories was sort of being waking up in a crib and seeing this sort of white hand floating in the sky, and it was pitch black in the room. And so here's this luminous thing, and it seems to be tormenting me, and I'm crying for help, and my parents are nowhere around because I'm in the room by myself, and it just, yeah, that was a really fucking shitty experience.
I think maybe more of those. You never know if there's earthlings doing some of this stuff.
I don't know what the heck things were. All I know is that there was a guy who had committed suicide in the apartment, who was very disturbed that we were living in. So I don't know, but I just know that whatever I encountered with that thing, or whatever remained of that ghost, whatever it was not pleasant, and I really didn't. I don't know if I ever processed that trauma. So,
well, there's some beings that just actually feed off of fear, just like Clarice was speaking earlier about how the elites use war and to create this energy that is then taken in by these beings through particulates in the air, and then they use that energy and direct it. I mean.
Well, yeah. They're more or less feeding on a lower astral level, and to a degree, I was sort of starting to question whether some of these entities that I might have had, whether they're good experiences or bad experiences with, it seems like, there is some degree of feeding or some sort of exchange that goes on when we're encountering these things. And, for some people, they're giving them something good, and for others, they're taking something from them. And it seems like whatever it is, it's sustaining these things. I mean, that was sort of what pulls me into watching all these things with ghosts and whatnot, the paranormal. Is
Yeah,
that
some just feed off energy, and I think the shadow guy, I think that's exactly what he does. I think that's all he does.
yeah. Well, I I don't doubt that. Although I got the impression when I experienced these things that there was more to it, because the missing time that happened after that was for a good, like, 3 or 4 months or so. I can't remember the exact duration of time. All I know is that when I went to bed, it was fall. When I woke up, it was winter. And I was running around the house hysterical, asking why it's snowing outside, what month it is, and you know, and my sister, brother, mother were trying to figure out why the hell I'm going so nuts, and I'm like, I have no recollection of what happened the last few months of my life, and I'm told that everything happened where I behaved normally, nothing out of the ordinary to my parents or whatnot, but I just couldn't remember all of it. And
Well, those are probably more traumatizing things that will may be remembered in time, but they might be worth your while to try to discover. And there are some people out there that can help you do that are very kind and heart-centered.
yeah, that's something I should definitely investigate. What I could describe is the beings themselves. They were solid black, but there was one that was sitting at the desk in the chair that I sat at, and then there was one that was standing, almost like it was standing at ease position. For those who aren't familiar with that, it's like that military like stance where you have your hands behind your back and your legs are open.
Two hands clasped at the small of the back, yes.
Yeah, and then at this far corner of the room, this thing had to have been over 13 or 14 feet tall. I mean, is this man is this huge, massive black mass that looks like a man crouched down because he's so freaking tall, humongous, that the thing can't even stand up in the room. And all I know is after that, I I'm not able to move anymore, and I'm trying to move my neck or whatever. I'm trying to do anything to resist whatever the hell these things are. Because I don't know what the hell's going on. And then next thing I know, I'm getting out of the bottom bunk instead of the top bunk, which I went to sleep in, and I'm looking out the window to see it snowing, and I'm like, what the fuck? And so I wake my brother up, and I'm like, when the hell did we switch bunks? And he was like, oh, that was like 3 or 4 months ago. And I'm like, what? And so I run downstairs. I look at the calendar. I'm like, what freaking day is it? What month is it? And it's like in the middle of January sometime. And I have no idea what happened between then.
That's very interesting. That would be very interesting to find out what happened there. I've never heard of such a story. It's very fascinating.
And me being, the naive young man I was when I was in the military, I figured, okay, well, since they're going to discharge me anyway, I might as well tell this to the, psychologist who, has me, who had diagnosed me with separation anxiety, because I figured, since I'm leaving the military, none of this, and it's going to be an entry-level separation, none of this is going to follow me anyway. So what's the worst that can happen if I just, share this experience? So I shared this experience to the lieutenant colonel at the time, and I can even remember her name. And I shared the experience with her, and I was like, "Could you explain to me what that was? What happened?" And she looked at me like, "I never heard anything like that before." And she was like, "I honestly couldn't tell you what the hell that was." And
yeah, she wouldn't have the knowledge base to work with that.
And the more I think about it, the more I realize I should have kept my mouth shut. But I was just so so goddamn curious as to what happened, and I'm like, okay, here's a rare chance for me to speak to a psychologist of all people to figure this shit out. And since I'm probably not going to have this opportunity again, I might as well take advantage of it. For all I know, after saying that, that might have put me on the radar for some kind of program or something, which is the only reason why I sort of regret it.
Yeah, you're lucky she didn't put you on psychotropics.
No, though they did put me on psychotropics. They had me on what was it?
God.
Zoloft, which just made me really nauseous, but it didn't really, and it did take the edge off of going through the days in the military, before leaving. But at some point, I just didn't have it to take anymore, and that was it. They cut me loose. But even with the psychotropics, there was another guy who was a psychologist who I spoke to in the hospital, who, I definitely did not want to bring it up with him. He was this old colonel, and he seemed to diagnose me with narcissism, and I'm like, okay. So I didn't know what that was, so I just ran with it. And looking back at that, I would probably say that was definitely not a good diagnosis at all. He was definitely someone who did not care about his patients and nor his job.
Yeah, just some find ways to just categorize you and throw you in a box. But it might do you well to speak with Mary Rodwell. She's one of these people that's an asset clinician that works with experiences. And when they work with these people and they uncover what's going on behind these experiences, people get empowered. They feel better about their experience. They understand what's going on, And I think some of this is just a natural process of the state of the soul. Giving us, sometimes these experiences give us a very clear indication of the state of the soul. And, you can work from there. But I don't know. I'm not saying, but she would be somebody that I think would be very good to work with. And she's from Australia, but she's very, very good.
That's actually a very interesting way of looking at it. I mean, that's a very sophisticated way of looking at it. The experiences, that is. I mean, yeah, you definitely have a very good grasp on what is actually going on. And I'm starting to grasp why a lot of the experiencers sort of get into the sort of, soul-related or metaphysical things, because that is something I have noted as well.
Yeah, I think it has something to do with it.
Yeah, if I'm to say anything about Stephen Greer, and most of what I have to say about him is not positive, but if I will credit him with something, it is the fact that at least he realizes that this has more to do with consciousness than anything else. And it's for that reason that I'm at least led to believe that we're not necessarily dealing with nuts and bolt spacecraft coming from across the galaxy when having these experiences.
No, the ones that I've seen, they were living conveyances. The ships actually were living conveyances. So yeah, I think Stephen Greer, he has a big ego, but I think his heart's in the right place. And I know with his going out and calling down ships, I mean, I have a problem with what he charges. I don't think any of this is to be charged for,
Yeah.
Some people, like myself, that get into tarot, and some are so immersed in the other side, they have to charge and help people because that's the only way they can survive.
Yeah.
I can function in both worlds.
Well, the thing about the thing about the crafts being called down, that was another thing that sort of led me to believe that this isn't something alien at all. This is something that's always been a part of the human experience. I mean, it feels like this is something that human beings have always interacted with, or or maybe this is a projection of ourselves to some
Well, the
degree.
mantises, there's mantis images in Egypt.
Interesting. That I didn't know. I mean, I knew they had a whole. I mean, they definitely have a whole pantheon of other creatures. But that's definitely something I'll also look into. I do recall being taken to subterranean parts that seemed like it was almost under earth or something. It's like it's not like in a cave, but it's like you could tell that you're inside the earth almost. Like what, sort of like Unterland, or sort of like the place where the Third Reich moved on to.
I've heard other people say that. I don't know. I've not had that experience.
Yeah, I've had some really deep experiences deep down there. There are these sort of elf-like beings. I wouldn't call them elves. They look human, but their noses are a little more pointed and their ears are pointed. And I had at least 2 experiences with those. One oddly enough involving the English occultist Aleister Crowley, which was at least one of the strangest dream-like experiences I've ever had. Where I'm taken on the top of some hill somewhere, and I see Aleister Crowley, and he's sitting in like a lotus position. Of all people, and by no means am I like a fan or one of those people who believes that they're Aleister Crowley, because there's a lot of people who are practitioners out there who do sort of get pulled into the guy, but I was never one of them. And standing on like either side of him, there are these 2 beings that look almost like elf-like. That's the best way I could describe them. And so he proceeds to do this meditation, and there's this big, large, blue crystal-like structure with like rounded edges that pops up. And so I do this. So I figure I'm supposed to do the same thing. So I do the meditation, and then there's this large black crystalline structure with all these jagged spikes popping out, and it's something completely different. And then all of a sudden, these sort of elf-like things turn into these like sort of gray-like looking entities. They sort of just morph, and then that ends that experience.
Well, have you ever heard Terence McKenna speak about the machine elves?
Yeah.
Or people that take DMT, see the elves?
Yeah, that fascinated the hell out of me, because I started to think that there's more to this than, there's more to this connection. There's more to altered states of consciousness having being the answer to understanding these beings than what we've been taught in the UFO community, where people are talking about people coming from other planets. This definitely has more to do with altered states of consciousness and these things always being there, but we're just not able to see it for some reason. And it seems like for some reason, when people take DMT or Salvia divinorum or other, endogenous substances, they're able to like see past that veil.
Well, and experiences do it naturally.
Yeah, definitely. And that was another reason why I started to, why I was forced to rethink, what I believed early on about UFOs and whatnot. Because there was a time when I did like believe that these things were like aliens from other places. And then that view has radically changed as I got older and started to have more and more experiences. And I started to realize that these things aren't from other planets. They've always been here. We just haven't been able to see them all the time. They're always.
Yeah, I think it's all consciousness. They're finding with some of the studies they're doing and research, it's been for a 5-year study, that they pretty much believe consciousness is the unified field and all phenomena fall under it. Telepathy, paranormal, it seems like consciousness is the unified field, which I've had experiences where, like I felt we were in the body of Neuter, like the universe is a brain and we're inside of it, or,
Yeah,
so.
that makes perfect sense. I always sort of thought that this universe was a sort of simulation, and that we were just small aspects of a sort of experiment that's learning about itself, and that
Well, that's kind of true because we were taken from one state and put into another.
I always looked at like angels and demons and things like that as being like users who are outside of this simulation, who are like examining and observing this experiment as we go through it. And, I guess we have a way of tapping into being able to get their guidance and help from time to time.
Also it's our perception. We got to watch our perception and learn to go more positive, because I heard a wise man say once that evil is nothing more than a blessing wrapped in such profanity so it can reach down so low.
Interesting. And what I know about the Kabbalah is they definitely the view on evil is just a separation from the divine, or a separation.
I believe that too. Some people actually can be in that separation and regain, and some actually just, I think they get beyond a point of, like my father, there's two main forces in the universe. There's contraction and expansion.
Yeah.
And like I was trying to explain about my experiences, I could have contracted into it, or if I could have used it to expand. There's Alice in Wonderland for you.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I never considered the idea of expansion. A lot of my experiences caused that contraction. And I've always sort of had this desire to just follow it out and see where contraction goes.
I notice you don't breathe. You need to breathe deeper. Breathe in deeper and fill it up and breathe out with your air. I notice you constrict, and that's part of that fear.
Oh, well, that's also part of the fact that this, what do you call it? The sinus medicine. I gotta take more of that, because it's been more difficult for me to breathe since I contracted Omicron. That's been one thing that's been continuous.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, and that was that was honestly at the fault of the hospital, which, I told them I did not have COVID, and they wound up putting me in the COVID wing when I didn't have COVID, because they figured since I had the, vaccine, I would be protected.
It's because they get paid more if they label you as COVID. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's absurd what they did, and the thing is, because I have no way of proving it, other than the fact that I was there through the documents that said that I was admitted and whatnot. It's not like I could file a lawsuit or anything. So I'm stuck with this illness that I struggled my hardest not to get, and only to wind up getting it anyway.
Well, if you want some help on healing, some techniques, I'd be willing to spend time with you, and I'm sure, JoJo may charge you, or she may give you a discount. I don't know, but
yeah, I'm definitely open to that.
I mean, I might be able to help you, not like she can, but maybe a start,
Yeah.
I'd be willing to. That's up to you.
I'd be willing to learn. I'm definitely willing to learn, and I definitely appreciate it, because there's quite a lot I don't know.
Me too. I'm here raising my level of ignorance. I don't believe I come from any point of large knowledge. I'm speaking from my experiences, which I've been heavily attacked for, and but they were true experiences, truer than the experiences I've had with the people around me. So,
well, yeah. I mean,
We
I
are,
have no.
we are, I don't think we can do it in one lifetime either, but we're here and we have a higher state that uh, there was a schism created that we got disconnected from, and we can reconnect with it. And I think consciousness is key, and we're the only species that can change our thoughts and therefore change our reality, and become
Yeah.
greater beings, or we can constrict and become the victim and shrivel and dry up.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I mean, there is a sort of, don't get me wrong, there is a sort of allure to constricting, only in the sense that it's a sort of this. It seems like a less trodden path. I don't mean like constricting as in fear, but more or less, looking inward and just plumbing the depths of the unconscious. And granted, one does pull up a lot of things. One does wind up pulling up a lot of
Yeah, you
dark
have to work
things.
through. You have to work through your darkness to get to the light. It's just like a lotus, that beautiful plant that grows through the muck and darkness, and finally comes to the top eventually, and hits the light and blooms. And that's the path of our soul, or consciousness, the path of consciousness, if that's too spiritual for some people.
No, it makes sense. There's definitely some metaphysical truth to that. You don't find, you wouldn't look for the light somewhere where there's nothing but light, because you won't find, all you'll find it's everywhere already. Whereas if you're going to look for it, the only place to look for it is in the darkness. So it makes perfect sense. It's a sort of paradox, but it's sort of the way, I guess these sort of paradoxes are sort of what I've found reality seems to more. It seems to explain reality.
There's not just one reality. You could put me in a dark room and I'll fill my body and surround myself with light.
Yeah. Well, I tend to like the dark rooms.
We have this potential. with the minds that we have, that we were given.
Yeah, and we also have the potential to use that to reshape our environment, which is, there are species who can do that to a limited degree, but not on the scale that we humans seem to be capable
We don't
of doing.
realize, we go through and we even just setting up our houses, we set it up the way we were taught. Hell,
Yeah.
hang Eastern blinds down. I made my house set up magically and for healing, and it's my sanctuary. We can create our whole reality, our whole environment. When we go in the world, we have to work with those energies. But where we can create, that's where our safety is, I think.
And it makes sense. I mean, we could certainly use a hell of a lot more creation than destruction these days. One can argue, yeah. And yeah, I mean, setting up your space is the one place where you can explore different configurations, and each configuration can teach you something different about yourself. It sort of brings to mind the principle of feng shui.
Yeah, and it's energy flow. It's all energy and frequency. And not to be redundant, but we choose that. We get into a state, and I've been there before. This was done to me. This happened to me. Well, you're working a little more underwear, and you're dealing with energies that are causing some some chaos, and learning just to work a little bit and just to work with the energies that you in the space that you have can change that a little bit more. But you're always we're in this realm where we're working out our consciousness that's, as separate beings and learning and trying to learn how to work as one consciousness, So we should be here, one world, working for one goal. And that's the maintenance of the world and ourselves. And, recreating with our giant selves,
Yeah, we definitely need to start doing a better job at both, especially this world, and the other living organisms that we share our space with, So
just looking at other people look at each other with such contempt instead of finding the commonality. And I don't care what they look like, where they're from, or what they've done. We're all capable of doing anything. The only thing that stops you is your perception. So you have free will.
There we are. How are you guys doing? You guys holding up, or should I step in about now?
Come on in.
Yeah.
There we are. Yes, in a few moments. You just keep going. I'll be here with you. I'll just join you for a few minutes before I saunter back in.
I'm starting to
fade. You're fading.
Enjoy your company a lot more. So,
Yes.
Any input with that brilliant mind of yours is, I love the information. I can't retain it like you can, but my God.
Oh, no worries.
It's very impressive.
Oh, that's cute. No worries. Jameson can speak by himself if you need to, saunter off. I'll refresh myself for a few minutes and then come back. Honestly, I'm just glad that we were able to share what we could with everybody tonight and really give them a taste of what you're about, so to speak. Does that make sense? And at any rate, go on. Yeah. Whatever you were talking about, you had free will and all that stuff.
Well, yeah, I would say that to a degree we have free will, but that's limited to a degree, because it turns out that when we actually make decisions before we're consciously aware that we made them, and most of our thinking is actually used to go back and rationalize what we think we're doing, and there is a delay, but between how fast our brain receives impulses about our reality. So one can say that the decisions made by our brain before we're even consciously able to, get that feedback.
But we're talking as if this is the only world that we have access to. This is not the only access we have.
So when you're
there
accessing,
are more worlds we can have access and more freedom than we do here.
And but these other worlds, just out of curiosity, I'm not trying to, how would I say, belittle this, but when you say that, not that I'm disagreeing with it, but I tend to think more concretely, and I tend to think more of expanding into space in a physical sense. This is why the concept of war really doesn't bother me as much as, say, for instance, the gentleman in the chat room. It's kind of like, we were talking earlier about a post-monetary world that was envisioned by Gene Roddenberry, even though I can't imagine that. I really don't think that something like that is possible, but
I agree.
Thank you.
It's just not possible.
Yeah, but when in terms of what Peter's bringing up, something that would bring us close to that, or on the verge of that, would be just the ability to manufacture what we needed. The concept that you see in Star Trek, by the way that echoes really coming in, is there something that's technological going on? He muted.
It's neither of it's
technological on Jim's end. It's technological on Jim's end.
I'm forgetting to mute. I apologize.
No worries, no worries. There we are. Once he comes to grips with that, everything's fine. So when it comes to the what brings us close to that is what they were showing in Star Trek, where they're just pushing buttons on a machine and they're getting anything they want. And that is what I hate this name, but they, speaking of Burl Ives here with us, they call that a Santa Claus machine, was the concept that scientists came up with for basically machinery that could rearrange molecules into whatever we wanted. That was what would lead us to basically a post-monetary world, because it would be a post-scarcity world. In other words, if you could take the majority of any molecules and reformulate them through whatever processes that would border on the alchemical from what we view in today's chemistry, it's really not that difficult a concept. Aside from
3D, it's like 3D printing.
Yeah, like 3D printing, yeah, to a degree. And it would probably take a long while before such a concept would produce something, before such technology would produce quality products. Food that tasted good would probably not be that difficult. But going beyond that to weapons that worked and didn't just fall apart, 3D printing doesn't give us that very well. They give us one-shot weapons that are disposable and hard to trace, but you have to kind of put little components into them to really make them work, and they really don't work. Other than you come up next to somebody like an assassin and you get to the point where you cannot possibly miss. That basically is how an assassin truly works. I'm talking about like political level assassin, a one-shot deal. Yeah, that's, you have to get up close where you can't possibly miss, and you point it at the base of the guy's skull and you blow him away. That's what a 3D printer gun will give you, is that. That means you're probably as disposable as the gun is at that point. You get my point. When it gets better and you get these Santa Claus machines, quote unquote, that produce anything you wish, then at that point you've entered a post-scarcity world. So unless, you're running out of things to pump into the machine for it to convert, it needs things to convert conceivably, but by Star Trek they've gotten to the point where they're just taking molecules out of the air. So, but Star Trek also has teleportation with no reception gate, where somehow the technology is so advanced that it projects you and then reformulates you as if the beam somehow knows when to stop. Which is like,
and it seems to know the coordinates with like no problem.
Yeah, that's pretty. That's a long way away. Yeah, it's
and the other problem is somebody has to keep making these machines. I mean, unless the machines are going to make themselves.
Well, that's the point. If you get to the point where the machines are making themselves, then you've there you go. You've entered the post-scarcity world, right? The machines are making themselves, but then you've also entered potential Terminator territory, but that takes it into a paranoid bent. Also
enter a world where no one has any incentive to do anything.
Yeah.
So everyone's just gonna be like just hooked up to the machines, just who knows, people just plug in and be in like an orgasmic bliss where the machine feeds them and does nothing, and just nothing will get done. That will be the rest of their lives.
Matrix shit. But potentially taking some absurd potential,
I don't know. I'm just thinking in terms of that machine that they used, that they were able to plug into like a certain nerve, a certain part of the person's what was it, the spinal cord, where you could push a button, you could just get an orgasm, and I could just
like the orgasmatron from.
Yeah. Well, they've actually created something like that where they've been able to, they found that if you put it between a certain.
Well, they were doing that with rats. I mean, come on, they were just getting them to masturbate to death. Just kept pushing the pleasure button and shit.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's the only direction I could see that kind of technology putting humankind, because what else they're going to be to do?
Yeah, I hear you. I'm not arguing with it, but anyhow. So then, by the age of Star Trek, they're exploring. It's in other words, this is what the captain was arguing when he was telling a businessman who was reincarnate in the Next Generation Star Trek. He was telling him we don't amass money anymore. We do things like explore. This is our new way we occupy ourselves. Of course, you see how dark Star Trek has gotten. Basically, after the death of Gene Roddenberry, and you gave it enough time, then all the assholes took over, and they just turned Star Trek into another piece of shit. I mean, now there's no optimism. Now they took all the optimism out.
Yes. That was actually one of the things I used to enjoy about Deep Space Nine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which is the fact that nothing ever fucking worked on that outpost,
Mm-hmm.
and things were just becoming like really dystopian.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, was that Deep Space Nine, or was that I can't remember. It's the one with the black guy who was the captain.
Yeah, I don't remember. I mean, I don't remember the black guy as a captain. What the fuck? What? There was a black guy as a captain in one of the.
Okay. This was the one where they were like they weren't actually exploring. They were more or less like an outpost.
Mm-hmm.
I think it came after Generation.
You're talking. Yeah, maybe I don't remember.
Was it called
Somebody
like
in the chat room.
Discovery something?
No, not Discovery. It's not a new one. It's this was when Gene Roddenberry was still alive.
Wow. Mm-hmm.
They were playing with it for a while, and then they ditched it because I guess people thought it wasn't optimistic enough, and then they made like Generations.
Wow, fuck. I barely know of that. I barely remember something like that. Yeah.
Oh my god, let me see if I can find this. Now I gotta look this up.
But keep burning bandwidth while I refresh myself in a few minutes. I'll still be here for a few more minutes before I do that, but because I'm still trying to.
Oh yeah. It was called Deep Space Nine.
Yeah, Deep Space Nine. Okay, there you go. That was the one that was done by that Bluebeard guy. He was the guy. Deep Space Nine was like the big space station, right? Oh, so that was the black guy was running that.
Yeah. That
Okay.
was that was Avery Brooks, who was he played like the captain of it.
Okay.
And that only lasted like oh my gosh, it only lasted like it lasted from 93 to 99. 26 episodes. That's actually surprising. I didn't even know it lasted that long.
There you go.
Because it was only something that I wasn't necessarily a Star Trek fan growing up. It's just my father was a Trekkie, so he would be watching the stuff all the time. So sometimes I would just be like, okay, yeah, I'll watch it, just because there's nothing else on, because I can't watch anything else since he's watching Star Trek. So it's like, okay.
There you go. Yeah, and so at any rate, So in a post-scarcity world, and you've got the Santa Claus machines, then you're kind of like potentially at a place where you don't need any money. But what would you use the money for? Right? Because you're producing everything you need. You just push the buttons, you produce it. I mean, it's like, of course, people would be paying for access to the machines, I would presume. That's what you would be using the money for.
Yeah.
But in terms of something stupid like that, obviously the machine, it can't make you everything that people want, because there's going to be people who want things that don't come from the fucking machines, simply because that would be a status symbol. What I'm wearing doesn't come from some fucking machine. It's made by people. So
then they're going to pay for that, and they're going to show that they have some kind of wealth and status because, well, look, I at least still use money to get my lemonade fresh squeezed rather than from the machine.
Yeah. And so there you go. And
it's just human nature to use currency. It's hardwired in us. It's there's no way to get around it.
Yeah. And
kind of like war.
Yeah, and so give me a few more minutes to get my head together here with some of the stuff I'm working with. I'm trying to correlate some notes I made, trying to remember what my mother said about Li Jian, trying to remember what this young lady said. I took a lot of notes with what she was saying. And, oh, by the way, I'm just curious. I can't resist asking. I'll ask Jim Forsyth first. So, you see pictures of my escorts that I spent time with. Are there any particular ones that stand out to you, Jim? Just curious.
I didn't see the pictures.
Oh. And yourself, James?
Where can I see them?
They're on Facebook, Jim. This
Okay,
reminds
hold
me
on.
this is kind of like the Peter Moon situation. It's
you know my favorites.
yeah, okay.
Although I really do find the escort you have here really attractive, though.
Ah, yeah. I was just curious.
She's extraordinary. I mean, she's extremely attractive. But yeah, my favorite was Power Girl.
There we are.
I lived in the Orient for a while, so I really appreciate.
Okay. What were you doing in the Orient? Tell us about this.
We spoke about it the other night. I was in the Navy.
I didn't retain any of that. I believe you, but I didn't retain any of that. If you spoke about the other night, I was, bear in mind, I'm often just getting people to burn bandwidth. I really don't listen to them.
Okay.
Because
well,
I have
was
to
a
get them to
boiler
burn
technician.
bandwidth while I get myself together, right? So, don't take it personally. So just tell us about it again. We always have new listeners. You were in the Navy.
Yes, I was in the Navy. I was a boiler technician. I did 2 Westpacks. So I was in the Philippines, Japan, Hong Kong.
That's amazing.
Taiwan.
That's amazing. How did you like my homeland?
I loved it. I didn't want to leave.
Of course.
I actually, our ship went to Japan, and I ended up staying in the Philippines because I didn't want to leave. I ended up getting 30 days hard labor for that.
Oh my God. What did they make you do when you're doing hard labor?
Oh, it was, wake you up at, what time was it? We'd have to get up like 3:30. And you're going to bed like at 7, and then getting up and going out and doing details, everything from stripping floors with your hands with Brillo pads to, waxing to working in the kitchen and cleaning everything and just anything they could find you do all day. And you work all day. You have breakfast at 6:30 a.m. Then you work till 11. You have lunch, and then you have dinner at 4. And then you work until 5, I believe. You have 1 more hour after that, and then you just go get showered and go in your bunk, and then next morning, The first 3 days they throw you in a little. There were little cells outside that the roofs are off, and you stay in there 3 days for disposition, and you get all bitten up by the mosquitoes. So,
God
yeah,
damn,
and then
that sucks balls.
then I was put on the Constellation, the aircraft carrier, and I did a 6 months out at sea at doing in Maud-Log, going in circles in the Gulf of Oman when North Yemen invaded South Yemen, and then when we also had to evacuate the Shah of Iran when that situation happened, and some diplomats. So that's about it.
Oh my God. I mean, that's incredible. I'm impressed.
And there's another piece of synchronicity here, because the guy I used to be friends with said that he met the Shah of Iran.
Amazing. That's incredible.
So, yeah, that goes to add to the fact that starts to convince me even more that he was
a
part
handler.
of the program.
Yeah.
Because there's no way that all these things could synchronize this perfectly, and there's not some kind of component of being controlled there.
Yeah. So there you have that, and yeah, go on. Yeah.
I mean, he had met the daughter of the Shah of Iran, and he showed like they were living somewhere in Manhattan, like one of those towers that were like the most fucking expensive place you could live by, like Central Park somewhere. All those areas around Central Park in Manhattan are just like beyond anyone's ability to afford if you're a regular human being. I mean, they're like for the super wealthy, and he was saying how spoiled she was, and how like she would ask for something, and he would be like, oh yeah, he would send people out to get her whatever the hell she wanted. You know, she had like a bazillion shoes, and how the hell would he know that stuff? But apparently he bumped into them, and I don't know how. I do not know how. He definitely had to be on some kind of program.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
Yeah. Definitely. And wow. So you know, but you must have a lot more stories to share than what you've just shared. In terms of detail, are you just like James and Brendan Zogit? You can't describe 3 toothpicks when they're side by side with each other. By the way, I don't mean that to be, coming down on you. It's just like I would like ask these guys, and you'd be amazing how they go blank. It would be like Brendan Zogit after his automobile accident.
What, you want to hear that I was doing black market in the Philippines?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, yes. And by the way, Sarah Thomas is here, so she says, yes, JMO, Deep Space Nine, one of her favorites. And now she's watching Discovery and Picard instead of Picard. Yeah, Picard. And me too. My parents were huge Trekkies. On Discovery, some sort of monetary system is used. Oh, okay, so they're finally using money. They're using money. They realized it's just impossible to live without money. Thank you, honey. Yes, that's right.
Well, Gene Roddenberry's the only one who can do optimism. So, I mean, these guys like to make it dark to the point where it's like Silent Hill meets Star Trek.
Yeah, there we are. Yes. Yes.
Which is one of the reasons why I actually bothered to sit through one of the newer movies. Just for the heck of it, because it was like, all right, but it seemed like it was more action oriented and it didn't seem like there was a lot of thought. That's the only thing that disappoints me about the newer ones, is that there's not a lot of thought put into it. You don't have to think about anything.
Yeah. Well,
and in fact, that's what makes it quite horrible, because at least with Generations, you had to think about what the hell they were saying. Although they inserted too many references of higher culture to the point where it was just like they were just trying to show how much they knew. The writers, that started to make it annoying. And where they would have the fucking musicals and shit.
Star Trek musicals?
Yeah. Every once in a while, there'd be some episode of Generations where, like, someone's singing or someone's like doing on theater on the holodeck or some shit.
Right. Yeah, they had that a lot. You're right. Yeah, that's right. They had the holograph singing. I remember that.
It grew to the point where it's just like, this might as well be a satire of itself. If Family Guy and other like franchises like that didn't harp on it. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Yes. It's so anyhow. So tell us more about the black market. That's
you really want to burn some bandwidth, don't you?
Yes. But Jim, what about you said earlier that you've never seen the you're on Facebook, right? You talked to me on Facebook. So you don't see these things on Facebook?
Well, some things I miss because of my vision. I only see what I look at. What I look at, I can only see. I can't see. If I look at the screen, I see what I look at, and I can't see what's around it.
I see. Okay, that's right. You're beyond legally blind, right? You said you're
yes, sir.
95% blind.
I'm twice beyond the legal blind limit. I'm totally blind in my right eye and 95% blind in my left eye. And the bit I can see out is on the inner eye, so I see obliquely, like a little bit.
Oh my God.
To the right, but only half. Not even halfway.
Okay. Yes. So, okay.
The very fact that you're able to, you know, go on the internet and do what you do, I think is quite miraculous in and of itself.
Yeah.
I function. Most people can't tell I have vision problems.
Uh-huh.
I'll miss things if I'm watching. I watch TV on my computer, on my iPad, because a big screen I can't see. But even on an iPad, a 13-inch iPad, I miss what's on the left side of the screen sometimes. I'll see looking at somebody, and then they start talking to somebody, and I have to look over and go, oh, there's somebody there.
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm not scanning, I miss things sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. And so go on with Burning Bandwidth about what you were doing in the black market in the Philippines.
Yeah, well, I was 18 when I went in the Navy, and just no life experience. And I got in with this guy, and he says, "Hey, you want to make some money?" And I said, "Sure." So we were in the Philippines for about 3 months because I was on a destroyer tender at that time. So we'd be in getting supplies, dropping supplies. We'd be able to stay in port for like 3 months. Mm-hmm. So we were going on. He took me out. Let me say this. He took me out the gate, and he took me in a Longapo, which is a very, very poor part in the Philippines, and a lot of prostitution and things like that. What was it? The officer and the gentleman with what's his name?
Oh, fuck! I don't remember that film.
Yeah,
the black guy was Lou Gossett Jr., right?
Well, yeah. Well, in that movie, they show him walking in the Orient down the street. Well, that was a Longapo, and he took me in the back streets, and I met these shady Filipinos. I mean, really shady. Scary.
Yeah, Daniel Larola. You know him.
And
Yes.
And they gave us money. I forget how much, $100 or something like that. And we were supposed to go on base and buy this stuff and bring it back out and give it to him. Well, here, I didn't know this guy was planning on ripping him off. Okay. He wasn't planning on buying the stuff.
That's pretty funny. Okay.
So, in the Philippines, it was very odd between the local people and the military.
Yeah, to put it
they
mildly.
Were able to abuse the military, and if you did anything to them, they can go after you legally and just draw your money. They keep you in the brig and just draw money. Guys get in trouble like this down there. Mm-hmm. And anyway, they were able to find out what ship we were on, and they got some bogus lawyer. The Navy had to get me a lawyer. I had to sign for this money. We went out and met their lawyer into town, where their lawyer was some, real shady guy. And their story was, I abused this girl.
Ooh.
There was some girl there I never met. I got loud and I was like, this has to do with those, and the lawyer punched me and did my side and told me to shut up and said, okay, well, we're going to comply with half of what you're accusing him is, and we will give you this much money, but not anymore, or you're going to have to take us to a very long court process and we'll win. So they ended up just paying it off, I was supposed to pay it off. I got out in the military and got married, and then I ended up with a bill for a couple $1,000s that I ended up having to pay.
Holy shit! That is so messed up.
Yeah. So, and I got court-martialed and 30 days in the brig.
Oh gosh! So you got court-martialed
with the Marines? With the Marines.
Yeah, you were in the brig with the Marines. Yeah.
Well, the Marines were the ones that were attending to us and standing us in the shower naked, make us sing "Popeye the Sailor Man" and
stupid shit. Yeah, faggot shit.
You know, just being abusive. You know.
Yeah. So by that you mean the Marines were acting as the guards then?
Yes.
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 Okay.
Tending the brig.
Oh God. So
on ship. This was on ship while we, you know.
Yeah, on board. Yeah.
We left port and they put me in the brig.
Yes, and so okay.
Yeah, that folks is why I never wanted to join the Navy.
Yes, there
Or
you are.
So I like a smart ass, went ahead and bought somebody's ID, dressed up, and went off the ship in like a disguise. Went out in town, and then ended up doing 30 more days, and then I got court-martialed with other than honorable and discharged.
Okay, so other than honorable, you did not get a dishonorable. So just out of
No,
curiosity,
it's like I was never there. They'll pay for my funeral, and that's it.
Wow, I'm surprised you get that. But
yeah, me too.
Yeah, but what? I'm sorry, I'm trying to think. So okay, I was going to ask about the benefits. So you don't get access to the VA.
No, but you know what? They consider me still. This is what's odd, and this might be a trigger. I'm still considered a veteran. I shouldn't be. Okay, and I've had people that I've known when I lived in Uniontown, and we owned a hair salon. There was these Army guys that were right by our building, and they came over one day and said, "Hey Jim, let me fill out a form for you for the military." He says, "I got to get my quota." I said, "Man, I said it's going to be a waste of time." He said, "I don't care." He said, "I just need a paper." So he did my information, and he sent it in, and he came to me later. He said, "What the hell did you do in the Navy?" And I told him, he says, "You did more than that." He says, "We couldn't get one record on you."
Right. Yeah.
So.
Yes, go on.
So I don't know, you know, I think I don't know all what's going on in my life.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
Well, my question is, could it be the nature of the discharge? Because
well, everybody's considered a veteran unless they're dishonorable discharge, like myself. So
yeah, but why wouldn't they be able to get my records?
I have no idea. I don't know your particular case. But what I can tell you is the only other way that somebody wouldn't be technically considered a veteran, but then we can't talk with that echo. I'm sorry, you'll have to go mute.
I'm sorry.
No worries. Yeah, and just the way it is. So with that being said, like Jameson Reese has said, he's considered a veteran even though he never even graduated from boot camp, right? I mean, that's how you understand it.
I graduated from.
Oh, you graduated from boot camp?
Yeah. I made it out of boot camp. I made it out. I made it to tech school. It was tech school, which was a much easier time where I got fucked over because I just got like suicidal and depressed.
Okay.
So it's like for some reason I could deal with the fucking stress of boot camp, but I can't fucking deal with tech school, which is when everyone's social and happy and shit. You know, I just can't be around social, happy people.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that's interesting. So okay, so that's why you're considered a veteran. So I guess the only other way you're not considered a veteran is if you don't graduate from boot camp, which is what they forged the documents that they keep pushing on the internet. Saying that I never graduated from boot camp. And so then they claim I wasn't a veteran. I mean, why that is somehow considered worse for them than dishonorable is beyond me, but that's...
You know, technically, even if you didn't graduate from boot camp, you're still a veteran. You're still a veteran because you went to boot camp.
Yeah, that makes that's true. That's true. Technically,
and so that goes to show that whatever they're trying to discredit you with is complete bullshit.
Well,
I mean,
they're all bullshit anyway.
Everything they've ever done is bullshit. Because you know, just hearing how fucking Dick Cunt Cole speaks.
Yeah.
It's like what he was saying about that. What he was saying what you were saying that he said in that fucking periodical the other night. You know, was just We didn't destroy them enough. We showed restraint with Japan. Well, gee, if you're saying we didn't bomb them enough, that means that they must have won because we didn't do the job.
Well, it's beyond that. It's like he was saying that the Japanese killed all the Okinawans, which, and then explain why the Okinawans, you'd think they'd beg for the Americans to stay so that the evil Japs wouldn't come back and kill them all. But they keep wanting the Americans to leave. They hate the Americans. So how do you explain that? It's the Americans that they hate. So there you go. At any rate, there you have it. But there are some other adventures, I'm sure, that you can share with us. Go on, Mr. Forsyth.
Okay, I'm going through a lot here.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Just one thing to tell you about. I wanted to tell you I was in the Yokosuka in Japan.
Yeah.
And you lived in Japan, right?
Well, I never been to Japan, but certainly my mother lived there. My father was there, but
Okay.
I know quite a bit about it for never having been there for reasons that should be obvious. So go on.
Yeah, I was in Yokohama and Yokosuka.
Mm-hmm.
I did fly into Okinawa, but that was just in the airport.
Mm-hmm.
What else? Let's see. I don't. Where do you want me to go?
Oh, anywhere you want. Our man Jameson will have some questions, right, Jameson?
Yeah.
I'm just getting a little bit fatigued, but I'll hang in there.
No. You can go to bed anytime you want. Jameson and I can handle it, But if you want to go to bed, by all means, do so.
Oh goodness, it's much later than what I thought.
Yes, by all means, you can get to bed. I mean,
it's like 4 a.m. here.
Yes. So you can.
Okay, well, I'm going to do that because I am kind of fatigued, and
well, we love you dearly, and blessed be the dreams.
I'm so honored to be able to interact with you and get to know all of you.
Yeah.
And I thank you for letting me join your little circle.
Yes.
And I hope I can contribute more, and I certainly will learn more here. I wish everybody a beautiful evening. Wish you magic dreams and bright blessings.
Thank you. And the same be unto you.
Good night.
Okay,
James.
thank you. Good night, Douglas. Good night.
And Jameson, go on with speaking about some of your occult things. I'm going to refresh myself. I'll be back. And
okay.
Yes, love you dearly.
Yeah. I have come to. All right. So as far as the occult is concerned, I've come to realize that Kemetriel, Belial, Athiel, of the Bohu, Tohu, and Chisek, which is like the void that goes beyond the Klepoth, it goes beyond the tunnels of Set. I've come to learn that these are actually aspects of human consciousness, which I guess to a degree one gets possessed by. I came to uncover this because there's been within my recently a longing to become formless, to become empty, to become nothingness, to become just darkness. Like I keep thinking, why the hell would I want to do that? Why would I want to be that? But now it all makes sense. And I believe that that's part of the sort of that's part of what the initiation does. It turns you into that. You turn into these. These are like unconscious archetypes. I don't know if these archetypes might have been these might be from a pre-Adamic man or a pre-bicameral man, and it makes perfect sense when you consider that they weren't conscious in the sense that we know it, that they were sort of moving at the behest of the gods. They were listening to commands of everything that was told to them by these gods, almost as if they weren't aware at all. So, I mean, it makes perfect sense to And I'm fairly certain that, beyond the Klipothic void, they are actual realities of these. I would hazard to call them places, or because these are creations that were destroyed by the before this fourth creation, which we now inhabit. They were deemed, the most volatile of them was Athiel, where they sought to rebel against the creator altogether. So I believe that when you're sort of initiating through these, you take on their attributes. Whatever you're initiating into, you take on these attributes. And of course, the Leonis Nimian, which you also use to sort of initiate through these, I suspect is actually a version of Yaldabaoth of the Gnostics, and that Sophia of the Gnostics is actually Tiamat or Nuit, which is the sort of primordial, that primordial darkness that precedes all things. Nuit, of course, is of the Egyptian pantheon, and Nuit came before even Atum Re spoke himself into existence. So this is the sort of sea of chaos that precedes all things. And of course, Tiamat would be like that sea of chaos as well. Although Tiamat is actually an actual serpentine, an actual serpent that is sort of chained beneath the earth, as Douglas went into. So there is a very real physical, how do we say, it's like they're two things, but they're not just one thing. So what the magician's doing is you're sort of making a double of whatever it is you're seeking to interact with or initiate through, and you're making that double inside of yourself as a means of connecting to whatever it is directly. And so, rather than being mindful and conscious, what the worshiper of the void is seeking is to take what was acquired consciously and let it almost operate automatically in such a manner that one is just barely aware, or one is mindless instead of mindful. Almost like going through, almost as if, oh gee, shit. I mean, it sort of parallels what happened to me when I had missing time. One can say to a degree, when I had missing time when I was 15 years old, that's what I was doing. Because I can't remember it consciously, one can say that I was almost going through the day and doing everything almost on an unconscious level in such a manner that is so automatic that it seemed normal to everyone else, that I still seemed to exude my personality as if everything was normal. Just I wasn't there doing that because I have no recollection of that consciously, because consciously that wasn't there. So it would be like literally receding back into darkness and nothingness, while this body lives out its life on its own without me. And that is exactly what I desire, to not be here. I mean, okay, I don't want to be too dark, of course, but this does remind me to a degree of what this does remind me of atavistic resurgence, which they speak about in chaos magic. And this is probably what Orson Osman Spare achieved during his death posture and when he was doing his automatic drawing. Of course, automatic drawing, is like you're just pulling things out of the unconscious. But to do that, you have to not be in a baseline consciousness as we understand it. It's because everything's automatic. It's so that's what I've been really looking at as far as and as far as the void. I suspect what we know of as the void, or the sea of the void, that abyss, is actually a sort of layer of reality of the inner earth, rather than something that's stellar, or beyond this, or transplutonian, as Kenneth Grant would call it. I suspect that this all correlates to this sort of, and of course, I would say that the book on hoodoo that I had bought because that Douglas recommended, the quantum voodoo leap. They also say that the area of the spirits of the antimatter come from deep within the earth. So this makes perfect sense. And if we go back to the Gnostic lore, Sophia is chained up in the earth by Yaldabaoth. Well, the inner earth, we based on what Douglas had told us about Tiamat. Tiamat is chained up in the inner earth, but I believe the serpent was named Yig, would be Tiamat's son, which would be the sort of parallel to Marduk, who had Marduk, of course, had cleaved his grandmother Tiamat in half, and supposedly that's where all of creation came from. So I mean, that's a little. I'm not sure how accurate I have that. Hopefully, I'm correct on those points. But yeah, it's just one of those musings, and a lot of this, a lot of the reason why I again go into this stuff is because again, I believe that's the only form of expression I have left. I don't draw. I suck at drawing now. I don't even bother to do it anymore. Being a man with no sexual release, one's attention is going to go elsewhere. One's attention is going to go into the more deeper and metaphysical matters, or, you know, and I also have created this really cool poem, which I like. I would like to share, and hopefully, you guys will like it too. It's called Lovers. So it goes as such. I see her, she sees me. We never talk and part ways. I will never encounter her again, nor her I, neither in this life or the next, nor after we both die. She's but an idea of vacuous space. I am at war with God and the human race. My only wife will be the goddess of death, the embrace of Tiamat, unwritten from the book of life, that I may cease to ever exist again, that which cannot be, ceasing to exist for the rest of all eternity. And hopefully that was somewhat enjoyable to some of you, and some of you could probably relate to the sort of abysmal loneliness that, love and all that stuff really sort of brings. It doesn't always bring good things. We can say that much. And of course, over the weekend, I had the privilege of watching the sort of Senate interrogation of the generals, and hearing the bullshit that the generals had to spout. These motherfuckers really are politicians in uniform. They do nothing else. They're trying to sort of justify strengthening ties with Israel, and, making sure Iran doesn't acquire any nukes, and trying to double back down on that sort of nuclear deal. And obviously they see Iran as a threat. This is one of the generals was General McKenzie. And so this piece of shit, he sees Iran as a threat, and he does not say anything about Russia or China, even though some of the senators were asking about it. I didn't get to see the entire thing, granted, but it was worth listening to. It's definitely worth listening to see what the hell what the generals are talking about, to say the least, because this gives an idea as to what the military's goals as opposed to what the Senate and Congress want. And you get to also see who's on whose side, which is even more fascinating. And of course, I also have this wonderful article that was given to me by Selena Khan about the history of Queen Califia and the California Blacks. Now, in the continental United States of America, there were Africans who came before slavery, be it before Columbus, and thousands of years before even Jesus Christ. In many cases, these blacks and other indigenous nations established thriving civilizations in America. Queen Califia and the California blacks were one such ancient black nation, reigning over the empire of Iji, an ancient kingdom of Utla. The nation of Atlan was the great queen of gold and diamonds, ruler of the California blacks. Queen Califia, decorated warrior general, mother, and was the grand and beautiful royal leader in the beloved, wealthy, and powerful land of the blacks. A civilization with an abundance of natural resources, gold, diamonds, vast quantities of precious stones and metals, with territory spanning thousands and thousands of miles throughout California, from the coast of San Francisco to Bahia, Mexico, as far inland as Colorado, Utah, and the Pacific Ocean island nations, including Hawaii and Australia, places where most of the original inhabitants were Aborigine, Black, and Brown people of color. Queen Califia was a powerful general queen, a strategic opponent who commanded and maintained a fleet of ships while ushering in a time of peace in all surrounding lands. Geesh, what would be more taboo than having a black nation in the United States before the white settlers came, having a black nation that was ruled by a woman? This sort of explains America's war on women of color, because America is centered on erasing history and rewriting it. The robust California blacks were master trainers and lovers of exotic animals with developed skills. They were able to teach themselves to defend utilizing a real force of domesticated and trained eagles, snakes, tigers, and bears, along with other species native to California and Africa. These unusual creatures were trained to protect the land and its people. So loved and respected and powerful was the queen that she could project all her imperial wealth over the seas of the Mediterranean. A master of communication and commerce, trading gold, tipped spears, gold, diamonds, precious stones, furs, food, plants, rare birds and animals, as well as maintaining cultural and trading contacts with Africa, Australia, and the Pacific Islands. The great lady ruler was also successfully defended her empire during the wars in the Mediterranean Sea and Anatolia, as well as against the Byzantine Empire and in southern Europe. Queen Califia and the mighty empire of the California blacks, a people whose civilization in history has been lost to time and space through a deliberate destructive conspiracy of lies, secrets, and deaths perpetrated by the invaders of ancient America. To say they came before Columbus is an understatement. They came thousands and thousands of years before. Many historians, including the renowned expert and father of ancient Africa studies, Dr. Van Sertima, author of the best-selling book They Came Before Columbus, David Imhotep, PhD, The First Americans Were Black, and Cheikh Anta Diop, The African Origin of Civilization, Myth or Reality, among many, all concur and prove that the first Africans started arriving in the ancient times between 56,000 to 100,000 years ago. It is now also an archaeological fact that the true original people of the Americas included many nations, and the Black Californians were one of them. as descendants of the Olmecs, West Africa Manding Egyptians, and the first emperor of China. Other ancient civilizations occupying California in the distant past include members of the Black Mojave and Washita mound builders, as well as the following: the ancient indigenous Black nations of America, California Blacks, Olmecs, the Washita, the mound builders of Louisiana in the Midwest, the Yamasee in Southeast, the Iroquois, the Cherokee, the Blackfoot, the Pequot and Mohegans, Connecticut, and Mohegans, and the Dy-EVEDAY peoples of Panama. As far as the history of the California Blacks is concerned, the mighty Californian Blacks were a powerful military-savvy civilization with shipbuilders, priests, scientists, traders, and empire builders. These elite seafarers traveled all over the globe, trading in gold, tipped spears, precious stones. Masters of commerce, this highly sophisticated society practiced as part of their religious ceremonies astronomy, tracking the celestial Sirius star systems, sacred science. I don't know why they wrote scarred science. There's always going to be some kind of typo in these reportings for some reason. Geometry and mathematics. They were nautical wizards of longitude, latitude, master builders of complex housing, political systems, and captains of the open seas, as well as arts and music enthusiasts. They were also worshippers of the Egyptian gods Horus, Osiris, Isis, Wajit, who I, went into detail about when I first started speaking here. This, thanks to Douglas, the sun god Ra, and the universality of the concept of Ma'at and how ethical behavior was a norm. Of course, Ma'at is the goddess of justice, truth, righteousness, and order, the supreme ethical paradigm that dictated the behavior of the California Blacks and the civilizations of ancient America. The California Blacks' Z Empire was ruled by a succession of queens, as was the custom in many African ancient nations. This unfamiliar practice observed by the naive Spaniards is surely how the myth of the nymph, Amazon queen legend, who hated and killed all baby boys and men came into existence, because they took everything and demonized it and warped it. The Spaniards, that is. Their matriarch societies were also based on maternal values, decadence, and relationships were determined through the female line. Descendants. Wow, that's what they meant to say. A practice that was very common in West Africa and throughout the ancient world. Now, this remarkable multicultural, highly spiritual, religious civilization thrived for thousands of years and is duly noted in several recent discoveries, including ancient cave art dating back tens of thousands of years. Over 100,000 cave and rock art pictures, symbols, and ancient artifacts can be found at Crystal Lake, California, now a restricted United States Army base, and thousands of newly discovered cave and rock art found in 2014 in the highlands of Mexico. Gee, why would they build a military base on? Take a guess. The photos of recently discovered cave art show one thing for sure. They were not a hunter-gatherer tribe, but a complex, highly advanced, thriving civilization that prospered way before the arrival of any Europeans, American Indians, or Clovis people. Through our high-tech in-house CGI experiment, conducted recently on ancient cave art, we were able to back engineer some of the ancient art. What we discovered was truly amazing. CGI graphic art techniques were used thousands of years ago. I don't know how that would work because I don't know if they had computers back then. And some of the art appears to be have created using I guess this is how they're trying to, rebuild some of these old images using computer generated techniques and whatnot. So the history of the original Black people of California is not mentioned in most American history books. The term Indian is used to classify all of the people found in the Americas when Columbus arrived. Yet Columbus and his men, as well as people like Balboa and Peter Martyr, do mention Ethiopians in the Caribbean's Darien region of Panama, the coast of South America, California, and other areas. According to these invaders, these Black indigenous people were the descendants of Ham, a biblical reference. It was specifically those with black skin and kinky curly hair that the Spaniards and other Europeans were instructed to capture, kill, and or slave rather than Christianize them, based on the edict of the mid-1400s. This is based on a history of the African Olmecs published by First Book Library. The Black Californians were not American Indians, but indigenous people of African ancestry. As a mixed culture, they closely resemble today's African Americans and Melanesians from the Pacific Islands. The history of the Black Californians appeared to be conveniently erased, ignored, shrouded in mystery, myth, and ignorance, all in an effort to keep our history obscure by not mentioning that the original people of California and America were Black and American Indians whose civilizations existed together peacefully thousands of years before Columbus. Because if they were to mention that, maybe black people wouldn't be as disempowered as they are.
Interesting. Okay. So, very good. I'm proud of you. You seem to have held yourself well. And let's check our numbers before I take over. You've held them. So, I'll take over at this point.
Yeah,
so, you can finish up, wrap up. By all means, I'm in no hurry. Shout out to Shane Bridges. And dear Sarah Thomas asks me if I know anything about Alex Collier. I vaguely may have heard of him, but I don't know anything about him.
Oh, Alex Collier. Oh,
you know him? Oh, you know him?
Yeah, he's one of those UFO fraud.
Yeah,
guys.
Contact A's. It said when I looked him up, said he was a what do you call it? A Andromeda Contact A. So.
Yeah. Isn't he the guy who wears the suit and tie? He makes himself look all presentable and shit.
Yeah, I don't know if you can make that look presentable. He looks like a 70s guy with a mustache, so he's going to look like a used car salesman no matter what. Talk about curly, kinky hair. There's white guys who get that. The dead squirrel on the head effect. And might be a wig or, or a coif. It's just not an appealing look and not an appealing looking guy, but poor bastard. She says she hears he's dead now. Why would you want to know anything about this guy, honey? I mean, if you're listening to me, why on earth would you have an interest in him? I mean, what did he offer? I mean, it seems like what he has to offer is so at the other end of the spectrum from what I do that I can't understand why there would be any interest at all. By all means. I'm sorry. Go on with.
Yeah. He's some guy who. Yeah. Here he is. He's standing up there with a suit and tie at the conference and shit.
Like you said. Yeah, he's trying to make himself look pro and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, all these guys. He's just another one of the fucking disinfo mill. For all I know, I
I can't
Well,
imagine that he's anything else other than a deluded individual. But
well, considering the guy has a name that's known out there, he's probably definitely part of that. Yeah. Because if he was anyone who was legitimate, he would be assaulted to the point where he couldn't go out there, or he was repressed like yourself, or I've had a range of horrible experiences like James Forsyth.
Yes. By the way, do you think James was targeted? I mean, that is an awful lot of bad luck to happen to a single guy.
Without doubt, he was targeted. Whatever they found out when they went up to his school as a kid marked him for the rest of his life.
Also, he like he said, when they checked into his records, there was shit they couldn't find. So there was something he was doing in the military he doesn't remember.
Yeah, and there's something
they wiped his memory when they had him in the brig and all that shit, and all the Marines were fucking him up the ass. All the sailor prisoners that they had.
I have no doubt that whatever the tumor that he had that they had to remove the pharyngioma. I have no doubt that the military was involved in him getting that.
Yeah. Okay.
Without a doubt, they probably tried to. This probably was connected to. They probably have a file on him like miles long, as they do with most people in these programs, as to what poor bastards actually have to read these files and go through the work of deliberating who goes out to harass them. I don't know. But they seem to enjoy what they do, or they wouldn't have that many people. There wouldn't be this many people targeted in this country if there weren't people who enjoyed this shit.
Yeah. No, you brook no argument from me. I mean, that's what's going on. Obviously, well, probably his mother and all those people were involved with that shit.
Without a doubt, she was involved in it. She probably sold them off to it.
Yo, what a bitch. What a fucking bitch.
It's just horrid, to do that to a child, irrespective of what you've gone through yourself, irrespective of whether you wanted the child or not. If you have it, if you can't take care of it, give it to parents who can, but don't torture your kids.
Yeah.
It's just fucking horrible. I have no respect for people who do that.
Thank you. No, I mean, I hear you. It's that's just horrible.
I mean, at that point, you can't be considered human anymore.
Yeah, and
I mean, at that level of evil, yeah, you can't. I just can't. I'm not one of those people who, as much as I hate humankind, I don't like knowing that kids are suffering or seeing kids suffer.
I mean, that's appreciated, yes.
Because I suppose I have a heart.
There you go. Disappointing to find out, isn't it?
It's something I'm coming to terms with. It's okay. I don't mind having a little bit of good and evil balanced.
There we are.
That's important, because I feel like a lot of what, and a lot of what, people like James have suffered, a lot of what, individuals like even JoJo has suffered. I think a lot of this comes from having from being too much on the heart good spectrum. Because without walking a sort of balance inside of yourself where you're dark and light, if one just starts to embrace just one thing, the complete opposite is going to hit you at every chance possible to try to balance you out. That's your shadow. That's Carl Jung's shadow.
Yeah.
And of course, there are those like me who, once we see the shadow, we don't want to see the light anymore, because it's just that seductive. And as you can see from my own misdeeds and mislivings and misadventures, that has its limitations as well. So there has to be a balance.
Yeah, very good, and certainly not going to argue with that. So anything else you want to wrap up before I take over?
No, that's about it.
Mhm.
I mean, I've talked myself to the point where my throat feels like it's a desert.
That's well, you can imagine how I feel after many hours. So I'll take over from here, basically, and I want to thank both of these wonderful gentlemen for bringing us to this point. Now, again, I hope all of you understand. Oh, and by the way, Sarah, please, by all means, respond to us and let us know what it was you ever saw in Alex Collier. I mean, so she's wondering if I have any stories about him. I mean, I to tell you the truth, I may have heard of him in the past, but he never stuck. Maybe I met him at one of those conferences even. Maybe I met him with his, if he's the guy who married those Russian wives and shit, then they killed him ultimately, which I could see they wanted to do. I don't think that was him. That was some other guy who wrote about the Kingman, Arizona crash. He's the guy with the Russian wife and her mother. They were just staring at him while he was pig-faced drunk and giggling to himself and drooling. And yes, Jameson says he never stuck with me either. So there you go. I mean, the guy's kind of like a non-entity to us. But there we have that. And if you've got anything else to add, honey, something that might trigger a memory from us, by all means, you're welcome to share it. In the meantime, I'm taking over now, and in the 4 hours we have remaining, understand that I had a lot on my mind. As soon as this transmission's over, I'm basically going to, well, my son will come and pick me up, and I'll sleep all the way back to the estate's property, and then sleep a bit more there, and then, party with the young lady all night, along with other people who were there at the estate, of course, the Blood Boys, for instance, which she hasn't gotten used to. I think she was freaked out enough by that she grabbed the knife when my son took the photograph. That and her general state of alertness, stress, concerning the potential of what can happen. Now, let's see now. 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, 3.5 hours. I'll cover everything that I did. So, yeah, basically, this Alex Collier died. Maybe we can look that up and just see if we find... Yeah, could you look that up for me, James? See if you find anything that, maybe you'll find something interesting, like, he hung himself or something like that. In the meantime, I better start reading the, what is that I'm looking for? The solicitation, of course. How could I forget? And then we'll see if I make it to bitching about daylight savings. If daylight savings will take us into Woodrow Wilson. And Woodrow Wilson was the first president to establish daylight savings. So if I don't get into that tonight, I probably will get into that Sunday night, and then really take advantage of Sunday to do all the geomorphology that I've been trying to get to. But all right, let's see now. Solicitation. Let's call that up and blink. I'm blinking. Waiting for that to come up. Yeah, I'd say, come on and say that. Come on verbally and say that out loud.
All right. Well, tragically, he's still alive.
Yeah, tragically, Jameson says he's still alive. Yeah. So sorry to hear that. Yeah, that's awful. We should duck like that, but
Well, I have to let one slip out at least once.
Yeah, true. I mean, you see somebody who looks like that, it's like, did you know this guy, honey, or something, or you saw him at a conference or something? I mean, like, at any rate, oh God,
I'm tempted to send you something. Okay, all right. Here's a different Collier, but he looks even worse.
Oh my God, well, that's hard to imagine. But I know you sent me something in the messenger already. What was that? Let me take a look.
But that was the article that Selena sent me, where I was reading
okay.
about the
Okay.
Africans who had settled in California thousands of years, and I found it odd how actually it's not odd. It's no surprise that they would smack an army base
Okay.
right on top of the area where they found those cave paintings
There
that
we
prove
are. Oh, by
that.
the way, so could you bring George Knight on? He's trying to test his new network.
All right, yeah, definitely. All right, let me see.
And let me take a look at this different Collier guy, and I may be unable to unsee this. Oh shit! Yeah, is
Yeah,
this guy
that's
wanted
not.
for something?
This guy is supposedly a professor.
Oh my god! Holy shit!
You
Well, he'll be wanted for something eventually. I mean, Jesus Christ.
I mean, you see what died on his face.
Yeah, yeah. Something died on his face. Yeah, roadkill. It's like he picked up roadkill off the, on the way to work and used it as a beard. And so, this is your typical kind of adventurer wannabe professor who wants to look like Indiana Jones. So he puts on the beard, and when he gets old enough where that shit turns completely white, it's all getting all silver now, so it's all ready looking ratty. But when it gets pure white, maybe it'll imbue a sense of dignity. But he's got to grow the rest of the hair out. The problem is he's got like a business cut. He's got a business haircut, and it's like he's all business up top and he's party down below. It's like it's
Yeah,
kind of like
because
Bigfoot in a suit.
yeah, it's because the beard, like it's all curly and shit. It's not even like
Yeah, it's like totally different from his head hair. It's like he glued it on. It's weird. It's like he's got a totally different gene going down there. But then again, I've always
oh
been
my
like that.
god.
I shave my legs because I do drag. I'll be doing a lot of drag this weekend. So fuck. I mean, well, it's not a weekend. It's fucking St. Paddy's Day. But if anybody appreciates that sort of thing, you'll be seeing that on my next display probably. And
Oh boy, yeah, we're gonna have to ask Shake to talk to the Pakistani guys.
yes, yes. I can't believe how many guys are still like giving me these passes and shit, that like and it's not like I've been in drag recently. So like I mean I did the samurai trip with all the blood all over me and shit. What the fuck? I mean,
Oh yeah, yeah. I wanted to point out. I noticed the jade dragon that you had on the what do they call it, the Johto or
yeah.
yeah. I think I might be the only one who noticed that, but that's a really nice jade dragon.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Of course, from my mother, it goes sense saying. So, are you trying to bring George on, or is this working?
Yeah,
Or
yeah.
okay,
I tried to bring him on. It didn't.
okay. So
Let me
let's.
try one more time.
I'll tell him that then. We're trying to bring you on. All right. So let him know we are trying to bring you on. Trying to bring.
And folks, don't do what I'm doing. I'm literally sitting on the bed and eating chips. It's
Disgusting.
yeah. I'm turning into Lorian and Fenton.
Yeah, yeah. There we are. Alorian and Fat. No, you're doing it much better than she does. You could hear that cunt chewing. I mean that. Yeah, that fat ass bitch. I mean, we'll see what happens. I got some extra stories, Dad, about one of her victims. At some point, someday. Depending on, I'll ask his permission maybe if he wants me. But there'd be no point in that. Yeah,
All right.
she's.
Yeah.
There we go.
There we are.
Yes, finally.
Yes. So,
Sorry.
this is wonderful. Catch us up on what's going on with you now. Perhaps you heard what Peter Moon was saying about it. Peter Moon made it sound so invasive. He was like saying, "Yeah, these utilities people, they have the power to go in your home." And yeah, I was bitching about PG&E. Did you hear what I was saying about PG&E earlier?
Oh God, no, I didn't, Douglas. I'm afraid. Sorry, so sorry about that.
Oh no,
Yeah.
no
Beg your
worries.
pardon.
Oh no worries. Oh good God, no. Oh please. I mean, anyhow, first tell us about yourself because we don't know how much time you have with us. So tell us what's going on with you, what you want to bring to our attention, and this new technology you're trying out, and
Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Sorry, beg your pardon. Yeah, I'm just hotspotting in my van. So I'm at work at the moment, but it's quite early in the morning. It's about 8:30 here in the UK. And I thought I'll try, see if I can come on the show whilst I'm at work. Because, of course, I can't do it from home. If people are at home, you know, the situation, I wouldn't be allowed to come on if I was at home. So, yeah, if I'm on my own, out in the van, nobody can tell me off. nobody can say otherwise, yeah.
Oh, that's so cool. Oh, my God.
And it sounds good. Yeah,
Yes.
it's actually quite a good network. It's got quite good signal here. And yeah, so I thought I'd give it a go. I'm just hotspotting, so it works pretty well. I can come on and talk to you on Skype. Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, I'm impressed. You're like that Mormon guy, takedown man, he was called. He was on YouTube and he used to go down to the deep web. Maybe you heard me talk about him. I was wondering, of course, about why, he would like, I would see him because he went into the deep web and saw all this evil shit. I thought it was impacting him because, he would sit in his car and shout at the camera, or he'd be out in the woods and be shouting, at the camera, out in the night. But then I found out he was a Mormon and that he practiced polygamy. And then I said, that's why he's out in the car and screaming at the camera, or out in the woods where he drives in the middle of the night so he can shout at the camera. Yes, because he's got all those women at home who are just, driving him down. Yeah. Oh, by the way, that's what our man George has got. He's got all those women at home. Yes.
Exactly. Yes. 3 of them.
Yes. Yes, and the big one's got a little mini-me. She's bred this little mini-me. Yes.
That's what I called her on our last talk, Douglas. Yeah, that's what I've nicknamed her, Mini-Me. She's just like the big one.
Yes. Oh my God.
Oh, so funny. Yeah. Oh my God.
And so so in terms of what happened with me, it was just basically I was on this stupid care program, which was great because it took my bills down for the utilities, and it was supposed to be for people like me who were on Medicare and Medi-Cal and SSDI and all that stuff. And then what happened was basically you know how corporations are treated as people in America legally? You knew this, right?
Yeah, vaguely, Douglas. Yeah, thank you for listening to you. Yeah, vaguely.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. So because corporations are treated like people, basically Pacific Gas and Electric, which is like the nation's largest utility up here in Northern California, they were held responsible for a couple hundred murders because all of their crap caused a bunch of fires that killed people, and all their gas pipes exploded and killed a bunch of people. So they're held responsible, but then as a felon, they were like put on like a parole because they couldn't put him in jail. And so, corporations, they're like you and me, but they have more rights, like the power to kill people and shit. So just as their parole wore off and they, were free again, then they doubled my bill. Like, and they took me off the care program. And then so I had to call them, and that's we were talking about that. So it's just bullshit. They're just pulling shit. Like, anyhow, so now that they're just trying new ways to kill people with me, they're just trying to double my bill. So I was just having fun with that. And then Peter Moon was saying that, these utilities people, they can come inside your house and you got no real power to stop them. And in your case, actually, that carries out as pretty true as well, right?
Yeah, I go in people's houses as well, Douglas. Yeah, I'm about to. That's my first job, actually, of the day. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? And usually you wouldn't allow anyone that you don't know, any stranger, you don't have to invite them into your home, but we have the rights to go inside.
Yes.
Because our property is in there. It's unbelievable.
It's incredible. Yeah.
It really is.
Yes. Well, I'm so proud of you. I think.
No, thank you. Yeah. That's why I have a criminal background check and everything. Before I signed up, that's why I had to go through all the, the criminal background checks and everything that they do. to make sure that I have no criminal records from behind me, you know, in my past. And so, yeah, that's why I'm allowed to, you know, do what I do, go in people's houses.
But
and
like
stuff.
you said, all the guys that were, so many of them at your work look like fucking thugs. I mean,
They did. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly, Douglas. You know, they've got the tattoos on the face, and you know,
Holy
it's just like
shit!
you know, just like the oh god, what's it called in the United States that you call it, Douglas? I'm trying to think. You know, you've got
jailhouse
the,
tats.
Yeah. Just in prison, it's like a prison. You know,
Basically a brand. It's prison.
Yeah.
Brand.
So yeah, they just look like they're just felons that have been in you know incarcerated, or they've been
yeah. So what the fuck have they got going? How did they get it?
How the hell they get it? No, it's scary. It's scary. I have no idea. It's frightening.
Oh, that's so
but yeah,
funny.
they're all big, like I explained. They're all big. They all look like just ex
yes.
military or ex felons, one or the other.
That's incredible. Yeah. And that's basically what they knew they needed. They needed big men, and holy shit! So you were a shoo-in.
That's it, yeah. And I'm trying to lose weight now at the moment. I'm slimming down quite a bit, but yeah, it's just trying to get my overall fitness back up, and then then I'll get back to the gym eventually.
Right.
Then I'll be bigger than the rest of them.
That's right. But you know, I mean, I'm surprised you even care enough to do that. I guess I can see why. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, exactly. There's too much. There's too much else to worry about and care about than going to the gym. That's what I try to say to Sarah. She wants me to get back in the gym. She says, "I want you to get your physique back, get your body back." But
does she really? Oh my god, that's so cute. That's so cute. Does Mini-Me join her in telling you that?
She just basically repeats what the big one says.
Yes. Oh, that's so funny.
It's just like Polly the parrot, just repeats. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's adorable.
Repeat after me.
Yes. Oh my god. And so and how's the infant? Well, she's no longer an infant, is she? Oh.
Yeah, she's just scary. There's she went to a toddler group yesterday for the first time. It's one in a village next door to our hometown, and it's there was some children over the age of 2, some 18 months, and my little girl, she's 14 now. Everly, she's 14 months old, and she was towering over all of them apparently. So she's getting big. Yeah, she's gonna be a tall, big girl. Yeah, which is good. She's got long blonde hair. Yeah,
that's your genes. That's your genes.
Yeah, exactly. That's from my mum's side. Yeah, exactly, Douglas.
Oh my god.
She's got the blonde hair. Yeah, the blue eyes. Yeah, it's incredible.
Very Nordic, yes. Nordic Aryan.
Nordic Aryan,
yes. She will be what what Penny Bradley identifies with. Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh my god, there's this real Nordic looking chick who was, I think I saw through Penny Bradley or something. Some chick claimed she was like, maybe you probably ran into her at some point in your researches. I'll have to check up on her again. I sent her a friend request, but she hasn't accepted it. Probably I look like some, alpine mutt to her or something. But at any rate, I know she dyes her hair though. Her actual hair is black from what I've seen in other. Yeah, but at any rate, so when how about the masking? Are they still masking when you took her to the toddler group?
I don't know, because I was at work, but Sarah has Tuesdays and Wednesdays off, so she took her, gives her a bit more variety because she's getting a bit bored,
right?
And of course she's constantly wanting to explore now, so it's just experimenting with new things. And I don't know, I'll have to ask her later, but I'm always wearing my mask. I'm constantly, no one's wearing masks, mind you. Now no one is in the supermarkets, no one's wearing masks. I'm walking in everywhere and I'm wearing my mask because it's just, there are still cases out there surging, but nobody's acknowledging it. People think it's just disappeared.
It's just that they're all in denial.
Crazy.
They're all in denial, and we still have the experts saying that we're going to get another wave. So
exactly, Douglas. Precisely.
So you're doing the right thing. Oh my god, especially when you're going into people's homes. I mean, your exposure must be it's just every day. Oh my god.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. And my God, I don't know how I've managed to get away with it since COVID started. Since the end of 2019, I have no idea how I've never caught it.
Weren't you vaccinated?
Yeah, double vaccinated, Douglas. Yeah, I didn't get my second boost. I didn't get my booster jab, which is something I wanted. But yeah, there was like you couldn't just. They were doing it so it was just a walk-in. You could just walk into a clinic and get it done for you. But they stopped doing it. It was just so I never got the opportunity to go get mine.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, but that's all right. I'm just making sure, like, I wear gloves, I sanitize, and I wash my hands, and I just keep my mask on, and then just avoiding it. So yeah, but it's just amazing how people just disregard it. It's just it's total denial.
Yeah, and it's so it's so dangerous, and it's so sad, and nobody can maintain discipline anymore. Of course, this isn't an Asian culture, so they just. But then again, take a look at when the communists really took over Hong Kong. The cases surged. It's just awful. It's just tragedy. But they had like zero COVID, almost on par with Taiwan. And then they went to like the highest in the world, one of the highest over in Hong Kong after the communists started cracking down. It just goes to show you the communists fuck everything up. But
they do.
So when you say so how much longer? So you're basically in the van. You're basically at work, so to speak. And
it's still early, so I can stay on for another half an hour or so. That's no problem whatsoever. Douglas.
Good. And
I'm more than happy to, as long as it doesn't affect, your timing with the show and what you've got scheduled. I know you've got your solicitation to do. I just heard you say you got to do that.
That can wait. Jesus Christ.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, that can wait. No worries. So tell us about, you're sitting there peacefully in the van, and how do you, now, this is my ignorance speaking. Now, and honestly, my impression would be, I would assume, and tell me if I'm wrong on this, that you don't own a vehicle. This is something you check out from the workplace, right? The van?
Exactly, yeah. I'm a home parker. They've got a yard parker where people park at the exchange. It's in the yard. That's what they call the yard parking. But I park at home, so I get the vehicle. From Yarnford, from when I started, we got the train up, and I put two together. I asked them the questions on the phone. So does that mean I'm getting a van in the first week? And they said, yeah, you'll drive back in the van. So, yeah, I've never driven a van in my life. I just had a normal DVLA driving license just for a normal car vehicle, right. And we had to do like an accreditation at the end of the week just to prove that we could drive the vehicle, that we're competent enough to ride it, God. To drive.
How did you come out on the score? How did you score on that?
Oh God, I wasn't terrible. Yeah. I wasn't awful. Like I passed, but I had some. Obviously, I've never driven it before, and the thing is, there are different size vehicles. You got it wasn't a HEV, but it was what we call a tonner. Yeah. It was the big vans, tall vans. It's over 5 meters tall, so they're really big and bulky. So, yeah, it was just a case of driving that around with a assessor, that's assessing you on your driving, and they give you some pointers, and I passed, and I just had some work to do. They just said, you just got to, but you do over time. It's just experience, and I'm absolutely fine now. I started off in a little Doblo, which is a little Fiat Doblo van, if people look that up, and then I've moved up to a bigger a Vauxhall Vivaro, so now I've got a bigger van now, but it's not as big as the tonner I was practicing in, that I've driven in on the last day of my first week. Yes,
it must feel like you're driving a tank.
It does. You're high up. You can look down on people, and you got to be very careful. I'm always wary about toddlers or animals that are on the sidewalk or on the pavement. That's what we. Sorry.
Absolutely, I would have.
Yeah. You've got to be careful.
Yeah. I would have nightmares. I mean, just my nightmare would be backing up and running over a child.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh God, Douglas. Yeah, I had that fear this morning driving actually to this spot. I'm right outside my customers, but it's sunny. It's a beautiful day. I thought, what a perfect day to come on.
Yeah.
What a perfect day to come on the show and just have a talk. It's just nice, and just seeing if this works. So I'm so grateful. That means I can come on more frequently.
Yes.
In the future.
Thank God. And tell us a bit about what's it like shopping these days? Is there anything available, or is it everything is on the short list?
Yeah, it's still absolutely, Douglas. It's just, yeah, it's that nothing's really changed, nothing's improved either. I'm trying to, there was talks yesterday when I looked at the news yesterday. There was talks that Boris Johnson has gone to Saudi to talk to the King of Saudi Arabia. Oh God!
And tell us now. Of course, you would agree with me. It was all evidence was that Boris Johnson was on his way out, and the best thing that ever happened to him, the luckiest son of a bitch in the world, the war started. Then Putin.
Yeah, that's what saved his ass.
Yes.
So to speak. Yeah, that's so true, Douglas. That's literally what saved him. And he's more of a how do you say it? It suits him. Armed conflict suits him more than a pandemic.
Thank you.
A health crisis. Yeah, a health crisis, so to speak.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Chris, he knows what he's talking about. He knows the deal.
Yeah.
He knows what's going on.
Yes.
He knows what he can and can't do. And I'm trying to think of her first name, the Foreign Secretary Truss. It's Truss.
Right. Putin hates her. Yes, Putin. Yeah. Tell us about this. Yes.
Yeah, because on the last show, Douglas, I listened in the morning when I came on, because I only come on briefly, just to let you know, just put in the chat, just say, much love, Douglas, just to let you know I'm here.
Right.
And I overheard, what was it? I think it was a guy in the chat room asked you, oh, do you think we should volunteer to go help the Ukrainians?
Right.
And the Foreign Secretary, I'm trying to get her first name. I'm going to have to go on Google in a second, because it's just out. I had it yesterday. It's Truss. The surname is Truss. That she made a statement saying, and she retracted it. She retracted what she said. She told people, yes, they should volunteer. And then she was retracting it. And they asked it was in an interview with Good Morning Television. They interviewed the lady on the show. She asked her, well, why did you retract that? Was that because you were told to? Did the government force you to retract that statement? Or is that you've changed your opinion? And she didn't answer that. She couldn't answer it. But yeah, initially she said that people should go and volunteer. And then, of course, the guy in the chat room, the last show, asked you, oh, should we volunteer to go help him? And, of course, she said, well, I'm not going to answer that yet. And that's the right thing to do, because we don't know what the situation is.
Right.
We don't know what's going to, at this point in time, we just don't know. It's, because at the moment, I just keep saying that there is talk down processes with the peace talks, see if there's going to be, with the sanctions and everything, that he's being beaten pretty badly. Putin is.
Yes.
With everything, he's getting his ass, given to him. So at the moment, it not just with the resistance in Ukraine, but it's the sanctions from the West. And I explained to Sarah also that eventually, when Putin, when he falls down from power, when his people, when they drop him, either if he's assassinated or they kick him out of office, then the Russian people will surrender to the West. And they will be our allies. That's what will happen. Yeah. Once he crumbles and falls. And I tried to explain that last night to her. But,
did she understand it?
Yeah, to a degree. She keeps her and her family keep asking me, oh, what's going on and stuff. What they try and get, because it's very out there. It's very misleading, the information that's out there. People know what's going on, but they don't know why and everything like that. And it's just something that's been inevitable for so long, for many decades, that it was going to happen. Obviously, what I've learned from you, and obviously what I've learned, just on my own, it's just something that's been inevitable.
I'm so happy that they have faith in your ability to analyze the situation, and that's good.
Yeah, thank you. And because you're a geopolitical analyst yourself, so I can qualify myself with what I say, because I have backing, I have sources, I have yourself, so it's more credible, I'm more comprehensible for people too. So they do. They do. They value what I say.
Good. That's wonderful. I mean, again, and not only that, you're also essentially these days you're like an authority figure. Honestly, you
right to be.
Thank you. And also explain to our listeners, because we have new listeners each time. You can explain to them what you do. Tell us what's going on and what you provide for the as a service engineer. What you're doing for England. And,
Yeah, so I'm basically a service delivery engineer, so it's maintaining the network that it's the copper network. Next week, Douglas, I'll be mainly doing fiber. So from next Thursday onwards, I'll be mainly providing the fiber to the fiber to the property. So it's getting rid of the old copper wiring. A few years ago, I saw this this old news post about how BT, compared to places like Japan, Japan, 70% of the population, this is going back 5-6 years ago, 70% of Japan had fiber to the premise. They already had the technology in place. They already had the infrastructure already there. They built that over years, whereas BT only had 2% of the population had fiber. So they're trying to get that up now to 25% by 2026. So they're trying to boost that number up. So they're trying to catch up with everyone else. BT are falling back behind, and they're just basically trying to sell the copper wiring, and it's just an old. It's durable, but it's got so many disadvantages. It has faults, and it's not very a viable solution for having a permanent network. For people to stay connected through telephony, technology, or broadband, so the internet. It's just so that basically they are now the government has demanded that they get their act together and they start rolling out fiber. So that's what my job is to get fiber rolled out. So next Thursday onwards, it'll be predominantly just rolling out fiber to the premise. And like places like Japan, it must be 80% now. That was 6 years ago. 80% of Japan is operated and they're connected through fiber.
That's incredible.
Which is just yeah.
Well, I'm so glad you're moving into the fiber, because initially you were like almost all copper, right? And
yeah, it's all copper, and the majority of the network is copper. The majority of it is. So they're basically, we're going to get the fiber out there, put it in the ground. It's going to stay there for forever unless it breaks, unless it snaps. It's fiber optic glass, so it can fracture and it can disintegrate. So it can do that through that, just through either weather or physical damage. Unlike copper, it just deteriorates, it corrodes, and it does all that sort of thing where it's just constant work needs doing to it. So that's why they have so many thousands of engineers out there just to maintain the network.
Oh my God.
And it's just like with gas and water, there's piping, and with the gas line, there's always faults, there's always kinks, and all so many problems with maintaining a network, any type of network, any type of utility. You need engineers to maintain it. So that's what my job is. And it's just to get people back in the service. So that's what I do, Douglas. Yes.
And I'm so proud of you. And we all knew that when you wanted to get this job, it was to be part of England's future. And so you're really on the vanguard. So this is also why people approach you about analyzing the situation. People understand that you're in a position where you are part of the future. So you're on that cutting edge of information. So they do understand that. They comprehend that. And with Boris Johnson, yes, he does seem to have matured in the sense that, like you said, he understands these assholes, and he knows that he's dealing with basically crazy assholes. And when it comes to Putin, and he comprehends that much, and so he's kind of emerged. In other words, he was just right on the precipice of being out the door, and then Putin invaded Ukraine, and he got to make himself look like he was respectable. It was incredible. He's the luckiest man on earth. And then so Truce, I'll have to look up her name. It's not spelled Truce, is it? No, it's
Let me I'm just going on Google right now. Sorry, beg your pardon, Douglas.
Right. Take your time. There's no. Yeah, and of course the other man is Benjamin Wallace, is the defense secretary, right? He's the one who's
Yes.
Oh,
Ben Wallace. Yeah, he's a very he's the Ben. Yeah, it's Liz Truce. That's her name.
Yes, there we are. Thank you, Liz Truce, and Putin.
Ben Wallace. Sorry, beg your pardon. Is the Secretary of State for the Defense of the United Kingdom. So I've listened to what he has said over the weeks about the invasion of Ukraine, the illegal invasion of Ukraine.
Yes. Oh, he basically said, the way he said it was that Putin's gone full Tonto was his words.
Full Tonto. That's right.
Yes.
That's exactly what he said.
Yes. Yeah. And he was, he's quite right, of course. There's just, but obviously the British are handling this well, and it at least At least it gives some rationale for the wartime feeling that you have when you go shopping and look at those empty grocery shelves.
Yes. Oh, it's all the time, Douglas. I'll go to my local supermarket, Aldi. It's a German-run company, and it's so good because it's great value, but with high-quality food. And so, it's always constantly, you'll have, one day they'll have tons of bananas. The next few days, you won't have any bananas on the shelf. And it's just like, oh, it's so frustrating.
Well, I remember the one time you went there, they were all green.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, with all the chemicals and stuff, the preservatives they chuck on it. Yeah, so they can ship overseas. Yeah, that's right, Douglas. Yeah, you just think, wow,
oh my God,
they haven't ripened yet.
Yeah,
so you have to put, yeah,
you have to put them on a ripener. It's really frustrating. So, what about the so as bad as it is, of course, at least you can explain to everyone it's nowhere near as bad as in Russia. And like you said, when Russia does, if Putin gets overthrown, which it's pretty hard to imagine him not getting overthrown.
Yeah, exactly.
Honestly, but if that happens, as you said, they'll basically try and strive at this point. They'll definitely try to commit to becoming part of the West in the sense of just trying to become part of the new West and effectively surrender as an ally. You're absolutely right. You've got it down. There's no point in their even trying anymore because with the sanctions, they don't even have any hope for maintaining technology or anything. I mean, they were already behind. It's So as bad as things are in England, yes. Oh my God! In terms of Russia, it's unimaginable. I can't imagine no access to the banks.
Precisely right, Douglas.
Yeah. Oh my God. So in terms of the has there been any encounters with violent or hostile people where they've had to call in the management again? Anything like that come up since the last time?
No, thankfully, Douglas. So, I think I briefly explained, if anyone can remember, the viewers and I can remember, but to explain something, if anything happens, it's like, for instance, what happened to one of my colleagues. The customer trapped him into his own home and refused for him to leave. Unless he'd done what he told, he requested, but he didn't request, he demanded what he wanted. And the engineer said, no, I'm not gonna do it. And he was held captive. So he got on the phone straight away to the manager, and the manager sent out one of what we call the patch leads out, and then explained to the customer, told him, and that if you don't comply to what we say, then you're going to be red flagged and you will never have a broadband service to this property ever for the time you're living here. So, and it won't just...
You follow him everywhere throughout his life.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Doug. You remember exactly. You remember. Anywhere he goes, he'll be red flagged. He will never have a broadband service entirely by any one of the providers that work with OpenReach, which is the company I work for. Yeah, so he'll have to go through someone that will charge him extortionate amount, with someone like City Fiber or Swiss Fiber that that charge extraordinary, an exceptional amount of money just to have their service. Yeah, it's like over £100 you'll be paying a month. It's like ridiculous what they charge.
God.
Anywhere between 50 to 100, depending on what service you want. Yeah, what speed you want. But yeah, it's just crazy. Yeah, so you would be tied down. He then that's it. That's fine. Let the engineer do what he has to do.
Oh shit! And that's so terrifying. And so, how about some crowd gatherings? Like you said, one of your gay workmates started taking everybody's vehicle identity numbers.
That's it. That was just brilliant. Yeah. So because obviously what they can do is they can, there was that car gathering. It was Farnborough, which is just up the road from us, and he told me the story that there was like this car gathering. There's all these boy racer drivers all gathering. There was like 2 people per vehicle, and there was hundreds of them. There was like something like, I can't remember how many cars he said, but there was like hundreds of people there.
And the problem is it's because the police are just not responding due to COVID, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. They just didn't respond. There was he goes. Yeah, just because he was dispatched out to this site, him along with another one of his co-workers, colleagues, and he got back to control and just said to him, he reported back that you need to send reinforcements because there are, quote, hundreds of them. There's not just a gathering. It's like hundreds. This is like, it's like a festival sort of thing. You need to send more reinforcements. So they quickly conjured up a idea where, oh wait a minute, we got these they can scan the registration plate and issue COVID fines, so they get £100 fine when they start walking around the vehicles taking the snapshots of their registration numbers. Yeah, and they got note what they were doing, and he said, yeah, we're giving you COVID fines. He went around as quickly as he could, take as many pictures as he could of these registration plates. They all just quickly dispatched. That's it.
Yes, they just.
It was just such a clever idea. I thought that was just brilliant.
Yes. Oh my God, he ought to be given a medal.
Yes.
And so and then aside from that, how about does Mini Me ever ask where you're going at work? Does she ever curious? I mean, she must ask questions.
Yeah, a kind of, she's her personality though. She's mainly like, she does ask questions. She does sometimes, she asks like Mummy or me, like how her day was sometimes, but it's mainly she tells us about herself. So it's mainly us talking about her or listening to her about her day. So that's how it is. It's kind of like not the way I like things. I would, because I'm trying to raise her to be a likable person, very pleasant, very polite, courteous to other people and respectful. But she does come across, I've been told by many adults, she comes across quite adulty for her age, not mature. Whereas I was mature at the age of 10.
Right.
She comes across quite, she's too old for her age, and she's very opinionated about just things. Yeah, so
but you matured quickly because you were so big that people expected you to act like an adult. So
thank you. And I was the oldest. Yeah, thank you, Doug. I was the oldest child as well, whereas Millie's got older siblings. But I was definitely mature for my age. Whereas I could like look after a child. I used to babysit at like the age of 13. So I could do that, sit down and and look after my little cousins. I was able to do that. Whereas you couldn't really trust
other men that age.
No.
Oh my God.
No.
They'd be too busy getting into fist fights. They'd be
like... Yeah, they do. And the thing is with girls, and this is what Sarah keeps telling me, they always fight. She's been constantly having conflicts and fights with her friends, and they fall out all the time. Whereas I never fell out with my friends. It was different when I was growing up. I never had fights or disagreements with anyone. You sort of like just, if someone does something, you just sort of like forget about it and just move forward. You don't seem to, because it's as children, and it's just all it's all innocent really.
Right.
And then the difference between me and her was I was mature for my age, whereas she was she thinks she's mature, but she acts like a sport brat.
Yes. Yes. That describes it. Yes.
I'm trying to mold her in a way, not to change her. I'm not there to change her personality because I wanted to stay confident because she's a very confident child. Keep everything she is, but just learn how to, when she's around people, because otherwise she gets given people make such a bad opinion of her initially. They go, oh, she's rude, and it's just trying to avoid all that, trying to make her likable. So the initial the initial impression of her is, oh, she's a very pleasant, nice girl. I'm happy to have her over at my house, otherwise she ain't gonna get on with it, and with many people. And that's been that's my main concern and my biggest worry, and it's just to make her likable. And it's hard coming in as like a stepfather role and trying to, because I came in later on in her life, and it's just trying to get her, but she's getting there. It's just takes time and effort.
Yes.
Yeah, and I have to watch what she's doing online as well. I've already sat down, had a conversation about her. Because going back a few years ago, I don't know if I ever told you, Doug, I was catfished many years ago when I was at the age of 18, 19. I was catfished until I was 23 by an older woman online. She was pretending to be a younger girl, and I thought I was dating a girl, and it's something that happened to me. I learned the hard way. Wow. And it was like one of my first loves. I was catfished online, and I've explained to Millie, because of course everything now with all these children is social media. They're stuck on TikTok or Instagram. And, they could chat to anyone. So it's just trying to make her aware that these things are out there, not to frighten her, but to make her aware of these things happening. And I've advised her to just always talk to me or Mummy. Of course, Mummy's banned her from all these social media, so she doesn't have social media, but it's just to make her aware that it's out there. And that, because all her friends are on it and stuff. And she's always asking, can I go on it? Can I get it as well? And it's just trying to make her aware of all these, the sad truth and the reality of how how scary and dangerous the world is out there.
Yeah, it's like you just tell her that honestly, it's first off, it's got to be hard. I know it's got to be hard for her because it's like you said, she sees all her friends or talks to all her friends, and they're all, I got the TikTok, and I got, and they're all on this shit, and she must feel completely like she's out of the running, like there's this whole world she's missing out on. But what you can tell her is that what's happening with those people is that their lives are extremely exposed, that what they do on TikTok and what they do on this social media, it gets out there on the grid, the net, it's once it's out there, it is almost impossible to do anything to get rid of it. It is just on the net forever for everyone to access. So they really are sacrificing their privacy at a very vulnerable moment in their life. So you can tell her that what you're doing for her is protecting her, and when she gets older, she will not regret it. She will be so glad that she was not on that when she was a kid. And not only that, but the strange people she could meet, that, like you said, the catfishing cougar who got you. Oh shit. Oh my God.
That's frightening, Douglas. Yeah. Back to that, just briefly. Yeah, this woman obviously had the hots for me, but couldn't have me, so she pretended to be just somebody completely different. It's like frightening. Yeah. Not herself, obviously, just like, oh my God, it was,
that now you know what it feels like to have a stalker. You were basically stalked.
Absolutely, Douglas. It was frightening. It was just absolutely, what a horrible time of my life. And it's one of those, it's just one of those things. But I'm glad that I've exposed it. The first thing I did was I exposed it to literally everyone. What happened? I exposed it to everyone. Obviously, everyone knew that. Everyone thought I was in a relationship with a girl that I never saw or been seen with. It was weird. But that was just how convincing it was and how I was misled.
That is upsetting. That is really upsetting, and it goes to show. See, that's the perfect example for her. Then obviously, tell her, is that something you would ever? That's something you never want to happen. Is that suddenly that sort of thing would happen, and it's some ugly fat boy who you want nothing to do with a face full of pimples. Give her that nightmare scenario. Holy hell, you don't want that to happen, and so when it comes to let me see, you're 8 hours ahead of us. The summertime, British summertime, doesn't start until the last Sunday of this month,
I think. I think it's the 27th, if I can remember, or 28th. It could be 27th, 28th, 29th.
Oh, by the way, this is very important to share with you. I'll talk about it a bit tonight, or maybe I don't need to now that you're here, but basically what happened in the United States, to show you how sleazy the situation is the House, the branch of our government, which is called the House. They've voted unanimously. Of course, it still has to pass through the Senate, but we'll see if it passes through the Senate. But the House voted unanimously to make the daylight saving time permanent, which means that they voted to never turn the clock back. But in other words, you'll notice anyone could easily ask, but nobody asks, why are we not making standard time permanent? Why are we making daylight saving wartime permanent? But nobody asks. And so they're making it, what they're saying is that they're voting it to be a permanent state of war, because they can't go back to standard time, because then they would have to stop the war. They would.
Yes, exactly.
Yes. So like Jameson says,
it's a wartime measure that's implemented, in time of war. So it just, they have to stop the war if they wanted to take it off.
Yes.
Go back to standard time. Exactly.
So all they can do is everybody says we're tired of changing back and forth. So all they can do is put us on a permanent state of war so that we don't have to change back. That's how sick the situation is.
Yeah, exactly.
And then when you heard the son of a bitch explain it, or try to explain, Senator Marco Rubio, the Republican from Florida, and oh my God, this is listen to what this idiot said. He said, "Why do we keep doing it? Why are we doing this?" And then he claimed that daylight saving time began in 1918, when of course it didn't begin in 1917 during the war for America. He said it began in 1918 as a practice that was supposed to save energy. And since then, we've adjusted. Nobody was even thinking about saving energy in 1918. It was like, that was back when we were shoveling coal. It was like, nobody gave a shit.
Thank you. It's preposterous. It's really, it's just ludicrous, Douglas.
Yeah, like Jason Reese said, what fucking energy did they have to save? Thank you. I mean,
thank you. It's just like, just an analogy, just an equivalence. It's just like with the American Army flu, the so-called Spanish flu, influenza. It's just like that. People don't realize, they can't put two to two together. It started in 1918. The first case was back in April 1918.
Yes.
And it lasted for an entire year. People can't put two to two together that it happened when the Americans entered the war. They entered obviously the year before that, which is when daylight saving time started. Yeah. Yes. But they can't put two together. That is a biological weapon. Yes. They just think, it was just something that happened by coincidence. Obviously, it wasn't a coincidence. It was synchronicity. It was done deliberately.
Yeah, and it's incredible. Yeah, thank you. It's incredible how out of it they are. It's just they're, and then when you present it to them, they shut down. It's hard for people to take. It really is. They're just and so when it comes to with the daylight saving time, we'll see if this passes the Senate, but it looks like it may be on its way there. But then the beauty of it is we're still able to talk about it and explain to people what's really going on. So exactly. At least we've got that. And in terms of, say, for instance, what happened with now, of course, this must. How do the people that you speak to, it must blow their minds to hear Putin say crazy shit like, you've heard how I've explained it and articulated it, but most people, they must not understand where Putin's coming from, nor should they, because of course he's still crazy when he says, I'm denazifying Ukraine, I'm denazifying, and the Russians are all buying into that shit. It's they're still stuck in World War II. You may have heard me say that the other night.
Exactly, Douglas. He's waging war where they're taking city by city, crossing borders in tanks, which are getting destroyed by anti-tank weapons. Yeah. And it's just like, he thinks he's in World War II. And just like you said, he grew up in an era after, post World War II. He's stuck in that propaganda where he thinks they were the victors of that war, whereas the Axis won that war.
Yes.
The so-called Great Patriotic War. Yeah, it was fought by Axis and the Allies, and the Axis won ultimately. Yes. And he's in that propaganda state where he thinks he's still waging. That's what he's doing right now. He looks at them as Nazis. Yeah. So that's actually what he's saying. And the West are on the side of the Nazis.
Right. That's right. Yeah. And of course, what he defines as Nazis is what we call liberals. That's
We call them liberals, and he calls them Nazis. Where they think, him and Alexander Dugin think they're the same. They're both the same thing. Exactly.
Yes, the madness.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
And thank you for that post on Alexander Dugin the other day. You. Deeply appreciate it. And by the way, for everyone who doesn't, this is for our listeners. What happened was our man George Knight was just tuning in when he could the other night, so he didn't catch the full story. For those of you who don't know, we have this wonderful archivist, and the archivist is John Warrington. And so all George Knight caught was he caught just a few words of John Warrington. He had no idea what had happened. And he just thought that, John Warrington was on talking about, no, I'm the landlord. And I was saying, yes, no, you're the landlord. And it just sounded bizarre. But, I explained to him after that, I said, oh my God, John Warrington's lunatic brother basically killed both both their parents, and
crazy.
yes, it just terrifying, and of course this was shocking. George Knight was appalled, shocked, of course, and so but I was like saying, so what did you think? You thought I just had John on because he was all drunk and happy that he was a landlord now? And I was like, oh my god. But
that's awful.
it was, but that was like, so you did when you saw that in the newspapers. By the way, we are going to pretty much, how would I say it? Other than saying what I've just said, I'm going to, out of respect for John Warrington, just kind of keep silent about it until the next time I have him on, other than to acknowledge that it happened, because apparently there's so much more to this than any of us know. Apparently, for I'm not even going to bother to speculate about it right now. It's just, but there's just a lot going on with that. So England is its own strange place. So when it comes to again, you might explain to people like what is bizarre to me is, and maybe you could give us some insight as to how this might have happened. So we're talking about, as I brought up before, his brother was mentally disturbed and also had a restraining order. Now, he is in other words, his brother was stalking a German model. And this famous German model, I keep thinking of Heidi Klum every time, and I know it's not her, and it's I think Claudia Schiffer. So what happened was his brother was stalking Claudia Schiffer to the point where she got a restraining order on his brother
against him.
And just, did you know this?
No, not at all, Douglas. No, not at all. I'm afraid.
So somehow here's this crazy guy, but he's able to take multiple flights to the continent to stalk this German model, and he did this at least 10 times. He showed up in Germany stalking this woman, and then so eventually he was violent enough where he was supposed to be institutionalized, and yet somehow he escapes to kill both his parents. How does this happen?
No, that's very you couldn't. Yeah, from a perspective from the outsider, you can't put two together, can you? It's very difficult. How the hell that came about? By going from one extreme to another. Yeah.
You've got this person who's obviously has legal action taken against him on an international level.
I know exactly what's going in your head, Douglas. I know exactly.
Absolutely.
I've got the same thought in my head.
Yes.
So I won't say it.
About him. There's no point in saying it, but this looks like he had help. I mean, it looks like he had finance. Yeah. I mean, we won't go further than that.
No. But no. That's what's in my head as well. That's exactly. I'm thinking the same thing.
Yeah, and so the other person who's in your country was, you might remember, James Casbolt / Michael Prince. Do you know anything?
Yeah. My God, Douglas. Yeah, I've listened to years ago. I listened to some of his. I listened to some of his stuff, and when he mentioned your name as well, he mentioned your name a few times as well. Oh,
what did he say? Do you remember what he said?
Oh yeah. No, he's mentioned your. He tried to say that you're Michael Aquino's friend. That you're in line with him. Yeah, who's the other guy? I'm trying to think of the other bloke who said it as well. He was one of Aquino's one of his victims. David
Schroeder. You're probably thinking David Schroeder.
Schroeder, that's the one. Yes.
That poor bastard. Yeah, like I said,
he said the same thing.
Yeah. Oh gosh, that's so sad. I mean, it's like honestly, with guys like that on the loose, you would almost miss Michael Aquino just because they don't have adult supervision from their handler anymore. So I take it you wouldn't know, but maybe you would have found out just by looking around the net or something. Is James Casbolt still in captivity, so to speak? He's still.
I think so. Yeah, because of course, what he did was revenge porn, didn't he?
Yeah,
it was revenge correct? Porn. Yeah, I forgot the lady's name.
Haley Mayer.
That's the one. Haley Mayer.
Yeah,
that's the one. Yeah, and she, of course, brought that into law. She brought that into the books, so which was fantastic.
But it was only, not to say that this is bad or it's wrong because of that, but the only way she could have had that done was because her family was wealthy enough to make that happen. It was,
yes, exactly.
Yeah, it was really sad in that regard. But so there you have it. It's like but there you go. So I think he's still institutionalized, and they won't let him anywhere near a computer. Poor bloke is stuck with he's stuck with paper books. And
beg your pardon. No, you carry on, Douglas. I've got a question actually.
Sure, ask it.
I'm trying to think of the name. This is going back probably about 2 years ago, I think now. Yeah. I think the only person he had, he basically added a few of us. I think he never messaged me. I'm trying to think of his name, but on his friends list he had Peter Levinder, and I'm trying to remember what his name was. But he had his profile picture had glasses, he had a beard. And I think the only person he has now, because I remember after when it was exposed on air, I was like, "Oh God, I'm deleting this guy," right? Because like I didn't even realize he had Peter Levinder when I checked. But I was like, it was a random friend request, but he had a few of us as mutual friends, and I was like, "Oh, it's probably just someone trying to connect."
Yeah, Jameson, James is going to leave us for a few minutes. I was going to ask him; he would probably know. He'd probably remember this guy because. Jameson has a real eye for that sort of thing. These guys who are like, basically they're just occultists. He's obviously an occultist. Yeah. And, I don't remember the name offhand, but, I'll bring it up with Jameson and he might remember it. Glasses and a beard, you said this guy had, or at least was presenting himself as such. And, so.
I think Justin White I think Justin White had him as a friend. I think when I deleted him, he still had Justin White as a friend, but everyone else deleted the guy.
Oh, Niall Parkinson?
Noel Parkinson! That's the one. That's the guy.
He claims he's Scottish. He claimed he was like Irish. Irish, Scottish.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Yeah, he added me. But thankfully, who was he messaging? He was talking to someone. I can't remember who it was.
Oh, it was John Warrington. He kept talking to John Warrington. Yeah, he was obsessed with me.
Because John Warrington uploaded the conversation, didn't he, on Facebook?
That's right.
I remember now. He added me, and I was like, "Oh my God!" So, he's got Peter Levinder as a friend. I was like, "Oh my God!"
Yeah, he was obsessed with me. It was absolutely bizarre. This was beyond borderline. This individual, it was sexual. This was obviously like this guy had the hots for me, and he was like, this was all he would think about, and the monofocus of these people is what's so disturbing. It's like there's nothing else in their life. And John Warrington said it the best because that Niall Parkinson kept doing this charcoal art, this really dark shit and so the way John Warrington expressed it was that he had charcoaled himself into a corner. So in terms of all the stuff that happened, and the other bizarre thing that happened was that just so people understand what John Warrington has to deal with, he's the landlord of this property, and that his parents owned, which hopefully now goes to him, albeit somebody might have purchased it or something. I'm not quite sure exactly what's going on. I'm not even going to speculate. But, before his brother went and killed the parents, his brother, broke the boiler to the apartment, which is, got several, at least 20 people or 24 people living in this complex that they've divided the estate into. And by the way, that also, how common is that in England? It's like a big building, and they've got half a dozen people on each floor, probably about 2 floors. So they got about 12 people in the place. So about 6 people on one floor, 6 people on the other. And on each floor, they share a communal kitchen and a communal bathroom. It's a miracle that John Warrington didn't catch COVID. I mean,
that's it. That's the other thing I caught. Yeah, that was it, Douglas.
Oh, that's what you caught. Yeah, you heard that part. Yeah.
It's just university dorms or what they, accommodation that have that. I don't ever hear of that conventionally. Just residents just sharing a shared communal bathroom or lounge room or kitchen where they have to share. It's very uncommon, and it's only university dorms or accommodation that you hear of that.
That's so bizarre. Yeah, that's so.
It really is. Yeah, I'm guessing it's out there, obviously, but yeah, I haven't come across any.
Thank God. Yeah. Speaking of which,
Strange places.
Yeah. So you're in what I presume is a good neighborhood right now, but have you visited any bad neighborhoods lately since the last time we talked?
Oh, you thankfully I haven't, Douglas, which is good. Yeah, you don't really come across many, which is good in my area. Thank God. And I'm working in my hometown now, which is brilliant, which is fantastic. Oh, actually, I've just remembered, Douglas, actually. I've got there's this Facebook group on for this town that I'm living in. Yeah. And there's a nearby church called Hartley Maudit. It's rumored to be haunted. I mean, I've heard many stories about it being haunted, but what's caught a lot of attention from the locals is this one individual went up there before midnight, and he was taking some snapshots, and he caught the most incredible image. And should I send it to you? It's the most incredible image, which I've always, been skeptical of most, because a lot of them are fake. A lot of people do doctor and these images, but look at this, is just incredible.
I'll be happy to look at it.
Yeah. I think he was like, there was no one there, and he was taking some random snapshots, and he has made it. I'm going to send both images, the original and the lit up version, and you can see like the right leg is actually translucent. You can actually, it's like a mist, so you can see it looks like an apparition. It's just very.
Yeah. Got it. Yes. Yeah, well, he's captured one of the ghosts of England. Yeah.
I think that's a genuine. I can't see that being. I think that's an actual. Or that's one of the first ones I've ever seen that's authentic to me. Yeah. Anyway.
No. I mean, there's a few others. I mean, famous ones. They're from a long time ago. I'm sure I can find it.
I've got.
Yeah. Photo. Let me see. Ghost descending stairs. There's also the one at.
That's it.
Yeah, and there's also another one that is appeared over there at the. Isn't that the Tower of London? I mean, Tower of London is really haunted, right? And
absolutely, Douglas. Yeah.
Yeah. So these. Here we are. This is it, and so I'll just put that link in there for you, and I'm sure you'll remember that. Let me take a look at Messenger. Here we are, and then when I put that in here, you can see now. Of course, you'll know which ones are the phony ones that come out of the films, because you'll see that it looks like. Well, maybe that's not, but it probably is. There's the woman on the staircase, and there's someone behind her. That's probably phony. But the one, this other one descending the stairs, that's definitely the real thing, and that's been around forever, that image.
Yeah.
So, and that's at Rainham Hall, Norfolk, England. And so, is that anywhere near you, or is that?
No, it isn't, Douglas. No, very aware of it. Yeah.
And England, of course, is much bigger than people. I mean, people might think of it as small because it's as small as one of our northeastern states or something. But honestly, let's just put it this way. If there were a blackout in large parts of England and people were running out of fuel and you had to walk everywhere, suddenly England would seem very, very large, which you begin to realize how big it is and what people were dealing with. So, by the way, while you were gone, Jameson, we were talking about Niall Parkinson and how he had been trying to friend everyone. He may have been trying to friend you at that time. I don't know if you were with us at that time. So he's saying that's because our maps are skewed. Yeah, that's right. Our maps are. Yeah. Go on.
Beg your pardon, Douglas. Do you remember, what was it the last transmission where the guy was like, you don't love Douglas, I love it. Do you remember that one?
Yes, that son of a bitch.
Oh God, just want to quickly, that was so funny because I've always put, much love Douglas, and then I can't remember what his first response was. Something like, you don't love him more than me. And I thought, this is quite childish. So I thought, well, no, I do actually, as a matter of fact, I do love him more than you.
There we are. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you remember? Yeah, I forgot his name.
Was Brewer. He was just made it up anyway. He was claiming that he was Nordic Aryan or something, and he said,
"Oh, I see."
Yeah, he was claiming I'm Nordic Aryan, and it's like somebody has to qualify themselves like that. They're obviously putting on a front. It's like, it was just crap. But There we are. Jameson remembers Niall's charcoal arts. Yeah, because they were the stuff of fucking Night Gallery. They were like Rod Serling's Night Gallery shit. Of course, charcoal looks like that, right? It's all dark and black. There's nothing you can do with it that doesn't look like that. Yeah, Jameson says I kind of liked it. Of course.
Yeah, I can see. I kind of like it. Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of like that movie Insidious. You get some charcoal drawings on that. Yeah,
yes, there we are. Thank you.
Insidious. Yeah.
Thank you.
Exactly the same. Yeah.
Perfect example. Thank you. And,
yeah, people want to see that.
And so, by the way, what time is it over there in England?
It's about 9:30 now, Douglas. Yeah, 9:30. Okay. I'm all right, to be honest with you.
Good.
Yeah, I'm absolutely fine, to be honest with you.
Good.
I'm happy to stay on as long as you're happy, you know.
I'm fine with it, yes. And so, and as Jameson says, darkness attracts darkness indeed. So when it... In terms of the research that you did, how about Facebook? Are you back on yet? They banned you again, right?
Yeah, they did. Thank you. Yeah, I think it gives you restrictions, so I think I could post things. Okay. Obviously, Sarah said to me, she's said it a couple of times now, that she goes, I thought you said you're not going to post anything anymore. This is going back, I said that last year. I've been posting many things since then.
Yes.
But she just keeps bringing up, oh, you said it the one time that you weren't going to post anything again, and it's just like, oh, no. And she asked me, what did I post the other day? And it was just basically to do with the Hakenkreuz, the swastika. Right. And it's just like, it's a universally recognized symbol, and I was just posting about it because it's just
well, you were talking about the soldiers are wearing it in Ukraine, of course.
Yeah, the Die Swassel song,
yes.
The Black Sun.
Yes.
No, and I remember that's what got me banned. It's because I just uploaded an image of the Weselberg Castle, the Weselberg, castle of Heinrich Himmler.
Yes.
Right, if you're 100, I was just uploading a picture of the Die Swassel symbol, and where it originates from. Obviously, that's from Sotomayor and Sandra Sekar's equations of the black. At the center of our galaxy there's a black hole that binds our galaxy together, and that's where it originates from. That's where that symbol comes from. Obviously, it's looked upon as a symbol of hate, and it's just
Oh, it's just ridiculous that they do that, and of course it's since they banned the swastika everywhere, then of course people had to find other identity symbols, and that has come to be one, and now they view that as a hate symbol. So, this will keep going until they finally stop, because, you end up perpetuating the very things you seek to destroy. So... it's like fucking Putin saying that he's denazifying Ukraine. He's just going to make Nazism seem far more attractive to the Ukrainian people. I mean, considering what they're fighting against. Yeah. Oh,
thank you.
Yeah.
And beg your pardon, that the woman that uploaded that image that I shared with you, the image that she uploaded was from Twitter. So it was obviously shared through Russian propaganda. It was obviously some Russian bots promoting that propaganda to justify the invasion, to try to say that to legitimize the invasion, to say that they are Nazis. That's the whole idea behind it. So that was, I didn't even need to articulate anything to this. I just uploaded a post of where it comes from, where this symbol comes from.
Right.
But that had nothing to do with Ukrainians being Nazis. It's just that's the whole point behind it. It was just trying to legitimize the invasion. And obviously, she's just promoting Russian propaganda, and it's just like, no, God's sake. That's why all this disinformation gets out there, is because people sharing all this from Twitter and all these other platforms on social media. It's just ridiculous. But we can see that. We know what's going on.
Yes, thank you. Well, thank God that Putin invaded Ukraine, and it finally mobilized at least an attempt to stop this Russian saturation of our media, because the Russians had almost like total control of Western media for so long. They were just pumping it full of their shit. And this at least has led to a cancel kind of attitude, a wave of canceling Russian culture, and rendered Putin the most toxic man on earth. So at least is that the only people. So of course, in America we still have the problem with the Putin Republicans. Many Republicans are trying to turn now and say they support whatever efforts are taken against his aggression. But in England, do you have any problems with these kinds of Putin sympathizers? Are they around? I mean, many of the Brexiteers fell into that camp before. So has that changed?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I believe so. There's not. I haven't heard. I've only had one of my close friends say "Go Putin." He was just went "Go Putin,"
Oh God.
and that was it. And I just said to him, "Yeah, a lot of the white Caucasians just look at Putin as the Great White Hope." I just said that to him, and you're obviously one of them. Obviously, he doesn't understand, and I just had to explain a little bit. But yeah, a bit of the backstory to it.
Did
But
he
yeah,
get
no,
it?
not very. I think now it's like it's frowned upon. It's kind of like whoever the majority of people are anti. You know, they're not very sympathizers of Putin. So I think people that are shudder away and don't say anything now.
Thank God.
Yeah. It's just like the racists as well. They, you know, the majority of people will say they're anti-racist, and the racists just try and keep their mouth shut. They used to be more open a few years ago. Now it's the majority, so now they just keep quiet.
Interesting.
And you know who they are. They're the ones who say, "I'm not racist. I'm not racist."
Right. Thank you.
It's just like the same thing.
Yeah, it's like some guy saying I'm not gay. I mean, obviously something's going on there that when they feel the need to express that. So Jameson, could you come on for a second and tell us what happened about Joe Rogan?
Yeah, please. So I'll go on mute.
So you remember the first time we were talking about how bad Russia was doing, and I made that crack that said that what's his name? I made that crack saying that what's his name? Oh my God, who the fuck is that horrible martial artist? Steven Seagal. Maybe Steven Seagal should lead his forces. Well, obviously CNN watches this broadcast.
Yeah. Were they making jokes about that?
Well, they decided to create a fake meme.
Yeah.
Just to show how disinfo spreads.
Yeah.
And so they created a fake meme which showed, of course, Steven Seagal in like this Russian uniform, which was probably clearly photoshopped.
Yes.
And saying how he was invading Ukraine. And so what Joe Rogan did was he made a series broadcast where he's talking about how Steven Seagal is heading the Russian forces in invading Ukraine.
Oh my God.
And everybody is laughing at him now.
Oh,
every
good.
News outlet has picked it up to just make him look like a complete doofus.
Yeah, like what he is, an idiot.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
Thank God. I mean,
but it's just funny how how that idea didn't come up until after you read what I wrote on the on the thing.
Yeah.
And so all of a sudden the news outlets are playing with this. It's like, okay.
So there you go. It's there you have it. They are listening to us. The powers that be listen to us. And of course we knew that all along, and George Knight knows that. So George, feel free to come back on. I'm glad that Jameson could come on to explain that. And of course, George, you knew that they're all listening to us. You know, that's it's why it's important we have to have you on. All of you, you know, that's is George with us? Let's see if he can get off mute. He may not be able to get off mute.
Oh, sorry, Douglas. Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, thank God. Sorry, beg your pardon.
No worries.
Yes, thank you. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, so true, Douglas. They are listening in on us. They're listening in all the time.
And so just hopefully they don't report it. Oh, you gave me another photograph. I was going to say hopefully they don't report it to Sarah, you know. I'm sorry, Susan. Is it is it Susan or Sarah?
Sarah, sorry.
Sarah. There we are. I got it right the first time. Holy shit.
That's it. Douglas.
So let me see. Okay, so here is a good photograph. Right. That's one that was. Is that Tower of London or where is that?
That's some church. I can find out where it came from, but that's a very famous image. I've known that since a kid because it's a very old dated image. It's very you know, pre. I think it's like I can't remember which
these
decade.
Are the ones that these are the ones that we know are not photoshopped, however, because they're pre-photoshopped, and they were many of them were taken in the age of the Polaroid, which was the ultimate proof because the Polaroid was developed on the spot. You couldn't do anything to fake a Polaroid. So and so that was a very Yeah, very different time, and yes, these are incredible images. England is a very haunted land, and and so what about your in terms of dealing with these old neighborhoods and everything? Have you ever felt you've entered a place that was haunted? I mean,
Oh, I remember being a kid. I remember having, some experiences that I thought were, it was supernatural. And sorry, that's not the right word. Beg your pardon. I don't know if that's the right word or not. That's what it's generically called.
Paranormal.
Paranormal. Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Sorry, paranormal. That's the correct term. Yeah. But no. I've worked at Hartley Morden. Where that image that I sent you with the guy was, I've driven past there many, many times. I've worked up that area. So yeah, that's supposedly haunted. There are people, there's a lake right next to it. And then some people, report seeing apparitions that just raise above the lake.
Cool.
Above the water. Yeah. Including a headless horseman, supposedly. Yeah. On a carriage. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Those sort of stories. They're very old. Very old rumors that go around. They're just, folklore,
Yeah. Well, I mean, if somebody sees a complete, carriage, I mean, at that point, the ghost is all accessorized and shit. I mean,
yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's just, exactly.
They're doing off better than most living citizens.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my god.
Yeah, exactly.
So when as you say, you're very careful when you're driving around in this tank, and it's obviously got a lot of power to it, and you're carrying all kinds of equipment in there. What kind of equipment do you use the most?
I've got a tester, obviously what we call a handheld tester that tests the line. So because of course I'm a service delivery engineer, in charge of the maintenance of the network. So I have to test the line itself that the customer's on to make sure the quality is all good. So that's what I use mainly. Then we've got all our tools. And then when I go into fiber, we've got this thing called a splicer, which joins which splices the fiber together, the fiber optic glass to bind it together. So it goes through this thing called a splicer. It heats it up, the elements up, and then it joins them together. So that's a very expensive equipment I've got. I've got two of them on my van. Most engineers don't even have one, but I've got two of them. And
holy shit, how did you wind up with that?
Oh, it was just I got given one by my former manager, my previous manager, and then I accumulated another one just through the training that I did back in December. So I ended up with two. And I was supposed to give the other one to someone else, and they didn't want it, so I've got two still stuck in my van. Shit. Yeah, crazy. Yeah, yes. And it's really expensive. They're worth thousands. Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh fuck! Make sure nobody runs off with that.
Yeah, exactly, Douglas. Yeah, exactly. They've got a specialist team. When the first day I joined OpenReach, the day in Yarnfield, they explained to us there's a special online team that investigates, things like eBay and Amazon. No, not Amazon, but like things like eBay where you can put things up yourself. They have a team looking for OpenReach equipment that they're selling. So things like splicers, they tried selling, but of course it's got the serial number, so they can identify the person and if it's their property or not. So then they get prosecuted for trying to sell their equipment, their property without their permission. So yeah, they said it's a sackable offence. Obviously, it's a gross misconduct. So yeah, that's it. They explained that straight away. So yeah, because everything you get is free basically, and there are people trying to flog things online to make a bit more money.
Oh my
and so
God,
that's happened
so
in the past. So yeah,
that's
so
crazy. Sad. Oh my.
Crazy. Yeah.
Yeah. What on earth is going on in their minds that they must be drug addicts or something. Yeah. I can't imagine being. I mean, you have a job, for God's sake.
Yeah, you're gonna get caught. And yeah, that's what the job's really good, and they pay really well. And I'm looking forward to when at the end of the year, I'll get my pay rise. So when I'm fully qualified, that's what I'm looking forward to, because it's an apprenticeship scheme that I'm doing. So I'm looking forward to getting my pay rise. So it'll be fantastic.
Amazing. And
yeah.
What about all the soccer thugs and all the other guys? Are they all on apprentice schemes, or was this something?
Yeah, they all are. Yeah. Every single one of them. Yep, they all are, Douglas. Yeah, when we joined. Yeah,
that's what I thought. And
they're taking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go on. No, go
Sorry,
ahead.
and they're taking on another 4,000 people this year.
Oh, they
They're
have
taking
to.
another- Yeah, to get it rolled out, to get this fiber rolled out.
Yeah. Oh my God. And so at some point there's going to have to be a lapse in quality. They can't keep it all the highest quality with, bringing in the quantity. So at some point you're going to get a few bad apples that are going to we'll see what happens with that. There'll probably be a few accidents at least. Maybe some crimes, there's going to be a few idiots that we'll see what happens.
Exactly.
No, I forgot exactly. Now, like we all know, your brother acted in self-defense at one point when he got into a fight, and I was explaining to people how in England it's unlike the United States. When you get basically some kind of criminal activity on your record, you're basically it's there forever. It's like a permanent stain, and it impacts you the rest of your life, which it almost forces you that there's almost no place to turn other than joining the underworld. So when it comes to your brother, somehow he managed to do a job similar to what you're doing, right? Isn't he doing something like what you're doing?
Oh, my brother. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Actually, I'm trying to. Firstly, I'm trying
to remember his brother.
Yeah, did I say he's got a criminal record, or did I mention about my dad? Was it my dad?
You mentioned that he basically got into a fight in self-defense, and so and that presents problems because it just
of course
yeah. So that's how I understand it. So not
That's
criminal
right,
record
Douglas.
like he not like he robbed a bank or something.
Yeah, exactly. No, you're absolutely right, Douglas. I'm trying to think what I'd actually said to you about my brother, actually. But yeah, he works for an international company called Pelgar, which do with rat poison. They deal with rat poison,
Holy
distribution
shit!
of rat poison. Yeah, that's what he does for a job. Yeah, he's been doing that for a few years. But yeah, it's
Well,
yeah, exactly.
I mean, I guess if they trust him with that, then I guess having that on your record isn't that bad. I mean, that's like trusting him with hazardous materials, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and he's actually one of the main guys that actually produces it as well. He's dealing with all the dangerous chemicals. He has to have a blood test every like 6 months to make sure it's not he doesn't contaminate himself with it.
That's incredible.
Make sure his blood levels are all right.
Yeah. By the way, for those of you who just so everybody knows a little bit about this because it's such a morbidly entertaining fact. Lorian Ann Fenton, do you remember her?
Oh yeah.
So Lorian Ann Fenton, for our listeners, was like this just beast woman, this fat bitch who was handled by Michael Aquino. She was the handler for Max Spears, and I'm sure our man George knows this already, but for those of you who don't know, Max Spears, of course, was a product of mind control and was desperately trying to live his own life, but he was terribly damaged, and he basically would lapse into alters, and one of his alters was an extraordinarily young child, a boy who couldn't be more than 9 years old. And so Lorian Ann Fenton used to revert him to that altar and then basically exploit him for sex. He was totally unaware of this, and I only knew of it through her bragging about it. But I was going to share it with him at some point, but never got that opportunity before he was killed. But Lorian Ann Fenton, one of the things that she has in her own background was her old aunt or relation put out a bunch of rat traps, and these all had rat poison, and to attract the rats to it, apparently they make it tasty, which is why they say don't have this out with children around or pets. Right? Yep. No children.
That's true.
Yeah, and so her aunt or whatever put all that shit out, and when she was a very young child, we're talking maybe like 2, maybe a little older than where our man George Knight's daughter is now. Lorian Ann Fenton started digging into that rat poison, and she said it tasted so good she couldn't get enough, and she was just shoveling it in. and then wound up completely poisoned to the point where they took her to the hospital, and she was spasming so violently that they put like little sandbags on her limbs to keep her from harming herself. So she was basically burdened by these like miniature sandbags on each of her limbs and unable to move and just screaming the top of her lungs out for, until her throat couldn't take anymore and she went hoarse. But anyhow, that's like ever since then, the thing with Lori Ann Fenton was she had a pathological need to always be talking. One reason why she was on the radio, and one reason why she would talk to people while she was on the phone all the time, even while she was eating. It was just nonstop. She would either be talking or eat or asleep. I mean, it really wasn't too much of a difference because it was either talking or sleep, because she would also eat while she talked. It was just one of the reasons why she was so overweight. But the reason she did this was because if she wasn't talking, ever since she was young, and screaming all the time because of the rat poison, she would hear screams in the back of her mind. So she had this constant torment of the echo of either her screams or whatever diabolic entity infested her. She would just hear screams all the time in the back of her mind. So that's why she was talking all the time. So just an interesting bit of morbid trivia for people to know about. So, we're also fortunate that we're not, plagued with something like that. I mean, I've got tinnitus, which is, the buzzing in my ear, which is close due to injuries, but thankfully nothing like that. And so aside from that, did you ever have any injuries that ever plagued you or bothered you for years?
I don't, Douglas. Actually, no. I don't really, to be honest with you. No, I think I've had like what they call a hairline fracture on my ankle years and years ago, but it never really played up on me. I did the gym for 8 years without no issues. But yeah, interesting what you were saying, because they make the poison in my brother. What they do at his company is they put them in like things like tea bags. They use tea bags.
Holy
and it's
shit!
Bright,
Go on.
It's bright pink. Yeah, it's bright pink as well. They make it a certain, a particular color.
But that attracts kids more than anything else is the bright.
Because it's like candy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's candy. Yeah, that's what they use.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's absolutely nuts. Yeah, they produce it, bright pink. It looks like bubble gum, but it's in a tea bag. So they must associate tea and bat, these, the same
crazy.
thing.
I'd be tempted to stick something like that in my mouth. Go.
Yeah, on your
put it in my put it in my teacup.
Teapot. Yeah, that's it, Douglas. Yeah, but that's what they do, and yeah, it is. It's supposed to taste really nice, apparently, but small dosages won't harm humans. It's very, very, very dangerous. Obviously, the rats love the taste of it, so that's how they get it into themselves, because they get attracted to it. They eat it, and they have the most excruciating death. It is very painful for them. It's not a way any creature wants to go. That's what my brother explained to me. He goes, it's just so excruciating. They'll eat so much, walk away. They don't die on that spot. They walk away, and they'll go somewhere to a cover or a hole, and they'll die. But it's so excruciating. They'll just, like you said, with Lori Ann Fenton, she was just spasming. They just spasm. It's eating away at the insides, and it's horrible.
Oh my god! But
that's obviously what it was doing to her. That's what it was doing to her.
That's right.
She didn't have enough. Kill her.
That's right. Thank you. That's what Jameson said was the screams of rat poison melting brain tissue. But it's beyond that. It's like you said. It's really her internal organs that. That must be why she's so fat too. It must be her internal organs were probably all fucked up by that. And
right. Yeah.
Oh my God! But what I don't understand is the logic here. I mean, you would think you would want something that would instantly kill them, so they would die on the spot, so you could find the body. But if they're going off to crawl into a corner to die, then they're just causing a hygiene problem. Because then, of course, as they begin to decay, then all the vermin come for the rat body, right? So that just it creates another vermin problem in your home. I mean, that doesn't make any sense.
No, exactly, and that's why they invented mouse traps. So you'll catch your target, you catch your prey on the spot, and they're trapped and they can't move.
Yeah.
It will either kill them or they'll suffocate, or one way or the other.
Or you find them while they're still alive and you beat them to death with a baseball bat. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But no, they're creating something that's probably causing more problems, which is why they have so much. Which is why they're an international company. They're doing it because obviously rat infestations are a major problem all over the world. They ship all their supplies internationally, and it's probably they want to keep the job going, so they create more problems. So they're just generating more and more issues. Like you said, with plague.
Oh my God! I'm surprised. I can't understand how. I can't understand how at least hundreds of people must be dying all over the world because of these stupid bubblegum pink tea bags.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's crazy. But unfortunately, like you mentioned earlier about corporations and companies, the way they make their money is by selling more product, selling more and more. And if you're going to solve the problem, then you can't sell anything to sell. So create more problems. So you've got more things to sell.
Oh my God. It's so true. It's so true. But the funny thing is that Britain doesn't need to do that with its communications because the communications problem is so pervasive that it'll take how many years do you think it'll take before England is fairly at the level of Japan in terms of fiberglass? How long do you think it'll take?
Oh, I think the next 100 years, Douglas.
Holy shit!
100 years, long after I'm gone, because
oh my God!
Because copper will be in the ground for easily another 50 to 100 years time. Okay. People will need copper engineers, so thankfully I've got some experience with copper, so that's the sad truth.
So you mean they're just going to, in other words, they're not. So what you're telling me is that they're going to let the copper wear away before they replace it with fiberglass, rather than going all out and just ripping it out, even if it's functional, and putting in fiberglass. Is that their attitude? It's just.
Yeah. I even go to people's houses, and because I'm very limited on my skill set at the moment, because it takes years for your skill set to develop and to accumulate more skills. So it's one of those things that you eventually become a specialist in your field. Right. But because my skills are very basic, I go to some houses which have the basic broadband. Obviously, dial-up doesn't exist anymore, but the very first technology that came out afterwards, the bleeding edge, cutting edge technology that came after dial-up, was ADSL. So it's asymmetric digital subscriber lines. ADSL came out shortly after, in the year 2000, shortly after dial-up, and I still encounter that today. That's been there for 22 years.
Oh my God.
And some people are still on ADSL ties. They're still on ADSL technology, which it's moved forward. That's the start of broadband, but people have gone up to now fiber, or they've gone through a VDSL, which is a very high speed digital subscriber line. So not everyone has, evolved or moved forward so vastly, so quickly. It's a slow process. Like I said, I'm still working on some lines that are 22 years old.
So what about these people who get these skill sets? Once you're at that level of skill set where you can work with a number of these other comparatively exotic technologies, or what are people like that used for? Where do they deploy them?
So there are certain engineers, like basically we all in our team, in my patch, in my town, there is about just under 50 of us, and people move forward, and you basically got some engineers that are like what we call track and locate. They can track and locate cable that are underneath the ground. They use like a metal detector, or there are people who are soft dig that can dig trenches to a house so they can have an underground feed. Obviously that I've not been trained in any of that. That would be something that I'll do in the future. Right. But you have these skill sets you acquire over time, and basically the higher technology, which is what we call G-fast, which is something you need training in, and it's just basically the line has to be less than 300 meters long, whereas some lines I work on are like kilometers long. They could be up to like 2 or 3 kilometers, sometimes up to 7 or 9 kilometers. The longest is 9 kilometers I've worked on.
Oh my
they
God.
could be just long lines of cable, just all copper wiring.
That's incredible.
And, it's absolutely, it is incredible, because some places are so out in the sticks, so rurally, that they require just long cables, and they're connected through pole to underground feeds, overhead, and it goes through so many different just components, just different types of network, just terminations. It's just going through different ports. It's just crazy how they developed this network. But it's a physical connection from the house to the exchange, where then you can make a phone call to anyone in the country or internationally. It's just incredible how it all works. And
that is, I mean, it's incredible that it works at all with the I mean, so what about some of these incredibly wealthy homes that you've been into? Have you been into any more like that since the last time we talked?
Oh yeah, I have, Douglas. Yeah. I was in one last week where the cable was running underground. They had to get private contractors, like builders, to actually dig a trench underneath the house and cable it and wire it internally in the house. It was just, well, there's nothing we can do. They had to, if there was any issues there, they had to get those contractors back out to fix it. We don't do internal faults. Wow. We just work on the network. So we work from what we call the NTE, which is the network termination equipment, to the exchange. That's the line we work on. So it's from the starting point to the house, but not inside. We don't do any of that. But it's just oh, I forgot what I was going to say, Douglas. What was I going to say? I was going to say something actually. That was it. It was to do with when people have fiber installed, there is basically at the exchange, which is where the telephone dial tone starts from. If there's a power cut, you have a backup generator with diesel to kickstart, and then you have a backup generator in case of power cuts. And that's what they implemented shortly after World War II. In case of a nuclear fallout, you can still use your telephone because you had a backup generator at the exchange in order for you to still connect and make calls. So that was something that they've had. But the problem with fiber, it's all done through electricity, all through power.
Right.
So, unfortunately, if there's a power cut, you have no line.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
So that's a huge issue, and that's a huge problem, which they haven't obviously thought about.
Right.
So that's going to be a massive problem for anyone that, if you have a power cut, basically you have no broadband and you have no telecom communication service using your landline or VoIP service, which is voice over internet protocol, is what we use instead of using a landline.
Oh my God.
So there's no dial tone anymore. So when these people have fiber, they don't realize that that's it. As soon as there's a power cut or the electricity trips in the house, you got no more broadband or you got no VoIP service. But with copper, you always have that no matter what if there's a power cut. So it has its advantages and its disadvantages. It has its pros and cons.
Oh, no wonder it'll take so long to get rid of it. There's just no point. I mean, it's almost like you want to keep as much of it functional for as long as possible. Oh my God.
Yes.
And by all means. Anything else you want to bring up that comes to mind, please.
Oh God, yeah, Douglas. And also they're trying to get rid of all these, obviously with the diesel prices, it's just under £2, £2 English sterling at the moment for a litre. It's sorry for, I believe, it's for a litre. Beg your pardon. Sorry, it's crazy how it's just spiked up.
I can imagine.
They're trying to roll out these electric vehicles. They're trying to get out as many as they can. So obviously with that, we have to pay ourselves and then get it reimbursed. We have to claim for it. So it's even that, and like again with electricity, if there's a power cut, it's the vehicle's obsolete. It's just rendered useless.
Oh my God. No, that's so
it's
frightening.
So many problems.
Yeah.
But also, Douglas, like this is what's always, I've always thought about this, just like what happened in the 1960s over the Northeast blackout, including parts of Canada, when the Third Reich in exile, when they took out the power lines. I was just thinking, well, if they did that in the UK, for instance, if that ever escalated to that degree, then people will have no power. They'll have no electricity in their homes. You can operate the vehicles. So that's one thing that they haven't thought about, for instance, as well as, things like global warming or things like energy bills rising and, conflicts increasing, where people can't afford to power their own homes. They're having their electricity. Most homes I'm going to now, nobody has the lights switched on. They have nothing turned on because the energy bills are rising so dramatically. By this year, it's estimated you'll be paying more than £1,000 extra a year for your utility bills. So it's, people just don't want to turn on their energy bills. They don't want to turn on their energy supply. So they're having it all switched off. They're having it turned out. So, yeah, I have to go into a house with a torch now.
Oh, my God. That's incredible. Some places that's got to feel odd or potentially even be dangerous. And like you said, when they've got kids in the home in particular, you usually are warned about it, right? Or is that sometimes that warning doesn't show up and you'll go into a house and there's some child there? I mean, at that point, what do? You just don't go in, right? I think that was how you...
Oh, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, safeguarding. Yeah, when it comes to safeguarding itself, Douglas, yeah, every single job I get, there's warning. There's in the job notes, they give you warnings and hazards. They give you potential hazards. Every single job I get, they give you the warnings of that property or the surrounding area. So that's always flagged up whenever I go to a job. It will tell you if there's any issues. Sometimes the person themselves is a vulnerable pensioner, or he or she is in a vulnerable state. They're critical, or they're they might have care providers come out to them. So you get all those things flagged up, and yeah, like you said, with children, dogs, we're supposed to. I don't do this. It's something that we're told we have to do. Dogs have to go outside or stay away from the area I'm working in. But it all depends. I always do it by my own due diligence. I go up to the house, and if the dog seems quite, like really aggressive, and then I ask, could you just put the dog away? I just usually do it by just looking for myself, rather than on the phone. You're supposed to ring up beforehand, ring the customer and say, can you put the dog away? Before I enter on site, which is what you're supposed to do. I don't always do it because it gives quite a bad initial impression to begin with. The customer they don't like that, because it's very, in this country, animals are like family, right? And that's how we look at our pets. They're family members. So if you're asking the dog to be put outside or put away and the customer's not happy with that, you get a bad, straight away. It's a bad impression straight away. It's a negative start to the job. Right. So but if the dog is aggressive to be at the front door, and because they always ask you, my dog's, I'm like, no, I love dogs. But I always go by, if the dog is aggressive, then I ask them to.
So have you run into a few that were really dangerous? Yeah. Oh, shit.
Yeah, exactly, because they do. Unfortunately, because I'm going in with like bright fluorescent jackets on, and like I'm a stranger to their territory, they obviously will be, guarding. They will be defensive. So they will sometimes, and they can sometimes just be barking. They can nip you accidentally, not intentionally. So that does happen, but I've heard it happen to other engineers. So you just got to be vigilant with everything. But yeah, you do, Douglas. And I'm not, like I said before, I'm not allowed to enter a property if it's just a minor under the age of 18. I'm not allowed to go in. So, obviously, and I'll be like, well, no, put it back, no access, can't access the property.
Right, and what if you run across some senior citizen who looks like they might need help from a social worker? Has that happened?
I haven't seen anything. No, I haven't seen anything yet, but it's amazing. I read a story actually. Yeah, I think it was yesterday actually, where this couple with a newborn baby went to go to this car dealership, and they were buying a car, and they automatically noted that the child, and there's a picture online. It's the most horrific photo of this child who's got bruised, battered face, obviously been inflicted by the parents. Yeah, and so. What the manager did was he held him captive. He just locked the doors, and he said, "You're not going anywhere till the police come here." He just made the decision to lock him in there. And obviously, like I was saying earlier, if you get held captive, that's you're being you're
kidnapped.
You're being kidnapped. Yeah, but this guy kidnapped him, which was the right thing to do. And they got arrested and charged for the beating of this small child, which the medical doctors said the child might not have lasted another 2 days. The head injuries were so severe that the child might not have lasted any longer than another 24, 48 hours. It was just a horrific story. But yeah, if you see that in a house, if I see that, then I have to just immediately ring my it's just my peers, my seniors. I'll ring them up. and get there, you know, and then they can make the decision whether I need to get intervention from the police or an ambulance or service or whatever. Yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah, it's just, yeah, you do see. Sorry, Douglas, I'm rambling on a bit.
Yeah, no, that's fine, and definitely you've got it down. I'm so glad that you've got a system in place that enables you to deal with these potential challenges, and I'm glad that in general it's been going so smooth. And by the way, we have our friend in the chat room named Rick O'Leary. So happy St. Patrick's Day. By the way, is St. Patrick's Day celebrated in England? I'm not. He was, after all, British. He was, after all, a British child who was abducted by Irish pirates. I don't know if you knew that. So.
Yeah, it is. It's very celebrated in England. Everyone goes around with their paddy hats on.
Oh
yeah,
God.
they're
So you're gonna see a lot of drunk people
shamrocks.
today.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. God. Yeah, so be extra careful. Oh, my God. With drunks wandering about, God knows some of them get so drunk, I'm surprised they don't collapse on the street.
Guinness. Yeah, that's it. They drink the Guinness.
Oh.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they go absolutely, obliterated.
Yeah. Oh, God. What's that shit you drink, J-Mo? Jameson's like, he tries to catch up with them, across the Atlantic. Hopefully he doesn't overdo it today. He's not talking. Maybe he dropped off. I wouldn't blame him. So Rick,
I must have bored him to sleep.
Don't worry about that. No, he was trying to sleep earlier and he couldn't, but probably caught up with him. So Rick O'Leary says, I really enjoyed Douglas. Fantastic. He really knows many underreported facts about World War II. I especially like hearing about Daddy Bush and the Japanese attacks on the USA mainland. Thank you, sir. No, very important, and I very much appreciate that. And it looks genuine, and definitely glad that Rick O'Leary is aboard. And of course, one of our primary experts is George Knight. He's actually gone far beyond myself when it comes to maintaining a kind of information gathering and just amassing knowledge about the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile. And it's you've done an incredible job. I'm just so proud of you. So were you able to get the new book? I forgot the new book that I had mentioned and whether or not it was.
I have.
Okay.
No, beg your pardon. I haven't, Douglas. No, there's so many I need to get. And that's something, that's on my agenda to do. And even, when it comes down to, I showed Sarah the other day that the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile, the Dasdruck Muck, the third power, are they are active in Ukraine at this moment as well. There's these people getting these captured, the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile, actually over
Kiev. Yeah.
I was having a debate the other day with one of my friends. He was saying, "Why it's Kiev, not Kiev, but everyone's calling him Kiev. Yeah. Everyone's calling the major city, the capital, Kiev, but it's Kiev." Yeah. But no,
you're right. You're right. It is.
Yeah, and it's like, well, I said to him, well, it's actually Ukraine. People call it Ukraine, but I call it Ukraina. It's actually pronounced Ukraina. That's
that's how they pronounce it. Really. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes. And but anyway, I showed Sarah the footage. I said, look, they're capturing the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile over Kiev. They're over Kiev. Oh God,
you're being impacted by all the people around you.
Yeah. Over Kiev. So I showed it, and I'll send it to you, Douglas. But thankfully and I said they're very interested in what's going on, obviously, in the surface world, because what happens on the surface world affects them. It impacts them internally also. In the long run. So that's why they conduct reconnaissance. So people look at these things and they think, oh yeah, these extraterrestrials visit us and they're just very interested in what humanity are doing. And they're here to warn us or to save us. Of course, complete bullshit.
Yes.
Obviously that doesn't make any sense, but why they would be interested in what's going on is makes more sense that it will take me so long to explain it, but basically it was just a Reichsdiscraft that was flying over. It was footage, and it hovers over. It shoots off in multiple directions, which is something none of the Newtonian, Einsteinian physics can conjure up anything that can replicate this sort of technology that they engineered and mastered, over 70 years ago now, 80 years ago now. And it was just flying over Kiev, and it was just conducting reconnaissance. It was just watching what was going on.
Yes.
And that's what they're doing constantly, and the people don't realize that.
No.
So I'll have to send it to you, Douglas. I'll have to just send it to you. But obviously they're very interested, and they've been interested in every conflict post World War II. They've always got involved with everything. It's just been.
It's true. It's very much so, and you've gotten it down. Again, this is why George Knight is really the go-to man in many ways. He certainly superseded me in his capability to keep track of the developments that have happened since the time I worked with all of these documents. And that's so important. Really, I'm impressed.
Thank you, Douglas.
Yeah.
No, thank you, Douglas, because obviously this is something, because when you were working for the Department of Defense, that was, throughout the 1980s into the early 90s. So, and it was just incredible. You were already exposed to all that, what was going on back then. And so, but no one really knows about it. It's just incredible how the people that do, they're really keeping it low key. And I always wonder, Douglas, that, it's like what I said last time when I was driving home with Sarah. There was a bright light in the sky, like a bright star, but much brighter. And it was just there, and I was like, "That's too low. That's not a star."
Right.
And of course, it disappeared. And then Sarah said, I said to her, "That's," and she goes, "Yeah, I know what you're going to say." And then she goes, they're probably warning you not to stop talking about them. They don't want you to talk about them, George. They're probably upset with you.
Was she serious, or was she kind of just, rolling with it, or was she serious?
Yeah, probably just rolling with it. But yeah, she goes, they're probably upset that you keep talking about them all the time. But I've always wondered that, Douglas. I've always wondered whether or not, when it comes down to what the people do know in government, because like we said, the politicians and the leaders of nation states, whether or not they know it's the 1,000-year Reich in exile is, that's a different question. But when it comes down to with things like the President of the United States, of course he's not going to know anything about this because he's only in office for a max of 8 years. He's only supposed to have 2 terms, unlike your Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who's a dictator. But they don't know about any of this. The politicians don't know anything about this, but the people that do know, they're probably worried about exposing it, probably because the 1,000-year Reich in exile don't want the world to know that they exist, because of course they went into exile to escape genocide. That's their history.
Yes.
So they went but they're very interested in what happens on the surface world. That's why they conduct their reconnaissance and their scouting runs. That's what they've been doing ever since post World War II, as we know it, as the conventional narrative knows it.
Yeah. No, definitely.
Of course, the war is still ongoing. That's what daylight saving time is.
Yes, absolutely.
That's why we're here. That's why we're here. It's because of the 1,000-year Reich in exile. That is why.
Indeed.
No, thank you, Douglas.
No. That's all perfect. I'm so glad that you're able to iterate and express the reality of the situation. It helps immensely to communicate what needs to be communicated. And,
it needs to be said,
So your coming on helps to educate the listeners, and it's a vital topic that I don't often cover enough. So definitely glad that you're helping me do that. In terms of let's take a look at the time we have remaining, and of course we've got about an hour and a half left. So I guess I should sometime soon do the solicitation and go into coverage of something. But
I'm quite happy to drop off now. It's absolutely fine, Douglas. Thank you for having me on. I might come on Monday morning then if it's this case.
Please.
It seems to go all right where I am. So no drops off, no issues with the communication. No, so it's all good.
It's incredible. Well, you do, after all, work for service engineering, so hopefully the equipment you got operates without any issues. At any rate, we love you dearly, and you have no idea how much I appreciate your coming on with us tonight. Always very educational, enlightening, and informative, and very important issues to talk about. I guess the only other thing I can't resist asking about is, of course, oh God, he's no longer a Prince, and Sarah Thomas had a joke about him, the artist formerly known as Prince, but she had the individual who's trying to settle that lawsuit now. He's just settled that lawsuit concerning, he was involved with Epstein, the member of the royal family. I forget his name. Formerly...
Oh, Prince Andrew, beg your pardon.
Yes, thank you. Randy Andy. How could I forget? Randy Andy.
That's all right, sir.
Yes. What's up with him now? So he's settling with that young lady, and he doesn't have. He's basically been in effect disowned, right? I mean,
yeah, Dufresne. Yeah, that court settlement. It was like a civil court settlement, so he paid. It was estimated around 12 million.
Holy
English
shit! I better hook up with that chick. Oh fuck!
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's settled, and so there is no more further, cases. It's just been now, clean slate written now, and he's got away with it, so to speak. Yeah. Legally, anyway.
Yeah.
Legally, anyway. Everyone knows the deal.
Yes, he's definitely going to be a bit of a social pariah. Of course, he has his own circle at the elite level where I'm not quite sure that matters, but it definitely was not convenient. This impacted his life, to have the Queen, just basically disown him like that, and so that's got to be hard. And in terms of now. Oh God! So she had COVID. Do you know anything about her progress, the Queen herself?
I think she's all right. Nothing's been. Of course, it's just Ukraine, and now COVID's come back on the scene as well with the headlines. So yeah, with the Queen, I think she's absolutely fine. I think she's continuing her duties as head of state. Yeah, she's doing really well, Douglas. Thank you. I believe so anyway, as far as I'm aware. Right. But I've always had the speculation because she. What did she do to Camilla? Yeah, she. What did she say? I'm trying to think of what the word is that she did to her. Basically, appointed her like future queen of the state. Basically, she's quite happy for her to take on that role. So, it gave me an indication that her health is deteriorating. I think she knows something. Yeah. And possibly, after losing her late husband,
right,
impacted her health big time.
Yes.
She loved him absolutely dearly. So yeah, I don't think she's gonna outlive her own mother, the Queen Mother, who was 102 when she died. I don't think she's gonna outlive her. I think she's on the path now. Unfortunately, but then we'll have Prince Charles as the heir apparent to the throne. Yeah, he'll be the king.
Right, and so that worked out incredibly. I mean, it definitely was not what everyone expected for years. Things really changed. And in terms of Ukraine, of course, the Queen is very popular, and that they shout "God save the Queen" every time they're firing off those anti-tank rockets that are provided by Britain. Yes. So that's wonderful. I mean, honestly, it's incredible. So it's like I said, the Russians were so high off their own fumes from all that propaganda that they won the war, and that they're now really shown. And all the Americans just thought from all the fucking video games and shit, they all thought the Russians were Supermen and shit. And
thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And so, they're really showing off for what they are, which is just a bunch of incompetent louts. I mean, really.
Yeah, they really are.
Yeah.
Thank you, Douglas. I mean, if they just think of it like this, this is now entering the third week. This is the third week now of the invasion.
Yes.
I believe it's the third week.
Yes,
I could be wrong.
Yes, it is.
It is about 3 weeks in.
Yeah.
They haven't taken Ukraine. If they couldn't do that, they can't do anything. I mean. Yeah. But the resistance, they overestimate. They literally underestimated the Ukrainians. I knew the resistance would have been the exact same thing like the Americans encountered in World War II in the Pacific. They met the resistance they didn't actually expect. The Russians went in with these same expectations. They thought they could just take it within days. They thought they could overrun it. But nope, they fought hard, and I'm so proud of them.
Yes.
And the loss of life. And it's just really quite, what's so upsetting is the amount of life that is lost needlessly in Ukraine, The Russians that have been captured, they're saying, well, we went in, it was a special military operation. It was for denazification. They were told all this shit, basically, before they invaded. They had no idea why they were going in. They were told differently. And yet they're conducting war crimes. They're conducting... But then when they're captured, they're saying, oh, we didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, no. The crazy part of it is, of course, what makes it so hypocritical is that for years the Russians fed off that anti-Nazi propaganda where they just kept saying movies that they produced, such as the title "Come and See." That's literally the title of one of their films about World War II, where they're showing, massacres and atrocities committed by the Nazis, and the whole point was come and see the crimes committed, and they portray themselves as the victims of the 1,000-year Reich's war crimes and all this shit for decades and generations. And of course, what do when they roll in? They just shoot at civilians. I mean, it's like the maternity ward thing. And by the way, you have just so this is one of those things that I know George Knight is very busy. He doesn't get to hear me all the time, so I'll probably be repeating this. But just so people understand how far the Russians went with this and how it's impacted just how people behave when it came to the white helmets in Syria, which were, of course, medical responders. When these emergency responders, these first responders in Syria wearing white helmets became the enemy of the Russians, they kept saying they were a terrorist group, got people afraid of them, got some people in Syria to the point where they were shooting at their first responders coming to rescue them. I mean, this is what the Russians did by just fucking with people's minds. And when it comes to where we're at now, here they are shelling maternity wards, and then when they're bringing these pregnant women out that are injured, and the Russians have their entire troll farm just already attacking them as crisis actors, saying, oh, that's a crisis actress, and she's like getting paid to lay on a stretcher covered in ketchup, essentially. It's just this is this is true evil. I mean, oh my God, you begin to understand why my biological father felt the way he did, and organized an ideological kind of war against the Russians because of just this kind of behavior. This is it would have gotten to the point if Putin had just sat back. He could have watched the West tear itself apart. He could have had ultimately us shooting at our first responders in time with enough brainwashing through the kind of influence he had in the media. But now, thank the gods of my ancestors, he went nuts. He went in and just shot himself in the foot. Yeah, and oh, by the way, if you scroll down far enough on, let me see if I can find it on Peter Moon's timeline, and I'll provide you the link. The funniest thing in the world was when I handed Peter Moon a illustration, and I said, put this on your timeline, since you were saying you aren't really getting enough hits these days, certainly not as much as you did before. And so when I handed him this illustration of Putin all depressed and weepy, I don't know if you saw that on his timeline.
I did.
Oh, you did? You did that? Yes.
Oh,
did you see some of these clowns in the thread? It was a Japanese guy wrote on the thread, he must be the most frightened and loneliest man in the world right now. And then some clown named Joel Derrick was like, you are just one of the sheep, oh, he's the bravest, and, all these other Putinistas down in there doing that. Don't get involved in any fight with them, of course, but there's no point in getting into some running argument with these idiots, but... Yeah. Oh my God. The fact that people can feel that way about this idiot. So there we go.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah. It's incredible to me. It's These are the people who just believe. And I don't know if you heard this the other day. I was like, Peter Moon was watching all that Fox News, and he came on and was asking about, what about the biolabs in Ukraine? And,
Oh, propaganda. Yeah, more propaganda. Yeah,
oh
yeah.
my God.
It's just a bull. Just, yeah. Thank you.
Well, love you dearly. You have a blessed
Yeah, thank
day.
you, Douglas. Thank you for having me on.
Yes. Oh, thank you for being on.
Much love on to you.
Yes.
And much love on to you and to all the viewers and to Jameson Reese and Peter Moon and everyone else.
Yes.
Penny Bradley.
Yes.
So many people to thank and
Yes.
to acknowledge. Yeah. Thank you for having me on, Douglas. And I hope you have a blessed night and enjoy your party as well.
Thank
I overheard
you.
you sitting at the party. Yeah.
Thank you. We love you dearly. And
Thank you.
enjoy your St. Patrick's Day. See if you can party a bit yourself. See if you can fit some of that in there.
Yeah. Absolutely, Douglas. Absolutely, yeah. And I'll toast to you as well. And I'll speak to you very soon. Thank you very much for having me on.
Thank you for reminding me. I'll toast to you as well. Thank you.
Yes.
All right. Hugs.
Thank you, Douglas.
Yes,
Yeah.
that is George
Blessed
Knight.
night.
Yes, you're the best. Thank you. And
Thank you.
George Knight is one of the best among us. Truly a man among men. And thank God there are men like him out there. And definitely I'm just just kind of how would I say that? By the way, I'm looking at an article right now that popped up in front of me, recommended based on reading materials that I've assessed in the past, and it's from some source called OutsideOnline.com. I've never even heard of them, but it says remembering the first 3 women to climb Mount Everest. And one of them is a white Caucasian, obviously of European descent. The other 2 look Asian, like one of them has to be a Tibetan Sherpa. So must be the female version of these Sherpa guides. And the other, I have no idea, but she's obviously Asian, maybe another Tibetan. But the subtitle is just very poignant. It says, one inspired the world, one is in danger of being forgotten, and one completely disappeared. I mean, that's just frightening. I mean, oh my fucking God. There you go with that. I am going to now read solicitation, and we'll take it from there. One among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson. An aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his yet-to-be-published work of that very title, The Unfinished Man. And you can also review scenes from his cinematic documentaries currently in production at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact theTucsonMurders.com. That's Tucson, spelled like Tucson, put the word "the" in front of it. TheTucsonMurders.com, or telephone the Baron Ben privately to personally guide your tour at 1-520/323-3406. That's 1520 323 3406. Okay, and now we will do shout outs. And holy shit, where's my shout outs? There we are. I don't remember all this. So, once again, a shout out to Roy Sanchez. Roy Sanchez contributed $50 United States dollars. God bless him. And I deeply appreciate his contribution. Didn't find a note attached to it electronically. So if he does want me to read something or relate something, don't be afraid to send me an email. And that would be at douglasdwayne@gmail.com. Dwayne is spelled D-U-A-N-E, D-U-A-N-E. And Dietrich is spelled like Diet Rich. Slam those words together. Another person who I cannot think enough is Ethan Einar Anders, Buddhist, or at least his father was a practicing Buddhist, and he may be a bit more experimental. I'm not quite sure what his spirituality necessarily is, but he seems very spiritual, very much a seeker, and he contributed 222 United States dollars last transmission. If it weren't for gentlemen like Ethan Anders and Roy Sanchez, I would be unable to make the rent. But with that felonious corporation, PG&E, literally reaching into my bank and having doubled my bill based on false pretense, which is basically they sent me a bunch of recertification letters I never received just so they could pull this shit. Disgraceful. No other word for it. I mean, oh my God, I could go on the murder trip and say how atrocious they are, but you know, what's the point? And a shout out to Holly Kaditis Kiefer, who had that wonderful message for Jojo Mikolejic. A shout out to the Bupa for her illustrations. A shout out to Clarice Claudette for her cell text and her emails. And definitely, just so we can share what she was saying on her cell text, I also want to thank, for his infinite patience, Dennis Marshall. That box, fuck, I'll open it when the next I wake up. So, no fear. I said that a few weeks in a row for now, but I think I'll take that with me to the estate and open it up. And it feels heavy. Whatever it is filling up the box behind to bursting point. It feels like gravel. I have no idea what the hell is in there. Maybe I've been afraid to find out all this time. But hey, at least it wasn't ticking when it arrived. So Clarice Claudette, let's open up her text message here to me. And oh, forgive me. Fuck, where the hell did that go? There we are. Damn, how did that sink so far down? She says, holy shit. She left an essay. Says, good morning, good night. There are things I could share with you on these subject matters, but experientially, they are not always in alignment. So anyhow, I guess I should keep this to myself. She's basically telling me, hope all is well with you, as to her position from many of the topics discussed and the in-depth knowledge of how they've affected me in the realm of spiritual, physical, historical, the spiritual mechanics, she calls it, and don't want to be male-dominated and suppressed to be bound any longer by these angelic forces because, as have you, I've experienced these things and broken free, and from a perspective of healing from a religious and social trauma. Thank you, honey, and I think that was acceptable to read out. As I said, there's also, aside from the shout-outs, a big shit-out or suck-out to PG&E. Honestly, thank God I have the ability to vent about this on my own platform. So that's gives me some sense of satisfaction. And so everybody, PG&E sucks ass. How's that? Just had to get that out there. And again, thank God we're on YouTube where I can get away with saying that. So PG&E is, of course, a corporation aggregate, which is, just so you understand this concept of corporate personhood, it's the legal notion that a corporation, separately from its associated human beings, like owners, managers, and employees, has at least some of the legal rights and responsibilities enjoyed by natural persons, except that they have a lot more rights and can get away literally with murder. So PG&E, a mass murderous felon, has robbed my bank account. So they suck ass. They fucking suck ass. They suck fucking ass. I just have no limits to the obscenities I could hurl at these people. But there you go. And moving right along from out of that incredibly depressing topic onto St. Patrick's Day, a little bit of maybe history behind it. I should go into PG&E at length, but oh my God. Oh, forgive me. Oh, that's so depressing to think about PG&E. I mean, just thinking about them depresses me. All right, as I said, the Senate passed a bill to make daylight saving permanent, and the rationalization they have behind that is above and beyond ludicrously stupid, laughably ridiculous. Whatever. A spring snowstorm has been on the way for St. Patrick's Day, from a high near 70 degrees on Tuesday to rain and snow on Wednesday and Thursday. There be nigh half a dozen things we know about the snowstorm so far. Confidence in snow totals is low right now because this is a warm storm system. Rain will be hitting Denver, which our man, Mr. Jameson Reese, had to think about that. He says Denver is going to be hit by one of those nukes. He feels that that's what my Vox Arcana vision read. Well, rain's going to be hitting Denver before those nukes do at around 5 p.m. Wednesday midweek, essentially, tomorrow. And then changes to a, is it tomorrow? Let me see, it's Wednesday now. So, yeah, there we are. It's supposed to be changing to a rain-snow mix into Thursday morning, then back to rain. And the biggest snow accumulation will be for the west and south of Denver, above 6,000 feet. Denver itself could get around an inch of accumulation, and the south and west sides of the metro area could get 2 to 8 inches. Now, snow will move out and skies will clear on Thursday evening, after St. Patrick's Day is over. So there you go. George Washington is pissing all over us. Now, St. Patrick's Day itself is a global celebration of Irish culture, celebrated on or around March 17th in countries with people of Irish descent. It particularly remembers the Romano-British St. Patrick, one of Ireland's patron saints, who ministered Christianity in Ireland during the 5th century. The holiday was traditionally a more solemn occasion than on the Emerald Isle itself, Ireland that is, until Americans got involved. Not that I'm disapproving here, but the man for whom St. Patrick's Day is named was born into an aristocratic family in Roman Britannia around the end of the 4th century. As a teenager, he was abducted by Irish pirates and taken to Ireland, where he was held as a slave for a number of years. He eventually escaped the island, only to return later as a missionary and convert part of the population to Christianity. Centuries after his death, which some sources cite as March 17th, 461, although the exact date is unknown, Patrick became the patron saint of Ireland, and March 17th, his death day, became a holy day of obligation for that nation's Catholics. Now, there you go. Just take a mayonnaise packet with you into bed, and that should keep you safe. Something like that. Now, oh God. Thanks to Irish immigrants in the United States and elsewhere, St. Patrick's Day evolved from a religious holiday into a secular celebration of all things Irish. Now, the question will be if Our Lady wants to stick with the ability to see the screen. Oh, gosh. Odin is here. You know what I'm reminded of? That guy with a brother named Einar. It was the Doug McClure movie where he was playing himself and kicking the ass of many of these toy soldiers because he needed typewriting work. Why am I thinking he needed typewriting work? So I'm falling asleep. And this was bound to happen because I honestly didn't sleep all day the day before. Normally I sleep in the daytime. I didn't even take a nap. So that's why I said when my son comes to pick me up after transmission, I'm going to be sleeping in the car all the way to the estate. I might be online for several minutes until he shows up. Probably maybe a half hour, 45 minutes, or an hour or so. So don't be surprised if you see me online. But let me give some response here to our man. And with that, going to see if I can get my head back up out of my ass. And here we are. So glad our man experimented with his network, proved it to work. Let's see who's talking to me here, if anybody. Odin here! Let's put that wannabe God to rest tonight. Jesus hiding Odin. Jesus is hiding the All-Father. These are some deep and profound realizations. And so there you go. There you are. If you think about them, he is a modern pantheist, a worshiper of the old gods, as in the anthropomorphic gods. Oh shit! Let me answer Our Lady here. I forgot all about her. And let's see if I can just tell her a nice hello before I take off for the day. I mean, from too much playing like this. I shouldn't be doing this. This is kind of like playtime acting when I should be delivering you your education. But, hey, it's been plenty educational today. I'll get started in a minute. Now, what I've got to prevent myself from doing is handing this lady a shitload of porn. I'm trying to give her something that's nice, and hopefully this is nice. All right, and all right. Let me give her a big love you. There we are, Elizabeth. And okay, so hopefully that sits well. All right then, back into the breach. Now, check the live stream first. We got a single hour left. Yeah, I really blew it tonight, in a sense. Okay, so where am I now? Now, thanks to the Irish immigrants in these United States and elsewhere, St. Patrick's Day has evolved from a religious holiday into a secular celebration of all things Irish. Well, you know, everybody's Irish on St. Patrick's Day, or they all drink like they're Irish, or try to. In America, St. Patrick's Day, on March 17th, has long been commemorated with rollicking festivities, but until recent decades, the holiday, which honors Ireland's patron saint, was traditionally a more solemn occasion on the Emerald Isle itself. The first St. Patrick's Day parade was held in New York City in the 1760s by Irishmen serving there in the British military. During the 19th century, when Irish Catholic immigrants faced discrimination in Protestant-majority white America, St. Patrick's Day parades became an opportunity to show strength in numbers. They were kind of an implied threat to riot, and because Irish were considered the white niggers of the New World Order back in the day. And while St. Patrick's Day is fixed on March 17th, but may occasionally be moved by Catholic Church authorities, this happened in 1940 so that the celebrations would not fall on Palm Sunday. And in 2008, the year of the great stock market crash, a year after my father's death, the man who raised and guided me, it was moved to avoid Holy Monday, the last Monday before Easter Sunday. And you don't want a bunch of people partying and drinking then. Now, before this one last hour that we have remaining to us, I'm going to try and burn through this very important topic because I've been trying to educate people about this young lady who we are helping to resettle here in the United States. The young lady whose photograph that I have on my promotional banner that, our poor man could not see because of his eyesight. I feel very bad. He's missing out on that. Let's see if I can burn through the topic to, make it to the time we have to shut down production. And again, the time we have remaining is a little over an hour and a few minutes. So let's see if we can get this done. I'm going to breathe deeply and then focus myself so you get to know a little bit about how that lovely young lady came to be, ultimately. Thanks to, we covered the Ides of March. You learned quite a bit about Julius Caesar. Now, before I start, I should say that whenever we talk about the ancient world, there's a lot we just don't know. Most of the writings we have from this time were written down hundreds of years after events took place, and of the things that were written down, the vast majority of it has been lost to history. So what we have is a scattering of documents and whatever archaeologists might find. I learned about Zhonggua's, or China's, ancient history from my late and sainted Dampfire Cyrus, my womb matron, my blood mother. First of all, on the Silk Road, and from there, Sino-Roman relations. And in the end, a lost little town called Lijian. This little town is where history is mixed with legends, as well as political and economical interests, something which happens all the time in the Middle Kingdom, especially under communism. First, of course, what is Lijian? Lijian, currently known as LAI, is a small rural town in the Gansu province on the edge of the Gobi Desert. Lijian is located at more than 300 kilometers from Lanzhou, the capital, and more than 60 kilometers from the closest city, which is called Jincheng. Now, this brings us to its inhabitants, the mysterious Chinese Romans of Lijian. In the remote village of Lijian in China, you will come across people with long noses, fair hair, and green or blue eyes. They descended from an ancient group of Roman soldiers. The Romans of Lijian were legionnaires who had been swapped as prisoners of war or mercenaries from empire to empire until they finally found themselves stranded in China, more than 4,000 miles from home. I would like to briefly present our main actors in this drama. The Romans, I don't think they need to be presented. The Zhonghua Ren, the Chinese, of the Han Dynasty, the first ethnic majority Chinese dynasty. Do I need to say anything more? And the Parthians, also known as the ancient Persians. They formed a powerful empire that bordered on both the Roman Empire and Han China, and because of this, controlled the Silk Road. And then there was the Xiongnu, a confederation of nomadic tribes, known in the West as the Huns, which extended across all of northern China, including Mongolia, Manchuria, the south of Siberia, and part of the Chinese provinces of Xinjiang and Gansu. 2,000 years ago, the Han Empire in China and the Roman Empire in Europa were the two greatest military-powered empires in the ancient world. Between them, they covered an enormous amount of the Earth's land and a large percentage of the world's population. Both expanded through conquest in the period 200 years before Christ to 200 years after his death. But even at their greatest extent, there was still a substantial distance between the two empires. The vastness of Central Asia and Southwest Asia, or the Middle East, stretched between them. From about the beginning of the 1st century to about the end of the 3rd century, Anno Domini, or the year of our Lord, the 4 great empires of Eurasia were in contact with each other through the ancient trading route, the Silk Road, as their only tenuous contact. Not only were they separated by enormous distances with deserts, mountains, and seas in between, but they also had some very large and powerful kingdoms and empires in between them. The Kushan and Parthian empires, along with numerous smaller powers, separated them. Even with the opening of the Silk Road, the fabled trade route connecting east and west, Roman travelers could not have reached China without passing through the Parthian Empire, encompassing modern-day Iran and Iraq and beyond, one of Rome's sworn enemies. The Parthians had a very lucrative business in serving as a middleman between Zhonghua, or China, and Roma, or Rome. Most land trade routes passed through their territory as they controlled all the land between the Caspian Sea and the Indian Ocean. If you traveled by sea, you'd have to stop in one of their ports if you wanted to avoid an open ocean crossing between India and the Arabian Peninsula, which few ships at that time were willing to do. To look at what they knew of each other, let's start with what the Zhonghua, or the Chinese, knew about the Romans. Most of what we know about Chinese views of Roma comes from a document called the Wei Lui, which was written by the historian Yu Yuan during the Three Kingdoms period between the years 239 and 265. The Zhonghua, or Chinese name for Roma, was Da Qin, or the Great Qin. This could be a reference to the Qin dynasty, the first emperor of a united China. Emperor Qin himself from whom China derives its very name. This might have been their way of implying that the Roman Empire was on a par with the Qin Empire in terms of greatness. Some of the passages indicate just how basic their knowledge of Roma was. I'll read some passages from the Wei Lui, and one of them reads, "This country, Da Qin, has more than 400 smaller cities and towns. It extends several thousand li in all directions. The king has his capital, that is, the city of Roma, close to the mouth of a river, the Tiber. The outer walls of the city are made of stone." This description of Roma is so generic that it could apply to almost any city in Europa or even most of Asia. It continues, "The ruler of this country is not permanent. When disasters result from unusual phenomena, they unceremoniously replace him, installing a virtuous man as king, and release the old king, who does not dare show resentment." Well, that should be the role model for Donald Trump, should it not? This is probably referring to the Roman system under the Republic, where consuls were elected to one-year terms. However, by the time the Wei Lui was written, it has been several centuries since this was the case. The Wei Lui even go as to explain why they haven't had direct contact with Roma on a more regular or conveniently systemic basis. It reads, "They have always wanted to communicate with China, but Anji, meaning Parthia, jealous of their profits, would not allow them to pass through to China." This was right on the money. The Parthians made too much money off goods passing through their territory, and the last thing they wanted was for Romans and Chinese to trade with each other directly. They also indicate the primary product which Romans were importing: silk. You see, furthermore, this is what it says in the book I've been reading from already. What is the title of this book again? I'm calling it up on screen, so it's not like I can slam a physical book down and read the title page. But there we are. The Wei Lui, written by Yu Huan. All right. Let's bear that in mind. Now, okay, so in terms of the primary product which Romans were importing, the way Louis reads, "Furthermore, they regularly make a profit by obtaining Chinese silk, unraveling it, and making fine yu, or Western silk damasks. This is why this country trades with Anji, Parthia, across the middle of the sea." Well, all this was also true. The Romans would further enhance the silk which they imported, almost all of which they imported from the Parthians. They identified the Roman Senate by noting they have appointed 36 leaders who discuss events freely. The Senate actually had way more than 36 people, but the Communist Chinese did get the gist of it. They even noted that they wore something like a toga and that the Romans cut their hair. So, what did the Romans know of the Chinese? The Romans knew of the existence of China. The Roman word for China was Saraka, meaning the land of silk, or Sinai, meaning the land of the sin, as in sins, or Qin. After the first dynasty of the Chinese Empire, the Qin dynasty, that's when China was named the Land of Sin by the Europeans, or Sin-A. The Chinese themselves were called Saris or Sirens. The word is derived from the Latin word for silk, Saracum. While Saraca mostly refers to China, it really sort of applies to everything to the east of India. They just didn't have enough knowledge of the region to differentiate the different cultures which lived there. But what image did the Romans have of the Chinese? And what did they write about them? Well, Pliny the Elder noted, then, scooting east of the Caspian, we find, again, tribes of Scythians, and again, desert tracts occupied only by wild animals, till we come as to that mountain chain overhanging the sea, which is called PADDY'S. Not till nearly half the length of the coast, which looks northeast, has been passed, do you find inhabited country. The first race then encountered are the Series, so famous for the fleecy product of their forests. Well, he got the general direction of China right. However, he totally had no clue where silk came from, thinking it was a forest product and a type of wool. Almost all mentions of Saraca in Roman literature are with regards to silk or its location. There is very little which indicates that they knew about Chinese culture or the people who lived there on a national scale. As for trade, we know the Romans imported silk, but we had very little evidence of what the Chinese might have imported. The truth is, they probably imported very little of actual Roman origin, because most of what Rome exported could have been bulky goods like wine, wheat, and ore, of which could have made it to Parthia, but not much farther. However, there have been some recent discoveries that I am open to speaking to. How would I describe this? In terms of Saraca and Rome, the silk, how would I say this? There was glass making in China. There were several samples of Roman glass which were found in Chinese tombs as well. So the demand for foreign glass probably was never very high, and transporting something so fragile so far was extremely difficult. Now, did any people ever make the trip home from Rome to China? The answer is yes, but not very many. The Roman historian Florus made notes of envoys from the east who visited Roma during the rule of Emperor Augustus. Even the rest of the nations of the world, which were not subject to the imperial sway, were sensible of its grandeur, and looked with reverence to the Roman people, the great conqueror of nations. Thus, even Scythians and Samaritans, sent envoys to seek the friendship of Roma. Nay, the Series camest likewise, and the Indians who dwelt beneath the vertical sun, bringing presents of precious stones and pearls and elephants, but thinking all of less moment than the vastness of the journey which they had undertaken, and which they said had occupied 4 years. In truth, it needed but to look at their complexion to see that they were people of another world than ours. By the way, it took 2 years for the Magi to reach young Jesus, who was a young boy by the time they reached him. Not a child, infant, not an infant, but a young lad, a child, yes, but not a baby in a crib, okay? So their journey was incredibly fast, considering everything, and that was the doing of the star child, Jesus Christos, Jesus Christ. There is no record in any of the documents of the Han Empire which made note of an official delegation to Roma. So they were probably just merchants acting on their own. The Chinamen who wound up in the Eternal City. In the year 97, a Han envoy by the name of Gan Ying was sent to explore the West. He arrived in Parthia, but the Parthians convinced him not to travel further west, as they told him it was dangerous and would take 2 more years to get to Rome. Most Chinese knowledge of Roma probably came as from the second-hand information learned by Gan Ying on his voyage. There was a Roman delegation that arrived in China in the year 166. The Han records show them having been sent by an Emperor Andun, which is believed to be the Emperor Antoninus Pius, or his adopted son, Emperor Marcus Aurelius. The envoys were said to have traveled by sea and from the south, entering China through what is today Vietnam. As with the Communist Chinese in Roma, there are no Roman documents confirming an envoy was sent to China. Nevertheless, Emperor Yuan played up the visit of the Romans to help his domestic political situation, as ambassadors from Daqin provided him with a great deal of strategic prestige. Now, I can't move this stupid. It's amazing. And I see Jameson Reese grinning back at me with that chicken shit-eating grin. Okay. Troy Bellamy says, JMO, you gotta take care of that sexual release, bro. For no other reason but these two. It's in your African DNA, and those seminal fluids unreleased can cause health problems. This is true. Besides, women need the protein from men. Hashtag throat babies. Great segment. This is the basis of CRT, or critical race theory. But the thing is, it is the truth. That's why they are creating legislation to stop people from learning about they came before Columbus. There we are. So thank you, Troy, for responding to Jameson, who was occupying the mic while I was, getting my head together, which took all night because, I'd partied all day, and we'll be returning to that tomorrow. Well, sleeping first and then partying. But, thank you. All right. In the 45 minutes we have remaining, understand that, oh God, how would I say this? In the year 97, there was a Han envoy by the name of Gan Ying, who was sent to explore the West. I think that brought us ultimately, he was captured, so to speak, by the Parthians, effectively demotivated from completing his task. There was a Roman delegation that arrived in Zhonghua, or China, in the year 166. The Han records show them having been sent by an Emperor Andun, which is believed to be the Emperor Antoninus Pius, or his adopted son, Emperor Marcus Aurelius. The envoys were said to have traveled by sea from the south, entering China through what is today Vietnam. As with the Chinese in Roma, there be no Roman documents signifying that an envoy was ever sent to China. Nonetheless, Emperor Yuan played up the visit of the Romans to help his domestic political situation, as ambassadors from Da Qin provided him with a great deal of prestige. So the answer to if the Chinese and the Romans knew of each other is yes. The Chinese knew the Romans wanted their silk, and the Romans knew they produced silk. Between China, which was ruled by the Han Dynasty from 202 years before Christ to 220 years after his death, and Roma, there were the Parthian and Kushana empires. These Central Asiatic empires had an interest in controlling travelers and traders traveling along the Silk Road, thus inhibiting direct contact between Roma and Zhonghua, or China. Moreover, the Parthians, or the Persians, the ancient Iranians, were very hostile towards the Romans, and the two peoples were often at war. Therefore, the contact that the Romans had with China was mainly indirect. That is, the knowledge of both peoples had about each other was largely based on stories and rumors from traders, not upon direct contact in general. But that brings us back to the subject of direct contact, because nevertheless, there are also examples of direct contact between the Romans and Chinese traders. One example is a text fragment by the Roman writer Solinus from the 2nd century, or Solinus. So Solinus saith, "We set out from the Caspian Sea towards the Eastern Ocean. From the beginning of the coast of the Caspian Sea, we encountered deep snow, long deserts, cruel people and places, cannibals, and the most horrible wild beasts. This made this half of our journey almost impossible. After reaching the coast in the far northeast, the first people we hear about are the Cires. They sprinkle the leaves of certain trees with water to create a substance similar to cotton. This is called saracen, or silk, which we know and use. It stirs up a passion for luxury in woman. The Cires are civilized and peaceful people, but they avoid contact with others. Besides, they prefer to sell only their products. They are not interested in what we have to sell." We can conclude from this source that it was indeed difficult, but not impossible, for Romans to cross Asia. This brings us to the Roman silk obsession, because it's also clear that the Romans placed great emphasis on the silk produced by the Zhonghua Ren, or Chinese. From the 1st century before Christ, Han Dynasty made silk available for foreign trade, eventually reaching Europa. Besides being an attractive and beautiful fabric, silk's production method was unknown in the West, which made it even more exclusive and therefore more attractive. Pliny the Elder, who lived from 23 Anno Domini to 73 of the second Christian millennium, well, the first, I mean to say, sorry about that, already complained about how much money Romans spent on silk. To quote his T, India, Ceres, and the Arabian Peninsula takest 100 million sesterci, or the sestertae, that's the Roman copper coins, from our empire every year. That is how much we have to pay for our luxury and our woman. Incidentally, Pliny not only shared Solinus's view that women were to blame for Rome's great silk consumption, but he also already complained that the Ceres were unwilling to buy anything, only sell. Solinus's insights about the Chinese some 200 years later were thus far from new. So about Chinese ambassadors in Roma. The Roman historian Florus, who lived from 74 Anno Domini to 130 AD, claimed that Emperor Augustus, who was born in 63 years before Christ and was busted on the 14th year of our Lord, have been visited by the Chinese to pay homage to them. Now, this is what they said, now that all the races in the West and South have been subdued, the Scythians and Sarmatians, or Samaritans, sent ambassadors in search of friendship. The Syrians and the Indians living directly under the sun also brought elephants, precious stones, and pearls. Their complexity showed that they came from a totally different world than ours. Now, you've got a powerful people on the other side of the world. The Romans were aware that the Chinese were a powerful and developed people, but usually did not see distant China as any threat, at least not a real one. The Roman poet Martialis, born 40 years before Christ, who died 104 years thereafter, he wrote, "Rulers of the Parthians and leaders of Ceres, I can show you, Caesar. Come!" Now, Martialis thus sees China as a possible threat, but conjures up the image of Caesar, who will bring order to the world. The first century Roman cartographer Pomponius Mela again positively imagined or emphasized Chinese power. He called the Chinese a people full of justice, known for the trade they want to conduct. He's taking you through a land of wonders. Now, so the Roman attitude towards China was far from unsympathetic. China was very powerful, but far away and therefore not dangerous. The empire would never be seen as an enemy, but rather approached with curiosity and admiration. The Zhonghua Ren, or communist Chinese, may have been barbarians, but it was clear that they had a different system than they do now. So, the first century Roman cartographer Pomponius Mela once again positively emphasized Chinese power. He called the Chinese a people full of justice, known for the trade they conduct, and called my Warsaw Pact, centered on Berlin, a land of wonders. So, there we are. Oh, see if I can get myself together before moving on. Oh my God. Now, China was considered far from unsympathetic to the Romans, far away and therefore not dangerous. The country would never be seen as an enemy, but rather approached with curiosity and admiration. Now, let me see if I can get my head out of my ass again without somebody to bounce off of. Of course, I've got you, my dear people, in the chat. How could I forget? All right, let's see if I can reach you down there. And we have half an hour remaining. I'll do my best. All right. Okay. Now, Lucianus said, there are nations in this world which have had a very long existence. Takest, for example, the Ceres, who have existed for 300 years. Some attribute their longevity to the sky, others to the sun, and still others to food. Somebody said he was going to stick the entire country for our drinks. And let's see what he said here. Greco-Roman writer Lucianus. There are nations in this world which have had a very long existence. Take as, for example, the Ceres, who have existed for 300 years. Some attribute their longevity to the sky, others to the sun, and still others to food. Some even say that the whole country drinks nothing but the purest water. Now, I hope I didn't say that twice because I did fall asleep there for a second and got up and figured I may as well say it anyway. With all these texts, it must be remembered that they are the observations of writers and poets from the Roman elite who were probably not representative of what a simple Roman citizen thought of the Far East. It may well be that they did not know anything whatsoever about the Chinese Empire. Nevertheless, given the opportunity of silk, it seems likely that many Romans had at least heard of China. So this is what brings us to Bangu's account. Sogdian territory was to the northeast of the Parthian frontier, and the Romans would have met their traders traveling both ways on the Silk Road. It is not inconceivable that a company of Romans would have turned sellsword and hired themselves out as mercenaries. The Chinese historian Bangu recounts how in 36 BC, a Han-Chinese military expedition was mounted into Sogdiana, located between present-day Kyrgyzstan and Uzbekistan. A Han, or a Zhonggu chief, was threatening Han vassals in the region, so the Western Frontier Commander led a detachment to destroy a Hunnic fortress. What stands out in Bangu's account is the unusual description of some enemy soldiers at the beginning of the attack. He said, there were more than 100 foot soldiers lined up on each side of the gate in a fish scale formation. The Chinese fired at them with crossbow bolts, forcing the infantry to retreat into the town. The Chinese then stormed the wall under this hail of covering fire. So who were they? These Romans in China, the lost legions of Carré. The identity of the foreign soldiers was a mystery. The Huns were predominantly nomads. Famed horsemen, they did not fight on foot in tightly packed formations. The fish-scale formation description matches that of a Greek phalanx or a Roman testudo or tortoise, it was not a common sight. Hence, Bangu signaling it out in his account. This formation was such an unusual sight for the attackers that a painting was made of it for the court. The ancient Greeks favored shields that were oval or round in shape. The rectangular and curved Roman shield would have left no gaps in the formation. This would have resembled the scales of a fish, whom, well, to somebody who had never seen such a formation before. Bangu also describes how the city had a double wooden palisade constructed outside the city wall as additional defenses. The defensive pattern matches what the Romans typically constructed, particularly near bridges and gates. The Huns were not noted military engineers. They preferred to recruit foreign mercenaries and renegades for this purpose. 17 years later, the Roman general Crassus had invaded the Parthian Empire. The Parthians at the time controlled a large 80, well, I'd say Asiatic operation. Oh, let me see if I can get back into some sort of groove here. Now, Bangu also describes how the city had a double wooden palisade constructed outside the city wall as additional defenses. This defensive pattern matches what the Romans typically constructed, particularly near bridges and gates. The Huns were not noted military engineers. They preferred to recruit foreign mercenaries and renegades for this purpose. 17 years earlier, the Roman consul, well, the general, Crassus, had invaded the Ukraine. The Roman general Cassus, she keeps herself straight for me because I can't give her any more than what I already have. So, the Romans in the 1st century, before the Christian era, were perhaps the fastest expanding empires around. Now, just as people saw Iran collapsing and the Roman general Crassus invading the Parthian Empire, the Parthians at the time controlled an empire that stretched across much of Southwest Asia, or the Middle East. The Romans in the 1st century before Christ were perhaps the fastest expanding empires around. Though the civil wars of Caesar and Pompey and Octavian and Mark Antony dominated the scene a whole lot more, happened around them. Had Julius Caesar himself not returned to India, the upshot was a renewal of civil war. There were still ambitious rivals who had 3 years to gather strength, so a returning Caesar was needed to assert his position of propaganda by... I can't deliver these funny jokes anymore when I'm reading this shit. Had Julius Caesar himself not returned to Italia, the upshot was a renewal of civil war. There were also still ambitious rivals who had 3 years to gather strength, so a returning Caesar needed to assert his position by grappling with the conversion of the heart that he wears on his sleeve. And that's not how I want to look. So, in terms of a returning Kaiser, well, there were still ambitious rivals who had all those years to gather strength. So, Khazar needed to assert his position by grappling with the conversion of the government of a city into government of an empire. That sort of work bored Caesar, so it was not clear whether he would have been up to the task. In the long run, the move from republic to empire may not have been all that different had Khazar lived, seeing that he would have still been succeeded by his adopted heir, Octavian, whom we now know as the first emperor, because of the Gregorian calendar. Augustus. Mark Antony was always going to be a prominent politician, just unlikely to be at the acme or senorita of power. Now, the long run, the move from republican to empire may not have been all that different had Khazar lived, seeing that he would still have unprecedented success, adopted by an heir, hopefully Octavian, whom we now know as first emperor, Augustus. Mark Antony was always going to be a prominent collecto, but just wasn't, how would I say that? Unlikely to be at the acme of power, since Caesar had only limited respect for him, although this could have changed the way Antony called off his search within the end. Oh, now this is what brings us to Caesarion, or 540 BCE, a Roman army under the Roman general Marcus Licinius, or Licinius Crassus, vanquisher of Spartamen and richest man in England, who formed one of the instructive circa 53 to 54 BCE, before the Christian era. Well, a Roman army under the Roman general Marcus Licinius Crassus, victor of Spartacus, the vanquisher thereof, as a matter of fact, and the richest man in Roma, who formed one of the original members of the first Roman triumvirate ruling Rome, with no less grand Gaius Julius Caesar and Gnaeus Pompeius, Pompey Magnus, deciding to make up for his lack of military power by going to war against the dreaded Parthians. Time to extend Russian power into China. Time to mock all our present-day efforts against anything we do. Now, at any rate, Pompey Magnus decided to make up for his lack of military glory by going to war with the dreaded Parthians, attempting to extend Roman power into Parthia, modern-day Iran, and decided to start a war without the authorization of the Senate against the annoying Parthians, who were making a killing on the trade of the Silk Road. In other words, Crassus, who is already wonderful, and he has to wait until he has to wait. Oh, such is life. All right, what do we got our man here saying? Tag photo. All right. Now, Crassus, he wanted to kill the intermediary. The Greek biographer Plutarch records that at Crassus, okay, where are we now? It's probably almost time for me to turn the production off within a few minutes. Now, within the time we have remaining. So, Crassus, he decided to make up for his lack of military glory by going to war with the dreaded Parthians, attempting to extend Roman power into Parthia, modern-day Iran, and decided to start a war, without the authorization of the Senate, against these annoying Parthians who were making a killing on the trade of the Silk Road. In other words, Crassus wanted to kill the intermediary. The Greek biographer Plutarch records that Crassus led 42,000 men on an abortive campaign against Parthia. Crassus actually launched a powerful army of around 50,000 men towards Mesopotamia. He got as far as modern-day Haran in southeast Turkey before he was met by a Parthian army under Surena. What Crassus didn't expect was that the Parthians had an army of horseback archers which was very effective against the Roman legions. Now Crassus was a little too cocky and pushed forward, thinking victory would be easy against these inferior barbarians. He was sadly mistaken, as the Parthians were an efficient, semi-professional army with the most elite horse archers the world had ever seen at the time. The result of the war was a massacre, and one of the most humiliating defeats of Roma, and one of the most humiliating losses in Roman history. In a slaughter known as the Battle of Carrhae, the Romans lost nearly their entire army, and Crassus was killed along with his son. A mixed force of Parthian cataphracts, heavy lancers, and horse archers destroyed the Roman army. Crassus's legions were no match for the Parthian archers, nimble horsemen who could loose their arrows off even as they turned. Of the 42,000 Romans who set out, 20,000 were killed and 10,000 were captured in the Battle of Carrhae in modern Turkey. It was one of the most devastating military debacles in Roman military history, and according to Pliny the Elder, the Roman prisoners were used by the Parthians as guards on their eastern frontier in what is today Turkmenistan. The Parthians mowed down their attackers with a hail of arrows, wiping out half of the Romans at the Battle of Carrhae, near the border of modern Turkey and Syria. 10,000 Roman troops were taken prisoner, a portion of whom were moved to Central Asia to help Parthia guard its eastern frontier, according to the historian Pliny. Pliny doesn't mention how many of the legionnaires actually reached the east, a journey of more than 1,000 miles. But these were very tough men, seasoned veterans who made their living by fighting. The Parthians had a standard practice of employing captured soldiers as border guards. The prisoners were granted their lives in exchange for serving the Parthians. 12 legions of trained Roman infantry were too valuable to waste. by transferring the 10,000 legionnaires to the eastern borders. They prevented any realistic chance of escape for the Romans, who likely would have, how do I say this, simply accepted their new lot in life. They were marched 1,500 miles to the eastern frontier in what is now modern-day Turkmenistan. They were stationed in the city of MEMୖDAY and tasked with defending the Parthian Empire's eastern borders. Then they disappeared from Western history. This lost legion, which had been enslaved and forced to protect a border that was very far from home, had the luck to be captured once again by the Xiongnu, who disputed the region with the Parthians and were enlisted into the ranks of the powerful Han army. From there, some escaped. A number of the Roman soldiers somehow managed to escape Parthia and flee about 1,000 miles northeast to the land of the Huns, who were, like the Romans, enemies of Parthia, joining the Huns as mercenaries. There, they hired themselves out as mercenaries to the mighty Hun leader, Dy-EVEDAY, whose vast, how would I say this? Well, it's almost time to shut down the program so I can
I'm listening,
yeah?
Douglas. This is fascinating.
Oh, really? Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't know Crassus got that far. And what year was this that had happened?
53 to 54 BC. I mean, AD. No, I mean, yeah, I think BC. That's it.
But Crassus survived, didn't he? Didn't he survive up to
No,
Caesar's
he died.
time?
He died in the battle. Yeah, he and his son both died. Now, the record of the soldiers vanish for about 17 years when till the Battle of Dy-EVEDAY was fought. Now, Dy-EVEDAY was, of course, a restless conqueror. Basically, as I said, he was kind of like the leader of the Huns at the time. His empire stretched across the grasslands of Mongolia, and he cast a hungry eye on China itself to the south. But in 36 BC.
Yeah, well, Han is related to Hunan. And Hunan.
Thank you. Yeah. And then, absolutely. And then
the Tengra shamanism, Tengraism, which comes from Bulgaria. This is what I learned. But this is so. What did the language become of the Uyghurs? What do they speak there? Does it come from? Do they have some Latin in their tongue?
I don't know enough about the language to judge that. My mother would have known, but what I can say is that in 36 BC, the Chinese army's troops decisively defeated the Han ruler Dy-EVEDAY and all Dy-EVEDAY's men on a punitive venture at their encampment somewhere near today's Tashkent, the capital of today's Uzbekistan. So when at the Battle of Dy-EVEDAY, that was fought as that Chinese army under Chen Tang assaulted a border town known today as Taraz, located in Kazakhstan near the border of Kyrgyzstan, and this is how the Lost Legion reappeared 20 years later in the year 36 BC in the Battle of Dy-EVEDAY between the Chinese and the Xiongnu, or the Huns, in what is now the Gansu province, because an account of that battle, recorded in the ancient Book of the Late Han Dynasty, provides crucial evidence that Romans came to China via the Huns. The defense strategies displayed were typical of the Romans. The account describes Dy-EVEDAY's citadel as being ringed by a double palisade of wood, a defensive barrier of stakes used only by Romans at the time, and even more remarkably, Chinese historians note that more than 100 of Dy-EVEDAY's foot soldiers lined up outside the gates with their defenders' shields linked in a fish scale formation pattern. That's an astounding piece of evidence. Only the Romans linked their shields in the testudo fashion, the formation thereof. It's a highly difficult maneuver. So the case is clear. The soldiers were the lost legionnaires who, though they were far from their native land, still did as the Romans did, arranged themselves in their usual battle formation. So the fight for the town was intense, but the Chinese prevailed, and the Chinese, under the Han Dynasty at this point, were near the height of their power. This battle represented their greatest westward expansion, and their victory was achieved in part because many of the locals defected to the Chinese out of fear, and among their captives, they found 145 Romans. So the Chinese general Bangu's chronicles report of fighting and the capture of 100 strange male soldiers, longtime veterans who fought perfectly organized into what he called a fish scale formation, which is but a reference to the Roman testudo or tortoise formation, typical of Roman legions, where soldiers would interlock their shields for protection, a stratagem or a stratagem not found anywhere outside Roma itself. So in the few minutes we have remaining, I would say that the victorious Chinese, they brought back 145 prisoners with them to China, as recorded in the book of the late Han Dynasty. And the Chinese were so impressed by these foreign ex-legionary warriors that they kept them as frontier guards, putting them into another specially created border town called Lichuan in what is now Gansu, this time guarding the border between China and Tibet, as Tibetan raids were not uncommon around this time. Now, these captives were the Roman soldiers who had set out 17 years earlier to fight the Parthians. Now, eager to make use of their prisoner of war's experience, the Chinese installed them as border guards in what has always been a strategically vital point in China's northern frontier in modern Gansu province. And this isolated outpost, which grew into a city and county, was then named Lijian in honor of the men who hailed from the west. So this is how the wretched foreign ex-legionary soldiers, after being beaten and captured by the Parthians, relocated to the other end of the world, were recaptured and recruited by the Xiongnu, the Huns, and captured for the third time by the Zhongguaren, the Chinese, were deported and decided to dedicate themselves to something else and settled in some place near the current town of Lijian, founding the town that was known by the Chinese as Lijian, which is pronounced as Legion. Indeed, the town name of Lijian is but the transliteration in Chinese of legio, or legion. Lijian was precisely the name that the Chinese used in this era to designate the unknown Romans who bought many of their luxury products. So anywhere from 100 to 1,000 or more soldiers